An ordinary teenager suddenly gains a mysterious system allowing him to analyze monster attributes. This marks the beginning of his journey to become a monster master. On the bustling street, various outlandish sales pitches filled the air. Come get your fresh snow spirits. Spirit elixir here. 1 bottle keeps you alert. 2 bottles and you'll never tire. Guaranteed to boost your progress. Xia Yu stood on the street corner, frowning at these absurd claims that even street hustlers wouldn't dare make. While lost in thought, a towering figure nearly 6 feet tall suddenly entered his vision. The man's muscular build made Xia Yu instinctively step back. Surprisingly, this burly man acted coquettishly. You don't even remember me? I'm so hurt. He playfully punched Xia Yu's chest. The forceful impact ignited Xia Yu's anger, and he threw a punch in response. The muscular man easily caught it and grinned. Just kidding. You know what? My old man sold our house last night, just so I could get a good summoning beast. He's counting on me to bring honor to the family. Without further explanation, the man dragged Xia Yu into a high-end shop. The moment they crossed the threshold, a series of system notifications exploded in Xia Yu's mind. Ding. Abundant energy detected. System initializing. Ding. System binding complete. Uploading memories. Ding. Upload complete. A flood of information rushed into his brain. Beast Tamers, summoned creatures, space portals, alien civilizations. It turned out this muscular man was Yang Wu, his childhood friend. Both 16 years old, they were preparing for the upcoming advanced examinations. In this continent, admission to higher education often determined a beast tamer's future. The system showed that Xia Yu was currently a novice 9-star beast tamer, meaning his spiritual power had reached its peak without a summoned beast. Beast tamer ranks progressed from novice through bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, to king, with each rank allowing 1 additional contracted beast. Yang Wu led Xia Yu to the second floor's young beast section and pointed to a flame wolf. What do you think of this one? Detailed information immediately appeared before Xia Yu's eyes. Rarity level, bronze rank 1, fire breath ability, even its evolution path became clear. This ability rivaling professional appraisers intrigued him. 500,000 Federation coins, that's a fair price. Yang Wu was about to pay, but Xia Yu stopped him. Since he could see through young beast's information, would this mysterious ability work on monster eggs as well? Xia Yu, ignoring Yang Wu's protests, grabbed the burly man and dragged him back to the first floor. Yang Wu struggled, exclaiming, "Why are we going back? My dad always said, if you see something good, grab it fast before it's gone." He was anxious, worried about missing the imposing magma wolf. Xia Yu held Yang Wu's wrist tightly, pleading, "Just wait a moment. Just a couple of minutes, like the time it takes to take a leak." However, Yang Wu's strength was too much, and Xia Yu eventually had to let go. His gaze then fell on the unhatched magical beast eggs. The first floor's magical beast egg area was divided into 2 sections. One side displayed identified eggs, each clearly marked with its type and value. These eggs were priced slightly lower than young beasts because, although their type was known, their health could not be determined until they hatched. The smaller section held unidentified eggs, sourced from 2 categories, those genuinely unidentified and those deemed of no sale value after identification. In these turbulent times, decorative magical beasts were merely pets and not suitable as summons. Xia Yu's interest was in the truly unidentified magical beast eggs. Though suddenly endowed with abilities by the system, he wasn't blindly trusting due to his dual life experiences. He first toured the identified section to verify that the information he saw matched the identified results before moving to the unidentified area. Yang Wu, concerned, said, "Xia Yu, you're not thinking of gambling on luck, are you? If you're short on cash, I can help you out." He knew that typically, those buying unidentified eggs were either professional appraisers or people desperate enough to gamble on chance. Understanding Xia Yu's difficult circumstances, Yang Wu had brought him along to choose a magical beast. Despite his rough appearance, Yang Wu was quite thoughtful. Xia Yu nonchalantly replied, "What's there to fear? Take a chance, and your bike becomes a motorbike. Roll the dice, and your motorbike turns into a Land Rover. With my built-in detector bug, who can beat me?" He began examining the unidentified eggs closely. What he saw were mostly decorative magical beast eggs, like the glowing rabbit, big-eared cat, thousand-toned bird, all-knowing beast, and green caterpillar, with no nurturing value. Anyone else would have been duped. Xia Yu thought, damn capitalism. Even when people are down to gambling on luck, they still exploit. Today, let me, Xia Yu, bring justice. These unidentified eggs were expensive, costing 50,000 federal credits each, equivalent to a year's expenses for an average family. Xia Yu carefully observed and finally spotted a common-grade swift-wind wolf egg. He noted it down and continued searching for better options. After more than an hour of meticulous searching, Xia Yu had scrutinized all the unidentified magical beast eggs in the store. The outcome was 3 rare quality, 8 common quality, and the rest were decorative. Out of 4 to 500 eggs, Xia Yu was unsure if this ratio was high or low. Among the 3 rare quality eggs, one was a blue iron-backed blade mantis egg with slight cracks on the shell, leaving the creature inside quite weak. Without 2 high-grade restorative potions, it would likely perish soon after purchase. Suddenly, Xia Yu turned to Yang Wu and asked, Yang Wu, do you trust me? Yang Wu was taken aback, sensing something unusual about Xia Yu today. Normally, Xia Yu wasn't shy, but he also wasn't overly talkative. His strange behavior today was hard to fathom. Should I trust you? Yang Wu hesitated in response. Xia Yu bluntly said, enough with the nonsense. I'm not asking for much. Just lend me 100,000 credits, and I'll show you a way to get a better deal on a contract beast. He glanced at Yang Wu's bulging wallet, estimating it held at least several 100,000 federal credits. Yang Wu hadn't even blinked when he was about to spend 500,000 on the magma wolf earlier. Get a contract beast for less money? How? Hearing about buying a contract beast, Yang Wu immediately perked up, quickly pulling Xia Yu aside to ask quietly. Xia Yu pointed to a brown magical beast egg in the corner and said, see that brown egg in the corner? Go buy it for 50,000 credits, and I guarantee it'll be worth it. He directly revealed the Cyclops egg to Yang Wu. The iron-backed blade mantis was too weak, and the gale horse wasn't suited for combat. The Cyclops was the best choice for a summon. Yang Wu asked incredulously, do you really believe this? There might be good stuff in there, but most are just trash beasts. He was nearly jumping with anxiety, thinking it was a waste of money. Xia Yu shrugged it off, saying, not going? Then lend me 48,000, and I'll buy it. Don't regret it if I profit. He rummaged through his pockets, barely scraping together 2,000 credits. Yang Wu looked at the crumpled money in Xia Yu's hand and sighed. He thought about the tens of thousands he had, and risking 50,000 seemed manageable. But for Xia Yu, it seemed like all he had. Yang Wu pondered Xia Yu's unfortunate fate. It was said that his parents were both silver-level beast masters, well-known figures in me.One City. Tragically, they both perished in a magical beast siege when Xia Yu was only 6. As the child of fallen beast masters, Xia Yu received a basic survival allowance of 2,000 credits monthly. For an average family, it was just enough, but Xia Yu seemed to have inherited his parents' talent, advancing at a pace much faster than most. Although they came together to buy summons, Xia Yu had reached the 9-star apprentice beast master level over half a month before Yang Wu, but financial constraints delayed his contract with the summon. Ultimately, Yang Wu decided to trust Xia Yu this once. He pushed aside Xia Yu's hand holding the money and chose to pay for the magical beast egg himself. In his mind, spending 50,000 to teach Xia Yu a lesson might prevent him from chasing impossible dreams in the future. With a slight shake of his head, Yang Wu stepped forward, selected the magical beast egg, and paid without hesitation. Unhatched beast eggs require mental energy to catalyze, but this process takes a considerable amount of time. To shorten this duration, one can use spirit catalyst liquid. Typically, trading houses that sell beast eggs also offer incubation services, though these are limited to mental energy catalysis. The spirit catalyst liquid must be purchased separately. For mental energy catalysis, these trading houses don't rely on manual methods. Instead, they use raw stones. These stones are said to have formed from underground veins absorbing spiritual energy before the global catastrophe, containing concentrated energy that beast tamers can utilize. Raw stones are categorized into low, medium, high, and top grades, with higher grades having fewer impurities and more energy. The trading houses use the low-grade stones with the most impurities, which take about 2 hours to catalyze a beast egg. If done manually, this time would increase significantly, as even a 9-star apprentice beast tamer doesn't have the mental stamina to sustain such output for over 2 hours. Spirit catalyst liquid is also graded like raw stones, but for 2 penny-pinching individuals, saving money is the priority. 2 hours isn't long to wait. Don't get your hopes up. Even a professional appraiser would struggle to find something valuable among these beast eggs without tools. Yang Wu said with a self-satisfied expression, as if he had seen through everything. Spending 50,000 federal dollars is just to show Xia Yu the reality. At this moment, Yang Wu felt a sense of grandeur, puffing out his chest. Let's go? First, let's get that flame wolf. Yang Wu urged. Despite his lofty thoughts, there was still business to attend to. If he couldn't find an outstanding summoned beast, his father might kill him when he returned home. His father had sold a house to gather this $1,000,000 federal dollars, hoping for Yang Wu to achieve great success in the future. No rush for the flame wolf. Let's look around first. Compare prices. Xia Yu insisted, dragging Yang Wu out the door. He couldn't let this fool spend 50,000 federal dollars on a flame wolf. Since the system provided a bug, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. The street they were on was the most concentrated area for summoned beast trading in me.One City. After leaving one store, they entered another. Yang Wu was still fixated on the flame wolf, showing no interest in browsing further. He stood in the hall, watching Xia Yu busily sift through the unidentified beast eggs. Yang Wu thought to himself. He knows Xia Yu has no money, but he does. With $1,000,000 federal dollars in his wallet, he could buy the flame wolf for 50,000 and still have enough left for a rare summoned beast. Why waste money on unreliable beast eggs? Unfortunately, Xia Yu wasn't aware of Yang Wu's thoughts and had no time to worry about them. In the second store, Xia Yu spent 40 minutes examining over 300 unidentified beast eggs. Sadly, aside from 3 ordinary-level beast eggs, the rest were ornamental. In the third store, after an hour and examining over 400 eggs, only 1 ordinary-level egg was suitable as a summoned beast. After visiting 2 stores, Xia Yu was frustrated. He thought the 3 rare-level eggs from the first store were rare enough, but it turned out that was the peak. These 2 stores were a ripoff. Curse this capitalist society. Calculating the time, the Cyclops beast egg should be nearly hatched. The 2 returned to the first trading house. They waited for over half an hour before the sound of cracking eggshells came from the incubator. Yang Wu, seeing Xia Yu intently watching the incubator, patted his shoulder and stepped forward, placing his hands on the incubator. Xia Yu, don't be so tense. Let's just see it as testing our luck. Even if it's just ornamental. Ornamental. My god. It's a Cyclops. Yang Wu's words nearly caused him to bite his tongue. At the bottom of the incubator, a brown humanoid creature was lying there, eating the eggshells. The most striking feature was the single vertical eye on its forehead, a rare Cyclops beast. Hurry. Protect me. We need to buy the incubator and take it with us. It's not safe here. Yang Wu hurriedly closed the incubator lid, picked it up, and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Don't shout. You're attracting more attention. Xia Yu pressed down on the incubator in Yang Wu's arms, looking exasperated. Buying the entire incubator would only make them more conspicuous. Didn't he see that most people in the hall were now watching them with curiosity? Even the security at the door had drawn their weapons. Besides, an incubator like this would cost at least $1 million federal dollars, a product of alchemists and formation masters working together. This is a Cyclops. It's a more powerful summoned beast than the flame wolf. Xia Yu whispered. Even among summoned beasts of the same level, there are differences in strength. The Cyclops has some Titan blood, making the flame wolf look weak in comparison. On the market, a Cyclops would definitely sell for over $1 million federal dollars, outshining the flame wolf. So, you should contract with it now to prevent any future issues. A contracted summoned beast can't be recontracted by anyone else unless the Beast Tamer willingly breaks the contract, even if the tamer is killed. Me? No way. This is your find. It should be yours. Although the Cyclops in his arms was extremely valuable, Yang Wu didn't hesitate to refuse the contract. You paid for it. Of course it's yours. Besides, the fact that I could pick it out from so many beast eggs. Xia Yu trailed off, winking at Yang Wu. Right. Where did you learn this appraisal method? It's better than any professional appraiser. Yang Wu's eyes lit up at Xia Yu's words, nodding repeatedly. Come on, stop dithering. You're not being decisive. Alright, I owe you one. Your summoned beast is on me. I'll find something even better. Yang Wu genuinely liked the Cyclops. Coupled with Xia Yu's unique ability, he no longer refused. He bit his finger and contracted with the Cyclops. The moment the contract was made, Yang Wu stored the Cyclops, which had finished eating the eggshells, into his beast space. Beast Tamers open a beast space in their consciousness to store their summoned beasts, so at this moment, the two became one. Here, consider the Cyclops my purchase. Spend these as you like. The Cyclops had far exceeded Yang Wu's expectations, all thanks to Xia Yu. Unhesitatingly, Yang Wu took out his wallet and handed it to Xia Yu. Inside were over 900,000 federal dollars. We're brothers, no need to mention it. I'll just borrow 100,000. I'll definitely pay you back. Use the rest to buy something to help your summoned beast grow. Time is short. Xia Yu took 100,000 federal dollars from the wallet and stuffed it into his pocket, then tossed the wallet back to Yang Wu. Don't follow me. Get on with your business. Without looking back, Xia Yu walked out of the exchange, leaving Yang Wu behind. The generous gift of over 900,000 federal coins left him astounded. He had never handled such a large sum before. To avoid any temptation, he decisively left, taking only the 100,000 federal coins he had borrowed. Entering the fourth exchange, Xia Yu was greeted by over 500 unidentified beast eggs. After careful examination, he found 2 rare-level and 8 ordinary-level eggs suitable for contracts. The fifth store had over 200 eggs, none rare, but 4 ordinary ones were useful. Xia Yu visited nearly every exchange on the street until he opened the door to the 9th Wentianbaozhai. This was the largest exchange on the street, with an astounding number of unidentified beast eggs. Typically, large exchanges have many appraisers, leaving little chance for bargains. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. If he found nothing, he would have to settle for one of the 6 or 7 rare-level beast eggs he had seen before. The most precious among them was the green-eyed fire lion egg, which could evolve to the elite level with a growth cap of gold 9-star. The first-floor hall of Tianbaozhai was bustling with people, but Xia Yu was the only one heading to the unidentified section. He received mocking glances, but no one dared approach him. After all, those who ventured into this area were either penniless, gamblers, or seasoned appraisers. Among the 800 or so unidentified beast eggs were a variety of creatures. 100 knowledge beast, 1,000 soundbird, big-eared cat. After examining over 300 eggs, he found not a single ordinary level beast suitable for a contract. They were all ornamental beasts. Just as Xia Yu was feeling discouraged, a commotion erupted from upstairs. 3 ruggedly dressed professional hunters were being pushed downstairs by security, followed by a well-dressed but arrogant-looking middle-aged man. Despite his polite words, Xia Yu found the man distasteful. These hunters were beast tamers, making a living by hunting beasts, gathering herbs, and capturing young creatures in the wild. It is thanks to these hunters, who live dangerously, that the profession of beast taming continues to be passed down through generations. When Xia Yu saw the beast egg in the arms of the 3 men, he was stunned. It was a golden feather eagle, a beast of elite quality with a growth cap of gold 9-star. This was a top-tier existence in the entire me.One city. He immediately chased after them, stopped the 3, and identified himself as a 9-star apprentice beast tamer about to break through to the bronze level. After some negotiation, Xia Yu convinced the hunters to sell the egg for 100,000 federal coins. While this price would normally be considered outrageous, under the current circumstances, it was the best choice for both parties. The egg was retrieved from deep within the beast forest, and even Tianbao Zhai couldn't appraise it. Needing to raise funds for a wounded companion's medical expenses, the hunters ultimately accepted the offer. "Thank you, brothers." Xia Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Xia Yu was thrilled to finally obtain the magical beast egg of the golden feathered eagle. He hurriedly returned to Tianbao Zhai to purchase a low-grade catalyst, trying to contain his excitement. Since he didn't acquire this magical beast egg from the marketplace, Xia Yu had to undertake the hatching task himself. On the 3rd floor of an apartment complex in the Eastern District, Xia Yu rushed into his bedroom with the magical beast egg in his arms, completely forgetting that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day. Carefully, he applied the catalyst evenly over the surface of the eggshell, then sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to channel his mental energy into the unhatched golden feathered eagle. As pure streams of mental energy flowed into the eggshell, Xia Yu could distinctly sense the life inside voraciously absorbing his energy. Whenever his mental energy was depleted, he would meditate to recover, repeating the cycle over and over. For an entire day and night, Xia Yu remained motionless until he heard a faint cracking sound from the eggshell. A low whimper came from the newly hatched golden feathered eagle. The small, wet creature, no bigger than the palm of his hand, seemed far from an elite summoned beast at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu quickly bit his finger and drew a 6-pointed star pattern in the air, establishing a contract with the golden feathered eagle through his mental energy. The little creature whimpered again, as if sensing the changes within its body. As the contract was completed, Xia Yu's vision went black, and he collapsed onto the floor. After 2 days and nights without food or water, combined with multiple instances of mental exhaustion, his body's protective mechanism forced him into unconsciousness. When Xia Yu awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. He felt a wet sensation on his cheek and slowly opened his eyes to see a majestic magical beast with a wingspan of half a meter, covered in gleaming golden feathers. This creature was a far cry from the small, dark, and skinny hatchling it had been, but such rapid growth was not uncommon among magical beasts, as the eggshell was a nutrient-rich crystal from the mother. Xia Yu carefully examined the attributes of the golden feathered eagle, elite quality, bronze 2-star level, with skills including a killing strike and the evolvable eagle eye. To his delight, the golden feathered eagle had no less than 7 or 8 evolution paths, each allowing at least 2 evolutions to reach the legendary level, with the highest potential reaching diamond 9-star. The wisdom of the predecessors did not deceive me. The system's products are indeed top-notch. Xia Yu laughed heartily, holding the golden feathered eagle perched on his shoulder. Although its elite quality surpassed the requirements of major higher education institutions, its bronze 2-star strength was still somewhat lacking. More importantly, the mental waves from the golden feathered eagle indicated that it urgently needed a large amount of energy to grow quickly. However, Xia Yu was now penniless, unable to afford even the food for summoned beasts. While maintaining it in the beast space only required mental energy, feeding it energy-rich food, when summoned, could accelerate its growth. With no other options, Xia Yu decided to hunt magical beasts outside the city. me.One City was adjacent to the Wan Beast Mountain Range, and 30 miles from the eastern city gate lay the mountain range's expanse. This area, covering over 2,000 kilometers, was home to a vast variety of magical beasts. With the golden feathered eagle's bronze 2-star strength, Xia Yu dared only to hunt a few low-level magical beasts on the outskirts. Since the golden feathered eagle's wingspan wasn't sufficient for riding, Xia Yu had to return it to the beast space and proceed on foot. Along the way, a convoy of horned horses passed by, and a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter kindly advised Xia Yu. "Young man, is this your first time leaving the city? This isn't a place for you. You'd best turn back." Xia Yu politely thanked him, and then slipped into the dense forest, thinking to himself, "Do they take me for a fool? As if my decades of experience amounted to nothing." Upon reaching the edge of the Wan Beast mountain range, Xia Yu immediately summoned the golden feathered eagle. The area was populated mainly by ordinary beasts, with occasional low-level magical beasts. The golden feathered eagle soared into the sky with a flap of its wings, becoming a black dot high above. With its eagle eye skill, it could clearly observe everything within a few kilometers. Suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, and the golden feathered eagle swooped down, its talons glinting in the sunlight. Soon after, Xia Yu received a system notification. The summoned beast, golden feathered eagle, has slain a bronze 2-star iron wire snake, gaining 20 experience points and 2 evolution points. When Xia Yu arrived, he found the golden feathered eagle had already finished its meal and was leisurely preening its feathers atop the iron wire snake's remains. A bronze 2-star against another bronze 2-star, and it was a one-hit kill. Xia Yu couldn't help but feel proud of his summoned beast. Ding! The battle alerts for the summoned beast, the golden feather eagle, kept ringing. From the bronze 3-star blazing pig to the bronze 2-star iron arm ape, each kill brought it a substantial amount of experience points and evolution points. In half a day, this majestic golden raptor managed to hunt a magical beast every 10 minutes or so, with its prey ranging from bronze 2-star to bronze 5-star. Through continuous observation, Xia Yu gained a clear understanding of the golden feather eagle's prowess. As an elite-grade bronze 2-star summoned beast, it could easily overpower ordinary bronze 5-star magical beasts and could even hold its ground against bronze 6-star opponents. Even rare bronze 3-star magical beasts posed little challenge to it. In just a few hours, the number of magical beasts that fell to its talons numbered in the dozens. Golden Feather Eagle, return. Seeing the sky darken, Xia Yu signaled to the golden feather eagle circling overhead. Nighttime was when the thousands of magical beasts in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range were most active, and he planned to leave this dangerous area before darkness fully descended. At this moment, 2 prominent numbers appeared on the golden feather eagle's attribute panel. Experience points 1030, evolution points 103. As a modern young man, Xia Yu immediately understood the significance of these figures. System. Use the experience points on the golden feather eagle. With the sound of the system prompt, after consuming 1,000 experience points, the golden feather eagle's size visibly increased, and its wingspan reached 80 centimeters. Xia Yu then turned his attention to the evolution options. Among the 7 or 8 evolution paths, the Sword Feather Eagle, Storm Eagle, Thunderlight Eagle, and Holy Light Eagle stood out. After careful consideration, Xia Yu chose the Thunderlight Eagle path. This choice focused on the formidable attack power brought by the lightning attribute and the additional speed boost. Rather than pursuing a broad but slight enhancement, he aimed to maximize its attack specialty to achieve a one-hit kill. However, the advanced Thunderstone and Thunderlight would required for evolution were rare materials worth a fortune, and even if Xia Yu pawned everything, he couldn't afford them. The system suggested that 1,000 evolution points could substitute for these materials, but the current accumulation of 103 points was far from sufficient. Little Jean, it seems we'll have to spend the night here in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, Xia Yu said, carrying the phoenix tail chicken the golden feather eagle had just hunted, as they moved towards the mountain's edge. He chose a cave originally belonging to a pangolin and lit a campfire to roast their catch. As the aroma filled the air, both he and the eagle eagerly watched the cooking meal. At night, Xia Yu recalled the golden feather eagle into the beast space to rest while he kept watch alone. At dawn, he summoned his golden warrior once more. As the morning sun shone, the golden wings and sharp talons gleamed brightly. Time to work. Go catch a wild rabbit for breakfast. As soon as Xia Yu gave the command, the system prompt sounded again. The golden feather eagle swiftly took down a bronze 6-star armored ox and a bronze 5-star rattlesnake, gaining substantial experience and evolution points. Another beautiful day. Xia Yu beamed with a broad smile, listening to the constant stream of experience gain notifications, leisurely following in the direction of the golden feather eagle. The eastern gate of me.One City was bustling with activity on a street dedicated to trading magical beast resources. Located near the Wan Beast Mountain range, it attracted numerous magical beast hunters and merchants. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the Central Trading Exchange, the crowd was just as lively. Old Wang, come and show me what great things you've caught this time, a familiar voice called out. Hey, Oldly, I just passed by your place, didn't expect to run into you here. Old Wang replied with a smile. The vendors, sharp-eyed, recognized their regulars and eagerly greeted them. Unlike the courageous magical beast hunters, they relied more on their keen ability to read people. So what have you got? If your bag's full, remember to think of me first. Old Li's eyes sparkled. Old Wang sighed. Don't even mention it. Magical beasts on the outskirts of the mountain range are becoming scarcer. It's a blessing to catch anything at all. What's going on with the outskirts lately? Many veteran hunters have had their hauls reduced. I heard someone's planning to form an expedition team to investigate deeper into the mountains. Rubbish. This kind of professional task requires seasoned mercenaries. Such conversations echoed through the street. Though the cause was unclear, it was widely acknowledged that lower-level magical beasts were becoming increasingly rare. At that moment, deep within the One Beast mountain range, a system prompt broke the silence. Ding. Summoned Beast Golden Feather Eagle has slain a bronze 9-star Gale Leopard, gaining 90 experience points and 9 evolution points. The scent of blood lingered in the air as Xia Yu leapt from the dense foliage. Days of living in the wild left him looking like a wild man, with tattered clothes and 2 beast skin pouches hanging from his waist. Well done, Xiaojin. Xia Yu praised. The Golden Feather Eagle, thrilled, spread its wings and perched on his shoulder. Its wingspan now stretched to 1.5 meters, having reached the strength of a bronze 7-star. System display. Host, Xia Yu. Strength, bronze 7-star. Summoned Beast, Golden Feather Eagle. Available experience points, 2550. Available evolution points, 1008. Without hesitation, Xia Yu allocated the points, instantly boosting the Golden Feather Eagle to bronze 8-star, and its size increased again. System, use evolution points. Xia Yu commanded decisively. Ding. Current evolution points allow choice of evolution path. Sword Feather Eagle, Lightning Eagle. Choose Lightning Eagle. As the 1,000 evolution points were consumed, the Golden Feather Eagle became enveloped in dazzling lightning. Recognizing the danger, Xia Yu quickly recalled it to the beast space and swiftly left the scene. In a secluded cave, Xia Yu meditated to restore his mental energy while waiting for the Golden Feather Eagle's evolution to complete. After half a day, joyful vibrations emanated from the beast space. Come out, Golden Feather Eagle. The golden 6-pointed star beneath his feet turned bright yellow, crackling with electricity. A piercing eagle screech echoed through the valley, and a giant eagle with a 3-meter wingspan soared into the sky, circling once before landing steadily in front of Xia Yu. System display. Lightning Eagle. Quality, epic. Level, bronze 8-star. Skills, pounce, eagle eye, lightning flash, thunderbolt technique. Excited, Xia Yu climbed onto the lightning eagle's back. With a command, the eagle soared skyward. The sudden weightlessness made Xia Yu shout with exhilaration, his voice resonating through the valley. In the distance, 2 magical beast hunters were conversing. Did you hear that noise? Sounded like a screeching boar's cry, but it seems far off. The return journey of 30 miles was completed by the Lightning Eagle in under 20 minutes. To avoid unnecessary attention, Xia Yu landed 2 kilometers from the city and walked the rest of the way. As he entered the city gates, street vendors swarmed around him. Hey there, check out my wares, fair prices. Don't listen to him, mine's better. Xia Yu ignored the small traders, not out of disdain, but because his haul was far too abundant for them to handle. Over half a month of efficient hunting had elevated the Golden Feather Eagle from bronze 2-star to 8-star, with the required experience costing the lives of many magical beasts. The 2 beast skin pouches at Xia Yu's waist were filled with top-quality magic crystals, while the lower-grade ones had been discarded. This wasn't arrogance, it was a testament to his strength. Xia Yu pushed through the bustling crowd like a gust of wind, rushing towards his home. His clothes were tattered from his earlier encounter, revealing parts that should have remained covered, making him feel embarrassed and exposed. The tugging and pulling from street vendors only added to his disheveled state. Once home, Xia Yu hurried into the bathroom, eager to let the warm water wash away the exhaustion and awkwardness clinging to him. After showering, he changed into clean, fresh clothes, feeling instantly revitalized. Wasting no time, he quickly grabbed a bedsheet and carefully wrapped the 2 heavy bags of magical beast resources, slung them over his shoulder, and headed out the door. His destination was the bustling trade street in the city. Xia Yu knew well that the small vendors couldn't handle the spoils he had, while the large trading houses in the city were the perfect place for such transactions. He planned not only to sell his loot, but also to purchase some supplementary potions to prepare for future adventures. Walking through the crowded streets, Xia Yu's gaze swept over the shops until it landed on the sign for Tianbao Zhai. This trading house was one of the largest in the city and would typically be an ideal place for transactions. However, Xia Yu glanced at it briefly and continued walking without any intention of stopping. The unpleasant experience he had there last time was still fresh in his mind, leaving him with no fondness for the place. He shook his head, deciding to look elsewhere for a fair and reasonable deal. Xia Yu took a turn and finally decided on the rather sizable Bao Pavilion Exchange. As soon as he stepped inside, a sweet-looking attendant approached him, unfazed by his peculiar attire. "Hello, how can I assist you?" the attendant asked with a smile. Xia Yu wore a faded shirt with slightly long, disheveled hair hanging down his back. The most noticeable feature was the floral blanket slung over his shoulder. If not for the knowledge that he was a distinguished beast master, he might have been mistaken for a vagrant. "Hello, do you accept magical beast materials here?" Xia Yu flashed what he thought was a sunny smile, hoping to make a good impression on the young woman. The attendant shivered slightly, but quickly regained her composure. We do. Please follow me. She led Xia Yu directly to the 4th floor, into a room decorated like a reception area. Please wait a moment while I fetch the appraiser, she said, pouring him a cup of tea before leaving. Moments later, an elderly man with white hair but a robust presence entered the room. Young man, are you the one selling magical beast materials? Xia Yu didn't hold back, handing over the floral blanket to the old man. Here, everything's in here. Take a look. The old man unwrapped the blanket to reveal 2 bulging bags made of animal hide. Most of the contents were magical crystals from various beasts, with a few valuable materials from the beasts themselves. A quick glance showed at least 100 bronze 5-star or higher magical crystals. The old man worked swiftly, completing the inventory in less than 15 minutes. In total, there are 113 magical crystals, along with 32 various magical beast materials. Based on our purchase prices, we can offer 145,000 federal credits. Seeing Xia Yu's slight disappointment, the old man added, how about this, as a gesture of friendship, let's make it a flat 150,000 federal credits. Deal. You're straightforward, and so am I. Xia Yu agreed happily. After receiving the 150,000 federal credits, Xia Yu didn't hold on to them for long. He immediately purchased 10 low-grade raw stones and a vial of thunder essence, spending a total of 40,000 federal credits. These items were meant to enhance his summoned beast's power. As Xia Yu left, the white-haired elder instructed, send someone to look into this young man's background. The odd occurrences in the mountain of 10,000 beasts might be related to him. Upon returning to his place, just as Xia Yu was about to open the door, he heard a voice. Hey, hey, where have you been lately? Turning around, he saw Yang Wu, who was about to climb through the window. Xia Yu explained, oh, I've been out making money to pay off debts. As he spoke, he pulled out 100,000 federal credits from his pocket and handed it to Yang Wu. Yang Wu, however, declined, saying, didn't we agree that it was my way of thanking you? My dad even approved and told me to properly thank you. Then, Yang Wu reminded Xia Yu. By the way, the higher education institutions are holding a centralized enrollment at the city center square tomorrow. Did you know? Only then did Xia Yu realize that the enrollment time was approaching. Yang Wu inquired about his summoned beast status, but Xia Yu kept it a secret, saying, oh, that's a secret for now. You'll see tomorrow. In the central square of me.One City, the annual enrollment day for higher education institutions arrived as scheduled. Recruiters from hundreds of academies gathered here, attracting numerous aspiring students and hopeful parents. The square was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. As Xia Yu reached the outskirts of the square, a familiar voice called out, Xia Yu, over here, hurry up. Looking in the direction of the voice, Xia Yu spotted Yang Wu, whose towering height of nearly 1.9 meters made him stand out in the crowd. Several classmates surrounded him. Although Xia Yu didn't usually interact much with them, Yang Wu's sociable nature always earned him many friends. A frail-looking girl, whom Xia Yu vaguely remembered as Chun Ming, couldn't help but remark, there are so many people. I wonder what the threshold will be this year. Before leaving school, she was an apprentice 9-star beast master, a level just enough to qualify for this year's college admissions. After all, progressing from apprentice 9-star to signing a contract and then raising a summoned beast to a certain level in less than a month was no easy feat. Standing in front of Xia Yu were almost all the classmates who had reached apprentice 9-star level before leaving school. There were 5 of them in total, 1 girl and 4 boys. I heard from my dad that in the previous cities, the admission standard for ordinary academies was bronze 5-star, while for top academies, it was bronze 8-star, someone interjected. Bronze 8-star. Everyone gasped. For those who had just signed contracts, this seemed like an insurmountable barrier. Only true prodigies who had signed contracts 6 months ago might have managed to nurture their summoned beasts to this level. Bronze 8-star. I bet it's hard to find anyone at that level in all of me.One City. Even the most talented guy in our school, who signed his contract just over 3 months ago, would have to pour in resources like crazy to stand a chance. Everyone nodded in agreement. The bronze 8-star threshold was still too high for them. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their discussion. Attention all applicants, enrollment is about to begin. Please line up to verify your Beastmaster level. As the announcement ended, soldiers dispatched by me.One City quickly set up several lanes, each corresponding to a testing station. Quick, let's get in line too. Yang Wu grabbed Xia Yu's arm and urged the other classmates, pushing their way forward. Soon, it was their group's turn. The testing process was simple, they just needed to summon their beasts, and the examiner could determine their eligibility based on the aura emitted. Bronze 5-star was merely the initial threshold. Only those who surpassed it could enter the enrollment site. Which academy they could enter depended on the specific admission standards of each institution. Occasionally, the crowd would stir with excitement. Look over there. A bronze 7-star summoned beast, or another bronze 7-star summoned beast. Each appearance of a high-level summoned beast would draw admiration and awe. In the central square, a majestic eagle radiating electricity suddenly appeared, capturing everyone's attention instantly. The scene was more chaotic than usual, with the crowd erupting into gasps and chatter. Xia Yu gently stroked the feathers of the lightning eagle, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. He turned to the astonished instructor and asked with a smile, "Teacher, does this count as passing?" The instructor nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling with shock. "Ah, you've passed. Definitely passed." Just a moment. Internally, he was overwhelmed, thinking, such an epic summoned beast. I've never seen one like this in all my years. Talents like this are usually pre-selected by the top 5 academies. Why would they even need to participate in open admissions? This is a rare find. I must notify the academy's leadership immediately and recruit him at any cost. The instructor suddenly stood up, blocking the passageway with a table, and announced loudly, "This passage is temporarily closed for testing. Please wait or go elsewhere." Ignoring the complaints of other students, he grabbed Xia Yu's wrist to lead him inside. Ah, there's electricity. The instructor's hand was instantly repelled, and he realized that the arcs around the lightning eagle were not just for show. "Student, you can put away your summoned beast now. I'll personally take you inside." The instructor tried to calm himself and extended the invitation once more. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. All right. He put away the lightning eagle and followed the instructor's hurried steps towards the indoor admissions area. Nearly all testing passages in the central square came to a halt, with officials rushing towards the indoor admissions point, some even abandoning their shoes in haste. Along the way, the leading instructor continuously touted the advantages of Qianyao Academy, promising full tuition waivers and substantial resource support. At the temporary admissions area for Qianyao Academy, the instructor warmly said, "This is our deputy dean. He would like to speak with you. Please come in." The indoor admissions area was spacious and tidy, surrounded by separate rooms for each academy, each with signs displaying their admission standards. Xia Yu noticed that Qianyao Academy's minimum standard was ordinary quality bronze 6-star, which made him frown slightly. Upon entering the room, Xia Yu saw 3 mentors, with an elderly man with graying hair seated in the middle. The instructor whispered a few words to the elder, who was greatly surprised, and quickly began extolling the virtues of Qianyao Academy, even promising that future summoned beasts would be of elite quality at the very least. As Xia Yu pondered, the door suddenly burst open, and several mentors from other academies rushed in, accusing Qianyao Academy of breaking the rules and interfering with the students' freedom of choice. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the mentors arguing incessantly. At that moment, a voice rose above the others. "Everyone, quiet down. The 5 great academies have arrived." The room fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned towards the door. The noisy scene suddenly quieted down as the crowded masses parted, making way for a path. Representatives from the 5 major academies walked in slowly. Their presence was like a heavy hammer striking the heartstrings of everyone present. Among them were both men and women, young and old, each exuding an undeniable aura. Although Xia Yu didn't know these people, the onlookers around him seemed to know them all too well. From left to right, the first was an elderly man with white hair, Duyunji, the vice president of the Kyoto Academy. The second was a burly man, Lei Heng, an elite mentor from the Magic City Academy. The third was a frail middle-aged man, Zhang Wenyuan, vice president of the Wuling Academy. The fourth was a gracefully elegant middle-aged woman, Lu Na, an elite mentor from the South River Academy. The last was a man in military uniform, evidently from the Demon Suppression Army Academy, though few knew his identity. Du Yuanji from the Kyoto Academy was the first to speak, his voice steady and powerful. "To be so noisy in such a setting, does it not tarnish the reputation of the academies? We understand the situation. I appreciate your eagerness for talent, but there's only one student, so let's discuss how to decide." Lei Heng from the Magic City Academy, clearly impatient, interrupted gruffly. "Enough with the beating around the bush. Let's get straight to it." With that, he pushed through the crowd in front of him to finally see Xia Yu, cornered against the wall. "You there?" Lei Heng pointed at Xia Yu. "I don't need to introduce the Magic City Academy to you. You know it's not for just anyone. But I have high hopes for you. So how about joining us?" Hearing this, Xia Yu frowned. He thought to himself, the Qianyao Academy offered benefits worth millions of federal coins a year, and even though the Magic City Academy was one of the top 5, their offer seemed stingy. He felt like he was being treated like a fool, passing up free benefits to be the tail of the phoenix at Magic City instead of the head of the chicken at Qianyao. Lu Na from the South River Academy noticed Xia Yu's thoughts and smiled slightly. "Lei, it seems he's not too interested in your offer. And rightly so. Magic City Academy is too stingy, unwilling to offer anything. Listen to what South River Academy can offer. We'll waive all tuition fees and give a one-time reward of 3 million federal coins." Not to be outdone, Zhang Wenyuan from the Wuling Academy coughed lightly and said, "We at Wuling will also waive all tuition fees and offer a one-time reward of 5 million. Hearing this, Lei Heng's expression turned sour. He gritted his teeth and said, Magic City Academy will match the 5 million reward, plus an elite grade summoning beast of any category. Any category. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a generous offer. Elite grade summoning beasts weren't easy to come by, especially with no category restrictions, including spatial, phantom, undead, and necromantic types, all top tier with immense potential. Seeing the change in Xia Yu's expression, Dung from the Kyoto Academy couldn't sit still. He hurriedly said, "Let me speak on behalf of Kyoto Academy. We have many geniuses but limited resources, so our offer can't match the others. But I promise, if you join Kyoto Academy, I'll personally arrange for a platinum-level mentor for you." A platinum-level mentor was an offer that ruled out most other academies. But for Xia Yu, it wasn't quite enticing enough. He turned to the representative from the Demon Suppression Army Academy, who had remained silent, and asked, "And you, sir?" The man in military uniform was taken aback, but then spoke seriously. "The Demon Suppression Army doesn't have the extensive resources of the 4 major academies. Our resources are used on the frontline soldiers fighting against demonic creatures. So compared to them, we can't offer much, not even close to Qianyao Academy's offer." He paused and continued, "What the Demon Suppression Army Academy can offer you is resilience, perseverance, combat, and honor. Of course, these are intangible. On a more practical note, we'll waive all tuition fees, no rewards, but you will have access to most of the spatial wormholes." Spatial wormholes. Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there were said to be over 100 of these passages connecting this realm to others within the territory of the Great Xia. Most were guarded by the Demon Suppression Army, which was their sole advantage. While the Great Xia didn't prohibit Beast Tamers from entering other realms through these wormholes, this was usually limited to those in conflict or under pressure. Occupied realms, rich in resources and less dangerous, were generally only open to specific groups, including the Demon Suppression Army. Other academies required approval to enter these occupied realms, and approval wasn't always guaranteed. Overall, the offer from the Demon Suppression Army Academy was far less than the other 4 academies. Yet, after hearing it, Xia Yu excitedly slapped his thigh and said loudly, "Great. It's the Demon Suppression Army for me. Let's go. Let's get the enrollment procedures done now." Xia Yu's decision was like a bomb exploding in the room. Beneath his fair exterior lay a heart yearning for battle, as he chose the Demon Suppression Military Academy, notorious for its high dropout and mortality rates. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" one concerned instructor asked. "Once you join the Demon Suppression Military Academy, quitting means being charged as a deserter." Another instructor added, "In the Great Xia, deserters face one fate: being thrown into active battle zones." Instructors from other academies eagerly sweetened their offers, creating a scene as lively as a bustling marketplace. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Xia Yu politely declined these tempting offers. "Thank you all for your kindness, but I've always craved excitement, and the Demon Suppression Military Academy suits me perfectly." A soldier finally smiled and led Xia Yu away. In the admissions office, he informed Xia Yu, "Including you, there are 108 recruits, with an expected enrollment of around 800. Xia Yu accepted the dark emblem, which bore the character for demon on the front and a blood-red military flag on the back. He chose to travel independently to the Northern Frontier's Demon Suppression Military Academy, ready to face the journey's challenges. After leaving the central square, Yang Wu excitedly approached him. "Xia Yu, you did it. Those academies were practically fighting over you." The two briefly discussed their future paths. Yang Wu had been accepted into the Giant Rock Academy. They promised to fight together in other realms someday, and went off to celebrate. Early the next morning, Xia Yu packed his simple belongings and quietly left the home he had known for over a decade. As he took one last look back, his heart was no longer filled with youthful uncertainty, but with anticipation and determination for the future. Don't miss out. Just caught this top-tier snow monster from Icewind Valley. In the temporary magical beast trading street of Mabe City, a young magical beast hunter shouted at the top of his lungs. Despite his fair and handsome appearance, he exuded a rugged aura. Inside the cage, a snow-white baby snow monster curiously observed its surroundings. "How much? You've got a keen eye? This is a rare, top-tier snow monster, and it's yours for just 800,000 federal coins." 800,000? You might as well be robbing me. Robbing? Selling magical beasts is way more profitable. Such haggling played out daily on the trading street of Mabe City in the Great Xia Kingdom. Sellers relied on persuasion, buyers on their judgment, and once a deal was made, there were no return sits, all about skill. Just then, a figure in white slowly approached. Dressed in a white robe with a snow-white cloak draped over his shoulders, he resembled a nobleman from an ancient book. 800,000, I'll take it. The man in white spoke calmly, casually tossing a Federal Bank crystal card and picking up the cage with the snow monster before walking away. "Who is that, spending so lavishly?" the bystanders whispered. "That's Bai Ming, the young master of the Bai family from Mabe City. He's naturally attuned to the ice element, greatly enhancing the power of his ice element summoned beasts." "Shoo, Keep your voice down. The vendor, Xia Yu, pocketed the crystal card with a chuckle. Having left me.One City a month and a half ago, he finally reached Mabe City, the closest to the Demon Suppression Academy. Although he still had a month and a half before the 3-month deadline, he wasn't in a hurry to report in, continuing his work as a magical beast hunter. System display. Host, Xia Yu. Strength, Bronze 9-star. Summoned Beast, Thunder Light Eagle. Available experience points, 260. Available evolution points, 179. Throughout the journey, Xia Yu accumulated 2,000 experience points by hunting magical beasts, successfully advancing the Thunder Light Eagle to Bronze 9-star. However, evolving from epic to legendary required a full 100,000 evolution points, and defeating a regular bronze-level beast earned at most 9 points, making this goal unattainable in the short term. With 800,000 federal coins in hand, Xia Yu headed straight to the summoned beast trading post. Mid-grade primal stones, 20,000 each, give me 10. Thunder serum, 20,000 per vial, give me 5. Thunder attribute primal stones, 100,000 each, give me 2. In a flash, he spent 500,000. Just as Xia Yu was humming a tune, ready to treat himself at a tavern, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the city. Level 1 alert. Beast tide incoming. Run. The street plunged into chaos as vendors frantically packed up and pedestrians rushed into nearby shops for safety. The ground began to tremble rhythmically as squads of soldiers mounted on summoned beasts raced down the street. Don't just stand there. Find cover, a soldier shouted. A middle-aged man pulled Xia Yu into the trading post. You're not from around here, are you, young man? Tough luck. You've run into a beast tide attacking the city. From Icewind Valley? Xia Yu, having seen a beast tide in me.One City, had never witnessed such a severe scenario. Icewind Valley. It's much more than that. Mabe City is a place that, due to its unique geographical location, is frequently attacked by beast hordes. To the north lies the perpetually frozen northern frontier, and to the east is Icewind Valley, both of which are home to dangerous magical beasts. The extreme cold further complicates survival here, forcing the beasts to frequently attack human settlements in search of food. The city's inhabitants are accustomed to these beast hordes and have developed a comprehensive emergency response system. When the alarm sounds, everyone must seek shelter nearby, and shops and homes are required to open their doors unconditionally to provide refuge. To maintain order, the city enforces strict penalties on those who cause trouble during these times. At this moment, Xia Yu stood inside the trading post, witnessing the proceedings firsthand. Despite the large number of people, everything was orderly. Some were browsing goods, while those uninterested waited patiently for the alarm to be lifted. Usually, once the city guards have the situation under control, the alarm would be lifted, and life would return to normal. A middle-aged man sitting in the corner explained the situation outside the city to Xia Yu, warning that it might be some time before anyone could leave Mabe City. Xia Yu understood and wasn't in a hurry, planning to stay for a while. As long as the beast horde didn't last more than half a month, he would be able to make it to the Demon Suppression Academy before the term started. During this time, Xia Yu planned to utilize the new resources he had acquired, hoping to advance his Thunderlight Eagle to the silver level, which would also enhance his own abilities. Each major breakthrough allows a Beastmaster to contract an additional summoned beast, increasing the diversity and flexibility of their combat capabilities. However, with so many eyes around, Xia Yu dared not use the resources recklessly and instead engaged in idle chatter with the middle-aged man beside him. The man mentioned that besides improving one's strength, traveling and learning about different cultures could also broaden a Beastmaster's horizons. As time went on, the atmosphere inside the trading post became increasingly tense. The alarm had been sounding far longer than usual, and the middle-aged man showed signs of worry. Just as Xia Yu was about to offer reassurance, a more urgent alarm suddenly blared. The trading post descended into chaos. Someone exclaimed that it was a level 1 alert, requiring ordinary residents to take immediate shelter and all Beastmasters to rush to the city walls. Cries and shouts filled the air. Suddenly, a burly man leapt onto the counter and shouted, "Stop crying. Will your tears drive the beasts away? Follow orders. If you're a real man, come with me to defend the city walls." His words were like a spark, igniting the fighting spirit of the Beastmasters present. Xia Yu now realized the gravity of the situation. He recalled the level 1 alert he had experienced years ago in me.One City, an event that had forever changed his life. Little did he expect to face a similar situation once more. With a deep sigh, Xia Yu stood up resolutely. As a Beastmaster, how could he stand by and let unarmed civilians fight against the beasts? The middle-aged man misunderstood, thinking Xia Yu didn't grasp the situation, and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Xia Yu turned back with a smile, revealing his white teeth. "Uncle, would you believe me if I said I'm a Beastmaster?" With that, he turned and walked away. In front of the trading post, more and more people gathered. The burly man in charge was strictly screening, sending non-Beastmasters back inside. When he saw Xia Yu, he assumed this young-looking fellow shouldn't be joining the fight. Xia Yu tried earnestly to explain his identity, but the man was unmoved and reached out to pull him back. In the nick of time, Xia Yu shouted, "Thunderlight Eagle." In an instant, a giant eagle over 3 meters wide appeared out of thin air, lifting Xia Yu into the sky. His voice echoed from above. "Brothers, I'm heading off first. See you on the city wall." The Thunderlight Eagle flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind, and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a crowd of astonished faces. "Commander, Level 1 alert has been issued within the city, and we've also sent a request for reinforcements to the Demon Suppression Army." Zhou Dingtian's face was ashen, and he was gasping for air, leaning against the parapet of the city wall. As the commander of Mabe City, his condition was worrying. "It's just that," he began with difficulty. "The nearest flamingo camp of the Demon Suppression Army is 2 hours away." 2 hours felt like an eternity for Mabe City at that moment. Outside the city gates, the beast horde stretched endlessly. In just an hour, the city garrison had lost half of its 500 soldiers, with many, including Zhou Dingtian, losing their ability to fight. Monsters were everywhere, in the sky and on the ground. Soldiers were occasionally snatched by aerial beasts, brutally disemboweled, and thrown back into the beast horde. The screams were continuous, and everyone's heart trembled with fear. Zhou Dingtian forced himself to stand, gripping his spear tightly. "Tell them the Demon Suppression Army will arrive in an hour. Tell the brothers to hold on. Also, gather all Beast Tamers in the city and bring them to the wall." He barely managed to summon his own beast, and threw himself back into the battle. At this point, his face was as pale as paper. "Commander, you should rest," the messenger said worriedly. "Stop wasting time, go." Zhou Dingtian shouted angrily, taking a deep breath before rejoining the fight. The scale of this beast tide exceeded Zhou Dingtian's wildest imaginations. Even for a battle-hardened veteran like him, this was unprecedented. Thousands of beasts gathered, with high-level ones appearing frequently. He had already spotted at least 5 gold-level beasts. It seemed as if all the beasts of the northern frontier had converged here. As the only gold-level beast tamer in Mabe City, the pressure on Zhou Dingtian was immense. Suddenly, an ugly carrion vulture dived at him, talons aimed for the kill. "Damn it! You want to die?" Zhou Dingtian cursed, thrusting his spear fiercely. The vulture shrieked as it was gutted, its blood and entrails splattering all over him. The scent of blood attracted more vultures instead of scaring them away. In an instant, 4 or 5 more vultures swooped toward Zhou Dingtian. "Come on, come to your death." Zhou Dingtian laughed wildly, swinging his spear and leaving trails of cold light in the air. Vultures fell one after another, their blood soaking the red tassel of his spear. Just as Zhou Dingtian was handling the situation, a sharp pain suddenly came from his back. A vulture had taken advantage of his distraction and tore a large chunk of flesh from his back. Worse, 2 vultures grabbed his shoulders, dragging him into the sky. "Commander!" Soldiers on the wall cried out, desperately directing their summoned beasts to rescue him. However, the sky was crowded with vultures, making it difficult even for flying beasts to approach. "Don't worry about me. Hold the wall." Zhou Dingtian shouted from the air, still concerned about the city defense despite his peril. The vultures began to tear at his body, and pain assaulted him from all directions. Knowing he was doomed, Zhou Dingtian laughed maniacally. "Come on, let's die together." He grasped the talons on his shoulders, ready to ignite his spiritual sea and take the vultures down with him. At that critical moment, a clear voice pierced the sky. "Thunder flash. Strike." Zhou Dingtian felt the grip on his shoulders loosen as he plummeted downward. Beside him, 2 vultures fell even faster. "Brother, stop. I don't want to be blown away," a stranger's voice called out. It was a young beast tamer riding a thunder eagle who had arrived just in time, saving Zhou Dingtian with a single strike. However, Zhou Dingtian was already in the state of burning his spiritual sea, his elemental energy highly unstable. The young man helplessly shouted, "Brother, don't blame me for this. Thunder Eagle, stop him." Soldiers on the wall watched in shock as their respected commander, usually stern and mighty, twisted in the air in an indescribably strange manner. Some even thought it was his ecstatic reaction to surviving a deadly ordeal. "Commander! Commander!" As soon as Zhou Dingtian hit the ground, soldiers rushed to him, some cleaning his wounds, others bandaging him, creating a chaotic scene. Zhou Dingtian, having lost too much blood, had fainted, his hair standing up like a super saiyan, his body occasionally twitching. "Thank you, young brother, for saving our commander." After confirming Zhou Dingtian was out of danger, an officer thanked the young man. "The beast tide is critical. Please, lend us your aid to save the tens of thousands of residents of Mabe City. Once the beast tide is repelled, we will surely repay your life-saving grace." "No problem, no problem. Let's deal with the beast tide first." The young man waved his hand repeatedly, his face calm, but his heart uneasy. He had just ordered the Thunder Eagle to zap Zhou Dingtian for a while, unsure if the commander would hold a grudge once he woke up. But then again, he had saved his life, so there should be some gratitude, right? The young man pondered what reward he might ask for. With a sharp cry, the lightning eagle unleashed several thick bolts of lightning from the sky, striking the circling carrion vultures. In a flash of light, flesh and feathers scattered, and a number of vultures fell from the sky. System notifications sounded continuously. Killed a bronze 7-star carrion vulture. Gained 70 experience points, 7 evolution points. Killed a bronze 8-star carrion vulture. Gained 80 experience points, 8 evolution points. These vultures, with strengths ranging from bronze 6-star to 8-star, were no match for the lightning eagle's thunderstrike. The pressure over the city walls eased significantly, yet the greedy vultures continued to circle persistently, drawn to the flesh below like bees to honey. Xia Yu felt a quiet satisfaction. His lightning eagle had reached bronze 9-star and was of epic quality, equating to a solid silver level when compared to beasts of ordinary quality. As long as the opponent's quality was not epic, it was unbeatable among bronze ranks. As the lightning eagle wreaked havoc ahead, Xia Yu's experience points soared like a snowball rolling downhill. The numbers on the system panel climbed rapidly: 1,000, 1,800, 2,500, 3,400, seemingly unstoppable. However, the good times were short-lived. A massive beast over 4 meters long emerged from the horde, with wings on its back and the form of a fierce Tajera silver 5-star rare beast, the demon-winged tiger. With a roar, the demon-winged tiger launched a dark shadow ball. Although the lightning eagle had the advantage in quality, the disparity in strength was evident. Xia Yu quickly assessed the situation and commanded the lightning eagle to use Thunder Flash to retreat. This maneuver not only dodged the shadow ball, but also caused it to land among the carrion vultures, inflicting significant damage. Xia Yu seized the opportunity and ordered another thunder strike, with lightning raining down on the demon-winged tiger and nearby flying beasts. System notifications became a constant stream, forcing Xia Yu to disable them. Yet, the rapid accumulation of experience points filled him with excitement. The demon-winged tiger was scorched by the lightning, its magnificent fur marred with blackened marks. Enraged, it lunged at the lightning eagle. But Xia Yu was prepared. He directed the lightning eagle to advance rather than retreat, targeting the demon-winged tiger's eyes with its sharp claws. With superior speed, the lightning eagle maneuvered skillfully in the air, relentlessly attacking the demon-winged tiger's vital spots. Soon, the once mighty beast was sluggish, and the lightning eagle delivered a decisive blow, its talons piercing the demon-winged tiger's skull and extracting its magic crystal. Killed a silver 5-star demon-winged tiger. Gained 500 experience points, 50 evolution points. As Xia Yu reveled in this victory, the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. A colossal golden dragon rhinoceros, over 10 meters long, breached the defenses and charged towards the city gates. The deputy commander had no choice but to order a retreat to the walls, relying on the fortifications to fend off the beast. Within an hour, the defenders had suffered over 50% casualties. Outside the gates, the ground was piled high with beast corpses, turning the battlefield into a massive meat grinder. Without Zhou Dingtian, the Golden Tier Beastmaster, to hold it back, no one could stop the Golden Dragon Rhinoceros. After much persuasion, the deputy commander finally ordered an evacuation. He personally led 2 Silver-tier Beastmasters to intercept the Golden Dragon Rhinoceros, buying time for civilians to escape. Despite the formidable strength of his Ice Demon Leopard, it was still no match for the Golden Dragon Rhinoceros. At this critical moment, the sky behind Mabe City suddenly lit up with spots of fire. The fires multiplied quickly, soon forming a vast expanse that painted half the sky red. The Demon Suppressing Army. The Demon Suppressing Army is here. Hope rekindled amidst despair, and the defenders' morale surged. Brothers, hold the line. Charge! Behind the city of Mabe, a fiery red cloud approached from afar, accompanied by the sound of birds piercing the sky. Xia Yu looked up to see a troop clad entirely in fiery red armor, flying a black banner with a magic symbol, swiftly approaching. The Demon Suppression Army. Xia Yu felt a surge of joy and instinctively touched the emblem of the Demon Suppression Army in his pocket. At the forefront of the troop, a massive ice-winged eagle stood out, with a towering man sitting atop it, clad in blue armor, in stark contrast to the fiery red of the troops behind him. Hundreds of flamingos flew over the city wall in unison and then swooped down. In an instant, countless dazzling pillars of fire shot out, forming a sea of flames in front of the city. The dense beast horde was scorched into a vacuum, the air filled with the scent of roasted meat, and even the damp cold temperature rose sharply. Xia Yu was stunned, utterly amazed. As a young man from modern society, he had never witnessed such a spectacular scene. Despite having 1,000 things to say, all that came to his lips was a single exclamation of awe. The powerful entrance of the Demon Suppression Army completely turned the tide of the battle. The once precarious city wall was swiftly cleared of enemies. Even the fierce golden dragon rhinoceros was personally engaged by the leader in blue armor. The ice-winged eagle spread its wings, over 10 meters wide, exuding an imposing presence. Though the golden dragon rhinoceros had thick skin and flesh, it was no match for the ice-winged eagle. After several rounds, its proud defense was shredded to pieces, its sturdy back pierced with ice spears, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing itself outmatched, the golden dragon rhinoceros turned to flee, only to be killed in a single blow by the blue-armored warrior. He conjured a transparent ice spear from thin air, using the speed of the ice-winged eagle to precisely pierce the dragon rhinoceros's throat. The beast, which had been a fearsome presence moments before, fell to the ground without even a final roar, its blood pooling into a small crimson pond. Xia Yu watched in awe, filled with both envy and aspiration. He couldn't help but imagine that if he possessed such abilities, he too could command the elements and roam the world at will. The forceful intervention of the demon suppression army caused the beast horde to scatter in disarray. Hundreds of beast tamers, at least of silver rank, coordinated their fiery attacks, easily reducing low-level magical beasts to ashes. The more powerful high-level magical beasts were intercepted by specialists. Seeing the beast tide retreating, Xia Yu was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity for experience. He grabbed a spear and leaped onto the back of his thunder eagle, charging straight into the beast horde. "Charge!" Xia Yu shouted, his blood boiling with excitement. He swung his spear, aiming for an ice dale be blocking his path. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as his spear broke the ice-dale bee's stinger, but the powerful recoil numbed Xia Yu's hands, causing the spear to fly from his grip. "Ah!" Xia Yu cried out, realizing that his strength was insufficient and that he shouldn't act rashly. "Thunder Eagle, give them a good shock." Xia Yu quickly changed tactics, commanding the Thunder Eagle to attack. With a long screech, the Thunder Eagle struck, tearing the ice-dale bee's head apart. It then charged into the beast horde like a bolt of lightning, leaving chaos in its wake. "Pull back. Who is that? Get him back immediately." The blue-armored man Xia Yu, commander of the Firebirds' 2nd Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army's Northern Division, was shocked by the scene. Charging alone into enemy lines was a tactical blunder. Unfortunately, his shout couldn't reach Xia Yu over the din of battle. Seeing the boy and his summoned beast amidst the beast horde, Xia Yu couldn't help but curse. Where did this reckless kid come from? With such talent, he's taking unnecessary risks. Didn't his backing teach him any survival skills? Despite his annoyance, Xia Yu knew he had to save this promising young man. He decisively ordered the ice-winged eagle to unleash a rain of ice arrows towards Xia Yu's position. Who the heck is interfering? Xia Yu, caught off guard by the sudden ice arrow barrage, was startled. He hastily cast a lightning spell, but it only hit the carcass of a dead beast, failing to achieve the desired effect. "Kid, you've got talent, but you're not invincible yet." A commanding voice called out from above. Xia Yu looked up to see the ice-winged eagle hovering, with the blue-armored warrior holding an ice spear, gazing down at him. Xia Yu silently cursed the man for showing off, but he dared not act rashly before a gold-ranked beast tamer. He quickly cupped his hands in respect. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance. I just got caught up in the heat of battle, and with so many seniors backing me up, I dared to be so bold." Though slightly annoyed by the interference, Xia Yu had to admit that it was the presence of the Demon Suppression Army that emboldened him to charge into the beast horde. Otherwise, he would have already been prepared to flee. "Please, senior, lend me your support." Xia Yu called out, sitting astride his Thunder Eagle, eyes fixed intently on Xia Yu beside him. Having a powerful golden-level beast master like Xia Yu as an ally was undoubtedly the best assurance. Whether it was borrowing strength or seeking shelter, having such a formidable figure by his side was a boon not to be wasted. Xia Yu gently patted the Thunder Eagle beneath him, signaling it to continue its charge. Xia Yu glared at this audacious young man, his dark face turning even more somber. This kid had the nerve to treat him like a free bodyguard. In the entire northern war zone of the Demon Suppression Army, there were few who could command him, and now he was being ordered around by a mere youngster. However, a flicker of interest crossed Xia Yu's eyes. The Thunder Eagle was an epic-grade summoned beast, capable of growing to Platinum 9-star, undoubtedly at the Legion Commander level. Recruiting this rising star into his ranks might just be worth the effort. On the battlefield, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Xia Yu, riding the Thunder Eagle, cut through the beast horde with lightning flashing around him, felling magical beasts wherever he went. Whenever they encountered a formidable beast of silver level or higher, Xia Yu would intervene, striking them down with overwhelming force. A chilling cry pierced the air as the head of a golden-level ice crystal snake was cleaved off by a soldier of the Demon Suppression Army. Another golden-level beast fell shortly after, greatly boosting the morale of the defenders on the city walls. The beast horde's formation began to falter, and the front line, which had advanced to the city walls, was forced to retreat several dozen meters. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, a few remaining golden-level beasts roared in frustration before turning to flee. Deprived of their high-level leaders, the lower-tier beasts scattered like birds. Thunderous cheers erupted from the city walls, though there were also dozens of beast masters collapsing in exhaustion, their mental strength spent. Their summoned beasts dissipated into streaks of light, allowing these brave warriors a much-needed respite. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu frowned and said sternly, "Benefits? What benefits?" "Those thunderstones are a reward from a highly respected demon suppression army officer for a freshman's bravery in battle at the academy. There's no talk of benefits here. Be careful with your words, or I'll accuse you of slander." He suddenly realized the identity of the person in front of him and exclaimed, "Wait, are you a freshman?" Xia Yu scrutinized the young man before him. It wouldn't be surprising if he were a current student at the Demon Suppression Army Academy. Reaching bronze level 9 within a year is the standard for most students. But this kid, not even officially enrolled yet, already possessed bronze level 9 strength, and more importantly, his combat prowess was astonishing. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly changed his tone. "Yes, sir. Thank you for the thunderstones, sir. I will remember your kindness." He was secretly relieved. Once something is in hand, it's hard to give it back. Although the system can forcibly enhance the strength of summoned beasts with experience points, ultimately, one still needs to hunt magical beasts to gain them. Fighting is such a chore. Xia Yu is a peace-loving person through and through. Xia Yu snorted. "Daring to take a gold-level beast master's possessions, you've got guts. Aren't you afraid I'll take you down on the battlefield and feed you to a gold-level magical beast?" Xia Yu was startled but maintained a composed appearance, pretending to be upright. "Of course not. Everyone knows the Demon Suppression Army is committed to subduing demons and monsters. Besides, a few thunderstones are nothing to a gold-level beast master." Xia Yu was taken aback by these words, then proudly lifted his chin. "Well, that's true. I, Xia Yu, never take back what I've given." He paused and added, "But you've got guts, kid. I like that. Want another benefit?" Xia Yu was delighted internally but feigned hesitation outwardly. Seeing this, Xia Yu added, "As long as you don't risk your life, it's all good." Xia Yu thought, "Fortune favors the bold. If you only watch others get rich while you hesitate in the shadows, you'll end up with nothing. You must dare to act." With this in mind, Xia Yu decisively replied, "Sure." Xia Yu's expression turned serious, and his demeanor shifted. "But let me make it clear, whether it's the thunderstones or the benefits now, use them wisely." He continued, "I'll report the magical beasts you killed during the Beast Tide. You should receive significant military merits once you enroll. Remember, these are to help you grow quickly. If I find you're wasting resources later." He glanced at Xia Yu, still at the bronze level, and shook his head dismissively. "Well, you probably couldn't waste them anyway." He then recounted a past incident. A gifted beast master, heavily favored with resources, rose to become one of the top diamond-level beast masters in Daxia. However, after reaching diamond level, he betrayed and defected, enraging the entire demon suppression army. Ultimately, 3 diamond-level beast masters, leading 15 core, crushed the realm he sided with, leaving no trace of the traitor. Xia Yu solemnly promised, "Rest assured, sir, as a man of integrity, I will repay any kindness tenfold. Especially since we're defending our homeland. I will give my all." Watching Xia Yu's earnest demeanor, Xia Yu couldn't help but compare him to the soldiers in his memory. The same resilience, selflessness, fearlessness, and unwavering dedication to protecting their country without expecting anything in return. Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. "Good. That's what I like to hear." He smiled slightly, patting Xia Yu's shoulder. "I'm off. Rest up well. The second Beast Tide will come soon." As expected, the second Beast Tide came quickly, as Xia Yu predicted, but it was much smaller than the first. 5 gold-level magical beasts leading tens of thousands of lower-level beasts. Though still numerous, they posed no real threat to Mabe City. Within the city, there were already several gold-level beast masters, with 3 in the Firebird Battalion of the Demon Suppression Army. The city guard commander, Zhou Dingtian, after a short rest, was ready to summon his beasts again, valiantly holding off 1 gold-level beast. Meanwhile, Xia Yu became the star of the high-level battlefield. He summoned 2 gold-level beasts, the Ice-Winged Eagle and the Snowstorm Bear, one dominating the sky, the other ruling the ground. He fought 2 against 1 without losing ground. As for the lower-level battlefield, that was Xia Yu's domain. According to Xia Yu, the Beast Tide would gradually diminish until it disappeared completely. This meant there wouldn't be many more opportunities to gain benefits. After repelling the second Beast Tide, Xia Yu's system displayed a staggering number on the experience bar, 160,260. Xia Yu's eyes widened in excitement, nearly jumping with joy. To know, raising the Thunder Eagle from bronze level 2 to 9 had only cost 11,500 experience points. Now, he had over 160,000. It was like striking it rich overnight. While Xia Yu was immersed in his joy, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Where's the young man who saved me? Is it him?" Around the corner on the city wall, Zhou Dingtian, supported by 2 guards, struggled towards Xia Yu. His upper body was wrapped like a mummy, clearly indicating severe injuries. At this moment, Xia Yu was trying to control his excitement, but his posture seemed awkward, head against the wall, hands in front, body trembling slightly, occasionally emitting soft sounds. One of Zhou Dingtian's guards whispered, "Commander, maybe we should leave him alone. We don't want to disturb anyone's moment." Zhou Dingtian awkwardly replied, "Yes, yes, let's go." Youth. He had just endured the second beast tide with worsening injuries, but his mental energy exhaustion had improved, giving him a chance to thank Xia Yu in person. As they turned to leave, Xia Yu suddenly called out, "Don't go. What are you thinking? I'm a pure-hearted young man." His face darkened as he turned to face them. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." Zhou Dingtian blushed and explained, "I'm here to thank you for saving my life. May I know your name?" Xia Yu replied, "Oh, my surname is Xia Yu. No need for verbal thanks." Zhou Dingtian stood frozen, an awkward expression on his face. He realized that verbal gratitude wasn't enough. Young people valued tangible benefits more. Instinctively, he patted himself down but found he had nothing with him, which made him even more embarrassed. Please don't take offense, young man," Zhou Dingtian explained. "I'm the commander of the city guard, tasked with maintaining peace here. Unlike other beast tamers, I can't venture out to hunt magical beasts. I really don't have anything valuable to offer." Indeed, as the commander of the city guard, Zhou Dingtian had to remain in the city to handle emergencies. A savvy commander might have set up trading posts within the city, but Zhou Dingtian, being straightforward, could only rely on the limited resources provided by the city lord's mansion. As a gold-level beast tamer, he could barely maintain his strength with these resources, let alone have any surplus. However, I, Zhou Dingtian, am not one to forget a kindness, he vowed solemnly. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word, and I'll face any danger for you. With that, he gently pushed away the two guards supporting him, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to Xia Yu. "We, the city guard brothers, will also be at your service," the two guards echoed in unison. Xia Yu was at a loss. There's no need for that, Commander Zhou. It was a small matter, nothing worth remembering." He had spoken casually and hadn't expected these men to take it seriously, which made him feel it might harm his image. Zhou Dingtian changed the subject. "I heard from Captain Xiaohou that you're a new student at the Demon Suppression Military Academy?" "You have quite the sources, Commander Zhou," Xia Yu replied. "Yes, I'm passing through here on my way to the academy." He calculated that since the beast tide had lasted nearly a week, Mabe City would likely reopen soon. "I have some news that might be useful for you," Zhou Dingtian said, lowering his voice. "A new spatial rift has appeared in the northern frontier, which is why this beast tide has occurred. Numerous alien creatures have emerged, causing the native creatures of the north to riot and converge outside Mabe City." He continued, "The Northern Frontier Army has dispatched a large number of demon suppression troops to quell the rift and eliminate the alien creatures. I hear many faculty and students from the Demon Suppression Military Academy are involved in the operation." Zhou Dingtian admitted that he didn't know the specifics, but was able to glean this information due to his location. Xia Yu's eyes widened, feeling conflicted. This meant the beast tide might persist for a considerable time, and he might not be able to leave Mabe City soon. Zhou Dingtian added, "It's not impossible to leave, but you need sufficient self-defense capability to enter the northern frontier." As a resident of Mabe City, he was also disheartened by this news, but with the help of the demon suppression troops and city beast tamers, the situation wasn't too dire. "All right, I've got it. Thank you, Commander Zhou," Xia Yu said gratefully. This information was valuable to him, at least making it clear that he needed enough self-defense capability to enter the northern frontier. As the beast tide outside the city gradually weakened and the intervals lengthened, Xia Yu found an opportunity to leave the battlements and head to a quiet rest area. During wartime, rooms and houses near the city walls were made available for beast tamers to rest, a long-standing practice in Mabe City. Xia Yu checked the status of his Thunder Eagle, epic quality, bronze 9-star level, with skills including Pounce, Thunder Flash, Eagle Eye, and Thunder Strike. He hadn't planned to upgrade it to silver level before entering the academy, but the current situation forced him to consider enhancing his strength. "System, use the experience points on the Thunder Eagle," Xia Yu commanded. The system prompted. "The Thunder Eagle is currently at bronze 9-star. To upgrade to silver level, 10,000 experience points are required. Please confirm whether to proceed." "Damn. System, isn't this double charging? That's illegal," Xia Yu complained. The Thunder Eagle was clearly an epic summon beast, which should have no bottleneck reaching platinum level, yet the system demanded a fee. Was it because he seemed too wealthy? Ignoring his complaint, the system prompted again. "Please confirm whether to proceed." All right. You're the boss here." Xia Yu reluctantly agreed. In the room, the Thunder Eagle was enveloped in arcs of electricity, which dissipated after a few breaths. Its size increased to 4 meters, forcing it to tilt its head to fit in the cramped room. "Come back for now," Xia Yu said, summoning the Thunder Eagle back to the beast space. The silver 1-star Thunder Eagle not only grew larger, but also gained a new skill, Thunder Wings. This exclusive skill for Thunder attribute avian summoned beasts allowed it to concentrate lightning power in its wings, slicing towards opponents during high-speed flight, increasing both speed and destructive power. Though said to be quite powerful, Xia Yu had yet to test it himself. With 150,000 experience points remaining, Xia Yu dared not upgrade the Thunder Eagle further. Rapidly leveling up several times a day was unusual. If discovered, he feared becoming a research subject. There are too many people here. Better wait until I'm out of Mabe City, Xia Yu thought to himself. What? You're leaving Mabe City right now? Zhou Dingtian and Xiahou Wu exclaimed in disbelief inside the temporary command center for the Beast Tide in Mabe City, staring at Xia Yu with incredulity. Xia Yu shrugged and explained, if I don't leave now, I'll miss the enrollment deadline at the academy. It's been 2 months since I left me.One City, and I've already been delayed here in Mabe City for over 10 days. Although sporadic magical beasts were still launching small-scale attacks on the city, they no longer posed a significant threat. The city's order was gradually being restored, even though the gates remained closed. Xia Yu had lost interest in these minor beast tides. With 150,000 experience points in hand and his Thunderhawk having advanced to silver level, Xia Yu was eager to move forward. He was secretly hoping to encounter another outstanding summoned beast amid the chaos in the northern frontier, especially an ice-type beast. The ice element not only excelled in offense and defense, but also had impressive resistance as a variant element. Xiahou Wu frowned and cautioned, think carefully. From what I understand, the spatial wormhole that appeared this time is quite tricky, and the cleanup work on the outskirts isn't finished yet. Xia Yu smiled slightly and retorted, but the academy's enrollment date won't change because of that, right? That's true, Zhou Dingtian mused for a moment. How about I take some time to escort you part of the way? Xia Yu quickly waved his hand. No need. Commander Zhou, you're needed more here. I've had my fortune told, and apparently, I'm destined for great wealth and status. You two don't need to worry. Seeing this, Xiahou Wu patted Zhou Dingtian on the shoulder. No point in trying to persuade him. This kid's mind is set. He's at silver level now, so he should be fine if he's careful. Then take care on your journey. Make sure to visit Mabe City again when you have the time, Zhou Dingtian advised. Definitely, Xia Yu replied with a smile, giving a somewhat informal salute. As a parting gift, Zhou Dingtian insisted on giving Xia Yu a magic crystal from a gold-level ice giant beast, calling it a keepsake. Xia Yu understood that these straightforward soldiers couldn't let go of a debt of gratitude once it was owed. From the city walls of Mabe, everyone watched as a giant golden eagle carried Xia Yu northward. This eagle, which had always been at the forefront during beast tide attacks, was now taking its master on a new journey. Following Xiahou Wu's guidance, the Demon Suppression Academy was located in the heart of the northern frontier, about 2,000 miles from Mabe City. Riding a flying magical beast, if the journey was smooth and at full speed, it would take 2 days to reach. However, Xia Yu wasn't in a rush and decided to slow down and savor the journey. Hoho's northern frontier is freezing. Xia Yu wrapped himself tightly in his coat, trudging through the frozen tundra of the northern frontier. He had already recalled his Thunder Hawk into the beast space, leaving him alone to shiver in the cold wind. The further north he went, the more the temperature plummeted. Initially, Xia Yu could rely on his thick coat while riding swiftly on the Thunderhawk's back. However, after traveling 400 to 500 miles, the swirling snowflakes and biting cold winds overwhelmed his defenses. Reluctantly, he had to dismount and continue on foot, hoping to generate some warmth through movement. Grumble, grumble, his stomach growled loudly, as hunger and fatigue hit him simultaneously. He looked around, seeing nothing but falling snowflakes and a blanket of white snow, with not a hint of greenery in sight, let alone any living creatures. The dry rations he carried had long since frozen solid, akin to the rock-hard mooncakes from his past life, capable of cracking nuts. Just as Xia Yu was looking for a place to rest, he suddenly heard a faint squeak sound. He stopped abruptly, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. An ice demon mouse, Xia Yu exclaimed. Although it wasn't the most appetizing, it was better than nothing. He could at least make soup out of it. He carefully moved forward, pulling out the rock-hard biscuit from his pocket and aiming it at the ice demon mouse in the snow. Squeak! The biscuit had plenty of stopping power, but his aim was way off, landing several feet away from the mouse. The startled ice demon mouse darted away. Hey, don't run, let's be friends. I'll give you a biscuit, Xia Yu shouted as he chased after it, not forgetting to pick up the biscuit from the snow and tuck it back into his coat. In the snow, Xia Yu trudged on, determined not to give up. Although he didn't catch the ice demon mouse, he did startle several small creatures hidden under the snow, like snow hares and ermines, which scattered like frightened birds. Hey, so they were all hiding under the snow. Xia Yu marveled. It's true what they say, each place has its own unique life forms. I'm used to forests and woods, but this snowy landscape is something else. With his extensive wilderness experience, Xia Yu finally managed to catch a plump snow hare with his bare hands. Finally got you. Why run? I'm not a bad guy. He reassured the frightened hare, talking to himself. Don't be scared. We'll get you out of that coat and give you a nice hot bath. The howling north wind cut through the air like a blade, with snow pellets relentlessly battering the hard mountain rocks. Xia Yu had been trudging at the mountain's base for over half an hour before he finally discovered a natural cave. To shield himself from the biting cold, he dug a small windbreak inside the cave's corner. As he hummed a cheerful tune, Xia Yu set up a campfire and began roasting the snow hare he had caught. The sizzling of the fat whetted his appetite. However, looking at the raging blizzard outside, he couldn't help but worry about the long journey ahead. This damn weather. Hiking is definitely out of the question, Xia Yu muttered as he warmed his hands and considered his options. Even if I ran for my life, I wouldn't cover this distance in a month. I'll have to rely on the Thunderlight Eagle, or else I'll need to bond with a land beast here. He thought of the powerful beasts common in the northern frontier: frost wolves, snow-spotted panthers, ice snow apes, and blaze lions. These creatures could grow to gold or even platinum levels, matching the Thunderlight Eagle in strength. Yet, Xia Yu had his sights set on the frost swordsman. This epic beast, born from ice and snow, resembled a human in form, with a body made of hard ice crystals and a right arm that transformed into a long sword. It was skilled in various sword techniques and could wield ice magic, making it a formidable opponent with balanced attack and defense. Unfortunately, such epic beasts are exceedingly rare, Xia Yu sighed. If I encounter one, great. If not, I won't force it. I'll leave it to fate. Just then, a faint crackling sound interrupted Xia Yu's thoughts. He tensed up, listening intently. The noise grew closer, resembling the clattering of teeth and bones. Something's in the cave. Xia Yu grabbed a burning stick and cautiously peered out. The cave entrance was mostly buried in snow, and the interior was dimly lit. Even with the fire's glow, it was hard to discern what lay deeper inside. Logic told him to flee immediately, but a strong curiosity urged him to investigate. Just a quick look, and then I'll run, Xia Yu resolved, moving slowly toward the cave's depths. Suddenly, two eerie green lights appeared in the darkness. Xia Yu squinted and gasped at it was a skeletal figure. Even in this world filled with extraordinary powers, the sight sent chills down his spine. Run! Xia Yu turned and fled, heedless of the scrapes and bumps. Behind him, the sharp clatter of bone against stone echoed, each sound like the footsteps of death. Fortunately, the cave wasn't long, and Xia Yu managed to burst out into the open, gasping for breath. Instinctively, he summoned the Thunderlight Eagle, his natural response to facing unknown threats. In theory, the northern frontier should be the domain of ice and snow-type magical beasts, yet the appearance of this undead skeleton army is baffling. This undead legion, unrelated to the ice and snow type, is likely connected to that sudden spatial wormhole. Xia Yu crouched in a snow-covered depression, deep in thought. The most troublesome aspect of undead creatures is that as long as their soul fire remains, they never truly die. One or two can be managed, but when thousands attack at once, the situation becomes dire. Shattering their bodies is futile, their skulls must be precisely crushed to annihilate them completely. But on a rapidly changing battlefield, who can guarantee every strike will hit the mark? The cave occupied by the undead skeletons was no longer safe to stay in. They had to retreat hastily, leaving even the snow rabbit they almost caught behind. That night in the northern frontier, the cold wind pierced to the bone. Xia Yu could only shiver under the wing of the Thunder Eagle until dawn. The next day, the heavy snow finally ceased, and life gradually returned to the northern frontier. The snow was dotted with tracks of snow rabbits and snow ferrets, and in the distance, ice-horned deer and snow bison occasionally passed by. The ice-horned deer, with antlers like crowns glistening in the light, were ordinary magical beasts, yet their graceful demeanor made them popular among young women. Suddenly, a domineering roar shattered the tranquility. Xia Yu's heart sank as a massive creature appeared in view: a snow-white ice flame lion, over 5 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Wherever this platinum-level beast went, the snow rapidly melted. To Xia Yu's surprise, a familiar figure was desperately fleeing in front of the ice flame lion. It was Bai Ming, the young master of the Bai family, who had once bought his prized snow monster for 800,000. Perched on Bai Ming's shoulder was a small ice sprite, which created a blue ice trail on the ground with each wave of its tiny hand, allowing Bai Ming to slide swiftly for over 10 meters at a time. Hey, friend up ahead. 5 million to hold it off, for 2 breaths. Bai Ming shouted as he ran, upping the offer to 10 million when he saw Xia Yu wasn't moving. Xia Yu decisively refused. Are you crazy? That's a platinum-level creature. For us, silver-level beast tamers, it can wipe us out with a single swipe. With that, he summoned the Thunder Eagle and took to the skies. The sudden appearance of the Thunder Eagle enraged the Ice Flame Lion, which unleashed a blast of white flames. Xia Yu narrowly dodged the attack, but the high temperatures scorched the eagle's wings, emitting a burnt odor. Once in the air, Xia Yu saw that Bai Ming was struggling, the ice trails growing shorter and more spaced out. After weighing his options, he decided to help. Hey, down there. 5 million federal coins, and I'll give you a lift. Deal. Bai Ming immediately agreed, then urgently added, 10 million. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Xia Yu maneuvered the Thunder Eagle to lower altitude, preparing for the rescue. But just as he was about to reach Bai Ming, a sinister smile appeared on Bai Ming's face, and he suddenly hurled something at Xia Yu. The sudden turn of events caught Xia Yu off guard. Instinctively, he reached out with both hands to catch the item Bai Ming had tossed his way. When he saw what it was, his anger flared, and he immediately understood why the Ice Flame Lion was relentlessly pursuing them. It was a newborn Ice Flame Lion cub, only a few days old, its fur soft and fluffy, with blue eyes still closed. Riding on the Thunder Eagle, Xia Yu swept over the Ice Flame Lion's head, becoming its new target. Good luck. See you later. Ha ha ha. Bai Ming's mocking laughter echoed from behind. He had originally planned to steal the cub as a silver-level summon creature, but was caught by the adult Ice Flame Lion. Thanks to Xia Yu's appearance, Bai Ming decided to use this fool as a distraction for his own escape. Watching the Ice Flame Lion turn its attention to Xia Yu, Bai Ming sneered and quickly fled. Xia Yu, now the center of the lion's fury, faced the beast's angry roars and fiery attacks as it tried to bring down the Thunder Eagle. Fortunately, Xia Yu was in sync with the Thunder Eagle, narrowly dodging the attacks multiple times. However, this couldn't continue. The Ice Flame Lion's relentless rage made it clear it wouldn't stop until it had dealt with him. Hey big guy. Lion buddy, it wasn't me who took it. Let's talk this out. I'll give your nephew back. Xia Yu tried to communicate with the platinum-level beast, but the Ice Flame Lion, in a state of frenzy, ignored him and attacked even more fiercely. Big guy? No, big sister lion. Stop chasing me. It really wasn't me. Xia Yu shouted, his earlier impulse to take the cub already long gone. Suddenly, a fireball struck the tip of the Thunder Eagle's wing, causing it to screech in pain and plummet. Xia Yu hurriedly channeled his mental energy, directing the Thunder Eagle to use Lightning Flash to evade another attack. However, the eagle's right wing was badly scorched, severely affecting its flying speed. Realizing he couldn't keep this up, Xia Yu knew he had to return the cub somehow. Surveying the snowy landscape, he saw a high peak nearby and decided to use its elevation to safely place the cub. The Thunder Eagle changed course and accelerated. The Ice Flame Lion on the ground grew even more furious, its white flames swelling as it launched a massive fire stream in pursuit. Faster, faster. Xia Yu poured his mental energy into the Thunder Eagle, narrowly escaping the attack range. Clutching the eagle's feathers with one hand and holding the cub with the other, he dropped the cub onto the peak when they descended to a suitable height. Ascend. Quickly ascend. The injured Thunder Eagle struggled to climb back into the sky. Xia Yu shouted to the Ice Flame Lion, big sister lion. You saw it. Your nephew is on the mountaintop. I just took him for a spin. Don't hold a grudge. The Ice Flame Lion seemed to sense that the cub's scent was no longer on Xia Yu, slowing its pursuit and starting to climb the peak instead. Xia Yu exhaled in relief, realizing he was drenched in sweat, which had frozen in the cold wind. Damn it, I don't mess with others unless they mess with me. If someone messes with me, I won't let it slide. Xia Yu gritted his teeth. That kid dared to set me up. He realized that his good citizen ideals from a civilized society didn't apply in this world where strength ruled, and Bai Ming's actions had taught him a hard lesson. With the crisis averted, Xia Yu decided it was time to teach Bai Ming a lesson. Thunder Eagle, search in that direction. He turned to pursue Bai Ming's escape route. In the sky, the Thunder Eagle sped like a moving bolt of lightning. Xia Yu's eyes scanned the ground like searchlights, looking for traces Bai Ming might have left. Fortunately, there was no snowfall today, and Bai Ming, exhausted and focused on escaping, hadn't covered his tracks. After over half an hour of pursuit, the footprints suddenly vanished. Xia Yu realized Bai Ming might have stopped nearby and erased his tracks. Seems like this guy is a repeat offender, he thought to himself, carefully searching the area for anything suspicious. Controlling the Thunderhawk to land slowly, Xia Yu quickly took out a Thunderstone and a vial of Thunder Elixir from his pocket. He carefully placed the Thunderstone into the Thunderhawk's beak and gently fed it the elixir. The recent escape had drained the Thunderhawk's energy, and combined with its injuries, it needed to recover urgently. The surroundings were calm and picturesque, yet this only heightened Xia Yu's vigilance. The northern border was always fraught with danger, as evidenced by the recent encounter with the Ice Flame Lion. However, searching for Bai Ming was not as urgent at the moment. That guy had exhausted his mental energy and was unlikely to recover quickly, so he must be nearby. Trying to trick me? Xia Yu sneered, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Do you know who you're dealing with? I'm known for avenging every slight. Even a silver-level beast master isn't getting away with this, let alone a platinum level 1. He gently patted the Thunderhawk's feathers and began searching the area with it. Sure enough, he soon discovered a natural cave. Although the snow at the entrance had been deliberately disguised, a closer look revealed its difference from the surroundings. Maintaining a cautious distance, Xia Yu called out loudly. To those inside the cave, you're surrounded. Surrender everything you have, or this will be your grave." A voice filled with anger retorted from inside. "We are from the Bai family of Mabe City. You'd better leave while you can." Xia Yu chuckled fearlessly. "I don't care if you're from the Bai family or not. I'm counting to 3. If you don't throw out your belongings, I'll bring down this mountain." 1. How dare you insult the Bai family? 2. Xia Yu signaled the Thunderhawk to keep an eye on the cave entrance. "You're asking for it." 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure darted out of the cave, hurling an ice spear straight at Xia Yu. Prepared, Xia Yu hid behind the Thunderhawk, and the spear was effortlessly swatted away by its wing. "It's you," Bai Ming exclaimed in shock upon recognizing Xia Yu and the Thunderhawk. Xia Yu sneered. "That's right. Shouldn't you be thanking me for letting you escape, young Master Bai? Trying to ditch me and run? You should know I'm famous for avenging every slight." Bai Ming's expression changed, but he tried to remain composed. "Of course. Thank you for your help." He discreetly assessed the Thunderhawk, calculating his options. However, Xia Yu didn't give him the chance to think. A life saved should be worth more than just words, right? "I don't want much 5 million federal coins for every 2 breaths I held off the enemy for you. I bought you at least 2 or 3 hours. Let's round it up. Give me 1 billion and we'll call it even." "You're asking for it." Bai Ming fumed, and his ice spirit conjured 2 ice spears aimed at the Thunderhawk and Xia Yu. "Petty tricks won't work on me." Xia Yu scoffed, grabbing the Thunderhawk's talons, and together they soared into the air, easily avoiding the attack. "I knew you were up to no good. I've been guarding against this." Xia Yu glared down with determination. In the old stories, Lu Zhishan killed a villain with 3 punches. Today, in this other world, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Thunderhawk, lightning strike. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl enveloped the area where Bai Ming stood. When the lightning dissipated, Bai Ming was revealed, his azure ice shield shattered. Before Bai Ming could catch his breath, Xia Yu commanded again, "Thunderhawk, thunder wings." Arcs of electricity gathered on the Thunderhawk's wings, creating golden shadows in the air. Multiple ice shields. Bai Ming hastily summoned several shields to block the attack. But the Thunderhawk broke through them effortlessly. Seeing the dire situation, Bai Ming's feet glowed blue. Ice track. A path of ice allowed him to slide 10 meters away, narrowly avoiding the Thunderhawk's wings. "Last strike. Thunder flash. Finish him." Xia Yu ordered, and the Thunderhawk instantly appeared before Bai Ming, its talons gripping the ice spirit on his shoulder. With a crack, the crystalline body of the ice spirit shattered into pieces. Bai Ming let out a scream as the death of his summoned beast caused a mental backlash, sending him crashing to the ground. Xia Yu leaped off the Thunderhawk and looked mockingly at the pale-faced Bai Ming. "Oops. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Apologies for killing young Master Bai's beloved pet." Bai Ming suppressed his anger and managed to speak. "No problem. We're even now, right? You can let me go." "Go." Xia Yu sneered. "Without your summoned beast, you won't survive the northern border. Let me give you a hand, young Master Bai." Panic-stricken, Bai Ming pleaded. "If you kill me, you gain nothing. Let me go, and I can give you lots of money." "Money?" Xia Yu snorted. "Your life can be bought, but mine can't. Farewell, young Master Bai." Before he finished speaking, the Thunderhawk's talons pierced Bai Ming's chest. Blood soaked the snow beneath him. Xia Yu watched expressionlessly, thinking, "Money, I do need, but not at the cost of my own life." He had tried to use my life to save himself. That was unforgivable. Killing his summoned beast only pushed us further apart. Freeing Bai Ming would mean the entire Bai family against me. I'm not foolish enough to make such a mistake. So, if I must act, I must be a ruthless executioner. Anyone who threatens my safety shall face no mercy. Killing someone, this was the first time for Xia Yu in both his past and present lives. His hand trembled slightly as he looked at Bai Ming lying in the snow, yet inside, he felt an unusual calm. At that moment, he deeply understood the harsh law of this wilderness beyond the city walls. Only strength guarantees survival. Kneeling down, Xia Yu began to search through Bai Ming's possessions. Each item made his eyes light up, 5 ice stones glowing with a bluish hue in his palm, 3 crystal-clear vials of ice essence, 12 high-quality intermediate stones, and a pile of ice gold magic crystals. The real surprises were 2 unmarked federal bank cards, an ice blue ice crystal fruit, and a jade pendant that felt warm and soft in his hand. Although the ice crystal fruit is only effective for beasts with pure ice attributes, in the northern frontier, it will surely come in handy. Xia Yu calculated silently, tucking the spoils into his cloak. The jade pendant is a pleasant surprise. It can dispel the cold, saving me from this wretched weather. Standing up, the scent of blood in the air didn't bother him. "Thunder Eagle, let's go." He mounted the Thunder Eagle, and in an instant, they soared into the sky. The gloom of the northern frontier dissipated, and the sky became clear and transparent. With the jade's warmth enveloping him, the biting cold at high altitude was no longer as unbearable. Xia Yu adjusted his flight rhythm, making stops to stretch his muscles as needed. Just as he was about to hunt a snow rabbit to satisfy his hunger, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Xia Yu immediately lowered his posture, cautiously sneaking towards the source of the sound. Skirting around a snow-covered boulder, the scene before him took his breath away. An epic battle was unfolding. A towering ice giant, over 10 meters tall, was locked in fierce combat with an undead knight. Although the ice giant had a slight edge in strength, it was clearly at a disadvantage against the knight riding a skeletal warhorse and wielding a bone spear. The battle intensified, and the ice giant finally unleashed its trump card, the icebound barrier. The temperature plummeted within a 100-meter radius, and the snow instantly turned to solid ice. The undead knight's speed was hindered, and the ice giant sent it flying with a powerful punch. However, this was not the end of the fight. The undead knight, gathering all its death energy, launched a final charge. At the moment when the bone spear collided with the giant's fist, both were severely wounded. The undead knight's head was shattered, and the ice giant's energy crystal was corroded by the death energy. The ice giant roared in victory, unaware that the death energy was eroding its life core, the dark energy gradually consuming the entire energy crystal. The ice giant ultimately couldn't withstand the corrosion of death's power. An energy crystal gradually turned black under the decay and, once depleted, shattered into pieces across the snowy land. This fierce battle among the magical beasts unexpectedly made Xia Yu the biggest winner. Gazing at the fallen golden-level beasts, Xia Yu couldn't conceal his excitement. The magic crystal of the golden-level undead knight contained precious death energy, and even though the ice giant's crystal was corroded, it still held considerable value. This unexpected surprise convinced Xia Yu that he was indeed the legendary favored one of the realm. Just as Xia Yu was about to rise, the sound of bones grinding together made him instinctively lower his body again. On the other side of the battlefield, a mound of snow began to move, and a nearly 2-meter-tall skeleton emerged from the ground. Its white bones blended seamlessly with the snow, making it nearly invisible without close inspection. The system immediately displayed information about the skeleton to Xia Yu. Bone warrior, common quality, bronze 9-star, capable of evolution. Surprisingly, this common quality bone warrior had multiple evolutionary paths, even up to the legendary level. Xia Yu was overjoyed. This was even better than the unexpected windfall. He quickly summoned his Thunder Eagle and ordered it to subdue the bone warrior without causing fatal harm. The silver 1-star, epic quality Thunder Eagle easily overpowered the common quality bronze 9-star skeleton. The bone warrior was thrown to the ground, breaking its right arm and 3 ribs. It struggled to stand, brandishing a bone blade in a futile attempt to retaliate. Xia Yu ordered the Thunder Eagle to break its limbs, and soon, the bone warrior lost its ability to move, its soul fire flickering weakly. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Xia Yu swiftly approached the bone warrior. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the weak soul fire, forcibly establishing a contract. Despite the bone warrior's feeble resistance, it was no match for Xia Yu's formidable mental strength. With the contract sealed, the bone warrior vanished into Xia Yu's beast space. Xia Yu was in high spirits, having acquired a summoned beast with legendary potential and 2 golden-level magic crystals. After having the Thunder Eagle extract the crystals, he quickly left the area. That night, the northern border was bitterly cold, but Xia Yu's heart was warm. He lit a campfire in a natural cave, roasting 2 plump snow rabbits. This time, he was extra cautious, thoroughly inspecting the cave and sealing the cracks with stones, leaving only a camouflaged entrance. Xia Yu summoned the bone warrior and began the evolution process. The system showed he had 153,400 experience points and 16,340 evolution points available. Although the Thunder Eagle's next evolution required 100,000 evolution points, Xia Yu didn't hesitate to choose the Bone Warrior's evolution path. System: evolve the Bone Warrior. Choose the Death Warrior path. Xia Yu ordered decisively. As evolution points were consumed, the Bone Warrior was enveloped in a black mist, undergoing a dramatic transformation accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones grinding. Its height surged to over 2 meters, and its broken bones fully healed, with a thin layer of black bone armor covering its chest and joints. Most strikingly, the bone blade in its hand turned black, appearing exceptionally sharp. Xia Yu commanded, again, continue evolving. With more evolution points consumed, the Death Warrior continued to enhance its strength. Xia Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, knowing that this summoned beast would become a powerful ally in his future battles. Xia Yu gritted his teeth and upgraded the Skeletal Warrior 2 levels, directly evolving it into an epic level Night Warrior. The summoned creature before him was no longer the fragile skeletal being it once was. Instead, it was a formidable warrior covered in black bone armor, with 2 menacing bone horns extending from its head and sharp bone spikes protruding from its joints. It wielded dual blades and maintained a height of around 2 meters. What irked Xia Yu the most was that this creature had draped a black cloak over its black skeleton, making it look more like a master than Xia Yu, the Beast Master. As a dual-type undead and dark summon, The Night Warrior possessed 5 bronze 9-star skills: Shadow Flash, Dark Assault, Cross Slash, Shadow Slash, and Ghost Burst. This evolution consumed a staggering 1,600 evolution points, causing Xia Yu to lament that the system seemed to be grooming him to become a tyrant. With a sigh, Xia Yu shook his head with a wry smile, and then commanded the system to level up the Night Warrior. Instantly, 10,000 experience points were deducted, and the Night Warrior smoothly advanced to Silver 1-star. With 2 silver-level summoned creatures, Xia Yu wondered if he had become one of the top freshmen at the Demon Suppression Military Academy, but quickly reminded himself not to become too complacent. In a cheerful mood, Xia Yu hummed a tune as he took the roasted snow rabbit, crisp and fragrant, from the campfire. Just as he was about to indulge, he had to compete with his Thunder Eagle for it. In the cave, the Night Warrior, clad in black armor, watched the scene in silence, mouth agape. The Demon Suppression Military Academy stood majestically in the central northern frontier, sprawling over tens of thousands of acres, a massive city built from stone. As Xia Yu approached on his Thunder Eagle, a loud voice suddenly warned him that he had entered a no-flee zone and must descend immediately. Xia Yu inwardly sighed, realizing the voice belonged to at least a gold-level Beastmaster, a testament to the grandeur of one of the 5 great academies. He promptly commanded the Thunder Eagle to descend vertically, not daring to overstep any boundaries. In front of the academy's gate, there was a constant flow of people, mostly students riding ground-type summoned creatures. Without a rideable summon, Xia Yu proceeded on foot. He inquired about the registration location for new students from a one-armed gatekeeper, thinking this might be a hidden expert, perhaps even the dean's uncle, worth getting on the good side of. However, the gatekeeper was displeased when he heard himself referred to as uncle, pointing to his shoulder badge and demanding Xia Yu address him as captain. The old man snorted and used a communicator to call for a guide. Soon, a clean-cut young man in military attire rode out from the academy on a gold-level ice demon leopard. He saluted the gatekeeper and introduced himself as Captain Mu, a rotating instructor at the Demon Suppression Military Academy. Captain Mu invited Xia Yu to ride the ice demon leopard with him. Along the way, he explained the presence of retired soldiers within the academy and their strict treatment of new students. Xia Yu then understood that the seemingly harsh requirements were actually to ensure the safety of the newcomers. Captain Mu spoke with great respect for these veterans, telling Xia Yu that the attitude of these battle-hardened soldiers differed between old and new students. They imposed strict standards on newcomers to prevent fatalities from minor oversights. Throughout the journey, Xia Yu saw many disabled veterans, but they were chatting and laughing with the students, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Captain Mu's explanation gave Xia Yu a new perspective on the gatekeeper's earlier attitude. As the ancient saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter but cures illness, and honest advice is unpleasant but beneficial. The ice demon leopard dashed through the academy for over 10 minutes, finally stopping in front of a 6-story teaching and administrative building. Captain Mu dismounted with Xia Yu, looking at the new student with a serious expression. Please show the Demon Suppression Army badge given to you by the examiner during admission. Xia Yu respectfully took the badge from his pocket and handed it to Captain Mu. As they entered the building, Captain Mu explained, "This is the teaching and administrative building where your cultural classes will be held. According to the tradition of the Demon Suppression Army, students who independently arrive at the academy are rewarded with 100 military merits." With a hint of pride in his voice, Captain Mu continued, "Military merits can be exchanged for anything you desire within the academy. This is one of the reasons the 5 academies are so sought after. Not only do they have strong faculty, but they also have abundant resources." However, when Mu placed Xia Yu's badge on the special machine to record the military merits, the information on the screen left him stunned. Name, Xia Yu. Place of origin, me.One City. Strength, bronze 9 stars. Summoned beast, epic quality Thunder Eagle. Qualification rating, A. Current accumulated military merits, 800. No, this can't be right. Mu repeated the process in disbelief, but the information remained the same. He immediately grabbed a nearby short-range communication device. Dean Shun, please urgently verify the information for new student Xia Yu, especially if there is an error with the military merits. Moments later, Dean Shun's voice came through. Mu, the information for new student Xia Yu is correct. The military merits were reported by Xiahou Wu, and there is no issue. Please proceed as normal. Mu put down the communicator, thoughtfully looking at the grade qualified youth before him. I have a personal question for you, which you may choose not to answer. Xia Yu smiled as he took back the badge. Captain Mu wants to know the source of my military merits, right? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. But hearing Xiahou Wu's name, I think I understand. I participated in a battle during the Beast Tide attack on Mabe City under his command. Mu handed Xia Yu a stack of books and a key. Here are your dormitory key, the Demon Suppression Army regulations, and the Academy guidelines. Please keep them safe. Your dormitory is behind the teaching building, with the number marked on the key. When Xia Yu reached dormitory A515 and opened the door, he was greeted by an amusing scene. One student was frantically searching for paper, clutching his stomach, while two others sat in the living room. A burly figure introduced himself. I am Sure Hao, known as the jade-faced little flying dragon, famous in the regions of southern Jiang, Nanling, and parts of Tungwu. The student in urgent need of paper grabbed Xia Yu's admission guide without a word and dashed into the bathroom. Sure Hao laughed heartily, reassuring him. No worries, you can use mine. It's all the same. He then introduced another roommate from the Demon City, Wu Lang. Xia Yu politely greeted his new roommates. Hello, I'm Xia Yu. I'll be your new roommate from now on. The burly man hailed from Nanling and was named Sure Hao. The modest young man came from the Magic City and was called Wu Lang. As for the guy searching the dorm for paper while clutching his stomach, he was from Wuling and went by the name Bufan. Inside the dormitory, for young men with distinct personalities were busy settling in. Xia Yu glanced around, secretly amazed. Every one of his roommates had names that seemed destined for greatness. Their futures were undoubtedly limitless. Since Bufan had used Xia Yu's admission notice as emergency paper, Xia Yu had to borrow information from others. As he quickly skimmed through, he learned that this was a suite-style dormitory, where each person had a private bedroom, along with shared bathroom and living room facilities. Aside from Bufan, who had arrived with the admissions officer, the other three had come to the academy on their own. Xia Yu curiously asked, so, everyone in Area A is rated as an A-level student? Sure Hao nodded in confirmation, then gestured towards the bespectacled Bufan with his chin. In our room, this guy is the only special recruit for pharmacology. Wu Lang and I got in the old-fashioned way through exams. Xia Yu was taken aback, scrutinizing the frail Bufan. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with a skinny frame and thick glasses, looking quite unremarkable. Yet, this ordinary-looking person was a special recruit? The admission standard for the Demon Suppression Military Academy was ordinary quality, at least bronze 9-star. Special recruits must meet even higher criteria. Xia Yu couldn't help but speculate. Could he be a hidden expert? A genius, perhaps? He quietly sidled up to Sure Hao, asking in a low voice. Sure Hao explained, not an expert, but definitely a genius. This guy is deeply knowledgeable in pharmacology. All the old professors at the academy want to take him as a student. Xia Yu began to see Bufan in a new light. However, Bufan adjusted his glasses, speaking with disdain. Those old guys are too pedantic, their ideals clash with mine. I don't want to just be a potion-making machine. I want to create more new potions. Sure Hao rolled his eyes. Yeah, right, stop bragging. Didn't you just get diarrhea from drinking your new potion? He turned to Xia Yu, warning seriously. Remember, you can eat anything anyone gives you in this dorm, except for what this guy offers. Wu Lang and I have both been tricked and ended up in the restroom for half the day. Xia Yu nodded in gratitude, then began organizing his room. He pondered to himself. These three roommates are quite the characters: a self-absorbed giant, a cunning genius pharmacist, and the silent Wu Lang, who must have his own quirks. The dorm was fully equipped with living essentials, so Xia Yu only needed to do some light tidying. As he wiped the dust off his belongings, Sure Hao suddenly popped his head in to remind him. Hey, don't forget classes start tomorrow. As night fell, the northern sky was exceptionally clear, dotted with stars like a shimmering ribbon. It was the most peaceful sleep Xia Yu had since leaving me.One City, the soft bed and safe environment bringing him immense comfort. However, the beautiful night was fleeting. The next morning, dorm 515 was thrown into chaos. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Where are my socks? Xia Yu, get up. The dorm was a flurry of activity as the four scrambled to dress and wash. They managed to reach the field outside the teaching building just in time. Standing behind Sure Hao, Xia Yu couldn't resist teasing. Sure Hao, your look is quite unique, with a tail hanging from your backside. It turned out that the socks Sure Hao had been searching for were stuck in his waistband. Before Sure Hao could retort, Wu Lang suddenly interrupted them. Stop talking, the instructor's coming. A man in a military uniform rode up on a golden-level blizzard demon hound, stopping in front of the assembly. He dismounted swiftly, his sharp gaze scanning the disheveled students. Look at the state of you, the instructor barked. You have 1 minute to tidy yourselves up, starting now. The students hurriedly adjusted their uniforms. Though styled like those of the Demon Suppression Army, their shoulders bore no stars. In contrast, the moon emblem on the instructor's shoulder stood out prominently. Time's up, the instructor declared with a stopwatch in hand. This disarray is permitted only once. Next time, there will be severe consequences. I am your first phase instructor, Mori. You may call me Instructor Mo. Mori gestured for the blizzard demon hound to retreat, then posed a question. Who can tell me what is most important for a beastmaster? Of course, it's enhancing the summoned beast's abilities, one student blurted out. Idiot. Mori sneered. Even if you had a golden-level summoned beast, could you defeat me? Reporting. Instructor, I have that confidence, the student retorted defiantly. Mori vanished in a flash, reappearing before the student with a dagger gleaming at his throat. How about now? Still think you're up to it? Step out and run 10 laps around the field. The student grudgingly left the formation to begin his 5-kilometer punishment run. Turning to the others, Mori spoke sternly. Today is your first lesson, so we'll let it slide. But remember, until you advance to a golden level Beastmaster, your primary concern must always be your own safety. Therefore, your first lesson is called Survival. The Jinma Military Academy initially planned to admit 800 students, but due to various factors, the actual number of attendees was just over 700. Based on assessment evaluations, these students were divided into 7 groups of 100 for training. Some might wonder why there was no entrance ceremony or lengthy speeches from the head of the academy or the dean. The reason is simple. According to the academy's regulations, only those who successfully complete training and pass the assessments can officially join. The welcome ceremony will be held during the commissioning ceremony. At this point, the students standing on the field are not yet formal members of the academy. How many will be eliminated in the end depends on their determination. Everyone, attention, came the command. Target the outdoor training ground. Move out, run. Mori snorted, summoned his snowstorm demon hound, and leaped onto it. This initial show of force caught these talented individuals off guard. But no one could do anything about Mori. After all, he was a gold-ranked Beastmaster and their instructor, with the power to veto. If he told you to pack up and leave, you had to comply. Damn, he's asking for it. Sure Hao gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward. Wu Lang, don't hold me back, watch me bash his head in. Wu Lang grabbed Sure Hao's hand and whispered, stop it. Just run. Sure Hao was quite the actor. The person who was just shrinking back and taking criticism seemed like someone else entirely. The outdoor training ground was located at the outermost part of the academy, built against the outer wall, and covered a large area. The ground was divided into smaller training platforms, many of which were surrounded by iron fences, giving it an arena-like feel. Upon entering the training platform, a faint scent of blood could be detected. The concrete floor was covered with dense claw marks, and shattered stones were scattered everywhere. Mori looked at the gasping students with a faint smile. I mentioned survival earlier. Now I'll show you what survival really means. The students soon realized how infuriating that smile was. The snowstorm demon hound disappeared again, and Mori, playing with a sharp dagger, entered the fenced training platform. A beastly roar startled Xia Yu, who almost summoned his lightning eagle but managed to restrain himself in time. But then Xia Yu became unsettled again, not because of himself, but because of the maniac in the field. At the other end of the training platform, a ferocious snow wolf charged out of a dark passage. With a roar, its foul breath was noticeable even to Xia Yu standing outside the platform. No way. Is he planning to take down the snow wolf barehanded? Xia Yu thought in shock, this guy's crazy. This is survival. This is suicide. The appearance of the snow wolf instantly stirred the crowd. Why? Because Mori had no intention of summoning a beast. Instead, he held his dagger and took an offensive stance. Although the snow wolf was a common-grade magical beast, as an adult, it had the strength of a bronze 9-star, far beyond ordinary people. Even Xia Yu, who had seen much, had never witnessed such a scene. Wu Song fighting a tiger on Jingyang Ridge, Li Kuei's rage against 4 tigers in Shilling Xia, you could understand these. In this realm, there were many who could take down ordinary beasts barehanded. But the snow wolf was a magical beast, beyond the category of ordinary animals. As the crowd was stunned, the snow wolf moved. Its powerful limbs propelled it straight towards Mori, who held the dagger. Observe your opponent's movements and react in time. Mori shouted as he dodged, giving instructions. No way. He's even teaching on the spot. Xia Yu was dumbfounded. As the snow wolf leaped, Mori twisted his waist, stepped back, and dodged the wolf's attack. Seize the opportunity. Don't hesitate to strike. Mori continued to shout. As the snow wolf landed, Mori, who had dodged to the side, flipped his wrist and drove the dagger's hilt into the wolf's neck. See, even if you're not a gold-ranked beastmaster, you can still slay a magical beast and save your own life. Mori kept talking while continuously dodging the snow wolf's attacks, demonstrating various ways to kill the snow wolf. But he only mimicked the actions each time, sparing the wolf afterward. Arrogant jerk. The crowd cursed inwardly, but there was nothing they could do. Including Xia Yu, no one could take down a magical beast with their bare hands. Alright, if you can learn these, that's already impressive. After demonstrating over 10 methods, Mori swiftly slit the snow wolf's throat. A summoned beast is your foundation, but as a beastmaster, you must at least have self-defense skills. Otherwise, how can you claim to fight alongside your summoned beast? Mori flicked the blood off his dagger with a flourish and looked at the crowd with a mocking expression. Now who wants to try? Madman. This guy's a madman, was everyone's thought, including Xia Yu. Instructor Mo, a student stepped forward. I don't believe the academy's leadership would approve of your teaching methods. I'm here to improve my skills, to become an excellent commander, to lead troops into battle, not to risk my life fighting a magical beast barehanded. Although everyone was shocked by Mori's strength, some were dissatisfied with his teaching methods. Those standing here were the elites of the younger generation, with bright futures ahead. But now Moriai was asking them to fight magical beasts barehanded, which seemed like a threat to their promising futures. Well said. Moriai chuckled, full of disdain. Then I announce, you either go first, or pack up and get out right now. With an instructor like you, I don't need to learn. The student waved his sleeve and stepped out of line. But I will report your perverse teaching methods to the academy. Idiot. Moriai snorted coldly, stood up, and ignored the student leaving the line. He turned to the others. The same goes for all of you. If you don't want to train, you can choose to leave. Otherwise, get in line and step up. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the dagger in his hand embedded itself in the ground. The trembling blade struck at everyone's heart. I'll do it. Suddenly, Wu Lang chuckled, licked his lips, and pushed through the crowd to grab the dagger from the ground, bending down to enter the training platform. No way. This guy's got guts. Xia Yu was stunned, noticing the bloodthirsty glint in Wu Lang's eyes. Another lunatic. Xia Yu thought. I thought Wu Lang was the normal one, but it turns out he's the most abnormal. He's weirder than Shi Hao and Lin Bufan combined. Roar. From the passage at the other end of the training platform came another beastly roar. A massive snow bull charged straight towards Wu Lang. At least it's not a snow wolf. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a snow bison. On the training ground, although an adult snow bison had the strength of a bronze 6-star, as a herbivore, it was far less ferocious than a snow wolf. On the stage, Wu Lang appeared unusually excited. His dagger flashed in his hand as he let out a wolf howl and launched the first attack. He moved like lightning, quickly closing in on the snow bison. Moo! Startled, the snow bison lowered its head, charging with its large horns. Wu Lang agilely dodged, slicing through the bison's eye with his dagger. Blinded, the snow bison went berserk, its horns swinging wildly and its hind legs kicking fiercely, sending debris flying and causing the steel cage to tremble. Yet Wu Lang grew even more excited, continuously howling to taunt his opponent and seizing every chance to wound the bison, soon drenching its thick hide in blood. Sure, how is he always like this? Xia Yu whispered. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Sure, Hao stood frozen. I should think about whether I've offended Brother Wolf and maybe switch dorms early. Count me in. Xia Yu shuddered. Living with such a bloodthirsty guy is too dangerous. Whether we sleep well depends on his mood. As the two whispered, the battle on stage took a turn. The ground became slippery with blood, and Wu Lang, who had the upper hand, slipped, nearly getting pierced by the bison's horns. At the critical moment, me.One intervened, slicing through half of the bison's neck with a powerful strike. You have courage and spirit, worthy of praise, but you lack combat skills, trash. Next, me.One's tone was harsh, but it was clear to everyone that he appreciated Wu Lang. Although Wu Lang didn't personally slay the snow bison, his combat style left a strong impression on everyone. As he jumped off the training platform, people instinctively made way for him. More trainees stepped up to the challenge, facing off against the large, thick-skinned herbivorous beasts released in the arena. Despite their size, no one could manage a kill. For glory. Charge. Damation never retreats. The shouts echoed, their familiarity forgotten as no one backed down. The standout was Shi Hao. Normally timid, he seemed transformed once he gripped his dagger, charging at the snow bison with surprising confidence. His large frame turned into an advantage, allowing him to roll and evade even when knocked down. Xia Yu was most surprised by Lin Bufan. This skinny guy secretly took a potion before going on stage, unleashing incredible strength to wrestle with the bison. Unfortunately, the effects were short-lived, and he was soon tossed aside. As for Xia Yu himself, he relied on agility to dodge around for half an hour, drawing boos from the audience, but he didn't mind. This is strategy. Outrunning a beast is a skill. He was relieved that his previous experience with the Ice Flame line paid off. Except for one trainee who withdrew early, everyone completed the first lesson, thanks in large part to me.One's protection. Without him, more than bruises would have been at stake. At lunchtime, the hungry crowd rushed into the cafeteria, ignoring greetings from older students. After eating their fill, Shi Hao leaned back lazily, picking his teeth. So, guys, what's next after lunch? I need to get back to my experiments. I'm at a critical stage. Anyone want to join? Lin Bufan asked between mouthfuls, his small stature deceiving his large appetite. Not me. Your stuff is worse than a laxative. Shi Hao waved off the offer. Xia Yu also declined, interested in potions, but not in experiencing the effects. Then I'll have to post a task for military contributions, Lin Bufan said, slightly disappointed. Military contributions can be used to post tasks? Of course. At the Demon Suppression Academy, you can get anything with contributions. By the way, have you been to the logistics department? Xia Yu was intrigued. Besides the 800 contributions from Xiahou Wu and the 100 entry rewards, he was eager to see what the academy had to offer. The logistics department, located behind the teaching building, was bustling, mostly with older students. Inside, numerous service windows offered a wide range of exchanges. Beast eggs, beast cubs, materials, weapons, potions, rare treasures, and ores. There was even a window for exchanging federal currency, though it was empty. No one trades contributions for money. Contributions are the currency here, not federal currency, Lin-Bufan explained, handing Xia Yu a list of items. In the logistics office hall, rows of racks were neatly stacked with thick exchange catalogs. Although there were only a few dozen windows, thousands of students from the academy needed to exchange supplies here. To improve efficiency, students first browsed through the exchange catalogs before completing their transactions at the windows. Xia Yu took the catalog handed to him by Shi Hao, found a chair, and eagerly opened the pages. His eyes were immediately drawn to the section on magical beast eggs. Epic-level beast eggs like Thunder Naga and Wyverns were prominently listed, each valued at tens of thousands of military merits. These eggs, which could potentially grow into platinum-level summoned beasts, left Xia Yu in awe. He quickly skimmed past the sections on beast cubs, materials, and weapons, heading straight to the section on rare treasures. Space plane fragments, ethereal fruits, withered bone flowers, and sacred flame of Yenri were among the dazzling array of treasures, each worth a fortune. Xia Yu couldn't help but swallow, calculating the materials needed for the evolution of his two summoned beasts Thunder Eagle and Night Warrior. At that moment, Shi Hao and Wu Lang came over, each holding an exchange catalog, their eyes filled with desire. Shi Hao boasted about buying all the treasures, only to be mocked by passing students. In the end, each of the three chose the items they wanted. Shi Hao exchanged for a heart of stone, Wu Lang opted for an ancient martial arts manual and 2 short knives, while Xia Yu boldly spent 500 military merits on a thunder fruit. This move prompted Shi Hao to exclaim that Xia Yu was a big spender, even suspecting he had connections with the academy's high-ranking officials. After leaving the logistics office, the three hurried to their afternoon culture class. As future core members of the Demon Suppression Army, they not only needed to enhance their summoned beast strength, but also study various subjects, including a comprehensive guide to magical beasts, geography, tactics, troop configurations, and special languages. The special language course was particularly challenging for Xia Yu. These languages were not simple sign languages, but unique systems from other planes, crucial for combating invasions. Although Xia Yu felt pressured to learn new languages, he understood that it was a necessary step to become a competent member of the Demon Suppression Army. As the courses progressed, he gradually realized that being an outstanding beast master involved much more than merely enhancing the strength of summoned beasts. In the outdoor training ground of the Demon Suppression Academy, Xia Yu was multitasking, commanding his Thunder Eagle to battle a blizzard bear while he wielded a long sword against a snow wolf. This was the latest training method by instructor Me.One, designed to test the synergy between Beast Tamers and their summoned creatures. The training had reached its 23rd day, progressing from bare-handed combat against herbivorous beasts to coordinated human-beast warfare, significantly boosting the students' capabilities. However, the intense regimen had also reduced the original group of 100 down to less than 80. Suddenly, a sharp cry from the Thunder Eagle pierced the sky. The eagle swiftly ascended, its wings flapping vigorously, as purple lightning enveloped the one-star silver blizzard bear. This was the astounding transformation brought by the Thunder Fruit, enhancing the Thunder Eagle's lightning attributes and causing a qualitative change in its lightning. The purple lightning descended like divine retribution, striking the blizzard bear with force. The bear's white fur was instantly penetrated, and its organs were charred to cinders. The colossal creature, over 4 meters tall, collapsed with a nauseating burnt smell. Cheers erupted from the spectators, with Shi Hao's voice particularly loud. Meanwhile, Xia Yu effortlessly dispatched the snow wolf before him, showcasing his adept combat skills. Instructor Mo smiled with satisfaction and said, "That was easy. Your Thunder Eagle has mastered mutated lightning, making it even stronger. Looks like next time I'll have to give you a tougher opponent. How about an 8-star silver one? I think that's feasible." Mo then announced that the first phase of training was concluded ahead of schedule and assigned a new task: form groups of 4, prepare for a day, and then undertake a 7-day field training mission to capture live magical beasts. The students cheered with excitement, unaware that this was to replenish the training beasts. Xia Yu, Shi Hao, Wu Lang, and Lin-Bufan naturally formed a team. During the preparation stage, Xia Yu had to assist Lin-Bufan, who had never survived in the wild, by replacing his impractical experimental instruments with essential outdoor gear. Thus, the elite students of the Demon Suppression Academy were about to embark on a challenging field training adventure. Outside the gates of the Jinmao Military Academy, a bustling crowd gathered. Xia Yu stood at the entrance, scanning the surroundings with a sense that something was amiss. There were at least several hundred new students, far exceeding the usual numbers. "Haozi, don't you think something's off today?" Xia Yu turned to ask. Speaking of Shi Hao, once known as the jade-faced little dragon, feared throughout Nanling, Nanjiang, and Tunggu, his status in the dorm had now plummeted. After a certain beast battle, Wu Lang had solidified his position as Brother Lang. Through sheer strength, Xia Yu had emerged as a rising star, and Lin Bufan was so absorbed in experiments and pharmaceuticals that he paid no attention to Sure Hao. Not to mention Lin Bufan's brute strength that could topple a snow bull. Even Wu Lang was cautious around him. Yeah, definitely feels off. Sure Hao glanced around and suddenly remarked, the old man at the gate didn't yell at anyone today. For crying out loud. Xia Yu was speechless. I mean, it's strange having so many people gathered here, and you're wondering why we didn't get scolded. Hee hee, just kidding you. Sure Hao replied seriously. From what I've heard, this mission isn't just for our 100-member team. It's a large-scale operation involving all the new students. More and more people gathered at the gate, students in groups of 3 or 5, whispering to each other with bulging backpacks. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. Line up. Do you all want to get yelled at? A snow-white wind and snow demon dog stopped in front of everyone. An instructor MO, in a crisp military uniform, deftly leaped down from its back. The 100-member team, led by Xia Yu, immediately gathered around, finding their anchor. No nonsense. Line up now. Commander Shin will be here soon. MO's expression was stern, and no one dared to ask questions, quickly forming ranks. As time passed, under the instructor's guidance, the chaotic crowd gradually became orderly. Suddenly, a thunderous beast roar echoed through the sky, and a fierce wind swept up the snow on the ground. A legendary frost dragon descended from the sky, its massive wings casting a large shadow. This was a creature of diamond 9-star strength, a ruler of its kind, possessing the power of frost and the bloodline of a dragon, with an incredibly strong physique. On the dragon's back stood a middle-aged man, around 40, his military uniform adorned with a shining sun-shaped epaulet. Xia Yu marveled at the flamboyant entrance of this commander-level figure, while also enviously eyeing the frost dragon, secretly hoping his lightning eagle could evolve to a legendary quality someday. Hello, young folks. The middle-aged man leapt from the dragon's back, and the dragon dissolved into starlight behind him. I'm Shinsu, serving in the northern war zone of the Jinma army, and also the honorary dean of the Jinma Military Academy. After briefly introducing the academy's faculty, Shinsu shifted his tone. Today, I have some rather unsettling news. A new undead dimension rift has appeared in the northern frontier, far exceeding expectations, and the first suppression unit has suffered heavy casualties. Due to the urgency, we must deploy nearby personnel, and only the Jinma Military Academy can provide sufficient manpower in this frigid northern land. Although new students won't be directly involved in such dangerous tasks, the instructors responsible for training must go to support. This means your training schedule needs to be compressed and adjusted, leading to this collective mission, which will serve as the evaluation standard for this batch of students. Hearing this, Xia Yu felt his blood boil, the biting cold wind no longer affecting him. Subsequently, each student received a sturdy beast sinew net and a 20-centimeter-long emergency smoke signal. MO emphasized, due to the shortage of instructors, the effective range of the smoke signal is only 10 kilometers. This means when you send a distress signal, there might not be an instructor within 10 miles, so you'll have to rely on yourselves. After distributing the items, Mo looked at the young faces, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Instructor Mo, are you also going to suppress the rift? Xia Yu asked quietly. What do you think? In times like these, who can stay out of it? Mo patted Xia Yu's shoulder. Kid, I've got high hopes for you. All right, let's get moving. Be careful out there. Mo addressed all the students. I look forward to seeing how you perform in this evaluation. The crowd of hundreds quickly dispersed into small teams, heading towards the snow-covered horizon. The once bustling academy entrance suddenly fell silent. Another batch of fine young men. Who knows when this will end? Captain Li, with his arm in a sling, stood by the gate, giving a solemn salute to the departing figures. The biting cold winds of the northern frontier were as relentless as ever, but this time, Xia Yu was not journeying alone. He was accompanied by 3 comrades on a special mission, to capture a live magical beast. This was not only a test, but also an opportunity to earn military merit. To support new recruits, the military had increased the exchange rate. A live magical beast rated at Silver 1-star could be exchanged for 2 merit points. The 4 of them formed a formidable team. Sure Hao summoned beast was a Silver 1-star giant rock warrior. Wu Lang had a Silver 2-star ironback silver wolf, and Lin Bufan controlled a bronze 8-star sage of the sacred wood. Although Lin Bufan's summoned beast was the weakest, his expertise in alchemy made up for this shortcoming. Before setting out, he prepared a red potion for everyone that could raise their body temperature. Despite its unpleasant taste and short-lived effect, it greatly alleviated the biting cold. The team rode swiftly on the giant rock warrior and the ironback silver wolf, while Lin Bufan had to endure sitting on the hard shoulder of the giant rock warrior. His sage of the sacred wood, with its hunched back and elderly appearance, was hardly suitable as a mount. After several hours of trekking, Xia Yu suggested they find a cave to rest. Let's fill our bellies first, then we can discuss business, he said, his gaze sweeping over the rolling snowfields in the distance. Due to the presence of the Demon Suppression Academy, It was hard to find magical beasts worth capturing within a 100-mile radius. Inside the cave, they shared the small game they had hunted along the way, conserving the emergency rations in their packs. When thirsty, they would grab a handful of snow and stuff it into their mouths, the icy sensation sending a chill down their spines. After eating, the four sat cross-legged on the ground, spreading out a map of the northern frontier that Xia Yu had exchanged for 10 merit points. This special map marked only the terrain features like mountains, snowbanks, and cliffs, with no towns or roads. Should we split up or stick together? Xia Yu posed the crucial question. Sure, Hao said excitedly. With our strength, splitting up means leaving no stone unturned wherever we go. Idiot. Wu Lang interrupted bluntly. This is the northern frontier. Don't think a few silver ranks can let you run rampant. The last person who thought that way is now 6 feet under. As the two argued, Lin Bufan quietly took out 2 potions from his backpack and placed them on the map. This one is the essence of snow bison blood, and this one amplifies scent. Combined, the blood scent can cover a 10-kilometer radius. The others looked at the expensive potions in surprise, realizing Lin Bufan's intention. Though it was a costly move, it was worth it for a chance to officially join the demon suppression army. Half an hour later, the bloody scent spread. Suddenly, there was a faint disturbance in the snow. Xia Yu cautiously peered out to see a bronze 9-star snow wolf following the scent. Bufan, here's some practice for you, Wu Lang said, clearly uninterested in such a low-level magical beast. A dark green light flew from Lin Bufan's hiding place, enveloping the snow wolf in an instant. Sage of the sacred wood, essence of withering. With Lin Bufan's low command, the snow wolf's fur and flesh began to corrode visibly, soon collapsing to the ground with a painful howl. The terrifying scene made Xia Yu's scalp tingle, prompting him to reassess the power of plant-based summoned beasts. Just as the group was marveling at Lin Bufan's technique, a gaunt snow leopard appeared in the distance, greedily gnawing on the snow wolf's remains. Silver 2-star, barely qualified. How, back me up, Xia Yu whispered. Immediately, a radiant hexagram appeared behind Xia Yu, and a majestic lightning eagle materialized. At the same time, Sherhao's giant rock warrior charged forward with a roar, wielding a heavy stone sword. The snow leopard was startled by the sudden attack and tried to flee, only to be blocked by the lightning eagle. The giant rock warrior followed closely, raising its stone sword high. How? Don't kill it, Xia Yu hastily reminded. The giant rock warrior swiftly changed its move, using the flat of the sword to slam the snow leopard into the snow. Fortunately, the snow was thick enough to prevent a fatal blow. What a hassle. Almost killed it, Sherhao sighed in relief, quickly throwing a net to capture the unconscious snow leopard. And so, the team's first trophy was secured. The four exchanged smiles, pleased with their successful start, while also realizing that the challenges ahead would be even greater. The harsh environment and powerful magical beasts of the northern frontier awaited them. This was just the beginning. Haozi, Lunga, go quickly. Flank from both sides. On the battlefield, Lei Guangying was surrounded by purple lightning. Zhu Yin Zhanjiang held a stone sword high, and Tai Bei Yinlang's fangs glinted sharply. The 3 silver-level fighters coordinated seamlessly, swiftly subduing a 6-star silver snow ape. The net fell, marking the end of this giant creature's freedom. Well done. Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction. A 6-star silver snow ape is worth 12 merits according to the mission exchange rate. We each get 3 points. For days had passed out of the 7-day mission. Apart from the first day spent traveling, they had employed a strategy of waiting in ambush for the last 3 days, yielding a bounty of prey. They were selective with their targets. Large prey had to be at least 5-star silver, while smaller prey needed to be at least 2-star silver. Transport was a consideration. Only Xia Yu's Lei Guangying could move quickly over hundreds of miles. Prey too large was unmanageable, and lower-level creatures weren't worth the effort. Thanks to Lin Bufan's potion support, they could afford to be picky. Haozi, accompany me on a trip, Xia Yu said, eyeing the massive snow ape. This one's too heavy. Lei Guangying won't be able to carry it. On the ground lay 3 smaller beasts, dwarfed by the snow ape. Zhu Yin Zhanjiang hoisted Sherhao onto his shoulder and dragged the snow ape toward the academy. Alone, Lei Guangying could cover the 200 to 300 miles in just over an hour, but with Zhu Yin Zhanjiang, it would take at least 3 hours. Over the past 4 days, Xia Yu had made at least 1 round trip each day. Their 4-person team's merits totaled over 150 points, averaging nearly 40 points each. While Xia Yu and Sherhao were off to deliver the task, Wu Lang and Lin Bufan tidied up the battlefield and headed towards a distant hill. To prevent potion odors from affecting their rest, they camped upwind. Suddenly, a beast's roar shattered the silence. Alert! Wu Lang looked up, hand on his short blade, as Tai Bei Yinlang leaped forward. Lin Bufan reached for a potion in his coat. A beast roar. Not far away. Before he finished speaking, Wu Lang pushed Lin Bufan back. A massive rat over 2 meters long burst through the icy rare, 9-star silver Arctic mole. Its sharp snout and claws were terrifying, and the ruptured permafrost attested to its power. Though Wu Lang and Lin Bufan's summoned beasts were of higher quality, the level gap was daunting, and victory seemed unlikely. Worse, while these creatures had poor eyesight, their sense of smell was incredibly keen, making escape difficult. Lin Bufan decisively threw a potion. The Arctic mole swiped at it, cutting it open. The green liquid splashed onto its body, instantly corroding its protective oil layer. Go? There's no time to fight. I have to run. Lin Bufan adjusted his glasses, tossing Wu Lang a colorful potion. Take this. It's an illusion potion from the illusion butterfly, to confuse its sense of smell. As a bronze 8-star summoner not skilled in combat, Lin Bufan knew he'd only slow Wu Lang down. Don't linger in battle. Escape quickly. I'll wait for you at the usual spot. With that, he turned and ran. The Arctic mole targeted Tai Bayin Lang. Though wolves are known for their copper heads, iron brains, and tofu waists, Tai Bayin Lang's silver back armor compensated for this weakness. The man and wolf coordinated seamlessly, showcasing the fruits of Mo Lei's training. Even on the defensive, Wu Lang wasn't entirely suppressed. Wolf claws and blades flew, weaving an impenetrable defensive net. But the Arctic mole's most troublesome trait was its burrowing skill, leaping, breaking ice, disappearing, then launching surprise attacks from unexpected angles. Even staying calm, Wu Lang struggled to predict its movements, forced into a defensive stance. Wu Lang switched to single-blade combat, his back against Tai Bayin Lang, gripping a potion. Blood seeped from the wound on his leg, soaking his pants and dripping onto the transparent ice. He endured the pain, waiting for the right moment. Bang! The ice shattered. This is it. Wu Lang rolled, thrusting his dagger fiercely. Though his right arm was slashed by claws, blood splattering, the dagger pierced the Arctic mole's back. As it roared in pain, Wu Lang hurled a potion with his left hand, hitting its snout precisely. The colorful liquid drenched its head. Tai Bayin Lang. Release, fall back. Wu Lang abandoned his short blade, leaping onto the wolf's back. To avoid colliding with the fleeing Lin Bufan, they chose a different escape route. Behind them, the Arctic mole roared in fury, while Wu Lang's leg continued to bleed, leaving a trail on the ice. Damn it! A snow mound suddenly stood up on a mountain peak 1 kilometer away from the battle site between the frost mole and the iron-backed silver wolf. The figure under the white cloak shook off the snow and waved a hand, causing the distant frost mole to disappear in a streak of light. Watching the figure riding away on the iron-backed silver wolf, the man in the white cloak cursed angrily before turning to leave. The potion extracted from the phantom butterfly not only confused the frost mole's sense of smell, but also induced hallucinations in creatures. The man in the white cloak could not intercept Wu Lang because his frost mole was in disarray, unable to receive commands. In the snow, Wu Lang gritted his teeth in pain and used torn cloth strips to roughly bandage his wounds. The risk of infection was lower in the extreme cold. After confirming there were no pursuers, he mounted the iron-backed silver wolf again and took a detour to the rendezvous point. Suddenly, Wu Lang noticed fresh battle traces ahead. In the sky, a thunder eagle slowly descended, carrying Xia Yu and Hao, who had just completed a mission. Hao crouched down to inspect the fresh bloodstains on the ground, his expression grim. The two immediately directed the thunder eagle to head to the camp. A few minutes later, they rushed into the cave to find Lin Bufan boiling snow water, while Wu Lang's right arm and leg were wrapped in thick bandages. Xia Yu anxiously inquired about the situation and learned that they had been attacked by a silver 9-star frost mole. Xia Yu was puzzled, as frost moles usually did not attack large creatures unprovoked. Hao speculated that they might have inadvertently entered the territory of a newly birthed female frost mole. Although Xia Yu had doubts, he couldn't be sure and could only advise everyone to be extra cautious. The next morning, Xia Yu surveyed the surroundings and noticed the potion's effects were waning and that beast activity had decreased. Considering Wu Lang's injuries, he decided not to use the potion to attract beasts, opting instead to wait for them to come naturally. Hao complained about the scarcity of beasts, but Xia Yu reminded him to be cautious, emphasizing that the mission's focus was on testing their learning outcomes, not earning military merit points. Suddenly, Xia Yu sensed a tremor in the ground and kicked Hao aside, both quickly rolling to evade. A large black rat with corroded skin burst through the ice, the same frost mole that had attacked them the previous day. Xia Yu promptly summoned the Thunder Eagle and directed his teammates to form a battle formation. Hao's giant rock warrior took the front line, Wu Lang and the iron-backed silver wolf flanked. Xia Yu handled aerial attacks, and Lin Bufan prepared to use potions to disrupt the enemy. Go, take it down, Xia Yu commanded, as the four-member team launched an assault on the frost mole. The golden feathered eagle soared into the sky with Xia Yu, who wielded a knife, executing a swift maneuver before launching a fierce attack on the Arctic mole. Simultaneously, the Sage of the Holy Wood unleashed a dazzling green light from his staff, causing thick vines to rise from the ground and swiftly wrap around the Arctic mole's body. Not to be outdone, the rock warrior quickly formed an impenetrable armor of stone on his body, raising his stone sword high, ready to strike. The iron-backed silver wolf transformed into a streak of silver, pouncing on the Arctic mole with lightning speed, its sharp claws gleaming as they aimed for the creature's vulnerable spots. Days of survival training in the wild had honed the quartet's teamwork to perfection. In an instant, their attacks rained down on the Arctic mole like a violent storm. However, this formidable silver 9-star creature was not easily defeated. It let out a piercing howl, its body quickly enveloped in a layer of thick ice, effortlessly blocking the corrosive attack of the withering essence. The vines entwining its limbs proved as fragile as paper under its razor-sharp claws. The bronze 8-star sage of the Holywood found himself outmatched by such a formidable foe. Observing the situation, me.One smirked, adjusted his glasses, and let out a cold snort. He swiftly retrieved 2 potions from his pocket, one blue and one red. He downed the blue potion in one gulp, then held the red potion in his mouth. In the next moment, me.One's figure flickered like a phantom, leaving a trail of afterimages as he closed in on the Arctic mole. With a flick of his tongue, he swallowed the red potion and followed with a powerful punch. Boom! The Arctic mole was sent flying like a ragdoll, but me.One also collapsed from the potion's side effects. Xia Yu rushed forward to help me.One to his feet. me.One weakly indicated he could no longer fight, and the Sage of the Holywood retreated to the beast space. The battle continued. The Thunderlight Eagle swooped down, its sharp claws aiming at the now heavily wounded Arctic mole. Its claws had been shattered by me.One's punch, several of its fangs were broken, and blood dripped continuously from its mouth. The Thunderlight Eagle's attack was as swift as lightning, its claws striking the Arctic mole's chest with precision. Purple lightning coursed through the claws into the Arctic mole's body, eliciting a series of agonized screams. Taking advantage of the paralysis caused by the lightning, the Thunderlight Eagle lifted the Arctic mole into the sky before slamming it back to the ground. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, the Arctic mole suddenly transformed into a blue light and vanished midair. It turned out to be a summoned beast with a master, forcibly recalled. The group became alert, searching for the enemy's whereabouts. Xia Yu ascended on the Thunderlight Eagle to scout, soon spotting a suspicious snow mound on a nearby hill. The Thunderlight Eagle launched a lightning strike, but the attack was blocked by a transparent barrier. The snow mound moved, revealing a mysterious figure clad in a white cloak and wearing a silver mask. This person brazenly declared their intention to eliminate the 4 students from the Demon Suppression Academy in exchange for resources to break through to the gold level. Xia Yu retorted defiantly, engaging in a war of words. Suddenly, the mysterious figure summoned a shocking creatura, Servant Angel. This elite silver 9-star creature, clad in silver armor and wielding a slender single-handed sword, challenged the group's understanding of their world. Faced with this powerful adversary, the rock warrior fearlessly charged forward with his massive stone sword. Yet, when the stone sword clashed with the Servant Angel's blade, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The massive rock warrior could not overpower the diminutive Servant Angel, with the 2 swords locked in a stalemate. This astonishing sight signaled the onset of an even more intense battle. Xia Yu suddenly stepped back, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The Angel Servant, a creature not recorded in any bestiary, was a complete mystery to him. The aura it exuded was not weak, likely on par with the extreme ice mole. However, Xia Yu was unaware that this seemingly frail creature was not only of a grade comparable to his giant rock warrior, but also far superior in level. Retreat? Let me help you, came a cold snort as the Angel Servant, holding Xia Yu's stone sword, suddenly spoke. This left everyone present stunned. Talking summoned beast. It completely overturned their understanding of magical creatures. With a sudden jolt of its single-handed sword, the Angel's Servant forced the massive body of the giant rock warrior to stagger backward, its stone sword raised high. Holy light slash! With a soft cry, a milky white light converged on the single-handed sword, transforming into a massive crescent-shaped elemental blade that swept outward. Crack! The rocky armor on the surface of the giant rock warrior shattered under this strike, and a deep wound was carved into its chest, faintly revealing its energy core. Xia Yu's face changed drastically, and he urgently shouted, "Withdraw the giant rock warrior. I'll handle this." At this critical moment, Xia Yu descended from the sky, withdrawing the Thunder Eagle. The masked man sneered, "Humph. Surrendering, are we? Too bad, I don't take prisoners." The Angel's Servant coldly rebuked, "Noisy." The masked man immediately fell silent. Xia Yu retorted with a cold smile, "Surrender? You're not worthy. Just a silver 9-star, and merely an elite level, and you think I'll surrender?" With a wave of his hand, Xia Yu summoned a black 6-pointed star in the air, from which a pitch-black, sword-wielding warrior slowly emerged. The Night Warrior, silver 9-star. Xia Yu was dumbfounded, unable to speak coherently. Xia Yu was secretly pleased, having spent a total of 125,000 experience points to elevate the Night Warrior from silver 1-star to 9-star. Light and dark, natural adversaries. Which is stronger or weaker? I am eager to find out. The angel's servant sneered, once again gathering a holy light slash against the night warrior. However, the night warrior, with a more powerful night slash, instantly shattered the holy light slash and severely wounded the angel servant. Seeing the tide turn, the angel servant became furious, its body radiating intense white light, its aura surging. Meanwhile, the masked man let out a piercing scream, evidently suffering a severe backlash. Ultimately, the angel servant's power rose to the peak of Silver 9-star, just a step away from the gold level. Useless. If it weren't for your hindrance, I wouldn't have fallen to the silver level. The angel's servant angrily cursed the masked man, who was in agony behind it. Blade of Judgment. The angel's servant summoned an even more dazzling white light blade. Night Warrior. A piercing scream shattered the night sky as ghostly energy surged from beneath the dark night warrior's armor, rising like black smoke. His aura intensified steadily, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Seeing this, the angelic servant across from him sprang into action without hesitation. He stomped down hard, and the holy light on his one-handed sword shone as brightly as the sun. The Dark Knight warrior let out a metallic groan, with clanking sounds emanating from beneath his armor. In an instant, his towering figure closed the distance between them, drawing two blades, one to block and the other to thrust. This was a shadow strike skill, driven by shadow power, perfectly combining extreme speed with the sharpness of bone blades. The angelic servant's sword flew from his hand, and golden blood spurted from his abdomen as a jet-black bone blade pierced through. The masked man on the ground let out a heart-wrenching wail, clutched his head, and quickly lost consciousness. Take this guy with us. Retreat. The Dark Knight warrior's form dissolved into a cloud of black mist and gradually disappeared. Lin Buffon, already exhausted and unconscious, was carried by his teammates. The unconscious masked man was bound in a beast sinew net and dragged by the giant rock warrior. In the cave, the campfire began to crackle, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Hao looked at Xia Yu with excitement and said, I swear, from today on, you're like a brother to me. If you tell me to chase a dog, I'll never chase a chicken. Xia Yu chuckled and teased. All right, then go get me a chicken right now. Brother you. There are no chickens in this icy wilderness. How about a snow rabbit instead? Hao replied as he expertly prepared the snow rabbit. Wu Lang, leaning against the cave wall, had been eyeing Xia Yu and finally asked, a necromancer's summon. Xia Yu, have you been to the new dimension in the northern frontier? Xia Yu was ready, having spent over 10 minutes weaving a tale about encountering a severely injured Dark Knight warrior and successfully forming a contract. He cleverly replaced the battle between the undead knight and the ice troll with a duel between the Dark Knight warrior and a 9-star silver beast. Hao listened in awe, while Wu Lang seemed to agree. As someone who also traveled to the academy alone, he had encountered many undead creatures, though he hadn't been successful in forming a contract. When the masked man, splashed awake, suddenly began crying like a child, everyone was stunned. He kept calling out for father, and even attempted to bite the burning embers. Is he brain damaged? Hao wondered aloud. Wu Lang analyzed. It could be a mental backlash. He experienced a similar backlash when summoning a creature of the light. Xia Yu, however, remained cautious, saying, regardless of whether he's faking it or not, we need to report him to the academy tomorrow. He recalled the story of Sun Bin feigning madness to escape capture and was determined not to let his guard down. Even if this person had truly lost his mind, Xia Yu wouldn't allow him to leave his side alive. In this world, a true man should stand against evil and distinguish clearly between right and wrong. If not for his own preparation, today's situation might have turned against them. In front of the Jinma Military Academy's gates, a fierce wind howled, bringing with it the biting chill of snowflakes. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, landing before Xia Yu and his companions. It was a large wind and snow demon hound, and from its back leapt a figure Mori. Not bad. You even caught one alive. You've really improved. Mori said with a note of approval in his voice. Xia Yu humbly responded. It was all thanks to everyone's joint effort. He was silently calculating, knowing that now was not the time to stand out. He understood the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. Even though he was in the Jinma Military Academy surrounded by men who dared to fight beasts, keeping a low profile was always wise. Mori crouched down, carefully examining the masked man on the ground. His large hand pressed against the man's head as he closed his eyes to sense something. Tisk, mental energy is in disarray, beast control space shattered, severe neural damage. This guy is truly brain dead. A trace of disappointment flashed in Xia Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. If he's useless, then I'll just take care of him. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Mori smirked, looking Xia Yu up and down. Didn't expect you to have such a strong killing intent. But even if you don't kill him, he won't last long. In this deep northern frontier, a defenseless fool can only end up as a beast's dinner. A death soldier? Do you know where he's from? Xia Yu asked curiously. Dragging the masked man towards the academy, Mori explained, the Holy Light cult. You must have killed his angel servant. and that servant used the holy light descent skill. Xia Yu glanced back at Xia Yu and the others, who all shook their heads, clearly unaware. Mori continued, originally, after this assessment, you would have learned about it. Since that's the case, I'll tell you now. He detailed the background of the Holy Light cult and their connection to the light dimension. Xia Yu listened intently, pondering the connections in his mind. So their purpose is to hunt us students? Xia Yu asked, but how does that benefit the so-called light dimension? Mori scoffed, what are you thinking? Do you think you're worthy? He shook the masked man in his hand. Their real target is the newly appeared space wormhole. Xia Yu suddenly understood, cursing under his breath. Damn, this is a blatant scheme. These guys are pretty clever. He quickly pieced together the logic. The Holy Light cult sent low-level members to hunt students, forcing the Jinma army and the academy to divert their attention, thereby weakening the defense of the space wormhole. If the academy ignored it, it would harm their reputation and future strength. So the academy chose to abandon the students, leaving us to deal with these high-level Holy Light cult members ourselves. Xia Yu asked the final question, his eyes shining with complex emotions. Mori's outburst was like a bomb going off, leaving Xia Yu momentarily stunned. The instructor was livid, his face flushed red as he pointed at Xia Yu and roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even hear yourself? Taking a deep breath, he continued his tirade. Do you think without instructors to protect you, the cadets would just walk away with minor injuries? Are those distress signals just for show? For this assessment, the Academy brought in elite forces from the Northern War Zone specifically to ensure your safety. And you think we would just stand by and watch you die? Anger sparked in Mori's eyes. The Demon Suppression Army's duty is to protect humanity. Do you not consider yourself human? Xia Yu shrank back, laughing awkwardly, and quickly explained. Haha, I was just saying. I trust the Academy wouldn't abandon us. He calculated silently that most of the cadets were between Bronze 8-star and Silver 1-star in strength, while the Silver Mask of the Holy Light cult they encountered was a Silver 9-star expert. Without instructor protection, escaping unscathed would indeed be nearly impossible. Seeing this, Mori calmed down a bit, waved his hand dismissively, and said, all right, you know what you need to know. Just find a place to stay put, and your rewards will come once the assessment is over. With that, he dragged the masked man onto his winds now magic hound and sped off towards the Academy's inner grounds. As Mori left, Xia Yu and the others finally relaxed. Xia Yu and Haozi resumed their endless bickering, and even the usually stoic Wu Lang cracked a smile. Let's go back, take a hot shower, and have a good meal, Xia Yu stretched. I've eaten so much roasted meat these days I'm constipated. Haozi sidled up with a cheeky grin. Want me to help you with that? Get lost, Xia Yu laughed. You can drive on any kind of road. The next morning, at the outdoor training ground of the Demon Suppression Army Academy, 700 new recruits stood in neat formation, divided into 7 groups of 100. On the high platform, Shin-Su stood tall in his military uniform, his gaze sharp as it swept over the crowd below. From today on, I will call you my comrades. Shin-Su's voice was powerful and resonant. I am very pleased to see your resilience and bravery in this assessment. 718 of you faced the beasts and the traitors of the Holy Light cult and returned safely, leaving no one behind. Some of you even managed to defeat those human traitors, which fills me with immense pride. He paused before continuing. For you, the Demon Suppression Army doesn't demand high abilities. It's all based on personal effort. What we need are your courage and tenacity. I hope you will carry this spirit of not abandoning or giving up throughout your lives. As his words ended, Shin-Su saluted the crowd below with a crisp snap that echoed throughout the area. Now, I announce, Shin-Su's voice grew even louder. The 718 new recruits are hereby granted the rank of Demon Suppression Army soldiers. Before his words had fully settled, a sparkling star appeared on the shoulders and collars of all the new recruits. This small change instantly elevated the whole team's energy, as if it had become tangible. The commissioning ceremony marked the new recruits' official induction into the Demon Suppression Army. Following this, the mission merit points were distributed. Xia Yu's 4-person team earned a total of 164 merit points from hunting beasts, averaging 41 points per person. However, the real prize was from the masked man. According to Mori, the Academy leadership originally planned to double their hunting score, but after Mori's strong advocacy, to set an example for the new recruits, they rounded it up to a neat 100 merit points each. Initially, with the doubling, each would have received 82 merit points. So, Mori's influence was worth 18 merit points, and together they gained an additional 72 points, which was quite satisfactory. Xia Yu was rather indifferent about it, telling Mori, as members of the Demon Suppression Army, it's our duty to fight for justice. Getting a reward is already a bonus. We shouldn't ask for more. For some reason, after hearing this, Mori's face darkened like a pot's bottom. After the training camp ended, the cadets' schedules became relatively more flexible. Besides the compulsory academic courses, the Academy offered them ample time to enhance their skills. In short, For future frontline fighters like Xia Yu, the academy was a platform for rapid growth as beast masters. Need resources? Everything you need is available, as long as you work hard. Need skills? No problem, as long as you're willing to study. All kinds of information are open to you. As for practical experience, once approved, you can explore various dimensions. Of course, this depends on the cadet's actual situation. Just as the training camp ended, Mori extended an invitation to Xia Yu. Hey kid, interested in joining my team for a couple of days? Mori, outwardly proper but quite shrewd, had quickly recognized Xia Yu's potential. In just 7 days, Xia Yu had stood out in his team of 4, becoming the backbone. Not to mention his performance in capturing the silver mask of the Holy Light cult. Although Mori hadn't witnessed it firsthand, Stonehouse' reaction suggested Xia Yu had likely accomplished it single-handedly. With combat skills comparable to a silver 9-star, outstanding leadership qualities, and as a new recruit, Xia Yu's potential was known only to Mori. Oh, and it seemed that Xia Yu also favored this kid, even granting 800 merit points. But now, Mori had the advantage of proximity, hoping to recruit Xia Yu before Xia Yu could. Hearing Mori's invitation, Xia Yu felt a bit queasy. He looked up at Mori's forced smile and asked, "Your team? Are you going to the undead dimension?" Mori pounded his chest proudly. "Absolutely. The main camp of the Northern Warzone 2nd Legion is in the undead dimension, and I'm heading there tomorrow." He felt smug. Although Xia Yu's Firebird camp was a direct unit of the Northern Warzone, Xia Yu had the advantage of a flying summon. Mori's summon was a Winds Now magic hound, and he couldn't have his team flying while he rode on the ground, as it would not only slow them down but also undermine his authority as a commander. Xia Yu was surprised. "So soon? You're leaving tomorrow." He had planned to tour the major dimensions as promised upon enrollment. He didn't expect Mori's schedule to be so tight. Mori chuckled, hands behind his back. "If it weren't for your assessment, I would have been there already. It's tomorrow. If you want to go, meet me at the gate in the morning. If you miss this chance, there won't be another." With that, Mori left, feeling triumphant. As long as the kid was interested, it wouldn't be hard to persuade him. Perhaps he could even bring the whole team along. The howling cold wind swept past the gates of the Demon Suppression Academy, where 2 figures paced back and forth. Xia Yu and Hao were anxiously waiting. They were about to embark on an adventure to the undead realm. Xia Yu was eager to explore the undead realm. Since acquiring the Night Warrior, his experience points had been exhausted, and with the lack of real combat opportunities in the academy, his experience growth had nearly stalled. He longed for the thrill of racking up experience points with a single thunder strike, just like during the Beast Tide battle in Mabe City. Upon learning of Xia Yu's plan, Hao insisted on joining him. Xia Yu's Night Warrior intrigued this burly young man who loved close combat. His first summoned beast, the giant rock warlord, was a testament to this. For Hao, the undead realm was an excellent opportunity to acquire more powerful summoned beasts. Xia Yu tightened his cotton coat, stomped the snow off his boots, and said to Hao, "If you want to go, I have a good idea. When instructor me.One arrives, just get on your knees and beg him to take you along." Hao hesitated, worried that doing so would compromise his dignity. But under Xia Yu's teasing, he finally resolved, "All right, for the sake of an undead summoning beast, I'll kneel." Before long, instructor me.One appeared before them, riding a snowstorm hellhound. Before me.One could say a word, Hao dropped to his knees, pleading tearfully. Me.One looked at Xia Yu with a furrowed brow, seeking an explanation. Xia Yu quickly distanced himself from the situation. "I had nothing to do with this." He's determined to tag along. Hao continued to sell himself. "Instructor me.One, please take me with you. I can take a beating and won't hesitate to go through hell and high water." Me.One explained that the undead realm was currently in its early stages, with fierce battles typically handled by the Demon Suppression Army for initial suppression. Xia Yu was invited to join as a warrior, but Hao's abilities weren't up to par. After Hao's persistent pleading and Xia Yu's reluctant support, me.One finally agreed to take Hao along, but warned Xia Yu to be responsible for Hao's safety. The 3 of them mounted the Snowstorm Hellhound and the Thunder Eagle, heading towards the undead realm. As they neared the spatial wormhole, the elemental currents grew more chaotic. When they finally saw the wormhole, Xia Yu and Hao were awestruck. It was a massive portal, hundreds of meters tall and over 100 meters wide, with swirling elemental currents and dense inky death energy exchanging within it, resembling a giant breathing mouth. Me.One explained to the 2 novices that realms are classified by levels. Even a small realm has a spatial wormhole tens of meters in size. The trio swiftly approached this colossal gateway, ready to step into the unknown undead realm and begin their adventure. The classification of planes was discovered by human warriors during their battles on other planes. The categorization primarily depends on the level of the strongest being that a plane can nurture. For instance, if a plane only has diamond-level creatures, it is considered a small plane. If the strongest being is at the king level, it is a medium plane. However, if the plane's strongest entity surpasses the king level and reaches the immortal level, like in the undead plane, it is deemed a large plane. The immortal level is above the king level, representing the pinnacle of human strength, with an indestructible body and eternal existence. Ahead lies a military stronghold. Please present your identification. About 10 kilometers from the spatial wormhole, a city is under construction. At the completed gate, the demon suppression army, fully armed and accompanied by summoned beasts, patrols diligently. During the initial phase of a spatial wormhole opening, external risks are relatively low, and the threat of human traitors like the Holy Light cult is ever present. Therefore, the army has intensified its patrols. The city under construction serves as the last line of defense against creatures from other planes entering the human realm. The army's motto is to engage in battles on other planes, avoiding conflicts in their own realm. After presenting a demon suppression army badge to a patrolling soldier, the soldier verified the information several times before allowing passage. Naturally, Xia Yu and Hao also underwent scrutiny. At this stage and location, even the Northern Warzone commander would need to verify their identity before passing. After passing through the city gate, the three entered the city, which was still under construction. Inside, there were only various animal skin tents, with the army's flags fluttering in the cold wind. Given that the undead plane is a large plane, the battle won't end quickly, necessitating the establishment of a city. Despite its strong construction capabilities, the Grand Xia builds based on actual needs. Walking on the frozen ground, me.One spoke spontaneously, sharing insights he thought Xia Yu could understand. A small plane, with its strongest being only diamond level, requires just one station legion. Only large planes demand such significant military efforts, as there are few human immortal level warriors. Beyond the next wall lies the core of the spatial wormhole, guarded by an entire legion. As they walked, the number of tents increased, and the patrolling soldiers became more frequent. Every few minutes, a team of soldiers with summoned beasts would pass by. Present your identification. Before the final wall, two gold-level captains, with their fierce gold-level summoned beasts, scrutinized the three. Hello? Could you tell me the location of the Northern Warzone's 2nd Legion? me.One asked the captains after verification. The 2nd Legion went in a month ago, but you'll need to inquire with the command center for their exact location. One captain replied, their tone relaxing after confirming identities. They lacked detailed internal knowledge and couldn't assist me.One further. Are you sure you want to bring these two kids in? They're still children, one captain remarked, glancing at Xia Yu and Hao. How can they grow without experience? Weren't we children during our first battles? me.One replied with a smile, patting the captain's shoulder before turning to leave the city. Xia Yu and Hao smiled at the captains and followed me.One out. Outside the city, the chaotic elemental currents were even more turbulent, and the massive spatial wormhole stood prominently before them. Traveling through the wormhole causes slight dizziness, but it's brief. The passage has stabilized since its initial appearance, which was accompanied by spatial rifts, far more dangerous than the current state. Xia Yu had heard about spatial rifts. Without precise positioning, one could be trapped in spatial turbulence forever. Even if lucky enough to escape, returning to the original plane depends on luck. The wormhole to the undead plane had been stable for over 2 months, losing its previous volatile aura. In a few months, the chaotic elemental currents might dissipate too. Let's go, young warriors, and witness the most brutal battlefield. me.One said, grabbing Xia Yu and Hao as he stepped into the wormhole. The wormhole appeared like a giant doorway, but stepping inside brought a strong sense of weightlessness. Without me.One's support, Xia Yu would have likely fallen. The weightlessness was followed by intense dizziness, akin to being spun while hanging upside down. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only about 10 seconds. With a thud, Xia Yu landed hard on the solid ground. What the ugh? Hao tried to speak, but ended up bending over and vomiting. This is what you call slight dizziness, Xia Yu thought, sitting on the ground for several minutes until the dizziness subsided. It's indeed slight dizziness, me.One remarked, amused by their reactions. For him, it was slight because he was a gold-level beastmaster and had entered before. His first experience was worse, needing veteran support to walk after vomiting everything in his stomach. Standing up, Xia Yu surveyed the surroundings. Dark was his first impression of the undead plane. A single moon hung in the sky, providing some light, but contrasting sharply with the bright northern border outside. The air was rich with the energy of death, exciting the Dark Knight warrior in Xia Yu's beast space. Otherwise, the environment resembled the outside world, with black ground, distant mountains, and nearby trees. However, these trees looked like the twisted branches of a witch's tree, bare and gnarled like clawing ghosts. Let's go? The army should have advanced, me.One urged. At the entrance of the space wormhole, 2 camps of soldiers were on high alert, with a platinum-level expert overseeing the operation. Xia Yu, me.One, and another companion entered effortlessly, only sensing a faint mental scan. However, me.One reminded them that leaving would not be as easy. The station soldiers reported that after 2 months of intense fighting, the front lines had advanced over 80 miles, with the main forces, including the 2nd Legion, pressing forward. For mounts like the Snowstorm Demon Hound and Thunder Eagle, this distance was only a quarter's journey, but the scenery along the way silently narrated the arduous battle. The road was marked by the intermingling of reddish-brown bloodstains and black earth, growing ever darker. Along the sides, the occasional sight of bone ash spoke wordlessly of war's brutality. Before long, a sprawling tent city stretching for dozens of kilometers appeared before the three of them. The entire encampment was laid out in a square formation, divided into 3 armies and 2 wings. Each unit's camp had its own distinctive setup. The front army's tents were tightly packed, forming a camp within a camp, squad within a squad structure. The left wing, near the mountains, had a semicircular layout. The right wing was built alongside a black river. This layout showcased the extraordinary military prowess of the Demon Suppression Army's leaders. With his past life's military knowledge, Xia Yu could comprehend its intricacies. His companions, however, were wide-eyed with amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Instructor Mo, there must be tens of thousands of troops stationed here." Mo snorted, his gaze quickly scanning the flags erected in each area. He explained that there were 10 fully organized legions here, not including the troops stationed on the perimeter. The Central Army banner bore a black background with a striking red, demon, character, matching the badge of every Demon Suppression Army member. Different banners with legion numbers were erected in each area. Mo's Northern Warzone 2nd Legion was stationed on the army's right wing. He introduced it as a light mixed Beastmaster unit, excelling in speed and attack, typically serving on the flanks. The main battlefield, however, was handled by the heavy mixed Beastmaster units, known for their formidable defense, with the giant rock warrior being a typical representative. Upon entering the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Legion, Mo warmly greeted every soldier, showing no hint of an officer's airs. Passing through a series of tents, they arrived at a command tent marked with a flag. Unusually, Mo's command tent was located at the outermost edge of the camp, near the water. He explained, "It's a rule of our Demon Suppression Army that the battalion commander must be in the most dangerous place to respond to emergencies at any time." Lifting the tent flap, Mo led Xia Yu and his companion inside. The room was filled with uniformed men, all at least of captain rank. Seeing Mo, smiles appeared on their faces. Mo looked around and noticed 2 people missing, his expression changing slightly. A young man about 25 or 6 quickly explained that Wang Mang was recovering from an injury at the rear, and Lu Sun was inspecting the troops. Mo breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged them. "Phew, you gave me a scare. As long as you're alive, injuries are no big deal in our battalion. Remember, when it's time to charge, give it your all. Injuries don't matter. If you lose a limb, I'll find you a way out. Just don't lose your life." He moved to the sand table and introduced, "These are 2 cadets I met during training at the academy, here to experience life with us. These are the core members of my battalion. This is my deputy commander, Chu Wei, a 7-star gold beastmaster also from the Demon Suppression Army Academy. You'll get to know the rest later." Xia Yu and his companion stood at attention and saluted. "Hello, senior." "Hello, captains." Chu Wei joked. "Well done, Lei. This training trip wasn't in vain. You've recruited 2 young talents." Mo quickly nudged him with his elbow and gave him a look. Mo then inquired about the battle situation. Chu Wei reported that the fighting was intense, with skirmishes occurring almost daily. They had advanced a few kilometers recently, and the coming days might be a bit more stable. He also mentioned that the troop damage was manageable, with casualties kept below 30%, so there was no immediate need for reinforcements. Just as Mo was feeling relieved, a guard suddenly burst in, reporting that the Legion commander was summoning all battalion commanders to the Legion command tent for task assignments. Mo nodded in acknowledgement, instructed Chu Wei to look after the newcomers, and hurried off to the command tent. After Mori left the tent, Xia Yu and Shihao remained inside, feeling a bit awkward. Noticing their unease, Zhu Wei smiled and said, "Relax, there aren't many rules during non-combat times in this camp. Come over to the sand table. We're reviewing the last battle and simulating the next attack." Shihao's eyes lit up at the word attack. He grinned broadly and eagerly pushed his way into the group, saying excitedly, "This is what I like." His enthusiasm made everyone burst into laughter. A captain joked, "Kid, attacking requires strength. Aren't you afraid of losing your life on the battlefield as a newcomer?" Zhu Wei explained, "When we say simulation, it's really just internal training within the camp. Wars are still organized by corps, and specific combat objectives are decided by them. We're just discussing our perspectives." Shihao scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "Well, I don't have much strength yet. Silver level 1 is decent among newcomers, but it's at the bottom in the Demon Suppression Army." Zhu Wei chuckled and smoothed things over. "All right, back when you were their age, who knows what you were up to? Captain Chun, please continue." The atmosphere of discussion resumed in the tent. Xia Yu stood aside, carefully listening to the battle strategies of these seasoned soldiers. He couldn't help but be impressed by the captain's commanding abilities, realizing they far exceeded those of typical 50-man leaders. About an hour later, Mori returned to the tent, looking serious. It's good you're all still here. I have some tasks from the higher-ups to discuss. Xia Yu quickly tugged at Hao's sleeve, signaling to leave. But Mori stopped them. Stay. Since you're here, lend a hand. Xia Yu, temporarily lead a squad to replace an injured captain. Xia Yu was surprised. Instructor, isn't this inappropriate? I'm not even qualified to be a soldier under your command, let alone a captain. Mori impatiently interrupted. Stop arguing. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? He glanced around and continued. The Corps has given us a mission, to capture the first city in the undead realm, a Headbone City. This is a death order. We must succeed. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, and then gradually left the tent. Mori held Xia Yu and Hao back, explaining. Xia Yu, this time we're attacking as a camp unit. Just stay with the main force. Hao, you'll stay by my side as a guard for now. Once your strength improves, I'll give you a captain position. The two saluted and exited the tent. Captain Chun was waiting outside and smiled at Xia Yu. Come on, I'll take you to the 9th squad. Chen Bing, a distinguished golden 3-star beast master under Mori's command, is one of the stronger squad leaders in the camp. Standing at the edge of the camp, he surveyed the bustling soldiers, pondering silently. Among Mori's 10 squad leaders, besides himself, there are 2 other golden-level beast masters, while the rest are all silver 9-star. Logically, golden-level beast masters are fully qualified to be reassigned as camp leaders in other units, and even in logistics, the treatment is better than that of a squad leader. However, these individuals willingly choose to remain in Mori's camp. Chen Bing himself is a prime example. He recalled his military journey. Starting from the city guard, he endured until he reached the silver level before joining the demon suppression army. With no background or resources, Chen Bing's summoned beasts could only grow to silver 9-star at best. His promotion to a golden-level beast master was largely thanks to Mori's support. Without Mori, there would be no Chen Bing today. Shaking his head, Chen Bing brought his thoughts back to reality. He glanced at the slightly nervous young man beside him, Xia Yu, the newly appointed acting leader of Squad 9 by Mori. The squad was originally led by Wang Mang, but Wang Mang recently had his spiritual sea injured by a vengeful banshee and is unable to participate in battle for the time being. The spiritual sea is fundamental to a beast master, as the beast space is established within it. An injury to the spiritual sea means Wang Mang temporarily loses his summoning ability. Listen, kid, Chen Bing said in a low voice to Xia Yu. Wang Mang's troops are known for their bravery in this camp, but they're also quite unruly. As a newcomer, you're likely to struggle to control them. Even though you were brought in by the camp leader, you're still a rookie. I admit, given time, you might become an excellent soldier. But right now, you might find it hard to keep those veterans in line. Chen Bing's tone carried a hint of condescension, but Xia Yu knew it was well-intentioned. If you find things getting out of hand, make sure to report it immediately. With a major battle looming, we can't afford any mistakes. Understood? Understood. Thank you, Captain. Xia Yu nodded solemnly. As they walked and talked, Chen Bing provided a detailed introduction to the various aspects of the camp. Soon, they arrived at Squad 9's quarters. It was mealtime, and a large pot in the center of the camp was bubbling with hot, fragrant meat soup. Zhao Xiong, assemble the troops. Chen Bing commanded loudly. In the field, a burly man with a dark complexion looked up, recognized Chen Bing, nodded, and promptly began assembling the troops. Let me introduce you, Chen Bing said to Xia Yu. This is Zhao Xiong, Wang Mang's deputy. In Wang Mang's absence, he's been in charge of the squad. Observing the neatly arranged formation before him, Chen Bing nodded slightly. Although Wang Mang's soldiers were unruly, this was only in everyday situations. The Demon Suppression Army encourages individuality among its soldiers, but does not tolerate insubordination. Any soldier daring to defy orders in the Demon Suppression Army will be expelled, and no city guard within the Great Xia territory will employ them. Zhao Xiong, Chen Bing raised his voice. This is the acting leader sent by the camp leader, a top student from the Demon Suppression Academy, Xia Yu. To facilitate Xia Yu's management, Chen Bing subtly praised him, hoping that this young man would quickly adapt and take control of the situation. After all, in a world fraught with danger, a united and strong team is often the key to survival. Upon hearing that the battalion commander had appointed a new leader for the 9th squad, Zhao Xiong was furious. He stormed into the commander's office, followed by a group of equally disgruntled comrades. What nonsense about some top graduate from the Demon Suppression Academy? Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth. Brother Mang got injured, and instead of being commended, his position is given to a green student soldier. As Zhao Xiong pushed past Xia Yu and was about to step out, Chen Bing sharply reprimanded him. Zhao Xiong, are you disobeying orders, leading a mutiny? Believe me, I can have you court-martialed on the spot. Chen Bing's face was ashen. Although he had anticipated some pushback, he hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the 9th squad. Zhao Xiong paused and turned to face Chen Bing, his eyes reddening as he stood tall. Captain Shun, we're not rebelling. We're just standing up for Brother Mang. He fought bravely and killed countless enemies. And just because he got caught off guard by a vengeful spirit, he's being removed from his position? That's not right. Shin Bing's tone softened. Who said Wang Mang is being removed? Xia Yu is only acting temporarily. He's a top graduate from the Demon Suppression Academy. Do you really think he's here to stay as a squad leader? Use your head. Zhao Xiong was still unconvinced. But being led by a student soldier makes us lose face in front of other squads. At that moment, Xia Yu stepped forward. Let me say a few words. His eyes were sharp as he scanned the crowd. I know what you're thinking. You don't respect me because you think I'm not as good as your Captain Wang. You're right. I may not match his strength, but handling you all is a different story. Anyone who doubts me, step forward. Zhao Xiong, provoked, stepped forward boldly. Big words. Today, I'll be the first to challenge you, Xia Yu. Let's see why you think so little of the brothers in the ninth squad. The tension in the air was palpable, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the confrontation to begin. In the camp, there were 10 teams led by 3 captains who were all at the gold level as Beast Tamers, while the rest were Silver 9-star. This information gave Xia Yu confidence. He concluded that the group in front of him could at most be Silver 9-star, with no gold-level Beast Tamers among them. Without this prior knowledge, he wouldn't have dared to make such bold claims. Shin Bing pulled Xia Yu aside and whispered, Xia Yu, don't act on impulse. If things get tough, just call the commander. There's no need to be stubborn. He knew very well that Zhao Xiong was the top fighter in Wang Mang's 9th team, fighting fearlessly and having reached the Silver 9-star level. If not for his insistence on following Wang Mang, Zhao Xiong could have been a captain himself. Shin Bing worried that Xia Yu's impulsiveness might lead to a loss against Zhao Xiong. After all, Xia Yu had been brought in by the commander from the academy and was being groomed for leadership. If he lost face or got injured and left in anger, explaining it to the commander would be difficult. With a slight smile, Xia Yu reassured him, a promise is a promise. Don't worry, Captain Shun. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. With that, he walked straight up to Zhao Xiong and his team. Let's be clear, Xia Yu began. If I win, from now on, you all must stop hindering me and follow my lead until your Captain Wang returns. Zhao Xiong snorted, taking off his jacket to reveal a single layer of clothing, and replied, Fine, I'll agree on behalf of the team. But what if you lose? Xia Yu answered without hesitation. If I lose, I'll apologize to every one of you and personally report to the commander, pack my things, and leave. In his mind, losing was not an option. In the silver level, especially in a place rich with the power of death like the undead realm, as long as his opponent wasn't a dark knight who could counter him, Xia Yu had absolute confidence in his abilities. All right, let's do this. Red Flame Tiger, Zhao Xiong shouted. The surrounding teammates quickly cleared a circular area with a radius of about 50 meters, removing tents, cooking utensils, and other items from the ground. Clearly, they had confidence in Zhao Xiong as well. The Red Flame Tiger, a rare-grade creature at Silver 9-star level, was already at the highest quality possible. As Zhao Xiong summoned the Red Flame Tiger, Xia Yu felt assured. Initially, Xia Yu didn't want to reveal the existence of his Dark Knight in front of everyone. He preferred to keep an ace up his sleeve. But at this point, he had no choice. He consoled himself, thinking that the forthcoming battle would bring a lot of experience points, which could significantly boost his strength. By then, he could hide some of his capabilities again as a trump card. Let's go. Xia Yu steeled himself. His words were spoken, and there was no turning back. Without hesitation, he summoned his Dark Knight. His Xia Yu squinted his eyes, carefully examining the black figure before him. It wasn't the Dark Knight. It resembled the undead creature that had previously battled the deputy commander of the 8th Legion. But how could that be? The deputy commander was a platinum-level powerhouse. Night Warrior, someone exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy, whispering and pointing fingers. Shin Bing, standing behind Xia Yu, was also taken aback. He never expected this seemingly quiet youth to possess an epic-quality summoned creature. Shin Bing suddenly realized why the captain had specifically brought Xia Yu back and entrusted the 9th squad to him. This was a powerful summoned creature capable of growing to platinum level. Moore was looking out for their benefit. Befriending a young man who might become a platinum-level powerhouse in the future meant he wouldn't forget his earliest comrades once he rose to prominence. Xia Yu nodded slightly, stepping back to give the battlefield to the Night Warrior. Come on, Zhao Xiong shouted, leaping onto the back of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Although he couldn't figure out what the boy's summoned creature was, judging by its aura, it was likely on par with his Silver 9-star level. Wielding his battle blade, he charged forward. Crack! The sound of the bone blade being unsheathed resonated, not like the grating sound of bone scraping, but more like metal against bone. It lacked the crisp clang of pure metal, yet carried a unique sense of pressure. Crimson Flame Tiger, lava pillars, Zhao Xiong commanded, and the ground began to tremble more violently. Several fiery red magma pillars shot up, appearing solid from a distance. Ice Spirit Bat. Ice Wall. Shin Bing quickly intervened, summoning a golden-level Ice Spirit Bat. As icy blue frost spewed forth, The small battlefield was instantly partitioned by several ice walls. He had to act, not knowing Zhao Xiong would unleash such a fierce attack right away. If the battlefield wasn't isolated in time, the densely packed tents around them could spell trouble. As for the Night Warrior, it wielded a single blade, with another still sheathed on its back. Its figure darted among the erupting pillars like a phantom. This was beyond the Night Warrior's normal speed, achievable only through Shadow Flash. However, Shadow Flash could only cover a single distance, not continuous leaps. This was Xia Yu's doing. Winning meant doing it in style, barely scraping by wasn't victory. If people attributed it to luck and demanded a rematch, that wouldn't do. So Xia Yu resolved to channel his mental power into the Night Warrior without reservation. Even so, the series of shadow flashes left Xia Yu looking slightly pale, evidently straining him. Shadow Slash. After several shadow flashes through the lava pillars, the Night Warrior swung its bone blade, unleashing a dark crescent slash aimed directly at the charging Zhao Xiong. Crimson Flame Tiger, Firewall. Shattering Claw. Zhao Xiong, a seasoned veteran, reacted instantly. He first used the firewall to weaken the Shadow Slash, then countered with Shattering Claw. This allowed him to maintain his forward momentum while effectively countering the incoming attack. Unfortunately, the Night Warrior's epic quality far exceeded his rare-grade Crimson Flame Tiger. The dark blade effortlessly sliced through the firewall, continuing towards the duo. Roar! The Crimson Flame Tiger roared, leaping high with a flash of light on its forepaw, directly meeting the black blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the black blade vanished, and the Crimson Flame Tiger, along with Zhao Xiong, was knocked back heavily. Night Warrior, Dark Assault. Despite the Crimson Flame Tiger's retreat, the Night Warrior continued its charge. As Xia Yu uttered Dark Assault, the towering black figure accelerated like a cannonball. When the sharp, black bone blade halted before the large head of Zhao Xiong's Crimson Flame Tiger, Zhao Xiong had just managed to steady its form. You lost. Xia Yu calmly declared the battle's outcome. The gleaming blade hovered in front of the head of the fiery red tiger, as man and beast remained locked in a tense standoff. After a long pause, Zhao Xiong slowly lowered his knife. You win, Zhao Xiong said quietly. As soon as he spoke, the red tiger transformed into a burst of red light and vanished. Zhao Xiong surveyed the surroundings and announced loudly, from now on, the brothers of Team 9 will follow your lead until Brother Mang returns. Anyone who dares to disobey, I'll deal with them first. With that, he sheathed his knife and gave Xia Yu a crisp military salute. Xia Yu looked at the group sincerely. I understand you have feelings for Captain Wang, but I'm not here to take over. I'm acting under the commander's orders, with no choice in the matter. He paused before continuing. Rest assured, brothers, I won't stay long, nor will I take Captain Wang's place. I won't throw my weight around. Things will remain as they were. Hearing this, Zhao Xiong's somber expression lifted, and he beamed with pride. Of course. Team 9's reputation is well-deserved. We're all real men. The other team members chimed in agreement, and the atmosphere began to relax. Seizing the moment, Xia Yu said, What are we waiting for, brothers? Let's clean up and eat. Rolling up his sleeves, he grabbed a shovel from behind the crowd and began clearing the cooled lava. Seeing this, everyone else quickly joined in. The cooking pot was soon set up again, and although the earlier incident was brief, it successfully brought Xia Yu closer to the team. He's capable, young, and most importantly, down-to-earth, able to bond with the guys, someone whispered. Just like Brother Mang. Leaders like that are the ones the guys respect. Dark Knight Warrior. Another epic grade summoned beast. This kid has some luck, another voice exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, Mori watched everything unfold through the surveillance equipment, including Xia Yu's words attributing responsibility to him. However, compared to the potential Xia Yu displayed, these minor issues seemed insignificant. Great achievements are not hindered by trivial matters. Mori mused to himself. If this kid becomes a Legion commander someday, he might remember the favor of me taking the blame back then. He chuckled softly. No worries, let him go ahead. Team 9's sharpness is too prominent, and overconfidence leads to downfall. While confidence and morale are essential, excessive arrogance is not. With this thought, Mori waved his hand, signaling Chen Bing, who was reporting the situation in front of him, to understand and quietly leave. Zhao Xiong stood outside the tent, looking at Xia Yu with a complex expression. Xia Yu smiled slightly, pointing to the epaulets on his shoulder, and said, Zhao Xiong, you'll continue to handle the daily management of the 9th Squad. I've never led troops or fought in battles, so I'll rely on you for these matters. Zhao Xiong felt a warmth in his heart, and any initial resistance he had towards Xia Yu vanished. They had once shared meals from the same pot, and were now comrades on the battlefield. He replied firmly, As long as Captain Xia trusts me, it's not a problem. Xia Yu waved his hand and smiled. No need to call me captain. Like you, I also have just 1 star on my shoulder. He paused, turning serious. How are the casualties in the squad? Is there anything you need? Hearing this question, Zhao Xiong's expression grew heavy. After a brief pause, he replied, The brothers in the 9th Squad are all brave fighters, but our casualties are among the highest in the camp. There are fewer than 40 of us left who can still fight. Xia Yu furrowed his brow. The Second Corps was not the main attacking force, yet over a fifth of their soldiers were lost, showing how valiantly these warriors fought. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, "All right, tell the brothers I'll get the resources we need. All they need to do is fight with all their might." Xia Yu thought to himself that since he was here, he should give these courageous men a welcome gift. It wouldn't cost him anything, and he could earn a good reputation. After drinking 2 cups of water, he marched determinedly towards Mo.Lei's command tent, ready to argue his case. Unexpectedly, before Xia Yu could speak, Mo.Lei instructed him to go directly to the supply department to collect some medicines. Xia Yu was taken aback, having prepared his arguments for nothing. Sure how? Mo.Lei's close bodyguard took Xia Yu to the supply department with Mo.Lei's approval note. He couldn't help but mutter, "No wonder Instructor Mo likes you. You two are quite alike." Sure how recalled the earlier scene. Mo laid down 3 cups of water, tightened his belt, and headed straight for the Corps command tent. He stood outside for half an hour, listening to Mo and the Corps leader argue relentlessly. Only then did they get the supplies, which had just arrived at the supply department when Xia Yu, much like Instructor Mo, stormed in. Watching Xia Yu's departing figure, Sure how scratched his head thoughtfully. Seems like not being a squad leader isn't just about strength. In the 2 days since Xia Yu took over the 9th squad, there were on average 2 small skirmishes daily. With forces totaling less than 10,000, a single corps was enough to handle the situation. The 5th Heavy Mixed Beastmaster Corps at the front and the 8th and 9th Corps on the flanks managed these small conflicts with ease. However, everyone sensed an impending major battle. Compressed food was being distributed, and essential medical supplies were ready. A heavy atmosphere hung over the battlefield. "Captain Xia, what was discussed in the meeting? Are we about to fight?" a soldier asked eagerly. They had been stationed outside Skeleton City for a week, and everyone knew an assault was inevitable. Xia Yu replied gravely. "The meeting in camp confirmed that top-tier forces are in position, and the attack will commence at noon tomorrow. According to Mo.Lei, there is a king-level and several diamond-level undead creatures inside Skeleton City. We've delayed our attack, waiting for top-tier forces to arrive." He continued, "The Demon Suppression Army has over 10 diamond-level warriors, but only 1 king-level. To ensure success, another king-level Beastmaster was brought in from elsewhere. We must capture Skeleton City in one decisive strike, and be prepared for a prolonged battle if necessary." "Great. I'll go and get the brothers ready," Zhao Xiong said excitedly, clapping his hands before running off to spread the important news. With the battle imminent, everyone felt the weight of responsibility and the approaching challenge. The city of bones stood ominously on the desolate land, a bizarre fortress woven from countless white bones. From a distance, its glaring whiteness sent chills down one's spine. In front of the city, over a dozen large flags flapped violently in the fierce wind, as if heralding the imminent bloody battle. "Captain Xia, where does our battalion fall in the attack order?" Zhao Xiong asked in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Xia Yu pondered for a moment before explaining. "The city of bones isn't that large, and with 10 corps and 100,000 troops, there's barely any room to maneuver at the entrance, especially with the undead forces on their side. To quickly capture the city, we're using a rotational attack strategy. 1 or a few corps will attack while others rest, then they'll switch." He paused before continuing. "The 2nd Corps is in the 2nd wave, and our battalion is the 1st in the 2nd Corps." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong couldn't help but complain. "I thought Mori was just boasting, but it turns out his battalion really is the main force. If you ask me, our corps commander should have a word with the chief commander. We can't even secure a spot in the 1st wave. Others get the meat, and we're left with no soup." Xia Yu quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Zhao Xiong to be quiet, and gestured for him to look back. Zhao Xiong turned and saw, several battalions away, the 2nd Corps commander Qi Longfei sitting astride a large summoned beast, his eyes fixed intensely on the front. "Wow, that's our esteemed corps commander, looking really impressive." Zhao Xiong shivered slightly and genuinely admired. Suddenly, a deep, resonant howl echoed across the battlefield, the signal for attack. Immediately, the ground shook with the pounding footsteps as the 5th and 6th Heavy Mixed Beastmaster Corps began their advance. 20,000 troops, along with 20,000 summoned beasts, charged forward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, their presence enveloping the entire battlefield with a sense of grim determination. Xia Yu watched this magnificent scene unfold, and the lines, "Lying drunk on the battlefield, laugh not, few return from ancient wars," came to mind. In that moment, he seemed to truly grasp the essence of the battlefield and the carefree bravery expressed in those verses. 20,000 beastmasters, wielding spears or swords, let out a synchronized roar as their summoned beasts started slowly, then accelerated, transforming into a surging torrent. However, silver-level beastmasters had no clear advantage against the undead creatures, whose physical prowess and undying soul flames were formidable. Controlling summoned beasts from a distance made it difficult to manage the rapidly changing battle situation and quickly drained mental energy, something silver-level beasts struggled to sustain. One might ask, why not form a core entirely of gold-level beastmasters? The answer is simple. If there were enough gold-level beastmasters, who would send silver-level ones to the battlefield? If there were truly so many gold-level beastmasters, not just a mere undead plane, but all known planes would likely be conquered, leaving no need for Xia Yu and his group. At that moment, the gates of the City of Bones slowly opened, releasing a terrifying tide of bone-made creatures surging toward the human army. The battle was about to begin. Skeleton wolves, undead skeletons, bone warriors, a variety of undead creatures launched a fearless counterattack. On the city walls, countless bone mages, holding bone-short staffs, chanted in unison, their voices clattering like bones colliding. The death energy visibly gathered rapidly. Woo woo woo, a signal from the screech of the howling owl, one long and two short, indicated the need for defense. Instantly, the beast masters in the charge activated various protective measures, layering elemental forces. Within seconds, all beast masters within the attack range were ready for defense. Boom, boom, boom. The undead magic cast by the bone mages fell like a black curtain, covering the sky and crashing down on the Beastmaster Legion. Even from a distance, Xia Yu could see the dust and sand kicked up by the impact of the magic. As the first wave of magic dissipated, the howl for attack issued again from the howling owl. This time, the 8th and 9th light mixed Beastmaster units on the wings launched their assault. Kill, kill, kill. The two forms of Beastmaster units presented a stark contrast. The heavy mixed Beastmaster Legion, which initiated the attack, had not yet reached the bone army emerging from the city, while the speed-oriented light mixed Beastmaster Battalion had already clashed with the bone army. Roar. White clashed with black, colors with monochrome, as the two armies collided like giant gears. Everything caught between the grinding forces of men and beasts was reduced to dust and blood. The heavy battalions spread out their formations, bracing for the impact of the bone army. The light battalions on the flanks, like outspread wings, forcefully penetrated from the sides, their momentum unstoppable, aiming to engulf the entire bone army. Atop the walls of Skeleton City, several powerful undead creatures, shrouded in deathly aura, rose into the air, both humanoid and beast-like. Among them, a skeletal dragon was the largest and most imposing, at least a diamond-level creature. The other undead creatures were equally formidable, with none below platinum-level strength. The scene was awe-inspiring. Although it was just a small-scale skirmish involving 4 core within the larger battle, it had already brought several diamond-level beings into the fray. On the side of the Demon Suppression Army, as soon as the skeletal dragon appeared, several figures flew out from the central command tent, all platinum-level experts riding flying beasts. "Old Han, should we join the fun?" shouted Jingjun, the commander of the 5th Corps, sitting on the back of a sun-chasing eagle, his bold voice carrying far. "Yes, our soldiers are fighting fiercely, and as Corps commanders, we must not stand by. Let's go." Han Tao, clad in military attire, with elemental wings on his back, laughed heartily as he soared straight toward the skeletal dragon. The two diamond-level leaders took action simultaneously, each engaging the diamond-level skeletal dragon and the humanoid undead creature, the Ghost Sword Master. The battle grew increasingly intense, and even from the rear, Xia Yu felt his blood boiling, unable to suppress his inner excitement. No wonder Zhao Xiong was so eager for battle, Xia Yu thought. In such a scene, what man could resist the urge to fight? Charge! Take down those bony bastards. The banner of the 2nd Legion surged forward like a fierce tiger, heading straight for the towering walls of Skeleton City. Mori's battalion, serving as the main force, was at the forefront of the attack, flanked by the elite units of the 2nd Legion. After a long wait, the 2nd Legion finally had the chance to launch their assault. The soldiers charged at Skeleton City like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. Under the cover of the light infantry, the 5th and 6th heavy mixed Beastmaster legions plunged like steel nails at the base of the city walls, firmly rooting themselves. The fierce battle had raged on for an hour, with heaps of white bones beneath the walls bearing witness to the brutal slaughter. As the situation reached a stalemate, the Central Command tent finally issued the order for a rotation, considering the endurance of the 4 frontline legions. The 2nd and 10th legions on the flanks launched the next wave of attacks. These two light mixed Beastmaster units swiftly reached the walls, taking over the assault. This allowed the 5th and 6th legions holding the front to withdraw and catch their breath. 9th Squad, give it everything you've got, get to the front. With this command, the most remarkable 9th Squad of the 2nd Legion charged ahead. The 9th Squad was known for 2 things. First, the thunderous voice of Zhao Xiong, who charged shirtless on a blazing red tiger, as fast as lightning, and second, the unique approach of Xia Yu. A 2-meter-tall night warrior, wielding a sword in one hand, carried Xia Yu under its arm like a sack of potatoes, striding forward. Xia Yu's face was a picture of regret, lamenting his impulsive decision to contract such a summoned beast. At this moment, even Zhao Xiong's red tiger seemed more appealing by comparison. At least Zhao Xiong was a legitimate beastmaster, whereas in Xia Yu's case, it was hard to tell who was the beastmaster and who was the summoned beast. With a deafening roar, the Second Legion surged through a gap left by the Eighth Legion, closing in on the city walls. In the blink of an eye, they launched the first wave of a fierce assault on Skeleton City's defenses. The epic quality Night Warrior, with the power of a silver 9-star, demonstrated incredible combat prowess against ordinary undead creatures. Defeated a silver 3-star bone demon, gained 300 experience points, 30 evolution points. Defeated a silver 5-star bone knight, gained 500 experience points, 50 evolution points. System notifications popped up continuously. While the Night Warrior's kill efficiency couldn't match the Lightning Eagle's ability to wipe out large groups with a single thunder strike, it excelled in quality. Each strike was lethal, bringing hundreds of experience points, with numbers climbing rapidly as if riding an express elevator. Just as Xia Yu was engrossed in controlling the Night Warrior's onslaught, a massive azure blade of light suddenly descended from the sky, targeting Xia Yu and the Night Warrior on the front line. "Xia, watch out!" Zhao Xiong's warning cut through the battlefield's chaos. Only then did Xia Yu become aware of the overwhelming pressure from above, his heart leaping into his throat. Shadow flicker, dark raid. The figure of the Night Warrior flickered twice like a phantom, narrowly dodging the massive blade of light. Xia Yu cursed under his breath, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The Green Wind attribute attack was out of place in this undead realm, clearly a friendly fire incident from their own side. Looking up, he saw a man in military uniform hastily flying away, the elemental wings on his back flapping rapidly. This mishap made Xia Yu even more vigilant, constantly on guard for the next potential attack. The battle quickly escalated, with low-level cannon fodder no longer the main threat. The fierce display by the Night Warrior, the Red Flame Tiger, and Team 9 soon attracted more formidable opponents. A gold-level bone-chilling wolf charged straight towards Xia Yu. The bone-chilling wolf faced off against the Night Warrior, soul flames burning fiercely in its hollow eye sockets. There seemed to be some silent exchange between them, but no agreement was reached. The Night Warrior gripped his bone blade tightly in both hands, holding it defensively in front of him. Zhao Xiong rode up on the Red Flame Tiger, shirtless and wielding a blade that was already chipped from use. This valiant warrior suggested teaming up against the bone-chilling wolf, but Xia Yu politely declined. He knew the value of time and decided to leave this tough opponent to someone more suitable. Cross Shadow Slash. The Night Warrior attacked, sending a massive black cross hurtling towards the bone-chilling wolf. Its forepaw gleamed with a metallic cold light, surrounded by an aura of death, as it braced for the attack. Despite the disparity in strength, the Night Warrior's surprise assault enraged the bone-chilling wolf. It forcefully broke through the obstacle, charging directly at the Night Warrior. Xia Yu made a swift decision and ordered a retreat. The Night Warrior grabbed Xia Yu and sprinted away. Any undead creature blocking their path was swiftly cut down. This chase and escape disrupted the entire battlefield. As they fled, Xia Yu shouted for backup. "Captain Chun, Commander, Deputy Commander." He urgently needed to find someone capable of handling the gold-level bone-chilling wolf. In the chaos, Xia Yu finally spotted Chen Bing. This gold-level beast master was engaged in combat with a gold 2-star undead creature. Xia Yu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Captain Chun, don't worry. I'm here to help." At the same time, a thought crossed Xia Yu's mind. How much experience is a gold 2-star worth again? Even in such a critical moment, he couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. The Night Warrior wielded his bone blade, executing a cross shadow slash that sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, targeting the golden 2-star bone-armored rhinoceros amidst a horde of undead creatures. This formidable undead beast was already battered from Chun Bing's fierce assaults. Its 2 horns were broken, the hard skull shattered, half of its faceplate gone, leaving only the other half barely protecting the flickering soul fire within. The jet-black cross cleaved through the air, powered by shadow energy, crashing heavily onto the bone-armored rhinoceros's neck. Bone fragments scattered, and one of its front legs snapped off. The rhinoceros staggered before finally collapsing to the ground. In this critical moment, Chun Bing and Xia Yu acted almost simultaneously. The Night Warrior dashed over 10 meters like a flash, his sharp bone blade aimed directly at the soul fire. At the same time, Xia Yu's Ice Spirit Claw struck the same target with a chilling force. The system notification chimed. Killed golden 2-star bone-armored rhinoceros. Gained 2,000 experience points, 200 evolution points. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have secured the kill. Chun Bing, however, was agitated. "Damn it. Did you do that on purpose, trying to steal my military credit?" He knew that this golden 2-star creature was worth at least 30 points of military credit, and if it wasn't clarified, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? Unexpectedly, Xia Yu grinned and shouted loudly, Congratulations to Captain Chun for taking down the golden bone armored rhinoceros. Captain Chun is mighty. He added, Captain Chun, I don't want any military credit, it's all yours, and I've brought you a more valuable target. With that, he made a swift exit, with an ice wolf in hot pursuit. Chen Bing, hearing this, secretly praised, good lad, I didn't misjudge you. A top student from the Demon Suppression Academy, knows how to handle things well, gets the job done without seeking fame or profit. Just for this, I should keep closer ties with him in the future. From a distance, Xia Yu's wailing voice could be heard. Xia Yu, you damned scoundrel. As he ran, Xia Yu chuckled to himself. Those who can do more work. Those who can do more work. Old Chun is strong. Let him hold them off for a while. I'll gain some more experience points, and then come back to lend him a hand. The battlefield was still filled with the deafening sounds of battle, as both sides fought fiercely. The piles of bones and blood-soaked ground silently told the tale of the brutal conflict. Suddenly, the Augu bird let out 3 sharp cries in succession, signaling the retreat. Behind the 2nd and 10th Corps, 2 fully prepared legions marched in precise, rapid steps, advancing towards the Bone City. The battle was about to take a new turn. After hours of fierce battle, Xia Yu felt his mental strength rapidly depleting and was on the verge of exhaustion. At that moment, the sound of the retreat horn was like a timely rain, aligning perfectly with his intentions. The 1st and 3rd Corps took over the assault on the City of Skulls, allowing the retreating 2nd and 10th Corps a moment to catch their breath. Xia Yu's enthusiasm for collecting kills was astonishing. The most frustrated person in this battle was Chen Bing. He was supposed to focus on fighting undead creatures, but Xia Yu kept snatching his kills. What made it even more amusing was that after each snatch, Xia Yu would leave Chen Bing with a golden-level undead creature as a gift. By the end of the battle, Chen Bing was almost at his wits' end and had killed more than twice the usual number of golden-level undead creatures, all thanks to Xia Yu. Hey, old Chun, wasn't that a great fight? Xia Yu approached with a grin, clearly proud of himself. He knew well that without Chen Bing holding the front line, he wouldn't have been able to ambush so many golden-level creatures in one battle. Roughly estimating, he had managed to take down at least 4 to 5 golden-level undead creatures in this fight. A system notification sounded in Xia Yu's mind. Host Xia Yu's power level, Silver 9-star. Summon creatures, Thunder Eagle, Dark Knight. Available experience points, 64,800. Available evolution points, 18,820 inch. In this battle, Xia Yu had earned about 40,000 experience points and 4,000 evolution points. Although all the military credit went to Chen Bing, Xia Yu still profited greatly, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Great, Chen Bing said with a wry smile. I'm getting old, can't handle this much. Next time, please don't bring them my way. My abilities are limited. He thought to himself that this seemingly steady guy could cause more trouble in battle than the notorious Team 9. He couldn't help but admire the commander's sharp judgment. Really don't want to do it anymore? I'll give you all the military credit. Xia Yu was anxious. Where else could he find such a good partner? No, I don't want anything. Chen Bing waved his hands repeatedly, quickly distancing himself from Xia Yu, as if fleeing for his life. His staggering steps would make one think his mental strength had been exhausted. Xia Yu seemed to have discovered a new world, realizing the secret to quickly earning experience points. By taking down a single golden-level creature, he could earn over 1,000 experience points, and 10 would mean tens of thousands. He calculated that taking down 10 or so in one battle was far better than hacking away at hundreds of silver-level undead creatures. Captain Wong, don't go. I have something important to discuss with you. Xia Yu's plans were ambitious, but reality was harsh. There were only 3 golden-level captains in the 1st Battalion. Chen Bing was already scared off. Wang Meng was recovering from injuries, and the remaining Captain Wang had somehow heard of Xia Yu's notorious reputation. Seeing Xia Yu approach with a friendly face, he quickly changed direction, urging his summoned beast to get away from this calamity. If no one wants to take up such a good deal, fine, I'll go to Instructor Mo. I'm sure Instructor Mo would be interested in such a great opportunity. Xia Yu muttered to himself, already forming a new plan. Xia Yu lifted the flap of the tent and strode in. Instructor Mo Lei was busy with paperwork, but upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and immediately set his pen aside. Commander, reporting for duty. Xia Yu saluted smartly. Mo Lei smiled slightly. Ah, Xia Yu, just the person I was looking for. Xia Yu felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, could it be that the commander knows about my good deeds and wants to collaborate with me? That would be fantastic. Before Xia Yu could speak, Mo Lei had already stood up from his desk, picked up a red cloak, and tossed it to him with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Take this and mark your night warrior properly, so you don't get mistakenly attacked by your own men. Xia Yu was momentarily stunned, then remembered the previous incident. He took the cloak, feeling relieved. So that's what it was. I knew something felt off, like a chill down my spine. It was almost a friendly fire incident. Seeing Xia Yu's sudden realization, Mo Lei remarked with a trace of annoyance. Knowing that kid had a backup plan, Who would have thought you had contracted a night warrior from who knows where? Using a necromancy summon in the undead realm is like lighting a lantern in the bathroom asking for trouble. Xia Yu snapped back to reality, his anger rising. Seriously? Who is it? I'm out there risking my life, and someone stabs me in the back? I'm not letting this go. Mo snorted, looking at Xia Yu with a smirk. Who? Would you dare confront them if I told you? The deputy commander of the 8th Legion, who took down a platinum-level knight warrior unknown. Go ahead, see if you dare to take it up with him. Ah. Xia Yu deflated instantly, sheepishly tucking away the red cloak. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Commander, I'm actually here for something important. Xia Yu then launched into an enthusiastic explanation of his plan. He emphasized the significant threat posed by gold-level undead creatures to ordinary soldiers and their cunning nature. Xia Yu vividly described his strategy, trying to persuade Mo that cooperation was the key to success. For a whole quarter of an hour, Xia Yu spoke eloquently, but Mo remained skeptical. When Xia Yu finished, Mo looked him in the eye. It's a good plan, but I'm not Qin Bing. I'm at Golden 9-star. Are you sure you can escape from such undead creatures? Xia Yu thumped his chest in assurance. Leave it to me. Just worry about keeping up. He thought to himself, for the sake of experience and evolution points, a little risk is nothing. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll push it to the limit. Seeing Mo waver, Xia Yu pressed on. If possible, could you also have the deputy commander join us? That way we can be more efficient. Mo flatly refused. No way. The camp needs someone ready to handle any sudden situations. Either the deputy or I must stay to oversee the troops. Xia Yu felt a pang of disappointment, but knew better than to push further. Unbeknownst to him, Mo had his own plans. The role of command had always been managed by the deputy, Chu Wei, while Mo served more as a pillar of support. This was Mo's way of nurturing the next generation, but Xia Yu was unaware of this. Mori agreed to Xia Yu's request, significantly boosting battle efficiency. The battlefield in front of Withered Bone City was still shrouded in smoke, with the sounds of combat echoing continuously. The 2nd Legion enjoyed a brief respite, thanks to the rotation strategy employed by the Demon Suppression Army. Initially, 4 legions advanced to the city, and subsequently, 2 legions alternated in the attack, ensuring each had sufficient rest time. Xia Yu invested all of his over 60,000 experience points into the development of his Thunder Eagle. Through his efforts, the Thunder Eagle soared from Silver 1 star to Silver 5 stars, just a hair's breadth away from advancing another level. Xia Yu calculated quietly, aiming to elevate the Thunder Eagle to Silver 9 stars before the final assault, and ideally, accumulate enough experience during the attack to break through to the gold level. On the battlefield, the calls of the screeching birds were incessant as the attacking forces surged like tides. The 1st Battalion of the 2nd Legion gained fame for its unique tactics. A fearsome duo, consisting of a redrobed undead and a frostfire demon dog, specialized in targeting gold-level undead creatures. The redrobed undead, despite its large size, was as agile as an eel, serving as the bait. The Frostfire Demon Dog, Mori's summoned beast, boasted an impressive power at gold 9 stars. Whenever a platinum-level undead emerged, the Demon Suppression Army dispatched experts of corresponding levels to handle them. In the absence of platinum-level interference, this duo became the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. Their cooperation was seamless yet full of humor. Don't rush. Leave the last strike for me. You take the one behind. The redrobed undead shouted eagerly. Oh, I nearly couldn't stop my blade. Which one? The Frostfire Demon Dog asked, confused. The Bone Demon Bear. Right. Slow down. If you kill it, I won't acknowledge it. Such exchanges played out every time the 2nd Legion entered battle, with one eager to personally slay every enemy, and the other focused solely on military merit points, often leading to amusing situations. 3 rapid calls from the screeching birds signaled the end of the attack. Xia Yu and the others withdrew from the battlefield, watching their experience points soar, his smile growing ever brighter. Collaborating with Mori was truly rewarding, with efficiency far surpassing that of working with Qin Bing. Each battle saw the easy defeat of over a dozen gold-level undead, reaping tens of thousands of experience points. Xia Yu checked his status. Currently available experience points stood at 154,800, with 32,820 evolution points available. Since teaming up with Mori, he averaged around 70,000 experience points per battle, a 70% increase over his partnership with Qin Bing. Xia Yu, inform all squad leaders and above to come to the command tent, and wipe that grin off your face. Mori, noticing Xia Yu's excitement, couldn't help but wonder if he was the one truly benefiting. If it weren't for the rapidly growing military merit points, he might have doubted whether he was getting the short end of the stick. Got it. On my way, Xia Yu replied with a wide grin, jogging to relay the orders to the various squads. The final assault is coming. As Xia Yu walked out of Mo's command tent, this was the only thought echoing in his mind. Tomorrow at noon, the entire army will advance for the final assault. This means the second corps will have a whole night, plus half a day of valuable rest. The detailed battle plan was issued only to the camp level, and Xia Yu's task as a squad leader was straightforward: ensure his team advanced closely behind the camp banner. But more importantly, he needed to prepare and motivate his troops. In the face of these deathly undead, morale was crucial. Xia Yu understood that not every soldier could approach killing monsters as effortlessly as he did, like clearing levels in a game. Returning to his squad's tent, he immediately handed the task of motivation to Zhao Xiong. This natural morale booster could ignite the spirits of his team just by stepping forward, making them eager to charge ahead. Launch the final assault? Captain Xia, don't worry. The brothers have been waiting for this day. Zhao Xiong's eyes sparkled. Despite his left arm still wrapped in bandages from a wound inflicted by a skeleton during the second assault, requiring 28 stitches. Even so, he insisted on charging with a sword in his one good hand, like a whirlwind of energy. In the camp of Squad 9, a large pot of hot food was cooking over a blazing fire, illuminating the weary yet determined faces of the men. Suddenly, a deep, resonant drumbeat emanated from the central command tent, echoing in all directions. Quick, quick, quick! Form up, prepare for battle. With this shout, the entire human camp burst into activity. Armored soldiers and various summoned creatures gathered swiftly. Next to Xia Yu, a Dark Knight warrior donned a red cloak, standing nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence among the summoned beasts. At the head of Bone City, the 4th and 7th Reserve Corps were launching their final attack, buying time for the main forces to rest. From the central command tent, a loud voice declared, "Brothers, today's battle determines our place in the undead realm. I, Nangong Sun, will be waiting on the city walls with wine to celebrate our victory together." As soon as the words were spoken, a figure soared into the sky. It was an elderly man with graying hair but an extraordinary presence, dressed in a vintage robe, suspended in midair with an aura that was impossible to ignore. His presence seemed to meld with the world around him, giving off a mysterious and profound feeling, as if he was meant to be there, part of the very fabric of the universe. From within the golden hexagram, a massive 5-clawed golden dragon, over 100 meters long, suddenly thrust its enormous head out, its thunderous roar reverberating across the battlefield. Its sharp claws gripped the edges of the hexagram as its entire body emerged, scales glinting with dazzling golden light. Xia Yu was stunned, not only because of the old man who summoned the dragon, but also because he witnessed a living totem with his own eyes. After circling a few times, the golden dragon quietly settled beneath Nangong Sun's feet. Without needing an introduction, Xia Yu understood that this was a king-level entity, unmatched in its aura, and arguably the most majestic presence on the entire battlefield. Atop the walls of the Bone City, a defiant black mist surged, forming into a towering skeleton several tens of meters high. Its glittering bones adorned with a golden crown, wielding a bone sword 20 meters long, it was unmistakably a king-level undead creature, the Skeleton King. It rose into the air, stepping on the black mist. Though its entrance wasn't as spectacular as the dragon's, its presence was equally formidable. Nangong Sun rode the dragon straight into the sky, with the Skeleton King close behind. Such king-level beings could shatter space with their every move. If they clashed on a lower-level battlefield, the consequences would be catastrophic. Knowing this, Nangong Sun immediately led the ascent. In the human camp, over 100 diamond and platinum-level warriors took to the skies. The undead plain side was also a dense mass of high-level beings, even greater in number. "Brothers, leave these troubles to us. The city below is in your hands," shouted Sun Qian, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. He was also the head of the Northern War Zone's 1st Legion, known for his wisdom and bravery. The high-level battlefield was forcibly divided, creating favorable conditions for the army's assault. Human warriors preferred to fight against multiple foes if it meant protecting the lower-level beastmasters, as silver and gold levels were the mainstay of human beastmasters. "Brothers, charge!" A cry shattered the battlefield silence. War drums thundered, banners fluttered, and tens of thousands of summoned beasts surged towards the bone-constructed city like a tidal wave. The Dark Knight, clad in a red robe, carried Xia Yu with imposing might, though Xia Yu's face was full of defiance. Overhead, the flying Beastmaster Battalion let out sharp cries, diving first towards the city walls. "Attack!" The ground army surged like a massive wave against the bone walls of the city. Although they were momentarily restrained, their momentum was unstoppable. The battle erupted, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. The battle raged on for an hour, yet the Demon Suppression Army made no progress. On the city walls, undead creatures surged like a tide, their bony claws lashing out, and eerie howls filled the air. The soldiers charged valiantly, but met an impenetrable wall. 2 hours passed, and the stalemate continued. The army's assaults were like waves crashing against a rock, unable to budge the bone fortress. Beastmasters' creatures swooped from the sky, only to be repelled by the undead's counterattacks. In the third hour, a breakthrough occurred. 5 gold-level Beastmasters fought valiantly, creating an opportunity for a platinum-level warrior. The Platinum Beastmaster formed seals with his hands, sending a blinding light crashing into the wall. A loud boom followed, leaving a visible crack. However, the cost was high. 2 gold-level Beastmasters fell, and 3 were severely injured and retreated. In the fourth hour, the army seized the opportunity. A team of elite gold-level Beastmasters shot towards the cracked wall like arrows. They advanced over their fallen comrades, struggling against undead resistance, and finally scaled the crumbling wall. The fierce battle continued into the fifth hour, with the army securing a foothold on the wall. They held a 50-meter stretch, each inch gained with blood and life. The undead kept charging, but the soldiers held firm, determined not to retreat. By the sixth hour, the battle shifted again. A platinum-level undead creature descended on the occupied wall, threatening to shatter the army's defenses. At that moment, the platinum human warriors were locked in fierce combat, unable to intervene. In the seventh hour, the situation was dire. 20 gold-level Beastmasters led 2 battalions in a desperate fight. They besieged the platinum undead, each attack costing dearly. Ultimately, they succeeded in killing it, but the occupied wall shrank from over 50 meters to just 10. In the eighth hour, the army's fighting spirit surged. Like a flood, they tore through the defenses, expanding their hold on the wall to 200 meters. Thousands of soldiers poured into the city every minute. The fall of the Bone City was inevitable. By the ninth hour, the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Legion returned to the battlefield after a 4-hour rest. Entering the Bone City from the captured wall, they were stunned by the sight. Wow, these skeletons don't even have homes. They're just a bunch of wandering spirits. Zhao Xiong exclaimed, riding his flame tiger alongside Xia Yu. Inside Bone City, there were no streets, homes, or shops, only piles of bones and a gray, desolate ground. The city was empty, with not a single building in sight, apart from the undead still resisting. Despite this, Xia Yu felt the city's deathly aura was far stronger than outside. As soon as he stepped in, a chill ran up his spine. Who cares about that? Are you planning to live in a bone house? Xia Yu scoffed, urging his night warrior forward, wielding a bone knife. The priority was to end the battle quickly and gain as much experience as possible. This large-scale operation, lasting over 10 days, was exhausting from the initial skirmishes to the final siege. Xia Yu knew the fall of Bone City was certain, but ultimate victory depended on the high-level battlefield, especially the duel between the king-level Nangong Sun and the Skeleton King. Either of these powerful figures could turn the tide. In the face of a true powerhouse, even a vast army is but a drop in the ocean. This ancient saying was perfectly illustrated on the battlefield of Skull City. The city's open terrain provided an ideal condition for the encirclement, as tens of thousands of troops surged in like a tide, and the remaining undead creatures were either annihilated on the spot or pushed out of the city. All troops, listen up. Rest where you are. The Guard Corps, take to the walls. The commander's order echoed throughout the city. From the beginning of the assault to the cessation of hostilities, a full 12 hours had passed. Even with opportunities to rotate and rest, exhaustion was still evident on the soldiers' faces. Yet, the walls could not be left unguarded, as the undead creatures expelled from the city still lurked, ready to strike back. This protracted battle was destined to continue for a long time. Fortunately, the Second Corps was not the last in the rotation, so they did not have to take on the first wave of defense tasks. Captain Xia, do you think our human king-level elites can secure the final victory? The soldiers sat cross-legged within Skull City, frequently casting their gaze into the distance. Before victory truly arrived, no one dared to settle in. Hours later, a heartening sight appeared on the horizon. A 100-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon led the way, followed by several flying beasts carrying bloodied heroes. The most eye-catching of all was the trophy clutched in the dragon's claw-set giant skeleton, dozens of meters tall, none other than the fearsome Skeleton King. Roar, a thunderous cheer erupted, as the pent-up emotions of tens of thousands of soldiers burst forth, dispelling the gloom that hung over Skull City. Soon, leather tents sprang up within the city, and a striking black flag with red characters fluttered proudly atop the walls. From this moment, Skull City officially changed hands, becoming the first line of defense for humanity against the undead realm. However, the victory night was not as celebratory as one might expect. Thousands of soldiers and their loyal summoned beasts' remains were sent to the cremation pyres. In the fierce flames, these young warriors of the Demon Suppression Army, though fallen in another world, would have their ashes returned to their homeland. This was the eternal belief of the Demon Suppression Army, to live and die for Xia. The casualties of the 9th Squad of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Corps of the Northern War Zone were particularly severe. 50 young warriors set out, but only 31 returned, including those who were wounded and unable to fight. Xia Yu, along with Zhao Xiong, managed to recover the remains of only 8 comrades. I wonder when this war will ever see an end. Zhao Xiong, holding the ashes of his comrades, had red-rimmed eyes. The usually optimistic man rarely showed such sadness. I've been in the army for over a decade and fought too many battles like this. We brothers aren't afraid to charge or die, but we're afraid of not seeing the light. This is the third new plane I've encountered. Into Xia, who knows how many more spatial wormholes leading to battlefields there are. Under the overcast sky, Zhao Xiong sat before the tent, holding the ashes of his comrade, speaking to Xia Yu at times, and at others, as if talking to himself. Every word heavily conveyed the harshness of war and a veteran's longing for peace. Creak, creak. The heavy-boned gate of Skull City slowly rose as several iron-boned warriors worked together to lift the massive door. In an instant, the army of Beast Masters surged out like a tidal wave, swiftly moving across the desolate land towards their designated positions. Quick, hold your positions, came the command. The snowstorm demon hound charged out first, its fierce claws swiping away several skeletal obstacles in an instant. Following closely was the entire elite battalion, their footsteps echoing through the deathly silence of the land. Ever since the demon suppression army took Skull City, the retreating undead creatures have been launching counterattacks continuously. The gathering undead army surrounding them only made the situation increasingly dire. However, this was not the most troubling issue for the demon suppression army. Defenders on high walls naturally have an advantage over attackers, but relying solely on human lives to defend the city is clearly not a long-term solution. The undead plane, being a large plane, also has its share of immortal-level powerhouses. So far, only one king-level skeleton king has appeared, thanks to the swift actions of the demon suppression army. They stormed the city with lightning speed as soon as the space wormhole appeared. If they had waited for the native strongmen of the undead plane to react, capturing the city would have likely cost 10 or even 100 times more in effort. To solidify their control over Skull City, the 1st Battalion, where Xia Yu belongs, is executing a critical mission. From Commander Mo to the weakest member, Hao, everyone was deployed, taking great risks to fight their way to the designated location outside the city. Their mission is to hold the ground and fend off the endless waves of undead creatures. All this is to protect the Elder at the Centera Platinum level Formation Master. There are more than 20 such teams under Skull City, with forces exceeding a legion. Each team is tasked with guarding a Formation Master to ensure the successful setup of the formations. Zhao Xiong, came another command. Set up inner perimeter alerts and let the brothers take a rest. Don't hesitate to use the calming liquid. Life is most important. The 9th team, originally guarding the perimeter, was replaced by the 4th team after fierce fighting. Xia Yu finally got a moment to catch his breath. This kind of mission started the day after they captured Skull City and has continued for nearly a week. Without the advantage of the city walls, both sides were back to square one. Holding ground in this desolate land against the flood of undead armies came at a significant cost. Xia Yu quickly downed 2 vials of calming liquid, the cool sensation rushing to his head, dissipating much of his accumulated fatigue. Meanwhile, Hao was standing guard beside the Formation Master, his eyes filled with curiosity. Brother Yu, look at this guy scribbling and occasionally inserting a few crystal cores into the ground. Those are at least gold-level magic crystals. Hao whispered in awe. Over the past few days, Hao has grown rapidly. Although he couldn't match Xia Yu's extraordinary talent, he is now a silver 3-star Beast Master. Alongside him in protecting the Formation Master is the 2nd strongest in the battalion, Chu Wei. This arrangement is partly to better observe the battle from the rear and partly to ensure the Formation Master's safety. Although Xia Yu had never interacted with a Formation Master, he had heard a bit about them in his past life. He speculated that the Formation Master's actions might be to stabilize the formation's core or provide energy for the formation. Watching the Formation Master's focused expression, Xia Yu couldn't help but ponder the potential changes this mysterious formation might bring. Xia Yu stood to the side, intently observing the unconventional Formation Master. In his understanding, Formation Masters typically donned a standard outfit, a Taoist robe, a formation flag in hand, and black dog blood as an essential tool. However, the old man before him defied all norms with his white hair and beard. He had the aura of an enlightened monk, yet he stood there leisurely, occasionally handing a few magic crystals to the summoned creature beside him. The summoned creature was about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, entirely white, and humanoid in shape. The most striking feature was the intricate patterns on its back, with each node occasionally glimmering with a faint light. Just as Xia Yu and Hao were whispering about these details, the old man suddenly lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at them. You young fellows know quite a bit. These magic crystals indeed serve as nodes and provide the energy to activate the grand formation. Although Xia Yu couldn't decipher the specific details of the formation spirit's carvings, the scene alone was enough to signify the formation's extraordinariness. According to Mori, of the over 20 formation masters involved in setting up the formation, the weakest among them was at the gold level, with the leader being a diamond-level expert. Such a lineup working together naturally meant the formation's power was formidable. Senior, could you tell us what formation this is? Xia Yu couldn't help but ask, watching the busy little formation spirit. Confidential, the old man replied blandly. Xia Yu and Sure how wisely kept their mouths shut and turned their attention to the defensive battle on the perimeter. Unexpectedly, the old man continued, but it doesn't matter if I tell you. Even if you're heretics, you can't spread the word now. Once the formation is complete, those low-level folks won't be able to destroy it. The old man elaborated. The importance of Skeleton City goes without saying. We've invested heavily this time to set up 3 grand formations: the 5 elements Heaven Guarding Formation, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Formation, and the Karma Fire Heaven Scorching Formation. 1 defensive and 2 offensive, combining attack and defense. The 5 elements Heaven Guarding Formation is the highest grade, personally overseen by a diamond-level formation master, and is said to withstand a king-level strongman for half an hour. The other 2 are slightly inferior, specifically targeting enemies below the diamond level. As he spoke, he made sure to point out that he was in charge of the Karma Fire Heaven Scorching Formation. You are truly knowledgeable, Senior, to command such complex and arcane knowledge of formations with such ease. I am impressed, Xia Yu timely complimented. As expected, the old man beamed with delight, stroking his goatee with a laugh. Haha, just a side path really. If you're interested, we can discuss it together. Ah, yes, brother Yu is right. And Senior, your beard certainly looks like an old goat's. Sure how suddenly interjected. The old man's face immediately darkened. Just then, Zhao Xiong hurried over. Captain Yu, Team 7 needs support, quickly. Sensing the opportunity, Xia Yu promptly took his leave. Sure how watched the old man's flushed face with puzzlement. This old man was quite the double standard, smiling at Xia Yu's praise, but frowning at his own. With a silent huff, he led the rock general straight to the front line of Team 7. At this moment, on Team 7's front line, a gold-level undead creature was wreaking havoc. 7th brother, I'm here. On the city wall's defense line, Captain Wang Laochi of the 7th Squad was fiercely battling a gold 2-star Wraith Banshee. This semi-physical creature could not only launch physical attacks, but also unleash elemental assaults, similar to the one that had previously severely injured Captain Wang Mang of the 9th Squad. Its incorruptible body had strong resistance to physical attacks, making elemental assaults the only effective means of inflicting damage. Wang Laochi's situation was far from ideal. Among his 2 summoned beasts, one was of too low a level to be of much use, while the other, a silver 9-star Silver-Horned Power King, was purely a physical type summon and struggled against the Wraith Banshee. Old 9, hurry up. I can't handle her alone. Several of our brothers have already fallen to her. Wang Laochi shouted urgently. At this moment, the gold-level beast masters of Camp 1 were all engaged in tough battles. Though the undead creatures gathered outside the city weren't high-level, their numbers at the gold level were significant. Dark Knight, take her down. Xia Yu ordered immediately. The Dark Knight drew its twin blades, approaching this formidable adversary with heightened caution. In a flash, it appeared at the side of the Wraith Banshee, launching a swift double strike with its bone blades at the same spot. The Wraith Banshee was forced back several steps by the ferocious onslaught, but the cuts only left a 3-inch deep, 20-centimeter long wound, oozing not blood but decaying flesh with a putrid stench. Ah! The Wraith Banshee let out a piercing scream. Her black hair suddenly surged, like living tendrils, reaching out to ensnare the Dark Knight. Watch out. Don't let her hair trap you. It's extremely tough. Wang Laochi warned, but it was too late. The Dark Knight's bone blades had sliced through less than 2 inches of hair before its hands were caught in the dense black strands. Damn, she can attack the soul too. Xia Yu's face turned pale, as intense pain stabbed through his mind. Seeing this, Wang Laochi's Silver-Horned Power King roared in fury. Ignoring the perilous hair, it lunged directly at the Wraith Banshee's main body, understanding that attacking the core was the quickest way to provide aid in this situation. The Silver-Horned Power King's heavy punches could only force the Wraith Banshee back, unable to inflict substantial damage. Enraged, it clasped the Wraith Banshee's head tightly with both hands and slammed her forcefully into the ground. Then, straddling her, it began to furiously tear at the eerie hair. Thunder Eagle. With Yin Zhao Lishir caught in a fierce struggle and the Dark Knight warrior's hands bound, Xia Yu, despite the excruciating pain in his mind, decisively summoned the Thunder Eagle. Its sharp screech pierced the sky as a purple figure soared from the summoning circle, exuding the powerful aura of a silver 7-star. The strength of this Thunder Eagle was hard-earned. Xia Yu had initially invested 60,000 experience points to raise it to silver 5-star, and through defending the city and other battles, it had further advanced to 7-star. Although he had accumulated experience points far exceeding the required 35,000, Xia Yu knew that rapid advancement might attract unwanted attention. After all, the Dark Knight warrior's silver 9-star status was already eye-catching, and if the Thunder Eagle suddenly surged to a similar level, it would arouse suspicion. Therefore, Xia Yu chose to keep the Thunder Eagle at silver 7-star, explaining the rapid progress through the use of abundant magic crystals, potions, and rare treasures. Despite being only Silver 7-star, the Thunder Eagle's elemental attacks were unique. Purple arcs of electricity danced across its wings, slicing through the air with ease and severing the resilient strands, leaving the air filled with a burnt scent. Seventh brother, have the Jiao move aside. Xia Yu shouted. Let the Thunder Eagle give this Wraith Banshee a thunder bath to cleanse that corpse stench. Before he finished speaking, a lightning strike descended. As the Jiao barely dodged, purple lightning poured down like a waterfall. The Wraith Banshee let out a piercing shriek. Her white garments instantly charred to reveal her withered, decaying body beneath. Her once flowing hair was singed and fell away, exposing stark white bones. The Wraith Banshee rose again, unleashing a sharp, tremulous scream that attacked the minds of everyone present. Wang Laoqi was alarmed, having witnessed this very attack severely injure Wang Mang. At such close range, if the scream continued, not only would they suffer, but the formation masters setting up the array would be in peril. Dark Knight Warrior. Xia Yu, feeling the intense mental assault, made a swift decision. The now freed Dark Knight Warrior, filled with pent-up rage, wielded his bone blade and unleashed a shadow cross slash, charging forward with relentless fury. Boom! The shadow cross slash struck the Wraith Banshee, sending her flying, but failing to silence her ear-splitting wail. Thunder Eagle, Thunderwing. Jiao explosive fist. The three beasts coordinated seamlessly, launching a multi-layered assault from sky to ground. The Dark Knight Warrior was the first to engage, driving his bone blade into the Banshee's wound and tearing open her abdomen. Following swiftly, the Thunder Eagle swooped down, its electrified wings slicing through the remaining part with precision. Finally, the Jiao's long-charged punch roared in, driving the upper half of the Wraith Banshee into the earth. The wailing ceased abruptly. The Wraith-like Banshee fell, but not by Xia Yu's hand. The expected notification sound for gaining experience points did not ring. These semi-corporeal beings are difficult to completely destroy, even when cut in half. Ultimately, it was the Silverhorn Warrior's powerful punch that shattered her remaining soul. The situation was urgent, and Xia Yu didn't have time to ponder these details. The immediate priority was to prevent the Banshee's scream from causing more casualties. He quickly commanded his Thunder Hawk and another summoned creature to join the battle, buying time for his comrades. Fortunately, the elderly formation master demonstrated incredible efficiency. In a short time, he completed the arrangement of the formation's core, allowing the battalion to safely retreat to Skull City. Xia Yu understood the complexity of setting up formations. Each core required at least 2 to 3 hours, and a formation master could set up only 2 or 3 per day, needing sufficient rest. Back in Skull City, Wang Laoqi patted Xia Yu's shoulder with a smile and handed him a cup of water, his gratitude evident. Lao Jiao, we're lucky to have you. Otherwise my brothers would have been in trouble. Xia Yu responded humbly. Seventh brother, don't say that. We're all brothers. Wang Laoqi quickly corrected himself. Yes, we're all brothers. I misspoke. During this period of fighting side by side, not only did the brothers of the 9th Squad accept Xia Yu, but the entire battalion also recognized this young man's strength. Although young, his performance on the battlefield was impeccable, a silver rank holding his own against a gold-ranked undead creature. Even though he often finished off others' opponents, he never sought credit, a character trait that earned him respect. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Mori's voice interrupted them. Make sure to rest up, and those who are injured, get treated in the city immediately. We head out again in 2 hours. Wang Laoqi stood up, dusting off his pants. All right, Lao Jiao, you rest first. I need to check on my men, make sure nobody heads out with injuries. Xia Yu watched Wang Laoqi leave, and then stood up to inspect the team. Although Zhao Xiong handled most of the 9th Squad's affairs, as the captain, he couldn't let his men not see him. He had to ensure no injured soldiers were hiding their wounds and intending to head out. During his inspection, Xia Yu spotted the goatee-bearded old man in a corner of the camp. He greeted him amicably. Hey, elder, you're resting here too. The old man snorted. Where else would I be? In the city tent feasting? I wouldn't do that. Xia Yu inwardly noted the old man's quirky temperament and was about to leave when the old man suddenly called him back. Come back. I've been waiting for you. The old man stood up, grabbed Xia Yu, and his tone suddenly became enthusiastic. Hey kid, what do you think of the art of formations? Xia Yu chuckled inwardly at the old man's quick change of demeanor, but answered politely. Was he still fishing for compliments? Xia Yu frowned, pondering what the old man was up to. He forced himself to stay alert, managing a slight smile, ready to flatter once more. Do you want to have a formation spirit? The old man suddenly asked, a cunning gleam in his eyes. Xia Yu was taken aback, quickly waving his hand. I don't have the strength for that. My current summoning slots are full. I fear I have the desire but not the ability. Truth be told, the idea of a formation spirit did intrigue Xia Yu. But interest was one thing. He didn't want to become a formation master and waste a slot on a formation spirit, which would mean one less powerful summon for him. Moreover, he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden rank, where he could start utilizing the abilities of his summons. Having a formation spirit now would completely go against Xia Yu's plans. No big deal, the old man waved dismissively. I saw you on the battlefield. You have a silver 9-star Dark Knight warrior. Advancing to the golden rank is just a matter of time. It's the perfect time to prepare for a golden rank summon. As he spoke, the old man tightened his grip on Xia Yu's hand, as if afraid he might run off. Sir, please let go of my hand. Let's talk this through, Xia Yu said nervously, wondering if the old man had some ulterior motive. He had only said one sentence to him. How could he be such a magnet for trouble? Sir, Xia Yu asked tentatively. Old man, are you thinking of taking me as a disciple? Being a child of destiny wasn't easy, Xia Yu thought, with a wry smile. He had merely shown a glimpse of his strength, and now a platinum-level formation master was chasing him to become a disciple. It was truly a headache. The formation master profession was indeed decent, with good connections in high places, and military bigwigs knew them well. But wasn't this level too low? If it were a diamond-level formation master wanting to take him in, Xia Yu would have kowtowed without hesitation. What? Nonsense. The old man with the goatee glared and released Xia Yu's arm. You're dreaming, thinking you can be my disciple. I have standards for taking disciples. Many geniuses crying on their knees, and I don't even spare them a glance. Who do you think you are? Huh? Met someone who can brag better than me. Xia Yu thought with amusement, but kept a straight face. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be off. I have tasks to arrange. Talking with this old guy, Xia Yu always felt like he was about to fall into a trap, so he thought it best to leave quickly. What's the rush? The old man turned his eyes and smiled warmly again. I can't proceed with my task. Let's discuss a trade, shall we? What kind of trade? Xia Yu asked cautiously. Do I have anything you might be interested in? A platinum-level formation master. What could he possibly lack that a poor kid like Xia Yu could offer? The training method for the Dark Knight warrior. The old man's eyes gleamed. Tell me, and I'll give you a formation spirit for free. How about that? Finally, getting to the point so he was interested in the Dark Knight warrior. Xia Yu decided to gather some information first. Tell me about the strength of formation spirits. That slow formation setup. Can't imagine an enemy letting you finish before attacking. Humph. The strength of a formation spirit. See for yourself. The old man gathered white light in his hands, slowly raised them, and then pressed down suddenly. Whoa! Xia Yu hadn't even finished his exclamation before his body was slammed to the ground uncontrollably, as if a few hundred pounds had suddenly been placed on his back, leaving him unable to stand. How about that? This is a gravity formation, triple gravity, the old man said proudly. Now try this. With a flash of white light, the old man's hand lifted, and Xia Yu, who was pressed against the ground, suddenly felt light, floating about half a meter above the ground, his whole body weightless. This is a light body formation, the old man explained. These are basic formations. Want to try a combination formation? No, please let me down, Xia Yu quickly pleaded. He realized he had forgotten this old man was also a platinum-level beast master, and this instant formation casting was truly eye-opening. However, before Xia Yu could react, the lightness vanished, and he plummeted back to the ground with a thud. Damn, Xia Yu couldn't help but curse as he clambered up from the ground, gaining a new appreciation for the power of formation spirits. The cultivation of undead creatures is indeed scarce in the archives of Xia. The root of this phenomenon lies in the fact that the undead plane is the first to possess such a rich variety of undead creatures. Previously, most sightings of undead creatures originated from the abyss plane of Western Europe, but that place was primarily inhabited by demons. Only a few undead creatures existed there, mostly of the non-decaying type, such as blood demons, undead corpses, and ghouls. Pure undead creatures like the Dark Knight have indeed entered human sight for the first time. The old man with the goatee chuckled when he saw Xia Yu stop asking questions and turned his gaze to the young man clumsily getting up from the ground. Since you're not interested in knowing more, shall we continue discussing our deal? Xia Yu smirked and shook his head slightly, saying, Is that all? I admit that this instant cast array can provide support in battle, but it's not enough to make me give up a summoning slot. A hint of disdain flashed in the old man's eyes. You really underestimate people. What I showed you just now were basic formations. Above the gold level, there are combination formations, which are the real killers. He paused and continued, I'm not bragging. With my platinum level strength, casting a gold level formation takes just a few seconds, almost as fast as instant casting. What you saw earlier was a platinum level grand formation, with 360 nodes, covering an area of several kilometers, so it's normal for it to be slow. As he spoke, the old man pointed with his right hand, and a small formation appeared on the ground instantly. In this formation, about a square meter in size, several wind blades flew and sliced through the air, creating an impressive scene. See that? Don't underestimate formation masters. Every high-level formation master is comparable to a powerful beast tamer. A hint of pride appeared on the old man's face. Xia Yu's attention was caught, and he couldn't help but praise. Wind blade formation, not bad, just lacking a bit in power. If it were stronger, it would make an excellent tool for quickly gathering experience. Seeing this, the old man became even more enthusiastic. All right, let me show you more today. With that, he gathered light in his hands again, pointed his finger, and a fire formation appeared in the same spot. The blazing flames burned within a fixed range, sending waves of heat. Wind rise. The old man pointed again, and a touch of green light appeared on the originally red formation. The fire borrowed the force of the wind, instantly surging and increasing in power. Good. Beautiful. Xia Yu was excited and couldn't help but admire the power of this multi-element combination formation. He thought to himself that an ordinary summoned beast couldn't achieve this. Like the lightning hawk, which only mastered the lightning element, its power greatly diminished against rock-type creatures. If it had the aid of the water element, rock-type creatures doused with water would surely be electrocuted. Unfortunately, the lightning hawk couldn't do it, but this formation spirit could easily achieve it. Seeing Xia Yu's interest, the old man raised an eyebrow, and his arrogance returned. The power of formation spirits goes beyond this. They can master formations of all elements. Think about it. What summoned beast can do that? It's unique. He continued his pitch. So how about it? Just tell me the evolution path and the necessary items for the Dark Knight, and I'll give you a formation spirit right away. You know, formation spirits are extremely rare. They are naturally born summoned beasts. The old man was eagerly promoting his formation spirit, hoping to obtain the information he desired. Xia Yu faced the old man with the goatee and weighed his options. He knew the artifact was incredibly valuable, and he might not be able to handle it. Regarding the origin of the Dark Knight warrior, Xia Yu decided to fabricate a story. After all, if even platinum-level experts didn't know about it, how could he? I got the Dark Knight warrior outside a space wormhole. It hasn't evolved since our contract, and this is how it looks now, Xia Yu stated firmly, his eyes filled with determination. The old man with the goatee almost had his beard standing on end upon hearing this. With a point of his finger, an invisible force instantly bound Xia Yu, rendering him immobile. Will you talk or not? If not, I'll have to get rough. The old man's eyes flashed coldly, and a glow appeared in his hand, ready to cast another spell on Xia Yu. At this critical moment, Xia Yu had a sudden inspiration and shouted, "Captain, sir." The old man with the goatee snorted, unmoved. "Spare me the tricks. I was fooling people before you were even a cell." Just then, Mori, dressed in military attire and holding a long spear, approached with a smile. He nodded slightly at the old man and asked, "Xia Yu, what's going on with you and Senior Lu? Sharing combat techniques?" Mori's arrival seemed to rescue Xia Yu. He quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, Captain, the senior thinks highly of me and wants to give me an artifact." Hearing this, Mori's expression changed several times, and he advised, "Senior, you must be joking. This kid is not talented enough to wield the power of such an artifact. It would be a waste of a precious summon." However, the old man with the goatee chuckled and pulled out an ancient-looking bracelet from his robes, handing it to Xia Yu. "No worries, since this kid likes it, I'll give him one. This is a Beast Master bracelet, and it contains an artifact. Just remember to return the bracelet after forming the contract." Xia Yu was overjoyed and quickly accepted the bracelet, tucking it into his chest. Secretly, he planned to keep both the bracelet and the artifact for himself, intending to find an opportunity to return to the academy where the old man couldn't find him. Mori wanted to say more, but the old man interrupted. "Captain Mo, it's just an artifact. No need for further discussion." Xia Yu immediately chimed in. "Exactly, Captain. The senior has given it to me. Refusing would be disrespectful. As a junior, it's best to accept it graciously." The old man with the goatee patted Xia Yu's shoulder approvingly and said with a smile, "Well said, young man. You know your way around. I'll guide you more in the future." With that, he walked away. Mori looked at Xia Yu and shook his head helplessly. "You really think that artifact is a good thing?" In the magical beast trading market, Jinling, a rare and precious natural beast born from the heavens and earth, finds little interest among buyers. Xia Yu stood in a corner, listening to Mo describe the characteristics of Jinling, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the information. Unlike other summoned beasts, Jinling can't independently gain combat skills through upgrades and evolution, Mo explained, gesturing in the air. Their formations must be learned afterward. But for formation masters, formations are their lifeblood. Who would easily trade them away? Xia Yu nodded thoughtfully, imagining an awkward scenario. A beast master painstakingly contracts a Jinling, only to discover it knows no formations. Mo continued. Moreover, although Jinling can unleash formations of all elements, its body doesn't belong to any particular element. This means it can only be enhanced with pure energy materials that lack elemental attributes. Pure energy cores are rare, Xia Yu murmured, and most are low-level. Exactly, Mo snapped his fingers. The only thing that can be mass-produced without elements is raw stone. It's manageable for low-level Jinling, but once it reaches a high level, the cost. He gestured as if slitting his throat. Most people simply can't afford it. Xia Yu inhaled sharply, quickly calculating the cost of nurturing a Junling. Sensing his thoughts, Mo added, instead of spending so many resources on a Junling, it's better to nurture other summoned beasts. With the same investment, you could raise several of the same level. After hearing Mo's explanation, Xia Yu finally understood why Mo said Junling wasn't a good deal. He couldn't help but sigh. Junling is really a hot potato. It seems powerful, but the limitations are significant. Seeing Xia Yu's comprehension, Mo's tone became more serious. The gold rank is a crucial stage. If you end up with a lackluster summoned beast, all the early advantages will be for naught. He looked Xia Yu up and down, a glint of admiration in his eyes. You have two epic quality summoned beasts with limitless potential. Don't let confusion slow your progress. Xia Yu, fired up by this, blurted out. That old man with the goatee. He only mentioned the strengths and omitted the weaknesses, almost tricking me. I'm going to confront him. Mo quickly stopped the agitated Xia Yu, speaking more gently. Let it go. Those formation masters are conscripted, not part of our demon suppression army. We still need them to set up major formations, so don't make things too tense. Seeing Xia Yu calm down a bit, Mo reminded him. Remember, don't contract a Junling. Don't worry, I got it, Xia Yu assured, patting his chest. It was only after Xia Yu repeatedly promised that Mo felt reassured enough to leave. However, as soon as Mo turned away, a sly smile crept onto Xia Yu's lips. He pulled out his beast-controlling bracelet, playing with it in his hand, and muttered to himself. Heh, I've decided to contract this Junling. To Xia Yu, the two major drawbacks of Junling only left him with one. His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he could already see a bright future where he masterfully controlled a Junling. When it came to nurturing the spirit formations and leveling them up, Xia Yu already had a plan in mind. With the system, the biggest advantage, it was hardly worth mentioning to use non-attribute materials for nurturing. If needed, he could always boost them with experience points, just like how Thunder Eagle and Dark Knight Warrior had always grown. As for the formations, Xia Yu had seen related options at the Military Merit Exchange in the Demon Suppression Military Academy. As long as there was a way to obtain them, it wouldn't be a problem. Killing magical beasts and interdimensional creatures not only granted experience and evolution points, but also earned military merits, achieving 3 goals in one go. However, at this moment, the burning anger in Xia Yu's heart left him no room to consider these matters. He wandered around the camp and finally found that despicable old man with the goatee under the city gate. The old man was leaning against the gate, sleeping soundly. Clang, clang, clang. Old man, wake up. Xia Yu banged on the gate forcefully, his face filled with rage. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What do you want from me? Didn't get enough of the formation? Want to try again? Old man, you actually tried to ruin my future. Isn't that too malicious? Xia Yu was furious. Hey, the old man waved his hand dismissively. Don't say such things lightly. I was only stating facts. You wanted the spirit formation, and I haven't even gotten what I want. If anything, I'm the one at a loss. As he spoke, he casually picked his ear, completely ignoring Xia Yu's anger. Xia Yu was momentarily speechless, unable to find a flaw in the old man's words. His eyes shifted as he said, Fine, if you're going to play it this way, I'll just report everything to the Legion commander, and we'll see about your attack on the demon suppression soldiers. The old man was unimpressed. Go ahead, I'm a platinum-level beast tamer. If I really attacked you, you wouldn't be standing here. Go on, I'd like to see which Legion commander would be foolish enough to believe you. Enough with the theatrics, just return the bracelet to me, and we'll call it even. Xia Yu wasn't backing down. Huh, truly worthy of the old goat. Your tricks are unmatched in the army. The old man sneered. Bracelet? What bracelet? Once a gift is given, do you expect to take it back? Their heated argument under the city gate drew the astonished gazes of the surrounding soldiers. Was this really the dignified platinum-level formation master and the brave captain of the 9th team? Why did they sound like quarrelsome street vendors? After a bout of verbal sparring, Xia Yu finally obtained various basic formations that could be mastered at the bronze and silver levels from the old man, Lu Yang. The cost was summoning the Dark Knight Warrior for him to study, hoping to deduce evolution information. Kid, you still owe me that bracelet. The old man started pestering again. Hey old man, will you ever stop? Xia Yu, having just breathed a sigh of relief, was agitated once more by the old man's words. Your bracelet is empty. It doesn't contain the spirit formation. The spirit formation is in this bracelet. The old man suddenly dropped a bombshell, leaving Xia Yu momentarily stunned. Report, Captain Xia. Zhao Xiong deftly leapt off the back of the red flame tiger, his right hand slung across his chest in a formal salute to Xia Yu. The troops are assembled and ready to move out at any time. Under the archway of the skeleton city gates, 3 squads, each with fewer than 100 members, stood in orderly formation. Beside each warrior, their summoned beasts stood poised for action. At the forefront, Chun Bing and Wang Laoqi had been waiting for some time. Xia Yu quickly stepped forward, exchanged a few words of greeting with them, and noticed the unmistakable exhaustion in Qinbing's eyes. It was not merely physical fatigue, but a deeper mental drain that even ample sleep couldn't fully alleviate. The city gates creaked open with a heavy groan, slowly lifting. Over 100 riders surged out on their summoned beasts, like arrows released from a bow. What lay before them was an ever-growing horde of undead creatures, whose numbers seemed to increase rather than diminish with the ongoing war. Just 2 days prior, a diamond-level undead had appeared, but fortunately, it was swiftly dealt with by the combined efforts of 2 Legion commanders. Everyone, charge. Stay in formation. At the command, the spearhead team, comprised of Qinbing, Wang Laoqi, and Xia Yu, charged ahead. Interestingly, their main summoned beasts, the Ice Spirit Bat, Silver-horn Warrior, and Night Warrior, were not suited for riding. Fortunately, Qinbing had a 9-star Silver Fire Lion, and Wang Laoqi had a 5-star Silver Earth Wolf, which made do for the task. Seated on the back of the Fire Lion, Xia Yu found himself lost in thought. From bronze to silver, and now to gold, his summoned beast seemed far removed from the heroic image of riding a horse with a flowing white robe that he had dreamed of as a child. The battle erupted in an instant. The Ice Spirit Bat launched the first attack, spewing frigid air that instantly froze the advancing low-level undead. These mindless cannon fodders were as fragile as paper against the powerful ice magic. The team's true targets were the more threatening undead creatures, but only those they could handle. Encountering anything platinum level or higher would likely spell disaster for the entire squad. The group of about 100 moved like a sharp blade, swiftly breaking out of the confines of the Bone City. Under Qinbing's command, the team quickly split into 3 paths. Xia Yu and Wang Laoqi each led a squad, maneuvering to the sides like unfolding wings, creating a perfect encirclement. Xia Yu stood atop the Thunderhawk, observing the entire battlefield from a high vantage point. From this position, he could clearly see the distribution of undead creatures. They cautiously avoided the platinum-level undead, while the gold-level ones became their primary targets. Maintain a safe distance, Xia Yu quietly reminded. After advancing a certain distance and confirming that a sufficient number of undead creatures had gathered behind them, the teams began to converge, making a wide circle back toward Bone City. This is damn exhilarating, Wang Laoqi shouted excitedly, paying no heed to the thousands of undead pursuing them. His mount, the Silver-horn Warrior, was even more formidable, using its sharp horns and strong arms to knock away any undead blocking their path. Chun, aren't there too few gold-level ones? Xia Yu glanced back, noticing only about a dozen gold-level undead among their pursuers, which was below expectation. But he soon spotted reinforcements on the horizon. The company commander leading the aerial unit was rushing in with a sizable undead army trailing behind, including dozens of gold-level ones. Attention, prepare to regroup. With Qinbing's command, the ground forces and aerial support began to converge with precise speed, advancing rapidly toward Bone City. The fiery lion beneath him burst with astonishing speed, like a flame cutting through the sky, leaving the pursuers behind. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the head of Bone City. Inferno blaze! Rise! The bearded elder's robe billowed as the ground suddenly cracked like a spider web. With a deafening roar, countless flames erupted from the ground, and scorching heat waves swept the area. The formation instantly engulfed the 2 undead armies. Low-level undead vaporized instantly, leaving not even ashes. High-level undead struggled, and even a gold-level undead wolf, trying to escape, turned yellow, charred, and ultimately crumbled into ash. Only a few flying undead managed to flee in panic. Holy crap! This is terrifying, exclaimed Xia Yu, back in Bone City, as he looked at the large burn hole in his clothing, shocked. The heat had scorched his clothes from such a distance. The temperature at the center of the formation was unimaginable. The Inferno Blaze Array, which took over a month to complete, was finally tested in battle today. Xia Yu and the others' task was to lure enough undead to test the array's power, as activating it consumed substantial resources. And in case the array failed to activate, the 2 fully assembled regiments in the city were ready for anything. Thousands of undead creatures turned to ash in an instant within the grand formation. Even the dozens of gold-level undead were not spared. Xia Yu looked at the clothes in his hand, burned with several holes, and then at the countless undead turning into black smoke within the formation, and sincerely marveled. Wow! With this grand formation, Bone City is safe. Mori, who had approached Xia Yu without him noticing, said solemnly, "That's assuming we can fend off the high-level forces. The number of strong individuals is what determines whether a race can continue." Xia Yu frowned and asked, "Can we fend off the high-level forces of the undead plane?" Currently, on the human side, we only have 10 diamond-level powerhouses and 1 king-level beastmaster. This level of strength is likely insufficient to withstand the attack from a large plane. Mori shook his head. It's still unclear. The high command of the Demon Suppression Army is coordinating to bring in more top-tier forces. Now, low-level undead creatures are no longer the biggest threat. The completion of this grand formation has greatly relieved the defensive pressure on Bone City and will accelerate the construction of the other two formations. As long as resources are sufficient, low-level undead cannot threaten Bone City. However, resources have always been the most scarce for the Demon Suppression Army. Xia Yu pressed on. What should we do next? Continue to rely on Bone City's defense. Mori explained, defense is necessary, but we can't just be passive. We will later open the portal for a period to attract beast masters from all sides to enter the undead plane and share the defensive burden. I've experienced this kind of battle many times and am familiar with the process. Resisting interplane invasions can't rely solely on the Demon Suppression Army. It's the responsibility of all humanity. If one plane falls, it affects all of humanity. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. Does that mean we can move freely now? He had been fighting with the team for a long time, gaining a lot of experience, but the crowded environment often prevented him from freely enhancing his summoned beast strength. Mori smiled and shook his head. Not yet. There's still time needed to go through the processes, and it will take time for external beast masters to arrive. During this period, Bone City still needs to rely on group combat to hold. He noted Xia Yu's eager expression, inwardly admiring the enthusiasm that was essential for a beast master. Mori turned his gaze to the gathering undead army in the distance and asked, "Do you know why these undead creatures are so persistent in attacking the city?" Xia Yu answered without hesitation. To reclaim the city, amass troops, and use it as a springboard to launch a major invasion of our home plane. Plane wars often have no specific reason, other than for resources, territory, and the essence of the plane. The growth of a plane relies internally on the evolution of its creatures and externally on invasion and expansion. His answer showed a deep understanding of the subject, as if he had drawn rich insights from novels. While higher-level undead creatures might have other plans, the lower-level ones are here for the treasures beneath the city. Standing atop the city wall, Mo stomped his foot with a meaningful expression, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I knew you couldn't hold back," Mo whispered. "But when you go out there, don't be foolish and unable to tell things apart." Xia Yu glanced around, instinctively moving closer to Mo and whispered, "Under the city? Is there something special? A vein of minerals?" Recalling legends from his past life about royal tombs being built atop dragon veins, he speculated. Could this city of bones also be located on a mineral vein? It would be great to secretly excavate some high-grade ores. Mo chuckled softly and explained, "Haven't you noticed this place feels more eerie than outside the city? That's why the undead gather here. There is indeed a mineral vein underground, a rare undead-type vein. The energy it emits blankets the whole city, attracting ghostly auras and making it colder than other places." He continued to elaborate on the relationship between the vein and raw stones. The vein produces raw stones, which are categorized by attributes, like the thunder raw stone you used before. With the emergence of the undead plane, a wave of contracting undead creatures is inevitable, and the value of undead-type raw stones will surely skyrocket. Even if that doesn't happen, for a beastmaster like you with a Dark Knight warrior, undead raw stones are excellent resources for nurturing summoned creatures. Hearing this, Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mineral veins are indeed valuable. Although they're buried beneath the city and hard to excavate, a complete vein can produce top-grade raw stones and byproducts. That's worth a lot. However, no matter how many ideas Xia Yu had, he had to suppress his restlessness. For now, defense remained the top priority. In the coming days, they had to clear out the gathering undead creatures daily to prevent them from amassing in dangerous numbers. Compared to before, when they had to protect the formation masters, this task was much easier. With the completion of the Blazing Inferno array, the construction of the other two formations sped up significantly. The formation masters who were freed up could focus on building the remaining two arrays. 3 days after the Blazing Inferno array was completed, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder array was also declared finished. Once again, Xia Yu witnessed an awe-inspiring scene. Within a few kilometers, countless bolts of lightning poured down like rain, reducing the hit undead creatures to piles of ash instantly. This formation's power was even more overwhelming. Even flying undead creatures couldn't escape. The dense lightning net left no room for evasion in the sky. As for wraiths and phantoms, elemental attacks were already quite effective against them. Moreover, with the two powerful elemental attack arrays outside the City of Bones, they stood no chance of survival. On the 8th day after the completion of the two attack arrays, the last and most extensive defense array, the 5 Elements Heaven Guard array, was completed. To test its effectiveness, the Demon Suppression Army dispatched several Diamond-level experts, attracting 5 Diamond-level undead creatures. A 5-colored light rose above the City of Bones, enveloping the entire city. The 5 Diamond-level undead creatures pounded away for half an hour, yet the 5 Elements Heaven Guard array remained intact. The undead creatures, on the other hand, were exhausted and had no fight left in them. The completion of the 3 formations marked a significant advantage for the Demon Suppression Army, giving them the upper hand. As long as the number of king-level creatures from the undead plane didn't exceed those on their side, the safety of the City of Bones was assured. 7 days after the completion of the 3 formations, the City of Bones welcomed a group of special visitors. Since the opening of the undead realm, more than 5 months have passed since humans settled in Bone City. During this time, the Demon Suppression Army has been fighting a difficult and solitary battle against the undead creatures trying to break through their defenses. However, just as humans finally gained a foothold on this foreign land, Bone City welcomed a group of special visitors. Xia Yu stood on the city wall, frowning as he watched the non-military personnel continuously entering the city. He turned to Captain Mori beside him, his tone filled with confusion and a hint of dissatisfaction. Captain, we've been fighting tooth and nail on the front lines for so long, and now they're here to reap the rewards. Are you sure the folks up top aren't out of their minds? Before Mori could respond, Sure Hao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. This young warrior, who had entered the undead realm with Xia Yu, had risen to the rank of Silver 5-star in just 2 or 3 months. His face was full of disdain, and his tone was scornful. Reason? What reason? It's just that those above are too scared to fight. It's us, the frontline soldiers, who are suffering. You two don't know anything. Mori, unable to hold back, gave each of them a light knock on the head. He looked around and lowered his voice to explain. If we don't let them in, all the pressure falls on the Demon Suppression Army. We've been fighting continuously for over 5 months, and the casualties have reached a staggering level. Tell me, what's the casualty rate in your 9th squad? Xia Yu's momentum faltered, and he replied softly. Casualties exceed 40%. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes as he thought of the original 50-member squad, now reduced to just over 20 able to continue fighting, tightening his heart. Mori sighed and continued. It's not just you. Your squad has over 40% casualties, and the entire 2nd Legion's casualty rate exceeds 30%. More than 3,000 brave warriors have already been laid to rest here. Even Mori, accustomed to life and death, showed a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. He recalled the young faces he once laughed with, now turned into cold corpses, a gap so vast that even he found it hard to fully accept. Don't focus solely on the resources at hand, Mori said firmly, stomping on the city wall. There's plenty of real resources, but we must first completely secure this realm. The resources in front of us are insignificant. Besides, the greatest spoils are still in our hands. His words carried a steadfast belief, as if trying to instill this determination in every warrior present. On the city wall, the 3 of them gazed beyond the city towards the unknown undead territory, all understanding that the real challenge was just beginning. Mori's passionate lecture left his 2 subordinates speechless. Despite his humble origins, this officer had a remarkable insight into the bigger picture. He earnestly advised, remember to keep your men in check and avoid conflicts with them. Unity is crucial. Inside the city, a colorful array of tents sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, contrasting sharply with the orderly encampment of the Demon Suppression Army. These haphazardly placed tents resembled a temporary refugee camp, housing young people from various academies, all filled with curiosity and eagerness about the unknown world. Currently, independent beast tamers from the outside were not allowed to enter, as the situation in the undead realm remained unstable with many uncertainties. The sudden appearance of women in the camp immediately caught the interest of the single men there. They all stared with wide eyes, unable to tear their gaze away from the young women. As Xia Yu entered the camp, he witnessed this scene and saw Deputy Captain Zhao Xiong eagerly commenting on the beauties. He quickly reminded him, watch your behavior. Set a good example for the soldiers. Zhao Xiong blushed and awkwardly replied, got it, got it. Xia Yu turned to leave but couldn't resist adding, you have good taste. That girl is indeed pretty. Instantly, the whole 9th squad erupted in hearty laughter. The defense of Skeleton City continued day after day, occasionally attracting students from various academies to observe and learn. These elite students stood in stark contrast to the lower-ranked soldiers. New recruits might enlist today and be on the battlefield tomorrow, their lives left to chance, whereas these elites underwent comprehensive training to ensure they fully understood the characteristics and weaknesses of various undead creatures, maximizing their safety. The leaders of the academies, familiar with the Demon Suppression Army's operations, always stood at a distance on the city wall, directing without interfering with military actions. Both sides coexisted peacefully. Time flew by, and the earliest academies began to depart from the city. Anxious, Xia Yu approached Mori during a camp inspection to ask, Commander, how is Captain Wang Mang's injury? Mori chuckled, I knew you couldn't sit still. I just visited the logistics hospital, give it another 2 days. He advised, be sure to stay safe when you head out. I brought you here, so I have to bring you back safely. Xia Yu patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I'm most afraid of dying, so I'll definitely be cautious. Mori added, try to level up to gold rank quickly on this outing. You might just catch a big opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Xia Yu was about to ask when a commotion interrupted them. A group of soldiers was gathered, with heated arguments breaking out. An arrogant voice shouted, "You better put it back, or nobody's leaving today." "You think you can stop me?" Another voice retorted defiantly. "My father is Zhang from the Zhang family of Xiaowu City. Anyone with sense, back off." The two men abandoned their conversation and hurried towards the source of the disturbance. Pushing through the gathered crowd, Mori saw several young men and women confronting his soldiers. At the forefront stood a man dressed in luxurious attire, a brazen smile on his face. Mori frowned, sensing trouble. His superiors had just ordered them to avoid conflicts with academy students. Yet his battalion was already in a dispute with these youths. "Captain, here's what happened." A soldier squeezed through the crowd and pointed to a pretty girl among the group. "These people came asking for water. I gave it to them, but the girl said it was dirty and dumped it out. I only said a couple of words, and then this guy started mouthing off and kicked over our water bucket." Following the soldier's gesture, Mori saw several large water buckets knocked over on the ground, water soaking the earth. This sight instantly enraged Xia Yu, who stood nearby. He knew all too well how precious water was in this undead realm. Although there was a river not far outside Skeleton City, it was inhabited by bone shards and wraiths that weren't afraid of water. Especially the vengeful spirits, which often lurked beneath the surface, suddenly attacking people. Fetching water was not only dangerous, but also required special alchemical equipment to filter and test it before it could be consumed. The water was hard-earned. Mori turned to the well-dressed man and calmly asked, "Is that what happened?" The man glanced at Mori's epaulets, his tone full of disdain. "We came asking for water, and he gave us dirty water, then insulted our members. What's wrong with teaching him a lesson? It's not dirty water." The soldier quickly defended himself. "Captain, that water was from our bucket, freshly filtered. It just had some dust blown into it." He explained that the ground in this undead realm was covered with a layer of fine, gray sand, and during strong winds, even standing in the open could fill your mouth with sand. The water they usually drank was always like this. Mori nodded and gave the man a faint smile. "All right, I understand. My soldier was in the wrong first, and I apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry." He then stood at attention and saluted the group of young men and women. "Oomph, at least you know your place." The man snorted, turning to leave, followed by the others. "Hold on." Mori lowered his hand and uttered two more words. Instantly, the surrounding soldiers understood and surrounded the group, trying to leave. "What do you mean by this?" The man turned back and questioned. Mori looked serious. "No hidden meaning. I apologized, but you must restore what you've disturbed. The water here is not easy to obtain. My soldiers risked their lives to fetch it. You must take responsibility for your actions." The man sneered, pulling out a wad of federal currency and tossing it to Mori. "Humph, compensation, right? Is this enough? Enough for your soldiers to make another trip, isn't it?" Mori didn't pick up the bundle of federal bills. He let them hit him and fall into the puddle at his feet. Zhang Wei's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Now you have one more thing you must do. Pick up the money and apologize to me. What's with the attitude? Not enough for you." He looked at Mori with disdain and continued, "You, a battalion commander, how much do you earn in a month? Fine, I'll add another 20,000. With that, he pulled out two more bundles of federal bills from his pocket and tossed them into the puddle in front of Mori, splashing water everywhere. "You have 1 minute to pick them up and apologize to me. I won't say it again." Mori's eyes turned cold, and his voice carried a hint of danger despite its calmness. "I, Zhang Wei, the direct descendant of the Zhang family of Xiaowu City, have seen countless top-level beast tamers. What makes you so arrogant?" Zhang Wei kept glancing at the girls behind him, his chest heaving with anger. Mori continued, "I know the Zhang family of Xiaowu City. 8 years ago, Zhang Xiaowu, the elder of your family, led all the able fighters to help suppress the spatial wormhole incident in Xiaowu City. I deeply respect that, but that doesn't give you the right to insult the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army. You must pay for what you've done." Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "You're deliberately opposing my family, aren't you? Zhang Heng, go and show this commander a few moves. Let's show them that the Zhang family has backbone too." He shouted to a man in his 30s standing behind him. At this point, Xia Yu couldn't hold back any longer. He spat on the ground near Zhang Wei's feet and stepped forward boldly. "Pa, challenging our commander, are you even worthy?" "Enough, commander, talking to this jerk is a waste of time. Just beat him up already. He needs a lesson." Mori's face grew even darker. "Xia Yu, stand down." Xia Yu was unfazed and taunted Zhang Wei. "You're from the Zhang family, right? Which academy do you belong to?" "Xiaowu Academy." "All right, Xiaowu Academy, good. I, Xia Yu, a first-year student at the Demon Suppression Army Academy, Silver 9-star level, challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Zhang Wei sneered. "A Silver 9-star dares to stick his neck out? Zhang Heng, teach him a lesson." Xia Yu looked at the man in his 30s and asked, "Can he represent you?" Zhang Wei was brimming with confidence. "Of course. As long as you defeat him, I'll immediately restore everything here without another word." A fierce glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. "Fine. It doesn't matter who it is, let's do it. The loser accepts the punishment." In the camp, the warriors of the 1st Battalion had cleared a space. On the field, Xia Yu and Zhang Heng stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense. Zhang Heng confidently said, "I'm a gold 2-star beast master. You can't beat me. Just apologize to him. I'll take responsibility for the spilled water." Xia Yu scrutinized the man in his 30s before him, frowning slightly, and asked, "You're not a student at the academy, are you?" "No," Zhang Heng replied directly. Xia Yu, puzzled, pressed on. "Then why are you getting involved? Willing to aid the wrong side and listen to this kid?" Someone nearby murmured, "This kid's something else, bringing a gold-level bodyguard along. It's good to have connections." Zhang Heng explained, "His grandfather saved my life, and I'm repaying the favor." Hearing this, Xia Yu almost felt his mind explode, incredulously thinking, "Really want to open this guy's head and see what's inside. At a time like this, there's still such thinking? You save a life, and now you have to give yours back? If that's the case, then everyone in the Great Xia would owe their lives to the Demon Suppression Army. On average, each soldier would need several bodyguards." Not far away, Zhang Wei was chatting and laughing with a few girls. Seeing Zhang Heng hesitating, he urged him, "Zhang Heng, why are you wasting words with him? Get on with it." Zhang Heng turned to Xia Yu, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I'll go easy on you." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue hexagram appeared under his feet, and an iron-backed blade mantis appeared before him. This summoned beast was about 3 meters tall, with sharp barbed forelimbs, evidently possessing significant destructive power. Xia Yu quickly analyzed the summoned beast's information. Iron-backed blade mantis, elite quality, gold 2-star strength, capable of evolving into a golden-backed fiend mantis or a 4-bladed blood mantis. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Heng, thinking, this guy's summoned beast has decent potential. Contracting a beast that can evolve to epic level, he could have achieved great things, yet he willingly becomes someone else's pawn. What a waste. Unfazed, Xia Yu called out, "Come forth, Dark Knight." A pitch-black hexagram appeared under his feet, and the burly, muscular form of the Dark Knight emerged, bone swords already in hand. Zhang Heng reminded, "You can summon 2 beasts." Xia Yu confidently replied, "No need. Let's do this." Dark Knight, ghostly surge. Inwardly, Xia Yu thought, this kid has a bit of a European noble spirit, even in a duel, thinking about a fair fight interesting. With Xia Yu's command, the dark energy surged from the Dark Knight's armor, and its momentum rose steadily. Though not yet at gold level, it was notably stronger than before. Shadow slash, Xia Yu ordered, and the Dark Knight, like a ghostly figure, traced a curve, charging directly at the iron-backed blade mantis. A black crescent slash was unleashed, while the mantis retaliated by sending a blue blade of light towards the shadow slash. The 2 light blades collided midair, dissipating with a resounding crash. The battle quickly heated up. Dark assault, Xia Yu commanded again. The Dark Knight's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of the iron-backed blade mantis in the blink of an eye, slashing both bone swords at its vulnerable abdomen. However, the iron-backed blade mantis reacted swiftly. Its beastly instincts made it particularly wary of its own weak points. Its powerful hind legs propelled it over 20 meters into the air, easily dodging the Dark Knight's strike. "Damn, that leap. It's truly like a mantis," Xia Yu exclaimed, his eyes locked onto the battlefield. The iron-backed blade mantis shot up like lightning, its sharp arm blades slicing through the air with a cold gleam. As soon as it hit the ground, it sprang up again, both blades slashing towards its opponent. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed all around. The iron-backed blade mantis landed steadily, while the Dark Knight staggered backwards, struggling to keep his balance. Xia Yu silently assessed the situation. In terms of sheer power, the Dark Knight wouldn't lose, but the iron-backed blade mantis had incredible leg strength and extensive battle experience, giving it a clear advantage. This is the difference between having a beast master and not. With a beast master commanding, the human and beast are in perfect sync, like 2 minds in one body, significantly amplifying their combat effectiveness. In contrast, a mere magical beast lacks this harmony, making it relatively easier to handle. A grating sound came from beneath the Dark Knight's helmet as the tall figure charged again. On the clearing, for sharp blades collided continuously, the rapid flashes of the blades forming a seamless curtain, accompanied by the relentless clanging of metal. "Dark assault," Xia Yu murmured. The Dark Knight's figure vanished instantly, reappearing in front of the iron-backed blade mantis's abdomen the next moment. As expected, the iron-backed blade mantis immediately leapt to evade. Shadow flash. Xia Yu had already anticipated the opponent's tactics. The abdomen was the iron-backed blade mantis's weak spot, and whenever threatened, it instinctively jumped to dodge. This was the nature of summoned beasts. Even with a beast master's command, their first reaction followed instinct. Clearly, Zhang Heng did not consider this a weakness. After all, few magical beasts could match the iron-backed blade mantis's exceptional jumping ability. But the Dark Knight could. If 1 shadow flash wasn't enough, then 2 would do. The Dark Knight flashed consecutively in midair, forcibly elevating itself above the ironback blade mantis. Shadow cross slash. The twin blades crossed, and a dark cross-shaped blade of light slashed down from above. Boom. The ironback blade mantis's green figure crashed heavily into the ground like a cannonball, kicking up clouds of dust. Dark Night, Dark Assault. In midair, the free-falling Dark Night vanished once more. As the dust settled, the two summoned beasts reappeared. The ironback blade mantis raised its arms high, its abdomen pressed against a sharp bone blade, the tip piercing its skin. In a duel, you have the edge. In a fight to the death, you're no match. The ironback blade mantis's form slowly dissipated. Zhang Heng's face remained impassive, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Xia Yu remained silent. Zhang Heng was right. The hallmark of a gold-tier beast master is the ability to share power, which Zhang Heng had not utilized throughout. Had he done so, Xia Yu would likely have been defeated long ago. Even with the aid of a flying magical beast, the Dark Knight would struggle with a Tugagenstone scenario. Zhang Heng recalled his summoned beast, then stepped forward to pick up 2 buckets. Hold on, Xia Yu quickly shouted. Our wager was for this guy to restore the buckets, not you. He gestured towards Zhang Wei with a nod. Zhang Wei's face changed dramatically, veins bulging as he pointed a trembling finger at Xia Yu. You, this is too much. Zhang Heng, how dare you hold back? Use your full strength and make him submit. Standing in place, the Dark Knight suddenly raised a hand, unleashing a dark crescent slash without warning. This unexpected strike caught everyone off guard, including Zhang Heng, who was responsible for Zhang Wei's safety. Boom. A moon as black as ink crashed heavily in front of Zhang Wei, the grandson of the Zhang family in Mabe City, covering his fine clothes in dust. Although Xia Yu didn't dare to kill a family heir in public, giving the young master a good scare was more than enough. Zhang Wei trembled all over, lips purple, pointing at Xia Yu but unable to utter a coherent sentence. As a pampered family heir, he had never faced such a palpable threat of death. In his everyday life, a simple command would have people rushing to do his bidding, and not even at the academy had anyone dared to confront him with sword or knife. Xia Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oops, sorry, this summoned beast seems to have a mind of its own. When out of control for a moment, he apologized, though his eyes glinted with a dangerous light, showing no intention of retracting the Dark Knight warrior. Young Master Zhang, if you could also clean up the battlefield, that would be great. My summoned beast is acting up. I need to train it properly. Xia Yu added just as the Dark Knight warrior's blade rose again, the dark glow gathering on its edge as if ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Heng wanted to step forward, but Mori's sharp gaze pinned him in place, ready to act if necessary. Finally regaining his senses, Zhang Wei shouted angrily. What do you mean you? Can't understand nice words, need to be scolded, huh? You better fix this today, or do you think the demon suppression army is a joke? Believe it or not, I'll have you carried out horizontally. After his outburst, the eldest master of the Zhang family backed down. Red-faced, and ignoring the mud splattered on his face, he snatched the bucket from Zhang Heng, glaring at him with resentment. Move aside, useless thing. Seeing young Master Zhang's awkward appearance with the bucket, the crowd erupted into laughter, and the onlooking soldiers began to disperse. Xia Yu turned to Zhang Heng, with Mori's gaze following. Mori had watched the entire confrontation and had noticed Zhang Heng's impressive skills and loyalty, sparking his interest. Hey, buddy, there's no future following him. Join the demon suppression army. Your talent won't go to waste here, Xia Yu suggested. Zhang Heng looked at the 2 men in front of him, smiled faintly, and remained silent. Stepping forward, Mori spoke earnestly. All right, everyone has their own ambitions, but I want to tell you something. In times of national crisis, every citizen has a responsibility. I hope you can distinguish between personal grievances and the greater good of the nation. The country comes first before family. Repaying kindness isn't limited to just one way. Think it over, and if you understand, come find me anytime. My name is Mori. With that, he patted Zhang Heng's shoulder and turned to leave. Xia Yu snorted. Stubborn fool, sticking with a playboy won't get you anywhere. He then followed Mori, still contemplating the unfinished business and the great opportunity Mori had mentioned. 3 days later, Xia Yu finally met Wang Meng, the former captain of the 9th Squad, a robust military man. Wang Meng laughed heartily. Thanks, young brother, for looking after my squad members these past days. I don't have much to offer, but if you ever need anything, just let me know. After a long separation, Wang Meng was overjoyed. He affectionately put his arm around Xia Yu's shoulder, and the two seemed like brothers who had shared life and death experiences. Wang Meng called out to someone not far away. Old Zhao, tell the kitchen to whip up a couple of dishes, it's on me. Then he turned to Xia Yu, apologetically saying, sorry, but we have military orders. The frontline troops can't drink. Once we're back, we'll have a proper drink together. Xia Yu quickly placed his hand on Wang Meng's, sincerely saying, Brother Wang, I should be thanking you. Without the support of these brothers, I wouldn't have been able to stay in the camp. If anyone's treating, it should be me. He turned and called out to Zhao Xiong, who was jogging away. Old Zhao, have the kitchen make more, the whole team gets extra today, it's on me. Although Xia Yu hadn't managed to earn much money since joining the Demon Suppression Military Academy, he wasn't lacking in funds. Before arriving here, he had pulled off a big score in the northern frontier. That generous young master of the Bai family was probably already in the belly of some magical beast by now. Xia Yu continued. Listen, big brother, I'm leaving the team tomorrow, so let me treat everyone to a meal today. Wang Mang was taken aback and asked in confusion. Huh? What's this about? Did you decide to leave just because I arrived? Don't worry, it doesn't matter who's the captain, we're all the same. Wang Mang was in the 9th team purely for the camaraderie. With his gold level strength, he couldn't be a frontline camp commander, but he could lead a slightly weaker team. Xia Yu quickly explained, that's not it. Now that we have some freedom, I just want to explore a bit. Today, the 9th team was especially lively, with both the old and new captains gathered together an occasion of both reunion and farewell. Everyone cherished the time they had together, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. It's hard to describe, but even when they argue, they're always ready to take a hit for each other when it counts. In Bone City, battles of varying scales continued daily. The land was littered with shattered bones, and the ramparts were bustling with activity. However, no one noticed that during one of the battles, a figure that had set out with the main force did not return, instead heading in the opposite direction. Only the 1st Battalion and the 9th team knew that their brave and skilled young man had left Bone City, venturing deeper into the undead realm. In the misty wasteland, a sturdy Dark Knight warrior led the way, his sword leaving trails of bones in its wake. Not far behind him followed another figure, none other than Xia Yu, who had left Bone City. In this gray landscape, Xia Yu dared not summon his Thunderhawk for travel. Its bright purple-gold arcs would be like a beacon. He knew the skies were unsafe, as many undead creatures could fly. If he encountered trouble now, there would be no one to back him up. The main force was still in Bone City. It was wiser to keep a low profile. Outside the city, Xia Yu had no set destination and couldn't plan one. The geography outside Bone City was known only to the higher-ups and the scouts responsible for reconnaissance. Even someone of Mo Lei's level didn't have a map, let alone Xia Yu. However, he had his own methods. The undead realm wasn't entirely unfamiliar to Xia Yu. His Dark Knight warrior was a creature of this realm. This was like a homecoming, making him feel at ease. By following his instincts and heading towards areas with dense ghostly energy, the two pressed on. The goal was simply to enhance their strength and find treasures. Any place with treasures would surely have an abundance of ghostly energy. Trusting his instincts, Xia Yu was confident he was on the right path. Xia Yu lay flat on the dusty ground, hidden beside a twisted, withered tree. His eyes were sharp, fixed intently on the open area not far away. The Dark Knight warrior's intuition told him that the ghostly aura here was denser than in the surroundings, but after careful observation, he found nothing beyond the hordes of undead creatures. Striking a vein right after stepping out, Xia Yu marveled to himself. Is my luck off the charts? Or is this place full of mines? Looks like fate wants me to have a mine. I didn't live that life in my past, but now I have the chance. He resolved not to miss this opportunity. Counting meticulously, Xia Yu noted 2 gold-level undead among the rest, which were all silver-level. The sheer number far exceeded his expectations. He marked each target strategically in his mind. Suddenly, the Dark Knight warrior stirred, half drawing its bone blade. Are you crazy? Xia Yu scolded internally. With so many enemies, do you think you can win alone? He realized the Dark Knight warrior was getting overconfident. Just because it had defeated a few undead creatures beyond its level didn't mean it could take on a whole group with just a silver 9-star strength. That would be suicidal. The system's notification chimed in, showing that Xia Yu currently had 304,800 experience points and 47,820 evolution points available. This was the accumulation of several months, with most of it saved except for a small amount used to level up his summoned beasts. Faced with the system's upgrade options, Xia Yu pondered deeply. Should he invest all his experience points in the Dark Knight warrior to boost it directly to gold 3-star? Or should he distribute them wisely, raising both the Thunder Eagle and the Dark Knight warrior to gold level, with leftovers for a 3rd summoned beast? After much deliberation, Xia Yu gritted his teeth and decided to pour everything into upgrading the Dark Knight warrior. Sorry, Thunder Eagle, you'll have to wait a bit. Although he had a deeper attachment to the Thunder Eagle, logic dictated that prioritizing the Dark Knight warrior was the smart choice. After all, as a native of the undead realm, it could appear more conveniently without drawing attention. Xia Yu consoled himself. Once I earn more experience points, I'll definitely make it up to the Thunder Eagle. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the imminent challenge. With a triple flash of light, the Dark Knight warrior's form suddenly grew taller, its bone spikes becoming sharper, and a flowing pattern faintly appeared on its bone armor. At that moment, the Dark Knight warrior's quality elevated to epic level, reaching gold 3-star status. Its skill set expanded to include Shadow Flash, Dark Assault, Shadow Slash, Shadow Cross Slash, Spectral Burst, Phantom Clone, and Soul Devour Shield. The infusion of 300,000 experience points not only greatly enhanced the Dark Knight Warrior's power, but also granted Xia Yu the opportunity to contract a third summoned beast. He quickly retrieved the beast control bracelet acquired from the goateed old man, releasing the bronze-level formation spirit within. Without hesitation, Xia Yu let a drop of his blood fall, completing the contract. Here, little guy, keep this safe. Read more books when you have time and learn it quickly, Xia Yu said, pulling out a crystalline jade token from his pocket. This jade token also came from the goateed old man, who had often tormented the Dark Knight Warrior. If it weren't for the old man's formidable strength, Xia Yu figured the Dark Knight Warrior would have long since lost patience and drawn its sword against him. The jade token was inscribed with single formations of bronze and silver levels, a means of passing down knowledge among formation spirits. Unfortunately, despite Xia Yu's persistent persuasion, he couldn't obtain any gold-level composite formations from the goateed old man. He secretly planned to find a way to acquire them from the academy in the future. After spending 300,000 experience points, Xia Yu was left with only 4,800 points. He invested another 4,500 points to upgrade the formation spirit to bronze level 4. After these actions, Xia Yu was back to square one. Let's go. After enjoying the good stuff, it's time to work off the debt, Xia Yu murmured to himself. The Dark Knight Warrior gave a low, rumbling response from beneath its helmet, drew its battle blade with a clack, and turned towards the direction where the undead creatures gathered. As a native creature, the Dark Knight Warrior's appearance didn't cause any commotion. Creatures below gold level wisely avoided its path, while only 2 gold level undead creatures glanced up, issuing warning-like sounds, but not driving it away. Under Xia Yu's command, the Dark Knight Warrior, wielding its bone blade, strode past the surrounding minions, heading directly for one of the gold-level undead creatures. As the distance closed, the gold-level ghost-faced spider warily raised its front limbs, emitting sounds of bones clashing. Shadow flash, shadow slash. When the distance shrank to 20 meters, the Dark Knight Warrior suddenly accelerated. It left a phantom in its place and instantly appeared in front of the ghost-faced spider. Its bone blade slashed diagonally down, a shadow slash severing one of the spider's front limbs. Despite being gold 3-star as well, the ghost-faced spider was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Phantom clone, shadow cross slash. Having landed a blow, the Dark Knight Warrior's form flickered, and an identical clone appeared in the field. 2 Dark Knight Warriors, wielding 4 bone blades, simultaneously executed black crosses from different directions at the roaring ghost-faced spider. Boom! The 2 crosses struck the ghost-faced spider simultaneously. At this moment, the difference between the original and the clone became evident. The cross from the original severed 3 left legs of the ghost-faced spider, while the clone's cross only severed 1, leaving a shallow wound on the second, its power about a third of the original. At this point, Xia Yu emerged with a confident stride, a stark contrast to his previous cautious demeanor. He watched the battle unfold, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Xia Yu stepped out confidently because he had gained enough strength. The main feature of reaching the gold level is the ability to share powers. No longer just a weakling hiding behind summoned beasts, Xia Yu looked at his hands with excitement in his eyes. They were about to transform into powerful dragon claws. He thought to himself, with one swipe, I could crush an enemy's head. Although he forgot to bring his sword and couldn't fully unleash the power of the Dark Knight Warrior's skills, he decided to use the Lightning Eagle's abilities to make up for it. Not far away, the Dark Knight Warrior was executing a seamless combo, forcing the ghost-faced spider to retreat. His figure flickered, and with 2 swift slashes, the spider fell, turning into a pool of experience points. After advancing to the gold level, the Dark Knight Warrior's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to easily overpower beasts of the same rank. After defeating the ghost-faced spider, the Dark Knight Warrior immediately targeted another gold 5-star undead creature. Their battle was fierce, attracting the attention of smaller undead creatures, which scattered in fear, their bony legs flailing in the air. Seeing this, Xia Yu's eyes gleamed. Although these fleeing undead creatures were weaker, they still offered valuable experience points. He quickly summoned the silver 7-star lightning eagle, and a streak of purple lightning shot up from a 6-pointed star formation. Electricity crackled across the eagle's massive wings. Trying to run, little ones? Xia Yu smirked. You've left your toes behind. Better come back and get them. With that, Xia Yu charged into the group of undead creatures. Electricity gathered in his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he leaped to attack a silver 7-star undead. However, instead of the expected ripping sensation, a sharp pain shot through him. Damn! Xia Yu exclaimed, quickly retracting his hand. He looked down to see 4 black spots on the undead's pristine skull, while his own fingers throbbed with pain. Xia Yu realized that although power sharing allowed him to use the Lightning Eagle's skills, he had overlooked the physical disparity between himself and the beasts. The claws that could crush stone were not something an ordinary human could wield. As Xia Yu was lamenting, the undead creature he had attacked recovered. raising its bone blade to strike at Xia Yu's head. In that critical moment, Xia Yu felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart raced. Damn it. I ran to give those two gold-level undead creatures some face. And you, a mere human, are acting all arrogant. Xia Yu fumed with anger, the searing pain in his right hand only adding fuel to the fire. In a flash, Xia Yu summoned his mental power and unleashed a thunder spell. In an instant, a thick bolt of purple lightning, like divine retribution, struck the forehead of the silver 7-star undead creature with precision. With a crisp crack, the creature's skull shattered, revealing the flickering soul flame beneath. Xia Yu sneered. Damn you. Your skull may be hard, but surely your soul flame isn't. Quick as a flash, Xia Yu extended his hand, lightning crackling, and grasped the soul flame. The undead creature convulsed violently, as if performing some eerie ghost dance. In the next moment, the soul flame was mercilessly crushed, and the undead creature lost all signs of life. Shaking his still throbbing right hand, Xia Yu realized, no wonder the weapons at the academy are so expensive. He finally understood why the weapons of gold-level beastmasters were so costly. Without a suitable weapon, even a gold-level beastmaster would struggle to maintain combat effectiveness and soon exhaust themselves. I might lack the hardware to be a warrior right now, but I can still be a spellcaster, Xia Yu thought with satisfaction, recalling the feeling of summoning multiple bolts of lightning with a wave of his hand. The scene was peculiar. Two gold-level undead creatures were locked in fierce combat, while on the other side, Xia Yu and his Thunder Eagle seemed like two mad arsonists, unleashing lightning everywhere. The purple lightning covered a vast area, and any undead creatures that fled too slowly were struck down, their skulls shattered, leaving them in pieces. At that moment, a small figure appeared quietly under a crooked, dry tree not far away. Squatting there, he watched the scene in shock and exclaimed, "Wow, the Thunder King." The battle raged for about 15 minutes. Of the undead creatures originally gathered there, only a few managed to escape. The rest were reduced to fragments. The battlefield was strewn with shattered bones, and only the Dark Knight continued its relentless battle with the tenacious, undead creature. Feeling drained of mental power, Xia Yu quickly recalled the Thunder Eagle. He realized that while sharing abilities allowed him to use his summoned beast skills, the mental power he expended was far greater than what the beast itself would use. This is probably the constraint of the natural order, he thought to himself. Turning to the still fighting Dark Knight, Xia Yu grew impatient. Hurry up and finish the fight. If you can't, just say so, and I'll help you. From beneath the Dark Knight's visor came two urgent sounds, and a strong sense of refusal echoed in Xia Yu's mind. This spurred the Dark Knight's fighting spirit, causing its ghostly aura to surge, and its power leaped from gold 4-star to gold 5-star. Damn, Xia Yu exclaimed, realizing that the previous ghost burst's limited effect was due to the suppression of a higher level. Now, at a lower star level, the ghost burst's power was fully evident. He was relieved to have discovered this in time, as misunderstanding the summoned beast skills could have made him a laughingstock among other beastmasters. With its strength forcibly increased, the Dark Knight swiftly took control of the battlefield. Two figures, wielding 4 bone swords, completely dominated the undead creature. Finally, 2 dark cross slashes ended the golden 5-star undead creature's existence. Earned 30,000 experience points. Nice. Xia Yu concluded excitedly, putting a satisfying end to a tough but rewarding battle. Xia Yu and the Dark Knight quickly tidied up the battlefield, collecting all the intact crystals. Guided by the Dark Knight's senses, they arrived at the area where the ghostly aura was most concentrated. Xia Yu, puzzled, pointed to the ground and asked, "Are you saying there's something down there?" Surprisingly, the Dark Knight nodded, making a clack sound. Xia Yu couldn't help but quip. "So what are you waiting for? Do you expect me to dig?" He thought to himself, since this guy leveled up to gold, his intelligence has improved a lot, but he's still so stubborn. Does he not know who's the boss here? The Dark Knight seemed to understand Xia Yu's complaint, and the sound of bones clashing came from beneath its helmet again. It drew its sword, squatted down, and began digging, its movements full of defiance. "Move aside." Xia Yu gestured for the Dark Knight to step away. Jackpot. He immediately noticed something buried in the pit and pushed forward, rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Clearing away the loose dirt, Xia Yu's face darkened instantly. He expected some treasure, but it turned out to be a glowing bone, shaped like a thigh bone. Disappointed, he dusted off his hands, thinking that after all the effort, the biggest gain was just this bone along with the experience and crystals. What am I supposed to do with this? Make a pot of bone soup to boost my calcium. Xia Yu muttered. However, the Dark Knight became excited. It grabbed the bone and held it tightly. Xia Yu teased, "Are you crazy? What are you going to do with that? Switch from a sword to a stick." The Dark Knight ignored him and turned its back to Xia Yu, raising its sword to strike the bone. Xia Yu thought to himself, this guy's got some nerve, acting all high and mighty now. He stepped closer to see what the Dark Knight intended with the bone. Soon, Xia Yu realized the bone was unusual. The Dark Knight's sharp sword took a dozen or so strikes to barely make a 3-inch notch. As the notch appeared, wisps of black smoke drifted into the air, then all seeped into the Dark Knight's helmet. Xia Yu could clearly feel the Dark Knight's excitement. You've got to be kidding me. In a past life, you'd have been jailed for this. Xia Yu thought helplessly. All this effort for a moment of excitement. He wondered if doing this repeatedly would make the Dark Knight overly excited and turn against him. All right, enough fun. Time to get back to work. Xia Yu kicked the crouching Dark Knight and started walking forward. Reluctantly, the Dark Knight shook the bone in its hand, confirmed no more black smoke was coming out, then dropped it and followed. Xia Yu calculated. Before, he lacked strength and hid behind his summoned beast, but now things were different. He needed to show his authority. As for that big oaf behind him, it had to be his bodyguard. With their first experience, the subsequent exploration went more smoothly. Xia Yu marched on confidently, with the Dark Knight right behind, as they continued searching for opportunities and challenges in this unknown territory. Xia Yu and the Night Warrior embarked on a thrilling and perilous adventure. Their mission was clear: to locate the gathering places of no more than 2 golden-level undead creatures. Each move was like a choreographed dance, with the Night Warrior first disguising himself as one of them, then executing a seamless combo of attacks. Even if he couldn't kill in a single strike, he dealt significant damage to the enemies. Next, Xia Yu would make his entrance, unleashing his signature move, the lightning shower. Blinding electric arcs danced through the air, enveloping the so-called local big shots. Once the smoke cleared, Xia Yu and the Night Warrior would begin looting the spoils. Their haul was diverse and intriguing: bone clubs, eerie fruits growing on skeletons, and even a large piece of raw stone exuding a strong, undead aura. All these items emitted a disconcerting sense of death. As the collection of bones grew, Xia Yu finally understood the attraction these items held for the Night Warrior. Although the effect was not apparent at first, over time, the Night Warrior's aura became more intense, and his strength increased. As for the odd fruits, Xia Yu generously gave them all to the Night Warrior whenever he asked. In his view, it was better to convert these potential burdens into strength for future endeavors. Through their experiences, Xia Yu deduced a pattern. The more undead creatures gathered, the more valuable the items obtained. The value of these items could be judged by the Night Warrior's reaction. The more excited he was, the better the items. However, when faced with territories guarded by multiple golden-level undead creatures, Xia Yu could only hold back. Even with himself included, their team amounted to no more than 2.5 golden-level beings, far from enough to challenge those formidable gathering spots. The experience points accumulated over this period were mainly used by Xia Yu to enhance the strength of his Lightning Hawk. With his efforts, the Lightning Hawk advanced to a golden 2-star level. This confirmed his belief that freely tackling dungeons was indeed the fastest way to gain experience points. As for his third summoned beast, the Formation Spirit, Xia Yu did not ignore it either. He spent 19,000 experience points to raise it to a silver 1-star level. Although its combat power might lag in the short term, the level increase would at least speed up its learning of formations. The Formation Spirit differed from other summoned beasts in that its quality was entirely dependent on its strength. At the bronze level, it was of ordinary quality, while at the silver level, it became rare quality, directly tied to its level. This might be one reason Xia Yu was reluctant to use precious evolution points on the Formation Spirit. Now, Xia Yu had become more generous with his use of experience points, but he still cherished his evolution points. After accumulating for many days, his evolution points had barely reached around 70,000. Raising a summoned beast to legendary quality required 100,000 evolution points, and with the goal nearly in sight, he couldn't afford to squander them. Watching as the Night Warrior absorbed the last wisp of dark energy, Xia Yu stood up, dusted off his pants, and prepared to leave. Just as he lifted his foot, he felt a sudden sense of being watched. He quickly turned his head, eyes locking onto a withered tree not far away. After staring for a long time, Xia Yu withdrew his gaze and set his raised foot back down. Why do I keep feeling like someone is watching me? Could it be an illusion? He wondered, glancing back frequently as he continued with the Night Warrior. Shortly after Xia Yu left, a young man suddenly appeared beside the withered tree. He crouched down, breathing heavily, and murmured with lingering fear, "What a close call. This guy is really sharp. He can even sense that." However, excitement flickered in the young man's eyes. "The more challenging, the more I like it," he muttered to himself, as if he had found a worthy opponent. The vastness of the undead plane was beyond Xia Yu's imagination. 3 days ago, he encountered a team from the Demon Eye Academy consisting of a platinum-level mentor, 3 gold-level Beast Tamers, and 6 or 7 silver-level students. Such a lineup would be noteworthy in the outside world, but in the undead plane, they could only barely hold their ground in areas where ghostly energy was sparse. Xia Yu recalled the team from the Kyoto Academy he had seen in the Bone City. That team was large, with hundreds of members, led by a diamond-level expert and several platinum-level masters. Such a lineup ventured into the undead plane to acquire rare resources for research purposes. As he traveled in a fixed direction, Xia Yu became increasingly convinced of the existence of social classes within the undead plane. Areas with dense ghostly energy often showed signs of intelligent life. He had encountered some undead creatures at the highest gold level, whose ghostly energy was chaotic and unrefined. However, in the territories of platinum-level undead creatures, he saw rudimentary structures, walls made of bones or bunkers built from piles of sand and dirt. Although their quality and appearance resembled primitive tribes, they indicated the presence of social hierarchy in this plane. Feeling his strength waning, Xia Yu stopped to find a place to rest. Traveling alone in a different plane, he needed to conserve his energy to handle any sudden events. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of being watched. He quickly turned to look at the rocky ground behind him, where nothing was visible, but this feeling of being observed had occurred several times in recent days. Xia Yu untied the bundle at his waist and took out a piece of dry food. He sat on a rock, chewing on the food while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He could find and simply filter water, but food was an issue. He dared not try the vegetation of this plane, and as for meat, it was either corpses that had not decayed for millennia or bare bones, which even someone as tough as Xia Yu found hard to stomach. Therefore, he used military merits to exchange for some easily preserved and portable dry food from logistics. With dry food in his left hand, Xia Yu's right hand was stealthily hidden inside his clothing, fingertips crackling with faint sparks of electricity, ready to respond to any potential threats. "Show yourself, you sneaky thing," Xia Yu shouted angrily, forming hand seals swiftly. In an instant, multiple purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, crashing onto the chaotic rocky ground behind him. As the lightning flickered, the entire area was enveloped in purple arcs, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. Regardless of what's there, let's deal with it first, Xia Yu thought to himself as he sharply eyed the thunder-covered area. The feeling of being followed on this lonely path could easily become a psychological burden. What the heck? A startled voice emerged from the dust. That was way too harsh. As the lightning struck, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the rocky terrain. It was a gaunt, skinny man sitting next to a protruding rock. He clearly hadn't expected Xia Yu to strike so suddenly, and by the time he reacted, the purple lightning had already crashed down on him. "If it weren't for my summoned beast's enhanced physique, you'd have cracked my head open," the man exclaimed, standing up with smoke rising from his disheveled hair, his thin frame filled with resentment as he glared at Xia Yu. Xia Yu narrowed his eyes, gathering a ball of crackling lightning in his hand. "What's your name? Where are you from? Are you human or undead?" he demanded coldly, while the dark warrior beside him drew his twin blades, their edges gleaming ominously. "Whoa, hold on, buddy." The man waved his hands frantically, looking panicked. "I'm Wei-Yang, from the Magic City Academy. I'm definitely a law-abiding citizen." "Really?" he explained, inching forward cautiously. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck precisely in front of Wei-Yang's toes, creating a small crater and making him jump back several steps in fright. "A law-abiding citizen?" Xia Yu sneered. "You've been tailing me for days, and now you claim to be a law-abiding citizen? Do you think I'm a child? Come on, man, let me explain." Wei-Yang stammered, trying to correct himself. "I truly mean no harm. Think about it, being here at this time means all my paperwork is in order. Look, here's my identification." He fumbled in his pocket and tossed a badge towards Xia Yu. Clang! Xia Yu didn't move, allowing the badge to fall and bounce into a crevice between the rocks. "Save it. Even if you were the commander of the Demon Suppression Corps, I wouldn't believe you." Xia Yu glared at Wei-Yang, his eyes flashing with danger. In the middle of nowhere, having someone tail you for days, who would trust that person, even if they seem human? "I swear, I mean no harm. I followed you because you seemed strong, and I wanted to talk." Wei-Yang tried to smile ingratiatingly. "Talk? Tailing me is your way of talking." Xia Yu's fingers flickered with arcs of electricity, ready to strike. "If you don't come clean, I'll leave you here, believe me. Seriously." Wait. Wei-Yang was desperate, scratching his head. "I can't prove it." "Can't prove it? Then stay here." Xia Yu gestured, and the dark warrior swung his bone blade, sending a crescent-shaped shadow slash towards Wei-Yang. "Are you serious?" Wei-Yang exclaimed in shock, quickly forming a yellowish rock shield in front of him. Boom! The shadow slash hit the rock shield hard, causing it to shatter into pieces, both disappearing into the air. Without giving Wei-Yang a chance to breathe, Xia Yu launched several lightning strikes in quick succession. Where did this lunatic come from? Wei-Yang cursed as he dodged, his movements quick and precise. He weaved through the attacks, forming rock shields only when absolutely necessary to block unavoidable strikes. Clearly experienced in combat, Wei-Yang skillfully anticipated the lightning's landing points, dodging as much as possible while using rock shields to absorb the unavoidable hits. "Dark Warrior, get him!" Xia Yu commanded after observing for a moment, halting his own attacks and sending the Dark Warrior charging forward. "Come on, I really mean no harm," Wei-Yang cried out, narrowly avoiding the last lightning bolt. Seeing the Dark Warrior charging at him, he quickly retreated several meters. "Stop, Dark Warrior." Xia Yu suddenly called out. This guy had only been defending from the start, never attacking. If it were just a few attacks, Xia Yu might not have believed it. But facing continuous assaults, Wei Yang remained defensive, even against Xia Yu and the Dark Warrior's combined attack, without summoning his own beast. What did this indicate? Either this guy was confident enough to handle both Xia Yu and the Dark Warrior easily, someone that powerful was dangerous regardless of intent, or he truly meant no harm. Alternatively, his cunning was so deep that he dared to gamble his life for trust, something not many would do. Wei Yang dusted himself off, looking aggrieved. Is this how you test people? No wonder you have no friends. Xia Yu cast a cold glance at Wei Yang, remaining silent. Although he didn't continue his attack, he also didn't retract his Dark Knight Warrior. No matter how cunning or powerful Wei Yang might be, Xia Yu was determined to make him pay if he dared to make a move. Wei Yang rubbed his hair, which had become disheveled from the electric shock, wiped the dirt off his face, and muttered, "Why are you so suspicious? We're both humans, why go so hard on me?" He tried to approach Xia Yu, explaining, "I noticed your strength and wanted to talk with you." Xia Yu frowned, electricity sparking at his fingertips, and asked warily, "A bit of strength? The Magic City Academy is full of strong individuals and plenty of mentors. Why choose me?" Wei Yang, frightened, stopped in his tracks and quickly explained, "I'm not like them. Those guys are afraid of their own shadows and lack the courage to accomplish great things." As he spoke, he began searching the ground. "Oh no, where's my badge?" Xia Yu took a few steps back, scoffing, "Are you sure you weren't kicked out of the team for spying?" Wei Yang hastily defended himself. "Spying? What a joke. I, Wei Yang, have principles. I don't take advantage of those close to me." Unconvinced, Xia Yu bluntly asked, "Give me a reason to cooperate." Wei Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. "There's a city of the undead up ahead, with ghostly energy as dense as Skull City. I've seen you looking for places like this. Want to explore it together?" Hearing this, Xia Yu inwardly cursed him as a complete fool. Attacking an undead city with just anyone? Never mind the thousands of undead creatures. Even a single platinum-level being could easily take them down. "Get lost!" Xia Yu shouted angrily, striking the ground near Wei Yang's feet with lightning. He summoned the Thunder Eagle and took to the skies. Unfazed, Wei Yang called after him, "Let's talk it over? How about a 50-50 split? Or 60-40 in your favor?" Xia Yu ignored him and soon disappeared into the horizon. Wei Yang chuckled, blending into the air. After flying for a while, Xia Yu landed. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring he wasn't being followed, then continued in the direction of the undead city. Although that madman was annoying, the information he provided was useful. There was indeed an undead city ahead. Xia Yu contemplated. While he didn't dare to attack recklessly, he could at least scout the terrain to pave the way for his companions later. With this in mind, he carefully made his way toward the undead city. Xia Yu continued on his journey, easily eliminating a gathering of undead along the way. However, the targeted undead city remained elusive. He decided to take a temporary break and chose a secluded spot for rest. Xia Yu quickly set up defenses and summoned night warriors to keep watch around him. He then called forth his array spirit. Since advancing to the silver level, this little creature had grown slightly, now about 20 to 30 centimeters tall. Although it wasn't as impressive as the array spirit of the old man with the goatee, its learning speed had noticeably improved. During this time, it had mastered various basic formations. Xia Yu began testing the newly learned formations. Concentrating light at his fingertips, he released a gravity formation. Patterns appeared on the ground, causing the dust to sink. Although the power was limited, Xia Yu saw the potential for surprise in battle. He also cast a detection formation, believing it would greatly enhance safety in the wild. Suddenly, Xia Yu sensed something unusual. He swiftly retracted the array spirit and moved to the side of the night warriors. 20 meters away, a figure appeared. It was Wei Yang. Without hesitation, Xia Yu launched an attack, a bolt of lightning striking precisely where Wei Yang had just stood. Wei Yang dodged clumsily, rolling away with a playful grin, explaining his presence. Xia Yu watched him warily, with the night warriors ready to strike. Wei Yang persistently tried to persuade Xia Yu to collaborate, even suggesting capturing young, undead creatures to sell. Xia Yu wrestled with his conscience. Despite his distaste for Wei Yang's persistence, as a righteous member of the Demon Suppression Army, he couldn't harm a fellow Academy student without cause. He demanded the truth from Wei Yang. Feigning sincerity, Wei Yang confessed, claiming he had left the group because he was caught spying on girls bathing. Xia Yu was momentarily speechless, his opinion of Wei Yang dropping further. Ultimately, Wei Yang decided to reveal his true strength. He summoned 3 creatures, a golden 3-star chameleon dragon, a golden 1-star green vine demon, and a silver 9-star iron-armored beast. Simultaneously, he unleashed his full aura, declaring his identity. "I am Wei Yang, a third-year student of the Magic City Academy, golden 3-star. Is that honest enough for you?" Wei Yang's action of releasing 3 summoned beasts left Xia Yu momentarily stunned. He frowned at the scene before him, silently cursing. What kind of sincerity is this? There's no need to display summoned beasts when it's just the two of us. Put your summoned beasts away, Xia Yu said in a low voice. Their presence might attract undead creatures. Despite his words, Xia Yu noticed that the chameleon dragon had indeed reached the golden 3-star level. This reassured him slightly, as it meant his safety was somewhat secured. Facing an opponent of the same level wouldn't make it easy to be taken down. Wei Yang took his advice and withdrew his summoned beasts. The two quickly left the area and found a relatively safe spot. So, tell me, why are you so insistent on working with me? Xia Yu's tone softened a bit, acknowledging the boy's impressive skills. Wei Yang casually sat on a rock, but immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "Ouch! This rock is so jagged it poked my butt." He exaggeratedly shouted, "Check if it pierced me. Get lost." Xia Yu kicked Wei Yang's backside, completely speechless. "I'm not teaming up with you until you explain yourself." Rubbing his backside, Wei Yang adjusted his position and sat down again. "I already told you, I don't think much of those guys at the academy. Either they're not strong enough, or they don't need money, so we can't see eye to eye. That's why I snuck out on my own." His eyes twinkled as he continued, "I've been wandering alone for days, envious of what I see, but I can't handle those large, undead gathering places. When I saw you getting ahead, I thought I'd team up with you." "Hold on," Xia Yu sneered. "I'm not like you. You just couldn't fit in with your team." Wei Yang was unfazed. "Come on, I'm a good judge of character. Judging by your eagerness to grab anything valuable, you must be short on cash, huh? You'd even hack at a bone to see if there's anything inside, like a relic or something. You don't know anything." Xia Yu turned to leave. Wei Yang quickly darted in front of Xia Yu, suddenly bending down. "Wait a minute." Xia Yu was startled by the sudden move. All right, I give up. You're the boss, you're the elder, I give up." He resisted the urge to slap Wei Yang's thick-skinned face. "First of all," Xia Yu took a deep breath, "I'm not messing with any undead cities. That's just suicide. But I'm open to tackling some bigger undead gathering spots, as long as you show some sincerity." Collaboration isn't out of the question, Xia Yu thought. Over the past few days, he had challenged numerous undead lairs alone and reaped substantial rewards. He had almost enough bone clubs to upgrade his Dark Knight warrior and had found several high-quality undead elemental stones. These were just from territories occupied by 1 or 2 gold-level creatures, and Xia Yu couldn't help but be curious about larger territories. "All right, that's what I've been waiting to hear, just you watch," Wei Yang exclaimed excitedly. A few hours later, under Wei Yang's guidance, the two arrived at a larger gathering of undead. Here, for gold-level undead creatures roamed, and the ghostly aura was so thick it was suffocating, with hundreds of undead creatures lurking around. Wei Yang meticulously laid out the battle strategy for Xia Yu. "Later, don't just jump in with your lightning. The dead ones aren't worth much. Capture more alive ones, and don't just grab anything, go for the high-level, distinctive ones." He pointed at the horde of undead creatures ahead, making sure not to miss any details. "How do we split these for?" "2 for you, 2 for me," Xia Yu asked. Wei Yang raised an eyebrow. "You think I can handle 3 by myself?" "All right," Xia Yu nodded. "But remember to leave the finishing blow for me. Those are all experience points. Gold-level creatures are worth thousands of experience points each." "Dark Knight Warrior, attack," Xia Yu commanded, and the Dark Knight Warrior drew its bone blade and strode forward. Wei Yang whispered a reminder. "Sneak into the village quietly, no shooting, got it?" "This is an undead summoning beast," Xia Yu retorted. "Where's your summoning beast?" "Go on. It's already there, right beside the Dark Knight Warrior," Wei Yang replied smugly. Only then did Xia Yu remember that Wei Yang's summoning beast was a chameleon dragon, capable of changing its body color like a chameleon to blend in. As the Dark Knight Warrior approached, the 4 gold-level creatures let out warning growls but did not stop it from moving closer to the center. In the world of undead, strength dictated the rules even more thoroughly. A gold-level skeletal giant ape casually grabbed a nearby silver-level skeleton, unceremoniously snapping off a few ribs to attach to itself. The silver-level skeleton didn't dare make a sound, slinking away to dismantle a bronze-level skeleton instead. As the Dark Knight Warrior drew near, it dramatically flipped its cloak and, with a swift combo, broke the ribs that the skeletal giant ape had just attached. Just as the 4 gold-level undead creatures moved simultaneously, Wei Yang's chameleon dragon suddenly leaped from its hidden position, biting one of the undead creatures on the backside. "Seriously," Xia Yu muttered to himself, "you really do attract summoning beasts that match your style." With the ambush over, Xia Yu stepped forward, ready for a heated confrontation. The Dark Knight Warrior and Chameleon Dragon, one in the open and one in the shadows, swiftly took down 2 gold-level creatures. The skeletal giant ape suffered severe damage, with parts falling off, greatly reducing its combat power. Although the Chameleon Dragon was slightly less powerful, its bite and headshake tore off a leg from its opponent. The two quickly moved in, taking over the injured gold-level creatures, freeing up their summoning beasts to tackle the remaining 2. On Xia Yu's side, there was only the Dark Knight Warrior and himself in the field, But high above, a giant purple eagle soared, visible from the ground only as a faint black dot. Wei Yong had summoned a golden star ivy demon, which instantly lashed out with dozens of tough vines, targeting the other undead creatures attempting to flee. Don't run, nobody run, Wei Yong shouted. I'm a good guy, here to find you a good home. In less than half an hour, the battle was over. 4 gold-level undead creatures lay defeated under the blades of Xia Yu and the Night Warrior. The battlefield was littered with countless corpses of undead creatures, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Wei Yong crouched on the ground, collecting the crystal cores of the fallen undead as he complained to Xia Yu. Are you in a killing frenzy? Look at these valuable Thinkstneinster silver ones and undead wizards. These could fetch a high price. The vines of the vine demon were entwined with a dozen high-level or rare undead creatures, swaying slightly in the wind. Unconcerned with Wei Yang's grumbling, Xia Yu focused on gathering spoils of war while directing the Night Warrior to search for treasures based on the concentration of ghostly energy. Suddenly, the Night Warrior unearthed a massive raw stone from the ground, about the size of a wash basin, its surface embedded with densely packed black crystals, each as thick as a thumb. Wei Yong exclaimed, "Wow, such a huge raw stone." Just as Wei Yong was about to take credit, Xia Yu picked up a bone and began breaking the raw stone, stuffing the black crystals into his arms. The black ones are the undead-type raw stones. The big stone underneath is useless, Xia Yu explained. The two of them crouched amidst the skeletal remains, each wielding a bone, diligently chipping away at the raw stone. The Night Warrior stood nearby, eager to join in, shifting the bone knife in its hand, while the vine demon clumsily brandished the captured undead creatures. Meanwhile, on a misty mountain path, a team of several dozen academy members was advancing. At the front, a middle-aged man was quietly giving orders. Stay close, keep an eye on the sides, and gather a few more samples before we head back. Beside him, a 9-star gold jade horned snake coiled, slithering slowly. Though the young students in the team still held on to their curiosity, their fatigue was becoming increasingly evident. Suddenly, a gaunt figure jumped out from the front, a mischievous grin on his face. Halt! Living deep in the mountains, only killing, not burying. Oops, wrong words. This unexpected scene put everyone on edge. The jade horned snake's horn began to glow, and the students hurriedly summoned their own beasts. Several hundred meters away, behind some rocks, Xia Yu helplessly slapped his forehead, thinking, this guy is definitely no good. How did I end up tangled with him? Seeing the reaction, the man hastily waved his hands and explained, fellow students, good day, professor. No need to be tense, I misspoke out of nervousness. I'm actually a good person. The lead professor, with a stern expression, drew a knife from his waist, its blade subtly glowing. Where are you from? Who are you? The man raised his hands high and loudly replied, don't attack. Wei Yong slowly pulled out a badge from his pocket and tossed it to the lead instructor as everyone watched. This is my identification. I'm a student at the Magic City Academy, he said with a hint of confidence in his voice. The instructor took the badge, examined it carefully, and confirmed it was genuine. His tone softened slightly, though he remained cautious. A student of Magic City Academy, why are you here? What is your purpose in stopping us? Although he put away his weapon, the jade-horned snake beside him kept a close watch on Wei Yong, ready to strike at any moment. Wei Yong flashed a sly smile. I'm just out here for some solo training. As for stopping you, it's because I've captured a batch of undead creatures and wanted to see if you're interested in them. The lead instructor, though stern in words, sighed inwardly. He knew that even though he could manage escort duties for the academy, he was merely an elite instructor within the grand institution. This gap was something he could never change. At that moment, a green vine demon slid out from behind a boulder to Wei Yang's side, with several undead creatures bound to its branches. Wei Yong immediately began his sales pitch. Look at these, all high-star silver, perfect for a research project. And these here, extremely rare, a real treat for the juniors to study. The surrounding students were instantly intrigued, exclaiming, what are those? We've never seen anything like it. They look so cool. The lead instructor interrupted the commotion. Quiet. He turned to Wei Yong. How do you propose we trade for these? Name your price. The transaction was quickly completed. Wei Yong grinned and vanished into thin air. The academy team, now with their newly acquired undead creatures, retraced their path back. Moments later, Wei Yong was proudly showing off the money and raw stones he had just acquired to Xia Yu. See? I told you, sticking with me is more profitable than going solo. Xia Yu remained expressionless. Give me my share. Dream on. All of this was caught by my green vine demon, Wei Yong retorted, but before he could finish, Xia Yu had already made a move. Hey, why are you getting physical? Wei Yong exclaimed. Don't think I don't know you pocketed extra crystal cores. A short while later, after receiving 2 electric blasts, Wei Yong sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand on his eye, the other gathering his scattered belongings. He drew a sharp breath. Ouch! Damn, you hit hard. Everyone, gather up. Quick! Mori's voice echoed through the biting wind as he straddled his snowstorm hound, his eyes sharp as he directed the team to assemble swiftly. In the distance, Zhu Wei rode his summoned beast at full speed, his robes flapping loudly in the wind. Lazy, Zhu Wei shouted, "How's it going? Have all the supplies been distributed to each team?" "All handed out," Mori replied succinctly. "Good," Zhu Wei nodded. "Once the troops are gathered, head straight to the city gates. We're moving out." With the situation in Skeleton City stabilizing, the demon suppression army stationed within finally mobilized. 5 legions set out simultaneously, forming an impressive line like a winding dragon, advancing into the unknown depths. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the undead realm, the gray ground suddenly collapsed. A skeletal creature fell into the pit unexpectedly, its hollow eye sockets staring at the 2 figures before it. "What the heck just fell down?" one of them exclaimed. "Damn it. Scared the hell out of me," the other cursed. Before the skeletal creature could react, Xia Yu grabbed its skull, his fingertips crackling with electricity, unleashing a violent shock. In a moment, the skeletal creature was charred to a crisp, unable to make a sound. "Let's check out where this leads," Xia Yu nodded to his companion Wei Yong, casually tossing the now useless skeletal creature aside. "All right," Wei Yong responded, carefully stepping on the back of the armored beast to peer out of the hole. Suddenly, a strong stench of decay hit him, and as soon as Wei Yong poked his head out, he saw an undead creature with blood-red eyes approaching. "Oh crap, run. We dug in the wrong place," Wei Yong shrieked, pulling his head back and jumping off the armored beast, shouting as he fled. Roar! The creature clawed at the hole, causing dirt to fall. The undead creature's head emerged, its eyeballs hanging grotesquely from a decaying face, staring at the 2 figures disappearing around the corner. These 2 were Xia Yu and Wei Yong, who had recently teamed up. They had been causing trouble everywhere, reaping considerable benefits. But as they ventured deeper, their situation became increasingly precarious. Running through narrow underground tunnels, they sprinted for over half an hour, never daring to stop. Only when they were sure there were no pursuers did they collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. "What's wrong with you?" Xia Yu scolded. "How many times have you dug right under an undead creature?" Wei Yong grabbed a handful of dirt, rubbing it hard on his face, trying to dispel the nauseating stench. "How was I supposed to know what's above? I don't have a map," he retorted. "This isn't working, we can't keep doing this." Xia Yu sighed, shaking his head. "At this rate, you'll get us eaten by an undead creature." With that, he stood up and began digging upwards. In recent days, they had sold a large number of undead creatures to various academies, making a fortune. However, Wei Yong wasn't satisfied and wanted Xia Yu to help acquire a batch of undead elemental stones, intending to sell them at high prices to the academies that had bought undead creatures. But the further they went, the more undead creatures they encountered, and their levels kept increasing. After being chased by platinum-grade undead creatures several times, they decided to go underground instead. Wei Yang's armored beast, akin to a supercharged pangolin, dug with astonishing speed. However, Wei Yong was unreliable, repeatedly digging directly beneath undead creature gathering spots, almost ending up as a meal. This kind of sudden situation is not the first time it has happened. In the past 3 days, Xia Yu and Wei Yong have stumbled upon undead creatures gathering places 5 times, each time narrowly escaping danger. Their escape skills have become highly refined, indicating the harrowing experiences they've been through. In this perilous land of the undead, traveling on the ground is akin to courting death. Even though Xia Yu and Wei Yong possess gold-level strength, which would allow them to command a city elsewhere, here they seem insignificant. The ordinary undead creatures they encounter are already challenging enough, not to mention the increasing number of higher-level undead. Walking on the ground recklessly would likely result in them being torn apart by these terrifying beings in no time. Xia Yu glanced around, his expression serious, and said to Wei Yong, "Wait here, I'll go up and scout ahead." Wei Yong sat reluctantly in place. Xia Yu couldn't help but kick him and said irritably, "Get the armored beast to dig. How can I dig through such a thick layer of soil alone?" Prompted by Xia Yu, Wei Yong finally summoned the armored beast. The beast, like an efficient excavator, effortlessly dug a tunnel through the thick soil. After confirming there were no undead creatures above, Xia Yu quickly leaped out of the hole and covered it with a stone slab. "Thunder Eagle, come out," Xia Yu called softly. Sitting on the back of the Thunder Eagle, Xia Yu decided to take the risk and scout the area ahead. The more dangerous it was, the more intrigued he became. He had a hunch that the second undead city might be nearby. Sharing his mental power with the Thunder Eagle's Hawkeye skill, Xia Yu's vision was greatly enhanced in the sky. Despite the dim light and sandstorms of the undead plain, he could see up to 20 kilometers away. Under better conditions, this range could exceed 30 kilometers. Xia Yu and the Thunder Eagle cautiously flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters, which was relatively safe for now. Ordinary beasts wouldn't fly this high for no reason, and flying undead creatures were few. From this height, Xia Yu observed numerous undead creature gathering places below, with even the smallest having several gold-level undead creatures guarding them. After flying for about 15 minutes, Xia Yu spotted a black line on the horizon. As he approached, the line widened, eventually revealing the outline of a massive undead city. The scale of the city was astounding, with towering walls stretching for over 10 kilometers. The situation became clear. The surrounding undead gathering places served as outposts guarding the city. Xia Yu was relieved he chose aerial reconnaissance. Had he traveled underground or on the surface, he would likely have been surrounded by now. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the city. Even high in the sky, Xia Yu could feel the vast and majestic aura. Along with the roar, a powerful pressure swept over like a tidal wave. Have I been discovered? Xia Yu was startled and quickly commanded the Thunder Eagle to ascend higher. Though he soon realized it might have been a false alarm, he remained cautious, maintaining altitude. On the ground, countless undead creatures surged towards the city like a flood, forming an endless sea of darkness. From the city, a massive corpse dragon soared into the sky, its body stretching hundreds of meters. After circling twice, it landed on the city wall. The undead creatures gathered below trembled and prostrated, overwhelmed by the dragon's terrifying presence. Xia Yu knew his own strength well. Such a grand display was unnecessary to deal with him. Retreat, he ordered decisively. In this situation, staying even a second longer could spell disaster. The priority was to leave this dangerous area as quickly as possible. Xia Yu was about to turn and flee, but was stunned the moment he looked back. Behind him, countless flying undead creatures were flapping their wings, converging towards the city like dark clouds. From low to high altitudes, the sky was filled with these undead beings, densely packed and blotting out the sun. Oh my god! Run! Xia Yu screamed internally, frustrated with himself for hesitating just a moment earlier, which had now put him in such a precarious situation. The massive undead army's flight even caused strong air currents, affecting even the Thunder Eagle he was riding. Escaping towards the city was clearly not an option, as a king-level flying creature was lurking there. Xia Yu would rather face the vast undead horde behind him than run into the clutches of that corpse dragon. He made a quick decision and directed the Thunder Eagle to fly to the right. As long as I fly fast enough, I can break through the undead's encirclement, Xia Yu encouraged himself. At this point, the distance between him and the undead creatures was only a few kilometers. This distance might still hold some hope for the gold-level Thunder Eagle, but the platinum and even diamond-level undead creatures behind him made Xia Yu uncertain. Without hesitation, Xia Yu poured his mental power into the Thunder Eagle and used the power of the formation spirit to cast a lightness spell on both himself and the eagle. Instantly, they shot across the sky like a bullet, leaving a long trail of air behind them. However, despite the Thunder Eagle reaching an unprecedented speed, the undead creatures behind detected them. After all, one was flying horizontally, and the other was in pursuit, and until Xia Yu broke completely out of the undead's encirclement, the distance between them continued to close. Glancing back, Xia Yu saw 3 platinum-level undead creatures in hot pursuit, an undead swordsman, a skeletal griffin, and a carrion vulture. The undead swordsman was the slowest, as it couldn't fly and relied solely on its strength. But the other 2 were difficult to shake off, especially the skeletal griffin, which gained a strong boost with each wing beat. As for the carrion vulture, it was notorious for its persistence. Once it locked onto a target, it never let go, much like the vultures on the northern city walls that refused to retreat even when decimated. Xia Yu had no time to complain. He had to focus entirely on steering the Thunder Eagle at high speed. If the pursuers caught up and he collided with more undead ahead, escape would be impossible. But as fate would have it, another mass of dark shapes appeared ahead within 5 minutes of fleeing. Oh my god, there's no way out. Xia Yu lamented internally, forced to change direction again. This maneuver allowed the 2 platinum-level creatures to close the gap further, reducing the distance to less than 10 kilometers. This won't do. If this keeps up, I'll be done for, Xia Yu thought anxiously. Although undead creatures were slower than normal beings due to their lack of flesh and wings, they were still platinum level and faster than the Thunder Eagle. The gap was closing rapidly, and if nothing changed, Xia Yu would be caught within 10 minutes, assuming no more surprises lay ahead. A sudden encounter increased the number of platinum-level pursuers behind Xia Yu to 4. He knew full well that being caught by any one of them would mean losing his life today. His eyes were fixed on the path ahead, but his mind raced, seeking a way out. Return to Skull City? Neither time nor distance allowed for that. Dive into a tunnel? That would only ensure a futile last stand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him strong allies. Among the teams from various academies entering the Necromancer's realm, there must be powerful figures. Platinum-level experts were common, and the top academies even had diamond-level leaders. Encountering such a team could offer a slim chance of survival. Xia Yu's gaze swept the ground ahead, hoping to spot a team from a top academy. 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers the distance between him and his pursuers was closing in, and his heart was pounding in his chest. Suddenly, a sharp cry from an eagle snapped him back to reality. Looking up, Xia Yu cursed under his breath. Damn it. Are you trying to kill me? Ahead, another mass of undead creatures was closing in. Though he cursed, his heart sank. System. Add points. Xia Yu commanded decisively. Two beams of light flashed, and the Thunder Eagle leveled up twice, increasing its speed. A quick lateral move widened the gap to 5 kilometers. Yet, this distance was still perilously close. His eyes continued to search frantically, while his hand began to tremble slightly. After another 2 minutes of flight, with the distance narrowing to 4 kilometers, he finally spotted a group on the ground. However, it was only a team from a minor academy, with about 10 members, hardly a match for 5 platinum-level undead creatures. Yes, the number of pursuers behind Xia Yu had increased by 1. He wasn't sure whether to feel relieved that only one more had joined or to despair at the situation. When the gap narrowed to 2 kilometers, the undead creatures launched their attack. Black, ghostly projectiles shot towards Xia Yu and the Thunder Eagle. Although the Thunder Eagle dexterously dodged several attacks, its speed was inevitably affected, and the distance to the pursuers shrank again. Damn it. No more running, let's fight. Xia Yu roared, launching a wide-area lightning strike. Purple lightning instantly enveloped several of the pursuing undead creatures. However, a skeletal griffin opened its mouth, gathering a mass of black energy that transformed into a beam of darkness, piercing through the lightning curtain. The dark beam hurtled straight towards Xia Yu's face. At the critical moment, the Thunder Eagle screeched, tilting its wings to move Xia Yu out of the beam's path. However, the beam pierced the Thunder Eagle's right wing, leaving a large hole. Black energy clung to the wound, corroding flesh continuously. The Thunder Eagle wobbled, nearly falling from the sky. Luckily, it managed to stabilize by flapping its wings, but the delay allowed the undead creatures to close in. The skeletal griffin lunged with its mouth wide open. Gravity array. Xia Yu flicked his finger, forming a gravity array in an instant. The unsuspecting skeletal griffin plummeted several hundred meters. Yet, the crisis was far from over, as the other 4 platinum-level creatures launched their attacks. Xia Yu could feel the force of their attacks in the air. Lightning flash. In a blur, the Thunder Eagle appeared 20 meters away, narrowly escaping the clutches of the undead creatures. Thunderstrike. Xia Yu and the Thunder Eagle cast simultaneously, merging purple lightning in the sky into several thick bolts that crashed down. Even if I die, I'll take some of you with me. Xia Yu shouted, ready to make a desperate stand. With no way out, Xia Yu became desperate. His hands flickered with alternating purple and white light as he unleashed a barrage of lightning spells and interference arrays, raining down like a storm on the relentless undead creatures chasing him. However, the gap in levels was insurmountable. Among the 5 undead creatures, 3 high-star level ones were particularly troublesome. The thick lightning bolts that struck them only shattered a few bone fragments and failed to inflict substantial damage. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle beneath him, constrained by space and protective instincts, sustained several deep wounds, exposing the bone. Its control over its body weakened, requiring several flaps to barely stabilize its flight. In contrast, the pursuing undead creatures, aside from the heavily targeted corpse vulture, remained virtually unscathed. However, as an undead creature, the corpse vulture's decaying body was merely a vessel, with its core soul fire still intact. Suddenly, the skeletal griffin accelerated, lunging with its gaping bony jaws. The Thunder Eagle barely managed to veer away, narrowly avoiding a fatal bite. Yet, it could not escape the following bony wing, which slammed into its already injured right wing. The sharp crack of breaking bones echoed as the Thunder Eagle's right wing bent at an impossible angle. Damn it! Xia Yu roared, launching another attack as the Thunder Eagle plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground. He quickly cast a lightning array on the Thunder Eagle, but it couldn't halt the descent. From 10,000 meters high, they fell rapidly, with the Thunder Eagle struggling to flap its broken wings, shedding large patches of soft feathers. The altitude dropped sharply 5,000 meters, 4,000, 3 thousand as the descent speed increased. The Thunder Eagle fought desperately to flap its wings, while 5 platinum-level undead creatures pursued them relentlessly from above. At 2,000, then 1,000 meters, the ground became clearer in view, and the fierce wind almost blinded Xia Yu. 800 meters, 500 meters impact was imminent. Xia Yu shouted, Soul Devourer Shield. Instantly, a dense black mist from the ground coalesced into a circular shield beneath the Thunder Eagle, the ghostly aura thicker than anything Xia Yu had seen before. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The ground shook violently as the Thunder Eagle, with Xia Yu, crashed down. The hastily formed Soul Devourer shield exceeded expectations in strength, yet it couldn't fully absorb the massive impact. As they hit the ground, the Thunder Eagle wrapped its wings tightly around Xia Yu to protect him, landing on its back. The sound of breaking bones erupted like popcorn. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Xia Yu mustered all his strength to shout, Night Warrior, summoning his final guardian. In midair, the 5 platinum-level undead creatures halted their descent, hovering above the forest. Even the corpse-loving vulture hesitated to dive down. On the ground, the Dark Knight warrior gripped his bone blade tightly, the soul fire flickering beneath his helm fixated on the platinum-level undead creatures hovering midair. The 5 undead creatures lingered for a few minutes, hesitating to descend. Suddenly, the skeletal griffin let out a series of sharp cries, flapped its wings forcefully, and turned to leave. The other undead followed suit, while the carrion vulture circled twice more before reluctantly flying away. From a high vantage point, the forest below was shrouded in swirling ghostly mist, like ink about to solidify. Yet, Xia Yu was oblivious to all this as his body's self-defense mechanism had severed his awareness of the outside world. Suddenly, a stone slab on the ground was pushed open, and Wei Yong cautiously poked his head out. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no undead were nearby, he leaped out, his form quickly blending into the air. 2 days later, Xia Yu awoke from his coma. Intense pain surged through his body, especially his chest, where each breath felt like a stab. He struggled to open his eyes and saw the towering figure of the Dark Knight warrior standing nearby, his bone blade spinning in his hand, surrounded by a heap of shattered bone fragments. "Give me a hand. Help me up," Xia Yu said, clutching his chest with one hand and struggling to rise with the other. The Dark Knight warrior paused, then sheathed his bone blade and hoisted Xia Yu to his feet. "Ow, take it easy." Xia Yu winced, thinking to himself that it was fortunate this guy couldn't reproduce, as his rough demeanor would hardly attract any female Dark Knight warriors. Once steady, Xia Yu surveyed his surroundings. A dense black mist enveloped everything, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. All he could see were jagged rocks and twisted, gnarled trees. "Lucky those stupid birds don't finish off their prey, or I wouldn't be here," he mused, feeling optimistic despite not knowing his location. In his mind, the Thunder Eagle was in critical condition. Xia Yu tried to communicate several times, but received no response, indicating that the Thunder Eagle would be unable to fight for quite some time. Typically, spirit beasts could be healed with spiritual energy, potions, and rare herbs, but the Thunder Eagle's injuries were too severe and would require a long recovery in the mental plane. Unsure of his location, Xia Yu chose a direction based on memory. He moved slowly due to his injuries and dared not let the Dark Knight warrior carry him, fearing the brute might accidentally worsen his condition. The warrior led the way, with Xia Yu following, marking trees along the path to avoid getting lost. Along the way, Xia Yu found sturdy branches to splint his broken arm and leg. This kind of field medical self-rescue was an essential skill for every demon suppression army soldier. Using a makeshift crutch, he persevered, despite the difficulty. "Damn it, not even 5 platinum-level undead could finish me off. What do they call that? A blessing in disguise. Better days are ahead." Xia Yu encouraged himself. After walking an unknown distance, Xia Yu finally saw something other than dead trees and rocks, a series of sprawling tombstones. "Wait, let's take a break here." Xia Yu called to the Dark Knight warrior, set down his crutch, and sat on a tombstone, stuffing his mouth with broken dry rations. "Crack, crack. Quiet down. We'll move after catching our breath," Xia Yu admonished. However, the sound of bones grinding grew louder. Xia Yu turned to the Dark Knight warrior, who stood still, just as he felt a bony hand clamp tightly around his calf. The gravestone beneath suddenly began to shake violently, and a skeletal hand gripped Xia Yu's calf with a terrifying strength. It seemed as though something dreadful was about to burst from the ground below. "Damn it," Xia Yu cursed, barely swallowing a mouthful of dry food before kicking fiercely at the relentless hand. One kick, 2 kicks, several more, and the bony arm snapped, yet the eerie hand still clamped onto his leg like a vice. Freed from the burden on his leg, Xia Yu quickly grabbed a nearby cane and struggled to his feet. He looked around to see all the gravestones shaking in unison, as if the entire graveyard had come to life. "Dark Knight warrior, get me out of here." In the face of danger, Xia Yu didn't care if the Dark Knight warrior would be gentle. He leaped onto the warrior's side, his leg still lame. With a swift motion, the Dark Knight warrior drew a blade with his right hand and scooped Xia Yu onto his back with his left. 2 protruding bone spikes on the warrior's shoulders became Xia Yu's handholds, keeping him secure during their escape. In that brief moment, all the gravestones were overturned. The ground loosened as one menacing skull after another emerged. Skeletal hands clawed at the earth, struggling to pull their bodies free. "Run!" Xia Yu shouted in alarm. Hundreds of skulls had already surfaced. He dared not imagine how many of these undead creatures lay buried in this eerie graveyard. With a sharp crack, the Dark Knight warrior crushed a skull underfoot and fled back the way they had come, Xia Yu on his back. Though these skeletons were mostly low-level, around silver rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even a powerful warrior could handle 100 or 1,000, but what about thousands? If each skeleton threw just a toe, it could bury them completely, with graves piled up to the sky. After fleeing several hundred meters, the skeletons had fully emerged, wielding bone knives or spears like an undead army. Behind the skeletal soldiers, Xia Yu glimpsed several larger figures through the mist, causing his heart to tighten. The Dark Knight warrior raised his twin blades, unleashing two dark energy slashes that intersected in a strange cross. The skeletons in their path fell one after another. Carrying Xia Yu, the warrior cut a bloody path through the horde like a black streak of lightning. Stopping now would be suicidal. Hundreds of skeletal soldiers gathered in front, with more emerging from the ground behind them. If surrounded, escape would be impossible. If only they could summon a thunder eagle now, they might find a chance in the sky. Unfortunately, the Dark Knight warrior couldn't fly and had to carve a path through sheer force. Clinging to the warrior's back, Xia Yu formed seals with his hands, casting spells. Gravity array, swamp array, disruption array, binding array. He hurled one array after another at the skeletons, clearing the path for the Dark Knight warrior. The warrior's bone blades sliced through the air like rotating fan blades, decapitating any low-level skeletons they touched. Riding this momentum, the Dark Knight warrior sprinted another few hundred meters with Xia Yu. Then, with a cracking sound, a more formidable skeleton emerged from the black mist. It wielded a massive bone sword and was clad in bone armor, a golden-ranked skeletal warlord. The skeletal warlord locked its gaze on Xia Yu, charging straight for the Dark Knight warrior, shoving aside any skeletal soldiers in its path. Soul shield, Xia Yu shouted. Ghostly energy converged to form a round shield in front of the Dark Knight warrior. Phantom clone. As the warlord's sword struck, the Dark Knight warrior split into a clone. The situation grew increasingly dire, and their escape was far from over. For bone blades rose simultaneously, like the scythes of death, slashing fiercely at the approaching skeletal warrior. Despite its formidable strength, the skeletal warrior was instantly shattered into fragments under the barrage of attacks from all directions, its sturdy bone armor cracking in several places. Don't drag it out. Finish it off quickly, Xia Yu shouted urgently, as endless waves of skeletal soldiers surged in, filling the space that had just been cleared. Worse still, tall figures loomed in the black mist, pressing forward. Xia Yu knew that while the Dark Knight warrior could handle 1 or 2 gold-level opponents, facing 3 or 5 would be disastrous. He decisively deployed a gravity array and a disruption array, causing the leaping skeletal warrior to plummet unexpectedly, kneeling before the Dark Knight warrior, its soul fire dimming abruptly. Shadow slash, the Dark Knight warrior growled, unleashing 2 crescent-shaped black blades from its bone knives. The skeletal warrior's head was severed, crushed under the Dark Knight warrior's foot before it hit the ground. Keep pushing forward, Xia Yu commanded. His clone led the charge, with the Dark Knight warrior close behind, the 4 bone blades reaping through the skeletal soldiers like a meat grinder. Their goal wasn't to annihilate every enemy, but to carve a path through. However, the phantom clone soon reached its limit, dispersed by a skeletal soldier's spear, dissolving into black mist. Spirit surge, Xia Yu ordered through gritted teeth, playing his final trump card. The Dark Knight warrior's aura surged, breaking through 3 levels to reach a gold 6-star power. The dense ghostly energy in the area greatly enhanced the Dark Knight warrior's skills. With all cards on the table, the Dark Knight warrior's attacks became more ferocious. Bone blades, spikes, fists, and fetal available moves were unleashed, accelerating their advance. Xia Yu was gambling on how far he was from escape. Injured, he had to stop and rest frequently, confident that he hadn't been in the graveyard for long. This belief fueled his decision to let the Dark Knight warrior unleash its full power. Don't stop, break through. 2 more towering skeletal warriors appeared ahead, one wielding a sword, the other a spear. Xia Yu shouted, knowing there was no choice but to fight desperately for a way out, rather than getting entangled with these worthless bone figures. No amount of experience points outweighed his life. The Dark Knight warrior raised a bone blade, knocking aside the skeletal warrior's spear, allowing another blade to strike its chest. He lowered his head and charged forward. Though both were gold level, the Dark Knight warrior was significantly taller, sending the skeletal warriors flying with his charge. Come on, push harder, break through in one go, Xia Yu urged. With relentless determination, the Dark Knight warrior advanced hundreds of meters, the number of skeletal soldiers noticeably decreasing. Xia Yu's gamble had paid off. Suddenly, a rhythmic clatter of bones hitting the ground sounded from behind. Clinging to the Dark Knight warrior's back, Xia Yu couldn't look back, but the aura made his heart race with fear. Charge! 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 Xia Yu shouted, his fingers flickering with light as he cast several low-level formations to hinder the skeletal soldiers. Shadow flash. The threat behind, and the hope ahead ignited Xia Yu's survival instinct. Recklessly pouring out his mental energy, the Dark Knight warrior flickered through the skeletal horde. Once, twice, 3 times. After several consecutive shadow flashes, Xia Yu finally saw the end of the graveyard. Don't stop, keep running, Xia Yu yelled. The Dark Knight warrior didn't dare pause, its large feet pounding the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After running for an indeterminate time, the sound of bones clattering behind finally faded. Xia Yu's tense nerves relaxed slightly, allowing him to glance back. Damn it, what kind of place is this? How can there be so many skeletons? Xia Yu cursed. Having just escaped the pursuit of 5 platinum-level undead, he found himself in the midst of a skeleton army. He seriously wondered if he had done something to deserve such karma. I can't take this anymore. It's going to wear me out. Xia Yu panted, filled with fear and helplessness about this eerie place. The urgent report from the front lines hit like a thunderclap, shaking the air inside the main tent at the center of Skeleton City. A soldier, panting heavily, burst into the tent, sweat glistening on his forehead. 5 legions have encountered an undead army 200 miles outside the city, he reported urgently. They're coming from 3 directions, with over 100,000 undead creatures, including 8 at diamond level and more than 50 at platinum level. Our casualties are severe. Inside the tent, where 5 legion commanders and several strategists were devising tactics, the atmosphere froze momentarily. Sun Qian, the chief commander and also the commander of the 1st Legion, reacted immediately, his voice as firm as iron. Order all aerial units in the city to depart immediately and support the front lines. The 7th and 10th Legions, gather and move out at once. Minimize casualties at all costs. The 7th Legion's commander furrowed his brow, concern evident on his face. Old Sun, pulling out 2 legions at once, can we manage? Sun Qian's eyes were sharp, his tone steady. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Master Nangong is also in the city, and the pressure is mostly on the front lines. These guys have caught on. He quickly analyzed. Lower-level undead don't have the capacity for thought, but higher-level undead certainly do. Attacking from 3 directions simultaneously indicates an organized operation. Sun Qian calculated silently. The vanguard of 100,000 demon-suppressing troops had already suffered significant losses just capturing Skeleton City, and when further reinforcements would arrive was uncertain. He was acutely aware of the responsibility for the lives of 100,000 soldiers, and every step had to be taken with caution. Report to the war zone, he ordered decisively. Request top-level combat support. The undead plane might be entering a war of attrition soon. Yes, sir. The adjutant took the order and left. Sun Qian exhaled deeply, his gaze returning to the sand table before him. He understood the essence of interdimensional warfare, not to annihilate all enemies, but to destroy the opponent's effective forces and enslave the remaining creatures. After all, in a strict sense, native creatures were also a resource. Meanwhile, the battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos. Chun Bing wielded his battle sword, its blade exuding a chilling aura, as he and an ice spirit bat teamed up against a golden 7-star undead creature. Although Chun Bing barely reached the golden level of combat power with the help of his summoned beast, his own golden 3-star strength left him struggling against such a formidable foe. Damn, Mengzi, get over here and help me take this guy down. Chun Bing shouted, his voice cutting through the din of the battlefield. Wang Mang responded, his left arm bloodied and bound to his waist with a belt, wielding his sword single-handedly. He charged forward with long strides, slashing through the skeletons in his path. Damn it, die already! Wang Mang roared, swinging his sword, which was larger than Chun Bing's, with fierce momentum even with one hand. As they fought, Chun Bing reminded him, Mengzi, conserve your strength for when we break through later. Saying this, he unleashed a burst of cold air with his left hand, momentarily freezing the undead creature. The battle continued amidst the smoke and uncertainty of life and death. To hell with it, breaking through? What a joke! Wang Mang roared, overwhelmed by the despairing sight before him. Countless undead creatures surged forward like a relentless tide, encircling the 5 battalions. From above, the land stretched out in a ghostly white, with only a splash of color at the center, testament to the human spirit's tenacious resistance. The precious seconds that Chun Bing fought for were seized by Wang Mang without hesitation. His blade ignited with flames, cleaving through an undead creature and extinguishing its soul fire in one swift motion. Brothers, every kill counts. Watch and learn. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, Wang Mang charged back into the fray. The entire battlefield mirrored this fierce struggle. The 2nd Battalion leader, Qi Longfei, fought alongside his summoned beasts, bravely holding off 2 diamond-tier undead creatures. Despite sharing abilities, human endurance paled in comparison to that of magical beasts. Even clad in protective soft armor, Qi Longfei was forced into retreat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, in the graveyard of the barren woods, a pair of skeletons, one large, one small, moved stealthily. The larger one was a dark knight, while the smaller concealed a human Xia Yu. After countless brushes with death, Xia Yu had come to terms with reality and devised this desperate plan. He had the dark knight defeat some skeletons to assemble a structure, hiding himself within. Come back. Gather some ghostly energy for me, Xia Yu commanded in a hushed tone. Every so often, the Dark Knight collected a cluster of ghostly energy to conceal Xia Yu's identity. Although he considered taking a detour, every direction led to clusters of tombstones, as if he had been dropped into the center of the graveyard. After waiting for 3 days, the Thunderhawk's injuries showed no sign of healing. Unwilling to wait any longer, Xia Yu decided to take a risk. Soon, he spotted the area filled with tombstones that he remembered. If not for the loose soil beside them, the place would have seemed eerily tranquil. Crouching behind a withered tree about 20 meters from the tombstone area, Xia Yu signaled the dark knight ahead with a glance, urging it to proceed. His heart pounded as he watched intently, uncertain of how the buried undead would react. At the edge of his vision, the dark knight steadily approached the tombstone, step by step. Every meter, he paused briefly as instructed by Xia Yu, carefully observing the surroundings. 18 meters, 17 meters, 16 meters, the ground remained silent. But as he took the 15th step, an eerie sound of bones grinding together echoed from the ground. Run! Run back! Xia Yu shouted suddenly, his voice filled with tension and alertness. The dark knight reacted swiftly, turning around and scooping Xia Yu onto his back, sprinting back the way they came. Behind them, more than a dozen skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground, holding bone weapons and looking around aimlessly. A black mist enveloped them, obscuring their retreating figures. Moments later, the skeletal soldiers quietly slipped back under the tombstone, patting down the loose soil around them. Half an hour later, the Dark Knight returned to the edge of the graveyard with Xia Yu on his back, hiding behind a withered tree to observe. The freshly scattered soil by the tombstone silently testified to the recent events. Unwilling to give up, Xia Yu decided to try himself, cautiously approaching the tombstone with a patched-up skeleton warrior shell. However, within less than a minute, he slid back over 10 meters with astonishing speed, leaping onto the Dark Knight's back, leaving the skeleton shell lying there alone. After several attempts, Xia Yu finally figured out the pattern of these skeletal soldiers. Any living being entering within 15 meters of the tombstone would trigger their attack. Even more terrifying, any creature killed would be dragged back under the tombstone and transformed into a new skeletal soldier. Even the abandoned skeleton warrior shell, 3 days later, shakily crawled out, becoming a silver-level skeletal soldier. Realizing that each attempt only increased the enemy's numbers, Xia Yu ceased further actions. He leaned against a crooked tree, looking dejected. "It's over. I'm stuck," he murmured to himself, realizing he was trapped in this dangerous place, hoping for rescue from the Thunder Eagle. Beside him, the Dark Knight sat down in a human-like manner, picking up a stone and rhythmically sharpening his bone knife. The crack, crack of bones grinding echoed sharply in the silent graveyard, a silent mockery of the desolate silence. "It's a rainy day, and with nothing else to do," Xia Yu shouted angrily, rain streaming down his face. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze locked onto a group of small monsters. "Since we have nothing better to do, let's take them out." Limping, he approached a Dark Knight and gave him a hard kick. "You go." Xia Yu pointed towards the direction of the tombstone grounds. "Take down those fools over there." The Dark Knight froze, stopping his knife sharpening abruptly. Slowly, he stood up, glanced at the tombstone grounds, and then began to stride in that direction. "Are you kidding me?" Xia Yu suddenly realized his mistake. "I told you to take them down, not to go get yourself killed." But it was too late. The Dark Knight had already disappeared into the tombstone grounds. Xia Yu was stunned, and the thought of "the wind is bleak, and the waters of are cold. Once the brave man goes, he never returns," flashed through his mind. Snapping back to reality, he turned and ran, dragging his injured leg. "Everyone, give it your all, pick up the pace, and catch up if you fall behind." Xia Yu shouted as he ran, his voice urgent in the ring. Meanwhile, above Skull City, dozens of flying combat units took to the sky, forming a dark mass. Leading them was the commander of the 5th Legion, Han Tao, riding a wind erosion eagle at breakneck speed. Han Tao's 5th Legion was a heavy hybrid Beastmaster Legion, not suited for quick marches. Skull City also needed a heavy legion to hold the fort, so Han Tao was temporarily leading the expedition. As a diamond-level powerhouse, his summoned beast was only platinum level, but it was more than sufficient for the current situation. The 200-mile distance felt both far and near at this critical moment. The wind erosion eagle let out a clear cry, spreading its wings and accelerating to its limit. Only a few platinum level and some outstanding gold level beastmasters could keep up. In less than an hour, Han Tao saw the intense battlefield from afar. The defensive line was still holding, but barely. The troops were trying to consolidate the line and preserve their strength. "Commander Han, shall we engage?" A few voices from behind couldn't help but ask. "No, wait for the troops to assemble." Han Tao ordered decisively, his gaze sweeping over the dense, undead creatures in the sky. If the enemy were only on the ground, he might have dared to charge in alone. But there were also many flying undead in the sky, including a massive corpse dragon exuding an aura of power clearly above the diamond level. Han Tao clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He could only wait, watching the battle below continue. Half an hour later, the troops were finally mostly assembled. A silent fury burned in everyone's hearts, dispelling the gloom in the sky. "Full charge," Han Tao roared. "Hit those bastards hard." Even before he finished speaking, the wind erosion eagle beneath him flapped its wings, diving straight towards the terrifying corpse dragon in the sky. The bone blade traced an elegant arc, effortlessly slicing through the skeleton soldier before him, extinguishing its ethereal blue soul fire. The Dark Knight warrior, with a flourish, sheathed his sword, his cloak billowing behind him as he cast a triumphant glance at Xia Yu. "Well done," Xia Yu remarked sarcastically, rolling his eyes at the flamboyant warrior. "Where did you learn all this showmanship? Quickly clean up the battlefield and prepare for the next round." Limping slightly, Xia Yu began gathering the scattered bones from the ground. If not disposed of properly, these remains might crawl out from beneath a tombstone in a few days. To ensure they were completely dealt with, they piled the bones together and set them ablaze. Trapped in this eerie place, Xia Yu and the Dark Knight warrior had honed their survival skills to perfection. They tirelessly repeated the cycle of luring enemies, slaying them, and clearing the battlefield. In just a few days, they had cleared a significant area of the tombstone grounds. Xia Yu could now confidently sit on the outermost tombstone, munching on dry rations while cheering for the Dark Knight warrior's valorous deeds. At last, they no longer had to worry about strange creatures suddenly emerging from the ground beneath them. However, this newfound security only fueled Xia Yu's intense curiosity about the secrets hidden beneath the tombstones. He had witnessed bones dragged back underground, transforming into independent undead creatures in less than 3 days. This phenomenon was entirely new to him, and combined with the dense ghostly aura of the place, Xia Yu's desire to explore was unstoppable. He picked up a stick from the ground and began digging. The soft soil was easily displaced, and after digging about 3 feet deep, Xia Yu was thrilled to discover a drop of ink-colored liquid resting quietly in the hole. This mysterious substance neither evaporated nor seeped into the soil, occasionally releasing wisps of black mist that melded into the air. "Wow, I knew there had to be treasure," Xia Yu exclaimed, pulling a specially designed vial from his pocket. These vials were crafted to withstand severe impacts and vibrations, one of the few intact items he possessed. Carefully using the stick to collect the ink-colored droplet, Xia Yu dared not touch the unknown substance directly with his hands. He placed the droplet into the vial, sealing it tightly, as if he had discovered a new world. Without pausing to rest, Xia Yu rushed to the next tombstone. Once an elite student, he had now become an adept digger, fervently excavating with his stick. As he dug, he regretted not bringing Wei Yang along. With the help of an armored beast, the digging would have been much faster. While Xia Yu busied himself with uncovering the secrets of the graveyard, a commotion suddenly arose above the Bone City. A platinum-level flying summoned beast, defying orders, flew over the city walls, clumsily crashing into several tents before landing heavily in front of the central command tent. "Move aside. Get out of the way," someone shouted. "Call the medic, quickly." In front of the tent, 2 guards shouted sternly, "Who dares to disregard military regulations?" They immediately summoned their gold-level beasts, ready for action. The tense atmosphere enveloped the entire camp, as everyone held their breath, unsure of what news this unexpected visitor might bring. "Get out of the way. Call the medic. Colonel Han is seriously injured," a soldier in uniform shouted angrily, rushing into the command tent with the blood-soaked Han Tao in his arms like lightning. Inside the tent, a few people were about to assess the situation when the sudden intruder beat them to it. Sun Qian immediately recognized the unconscious Han Tao and ordered, "Quick, bring the medic here right away." The medic arrived swiftly and took over Han Tao's care. Sun Qian exhaled deeply and pulled the blood-stained soldier outside the tent, urgently asking, "What happened? How's the situation at the front line?" The soldier took a deep breath and calmly reported, "The breach at the front has been opened, and the troops are covering each other as they retreat. The aerial unit, led by the Deputy Chief of Staff of the 8th Corps, is coordinating with the ground forces for the withdrawal." Sun Qian frowned and pressed further. "What about old Han? Why is he so badly injured?" In order to break through quickly, Colonel Han single-handedly took down a diamond-level corpse dragon, and he was severely injured in the process. The soldier's voice was filled with admiration. "I witnessed Han Tao standing still in midair for half an hour before diving straight at the circling corpse dragon. Despite riding only a platinum-level summoned beast, he managed to crush the soul fire of the diamond-level undead creature with a punch. But the dragon's tail struck him hard before it died, sending him flying." Sun Qian nodded, expression grave. "Go back and rest." With that, he turned and entered the tent. The soldier clenched his fists and cursed angrily. "Damn it! I'm taking on these bone freaks." He then mounted his horse and charged into the sky, heading towards the city outskirts. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was carefully using a wooden stick to extract a drop of black liquid from the pit, gingerly placing it into a vial. The nearby night warrior watched intently, its soul fire flickering continuously. "Go on, keep chopping, and I'll give you a few more drops when you're done." Xia Yu shook the vial, now lined with the black droplets, and pointed to the countless tombstones nearby. He muttered to himself, "This stuff is strange. It doesn't soak into soil or wood, but bones absorb it instantly, whether they're from living undead or dead skeletons." The Night Warrior made a clack, clack sound and drew the bone sword from its back. Xia Yu was startled. What? Just a couple of words, and you're drawing weapons? It's just a couple of drops of this stuff. Here, I'll give you 3 drops. Clack, clack. The Night Warrior sounded again, and the tension in the air instantly heightened. This graveyard has a hierarchy. Xia Yu and the Night Warrior discovered this surprising fact as they carefully navigated through the forest of tombstones, observing every detail. The most common were the tombstones of silver-level skeleton soldiers, densely arranged. These skeletons wielded swords or spears, but without exception, they were all silver-level. Slightly larger tombstones housed gold-level skeleton generals, who were more powerful than the ordinary skeleton soldiers. Xia Yu roughly estimated the ratio of skeleton soldiers to skeleton generals to be about 200 or 300 to 1, leading him to suspect that this might be the resting place of a complete undead army. However, the real surprise was yet to come. Xia Yu noticed some tombstones that were even larger than those of the skeleton generals. Out of curiosity, he had the Night Warrior take the risk to investigate. The result was terrifying. The two of them were so frightened they fled 2 miles away and didn't dare return for a whole hour. It turned out that these larger tombstones were home to platinum-level undead knights, riding tall skeletal horses and wielding bone lances, looking formidable. Fortunately, they escaped quickly, otherwise, they might have ended up skewered. After this harrowing experience, Xia Yu instructed the Night Warrior to avoid these undead knights' tombstones in their subsequent explorations. But as they cleared more of the area, Xia Yu grew even more shocked. This wasn't just an undead army, it was a vast undead kingdom. Platinum-level undead knights were already formidable, but there were even more intimidating presences among the tombstones. Xia Yu witnessed tombstones as tall as 3 meters or more. What did this signify? Possibly diamond-level, or even king-level undead creatures. Of course, this was just speculation based on the size of the tombstones, and he dared not provoke such powerful beings. After all, there's a limit to taking risks with one's life. Despite the dangers, Xia Yu's efforts yielded rich rewards. He collected 3 full bottles of inky black liquid, each about 300 milliliters. Through repeated experiments, he discovered that this liquid possessed powerful vitality, capable of healing undead creatures and enhancing their strength and bone durability. This was all thanks to the diligent efforts of the Night Warrior, who drank quite a bit of the liquid, raising its level to gold 4-star and significantly strengthening its bones. What delighted Xia Yu most, however, was the surge in experience and evolution points. Although most of the skeletons were silver level, each providing only a few dozen experience points, their sheer numbers made up for it. After intense battles, Xia Yu's attribute panel looked brand new. Host, Xia Yu. Level, gold 4-star. Summoned beasts. Thunder Eagle weakened, gold 4-star. Night Warrior, gold 4-star. Array Spirit, silver 9-star. Available experience points, 908,300. Available evolution points, 185,520. The available experience points hit a historic high, and the evolution points finally broke the 100,000 mark. As for the Array Spirit's level increase, that was negligible. He casually boosted it to the peak of silver level. Xia Yu looked on with anticipation, knowing that even greater power was about to awaken in his hands. When Xia Yu's evolution points reached 100,000, he considered evolving the Dark Night Warrior but quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, he decided to save the points for the severely injured Thunder Eagle, hoping evolution would heal its wounds. After days of nurturing it with his mental energy, the Thunder Eagle awoke from its coma and established a faint mental connection with Xia Yu. "Come out, Thunder Eagle," Xia Yu called softly. On the ground, a purple hexagram slowly appeared. This time, the Thunder Eagle didn't soar into the sky as usual, but lay quietly, emitting a hoarse screech. Xia Yu crouched down, gently stroking its dull feathers, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. "Come on, old friend, embrace your transformation," Xia Yu whispered, then commanded the system. "System, use evolution points on the Thunder Eagle." The system's prompt sounded immediately. The current Thunder Eagle is of epic quality. Evolving to a legendary Thunder Giant Eagle requires 100,000 evolution points. Confirm use of evolution points. Confirm, Xia Yu replied decisively. As soon as he spoke, the Thunder Eagle was enveloped in a dazzling light, and its hoarse screech echoed again. However, a sound of bones creaking emerged from beneath a nearby tombstone. Crack, crack, crack. The distance shouldn't have awakened these undead, but things were spiraling beyond Xia Yu's control. Seeing the mass of skeleton soldiers crawling out from under the tombstone, Xia Yu was filled with rage. Damn it, always causing trouble at the critical moment. Xia Yu gritted his teeth. I try to be a good guy for a couple of days, and you think I'm easy to bully? Xia Yu recalled his misfortunes, being inexplicably hunted by platinum-level creatures, the Thunder Eagle being severely injured, himself passing out, and waking up in this place filled with tombstones and undead creatures. Now, just as he saw a glimmer of hope for escape, These creatures were causing chaos again. How could he endure it? Dark Knight Warrior. Formation Spirit. Teach these guys a lesson. Xia Yu commanded. Crack. Squeak. Two creatures, one large and one small, appeared by Xia Yu's side. The imposing Dark Knight Warrior clad in battle armor wielded dual blades. The adorable Formation Spirit, pure white, with formations on its back. Together, they stood guard in front of the evolving Thunder Eagle, determined to give these reckless creatures a harsh lesson. Go. Take them down. Xia Yu shouted fiercely, launching a burning formation and a golden light formation into the group of undead creatures. The Formation Spirit, now at Silver 9-star level, had greatly improved its learning ability and fully mastered the basic formations Xia Yu taught. These formations included some single-attribute offensive formations, transforming the Formation Spirit from a mere support role into a formidable combat unit. The Dark Knight Warrior flicked its red cloak and darted into the skeleton soldiers' ranks like a phantom, its dual blades flashing like a wolf among sheep. The Formation Spirit leaped onto the Dark Knight Warrior's shoulder, its chubby hands waving continuously, launching formation after formation into the skeleton horde. Behind them, the light around the Thunder Eagle grew even more intense, while the awakened undead creatures increased in number, making the situation increasingly tense. Although Xia Yu was determined to fight fiercely, he was not foolish enough to recklessly charge forward with the Dark Knight Warrior. He understood that even an entire legion would struggle to eliminate these undead creatures, let alone their small team. Meanwhile, the evolution journey of the Thunderhawk continued, and nearly 1,000 undead creatures had already gathered before them. Xia Yu and his two beasts formed an impenetrable wall, holding back the onslaught of the undead army. With the help of the Array Spirit, the Dark Knight Warrior fought with increased confidence, even managing to swiftly take down gold-level skeleton generals. Of course, this was with the Ghostly Burst state activated. Most of the skeleton generals were low-star gold level, but there were at least 5 formidable high-star ones among them. The power of the Array Spirit amazed Xia Yu. Despite being a simple formation, its destructive capability was not to be underestimated. Even more astonishing was the seemingly cute little creature standing on the Dark Knight Warrior's shoulder, casting formations while letting out excited squeaks, as if it was having a blast. Suddenly, a few gold-level skeleton generals pushed through the dense crowd of skeleton soldiers, brandishing bone weapons as they charged at the Dark Knight Warrior. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly warned, "Don't engage, Hedon. Watch your positioning." But it was too late. The Dark Knight Warrior was already surrounded by the skeleton generals. Xia Yu shook his head helplessly, realizing his younger brother still needed his help. Without hesitation, he joined the battle. The area was filled with white bones, and the grating sound of bones scraping against each other was incessant. As Xia Yu swung his fists, he shouted, "Dark Knight Warrior, take them down." Since the Thunderhawk was in an evolution state, Xia Yu couldn't share its skills, and most of the Dark Knight Warrior's abilities required a weapon. Therefore, while Xia Yu appeared fierce, he mainly dealt with the lower-level skeleton soldiers and took on a supportive role against the skeleton generals. This team, consisting of 1 enhanced warrior and 2 supports, was at full combat capacity. For a while, the skeleton generals that managed to break through were suppressed. One unfortunate skeleton even had half its skull cleaved off by the Dark Knight Warrior, with the power of death quickly consuming its fragile soul fire. At this moment, Xia Yu felt an increasingly intense reaction from the Thunderhawk in his spiritual sea. The emotions were indescribable, a mix of the joy of transformation and the pain of evolution. But it was certain that the Thunderhawk was no longer in a critical state. Its clear cries and strong mental feedback finally put Xia Yu's mind at ease. What followed was a surge of joy at the prospect of leaving this place. In this eerie land without sunrise or sunset, Xia Yu had lost track of time. With only the clueless Dark Knight Warrior for company, he had no one else to communicate with. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Damn it, while I wasn't paying attention, they even dared to raid my base. Xia Yu was furious as the battlefield before him descended into chaos. The skeletal army surged forward like a tide, some charging directly at Xia Yu and the Dark Knight Warrior, while others set their sights on the evolving Thunderlight Eagle. Bone knives and spears swung through the air, producing a chilling clatter. Shadow Flash. Xia Yu quickly moved in front of the Thunderlight Eagle, waving his hand to set up 2 formations to block the attacking skeleton soldiers. He turned, intending to recall the Thunderlight Eagle back to his consciousness. Thinking that while they had fought and vented their anger, he couldn't let these wretches ruin the important task. However, the Thunderlight Eagle strongly resisted from within his consciousness. Xia Yu was taken aback, cursing inwardly. Who the hell did it learn this stubbornness from? More skeleton soldiers lunged at them, their ghostly blue flames eerily bright in the darkness. Just then, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. In an instant, purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Xia Yu. Before Xia Yu could react, a pair of powerful claws had already grabbed him. The next second, he found himself high in the air, atop a soft, warm surface of feathers. A system notification chimed in. Thunder Giant Eagle. Quality, Legendary. Level, Gold 5-star. Skills, Predation, Eagle Eye, Thunder Flash, Lightning Strike, Thunder Wing, Thunder Shield, Purgatory Heavenly Thunder Spear. Evolvable. Current route has evolved to its peak. Further evolution possible with Bloodline Enhancement. The Thunderlight Eagle had successfully evolved into the Thunder Giant Eagle, not only increasing in quality, but also breaking through a level, becoming Xia Yu's strongest summoned beast. The Thunder Giant Eagle soared high with Xia Yu, lightning cascading down like a waterfall behind them. At that moment, it seemed like a king of the storm, free and proud. With a dive, its massive thunder wings materialized, reducing a swath of skeleton soldiers to charred dust. A flap of its wings dispersed the remaining bone fragments into the air. Xia Yu recalled the Dark Knight Warrior and the Formation Spirits, recognizing that today was destined to be the Thunder Giant Eagle's stage. Perhaps it was anger over the time wasted due to previous injuries, or sheer hatred for undead creatures. But the Thunder Giant Eagle was particularly ruthless. The ground quickly turned to scorched earth, heat rising in waves. The once-dense undead creatures were now few and far between after the relentless bombardment. Go, Thunder Giant Eagle, take care of the remaining ones. Xia Yu ordered loudly, feeling the weight on his heart lift. He directed his focus at the few surviving high-star, gold-level undead creatures. The Thunder Giant Eagle let out a clear cry, fully extending its wings, and launched itself like a lightning bolt. Its sharp talons targeted the skulls of the undead creatures. In that critical moment, the sound of bones grinding echoed in Xia Yu's ears, like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Thunder Flash! Thunder Flash! Xia Yu shouted urgently. The descending figure of the Thunder Giant Eagle suddenly vanished from its path. Almost simultaneously, a pitch-black death ray shot out from the depths of the graveyard, narrowly missing the Thunder Giant Eagle and disappearing into the sky. In the realm of the undead, Bone City still bears the scars of battle. The air is thick with the smell of disinfectant, and the once high spirits of the troops are now shrouded in a somber mood. Old son, a booming voice shattered the silence. Outside the central command tent, a burly officer strode purposefully, the sun glinting off the insignia on his shoulder. Hearing the call, Sun Qian quickly emerged from behind the sand table, a long-missed smile lighting up his face. Old Shun, I've been waiting for you. The two old friends exchanged smiles, looked each other over, and embraced tightly. The officers inside the tent saluted in unison. Colonel Shun. They stood at attention, saluting this stalwart figure from the Northern War Zone. Shin Su, the commander of the 18th Army of the Northern War Zone, was renowned for his tenacity. While Sun Qian earned his merits through strategy, Shin Su's reputation was built on sheer grit. His 18th Army, over 15,000 strong, was the elite force of the Northern War Zone. Since we parted at the academy, apart from a brief encounter in the Centaur Plain, it's been nearly 10 years. Sun Qian remarked. I didn't expect they'd send you here. Shin Su grinned and lightly tapped Sun Qian's head. Wishful thinking. I fought for this assignment. As soon as I heard you were here, I sent several requests overnight. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck at the academy, twiddling my thumbs. After exchanging familiar pleasantries, Shin Su turned to the other officers, his demeanor becoming serious. No need for formalities, we're comrades. Just tell me which sector you need me at, and I'll deploy my troops immediately. Sun Qian briefly outlined the dire situation at the front. The plan to seize the city had been aborted, and they were now back to a defensive stance. Worse still, the number of undead creatures outside had surged, at least doubling. You'll take over the 6th Army sector, Sun Qian indicated on the sand table. They suffered heavy casualties in the last breakout. Shin Su nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll go organize the troops first, and we can catch up later. With that, he strode out of the tent. Meanwhile, inside the command tent of the 2nd Corps' 1st Battalion in Bone City, the atmosphere was tense. Commander, Shurhao burst into the tent, his face full of anxiety. I checked the entry list again, and there's still no sign of Xia Yu. Could something have happened to him? The commander looked helpless. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? As the circle of undead creatures tightened around the city, most of the surviving academy personnel had been safely escorted inside. Yet, every time they checked the list, Xia Yu's name was never on it. Now, with few left to enter, Shurhao's worry grew with each passing day. From initially needing to assist 2 or 3 groups a day, to now not even managing one group every 3 to 5 days, the anxiety of Shurhao and Mo was like the thickening clouds over the city of bones. Mo's brow was furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. He was responsible for these people, and the weight of that responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Maybe I was too impatient, Mo muttered to himself, gazing through a gap in the tent towards the distance. If we wait a bit longer and let them gain more experience, would things improve? He took a deep breath and turned to Shurhao. Let's wait a bit longer. As soon as someone enters the city, check the list. There was a slight tremor in Mo's voice. If it doesn't work, I'll swallow my pride and ask the Legion commander for an aerial unit to search outside the city myself. After a while, having steadied himself, Imole waved his hand. Sure how, you may go. All right, I'll head to the city gate and keep watch. Sure how saluted and turned to leave. Having been Imole's guard for several months, Sure how was now an 8-star Beastmaster and had been assigned to a team. The recent battles, large and small, had pushed the Academy's students to their limits, honing their potential. Imole slammed the table and strode out of the tent, heading straight for the city wall. A seasoned warrior, he should have been accustomed to life and death, yet he felt an unsettling agitation. Was it the undead creatures lurking outside the city? Or the uncertain fate of Xia Yu? Perhaps both. He needed battle to quell the turmoil within. On the city wall, Chu Wei was patrolling the troops. Seeing Imole approach with his sword, he exclaimed, "Lei, what brings you here?" Got restless in the tent. Wanted to come up and take down some undead. Imole replied briefly. You can head down, I'll keep watch. Chu Wei moved closer to Imole and whispered, Is it because of Xia Yu? That kid's tough. He'll be fine. Don't underestimate our Academy's people. Imole shook his head. It's been over 10 days since we retreated. If he was coming back, he'd be here by now. I know this, just reluctant to admit it. He might just show up any moment. Stay hopeful. Chu Wei patted Imole's shoulder. All right, go rest. I'll keep watch for a while. Imole stood on the wall, his eyes like a hawk's, fixed on the undead creatures below. Suddenly, Chu Wei exclaimed, Lei, look. Isn't that Xia Yu? Imole impatiently brushed off Chu Wei's hand. I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'm not joking. Someone really is approaching the city of bones. Chu Wei forcibly turned Imole's head, pointing into the distance. Imole squinted, the distant figure becoming clearer. Didn't that kid have a flying beast? Look, is someone sitting on it? Both men held their breath, eyes locked on the approaching figure. Imole's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles white. Finally, Chu Wei shouted excitedly, Damn, it really is that kid. Quick, call the flying unit for support. On the city wall guarded by the 2nd Corps of the Northern War Zone, a flying squadron suddenly took off, led by 2 platinum-ranked warriors. The urgent deployment of this elite team was all thanks to Mori's relentless efforts, seeking help from all corners, just to support one person outside the city. Sure how was waiting at the registration office when he heard the commotion at the city gate and immediately sprinted up the wall, gasping for breath. He searched the crowd eagerly and finally spotted Mori. Where? Is it Xia Yu? He asked impatiently. Mori stepped aside to reveal Xia Yu, who was dusty from travel. The young man flashed a bright smile and waved at Sure how. Seeing Xia Yu safe and sound on the wall, Sure how burst into laughter. Damn, I knew you wouldn't die. He scrutinized Xia Yu, secretly surprised at how well he seemed to be doing outside. Mori's attention was already caught by the thunderous giant eagle beneath Xia Yu. This summoned beast not only had the strength of a gold 5-star, but also appeared to have evolved further. Mori was taken aback. Last time he saw the eagle, it was already at epic level, and now it seemed to have reached legendary status. It had the potential to grow to diamond level. Mori thought to himself that this young man was destined to become a core leader, and he might need to rely on him in the future. Xia Yu modestly said, It's all thanks to your support. If not for Instructor Mo's training, I wouldn't have made it back alive from the wild. Sure how sneered at Xia Yu. You really know how to flatter. Mori patted Xia Yu's shoulder, relieved. All right, as long as you're back, I can finally report to the Academy. After the greetings, Xia Yu's expression turned serious. By the way, Captain, I have an important report. Mori immediately became serious. An important report? Tell me. Xia Yu took a deep breath and revealed an astonishing piece of news. I think I encountered an immortal-level creature from the undead plane. Everyone present was stunned, Mori included. Mori quickly asked, Are you sure it was an immortal-level creature? Where did you encounter it? Xia Yu replied, I'm about 80 sure. It was in a mountain range about 1,000 kilometers away from Skeleton City. So close. Mori's face changed drastically as he grabbed Xia Yu's arm. Come, we need to report this to the Corps commander immediately. 15 minutes later, almost all the high-ranking officials of the Corps were gathered in the central tent, including the newly arrived Shinsu and the commander of the 19th Corps. Shinsu stood beside Sun Qian, his gaze falling on Xia Yu. Is this a new student from the Academy? As this year's rotating dean of the Academy, Shinsu had some impression of the hundreds of new students, but Xia Yu's strength made him unsure. Mori nodded in confirmation. Yes, he brought back this intelligence. All eyes were on Xia Yu as Mori said. Tell us everything. Be as specific as possible. Xia Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Facing so many high-ranking officials, he felt as if he was back in school, standing in an office surrounded by teachers, feeling the pressure. It was a mountain range. Xia Yu began to describe his experience in detail. The mountains were full of dead trees and countless tombstones, with each tombstone having a skeleton soldier beneath it. He recounted everything he saw and heard in that land of tombstones, including his speculations about the creatures beneath the larger tombstones and the additional discoveries he made. Xia Yu admitted he hadn't directly seen the immortal level creature. It was an accidental discovery before he left. Under the threat of a mysterious deadly beam, Xia Yu swiftly maneuvered his thunderous giant eagle into the sky, no longer daring to easily confront the low-level skeleton soldiers. In the high altitude, a massive tombstone came into view, towering impressively over 100 meters, with surrounding tombstones reaching heights of 30 to 40 meters. Xia Yu pondered silently. The tombstones of platinum-level undead creatures are only 3 to 5 meters tall, while diamond-level ones are about 10 meters. Based on this estimation, those 30 to 40-meter tombstones might be burying king-level undead creatures. And what about the giant tombstone over 100 meters tall? Although it couldn't be confirmed with absolute certainty, this speculation immediately drew gasps in the tent. Better safe than sorry. After a long silence, Shinsu broke the quiet in the tent. Indeed, if it really is an immortal-level creature, we could be in grave danger here. More than just danger. It could swallow us whole at any moment. The Legion commanders expressed their concerns, while Xia Yu and Mo stood silently in the center. Suddenly, Sun Qian cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He looked sharply at Xia Yu and asked, "You said these creatures stopped chasing you at the tombstone's edge? Is that correct?" Xia Yu thought for a moment and replied, "So far, that's the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through the first time, and I certainly wouldn't be back alive now." Hearing this confirmation, Sun Qian nodded slightly. "Then there's still some leeway. All right, you two can head back now. By the way, leave a bit of that inky liquid from the tombstone. I'll have someone run a test." Just as Xia Yu was about to leave, he clutched his waist pocket with a pained expression. Seeing this, Sun Qian chuckled. "Don't worry, you won't give it for free. Once we have the results, it will be converted into military merit for you." Seeing Xia Yu's reluctance made everyone laugh, easing the previously tense atmosphere. "Hee, mainly because I have a use for it." Xia Yu chuckled awkwardly, pulling out a bottle of the inky liquid and pouring a bit into a glass. "Hey kid, pour out more. That little bit won't be enough for any experiment." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xia Yu reluctantly poured more before leaving the tent. Inside, the remaining commanders, holding significant military power, resumed their serious discussion. "Old Sun, what do you plan to do about this?" someone asked. Sun Qian thought for a moment and replied, "Two things. First, organize an elite team of platinum level and above, not many, about 10 or so, to conduct a field investigation and confirm the situation. Second, report immediately to the war zone and request an immortal level expert to oversee things. We'll proceed with both preparations simultaneously. Any additional suggestions? If not, let's implement them immediately." "I do. I have one." As soon as Sun Qian finished speaking, Shinsu jumped in. "I agree with those 2 points, but can I lead the elite team? I want to see the site myself." Sun Qian was momentarily surprised, then laughed. "Rest assured, even if you hadn't asked, I would have let you lead. After all, you have a diamond-level frost dragon." "Huh, that's settled then." While the tent was abuzz with discussions about the critical matters affecting the entire war scenario, outside the tent, Mo and Xia Yu were also discussing Xia Yu's future plans. "What? The situation is so dire, and it looks like a big war is about to break out, and you want me to go back now?" Xia Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring incredulously at Mo. His mind was still trying to process the order he had just received. Mo wanted him to withdraw from the undead plane immediately and return to the academy. The command came so abruptly that Xia Yu couldn't fathom the logic behind it. "What? You think this war can't go on without you? Don't flatter yourself." Mo glanced at Xia Yu with disdain, his tone dripping with scorn. Xia Yu hurried to explain, "No, that's not what I meant. I just want to stay and take down more undead creatures." He quickly caught up with Mo, trying to clarify his stance. Mo snorted, "You don't get it. Remember the surprise I mentioned last time? The academy is preparing to participate in the national university competition this year, and I want you back to bring glory to the academy." "But they don't need me for that," Xia Yu retorted. "Besides, I'm not interested in the competition. I just want to stay here and fight undead creatures." "A competition? What's the point?" he muttered to himself, thinking that glory meant nothing to him. He would rather stay and gain experience, hoping to astonish everyone in the future. Mo gave Xia Yu a meaningful look. "You're thinking too narrowly. Have you ever wondered why the academy never participated in this competition before, but decided to join this year?" "How would I know why they didn't join before?" Xia Yu rolled his eyes. "I'm just a freshman. How could I know what happened before? I wouldn't even know about this year's participation if you hadn't told me." Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, getting bold, are we? Want to challenge me?" Xia Yu immediately backed down. "I wouldn't dare. I misspoke. I'll be careful next time." Mo began to explain the significance of the national competition. The higher-ups allocate teaching resources based on the academic performance of each university. Our Demon Suppression Army Academy has never asked for resources. We've always relied on what our warriors bring back from the front lines. But with more and more wormholes opening in recent years, the pressure on frontline warriors is increasing. If we don't start asking for resources, the academy is going to collapse. Xia Yu was stunned, the information completely beyond his imagination. He never considered that the seemingly wealthy academy was under such pressure. Mo continued. So, whether you stay here or go back, the difference is huge. I don't need to spell it out for you. As they walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at the command tent of the first camp. Mo lifted the tent flap and walked in, with Xia Yu following closely behind. But aren't there plenty of strong people in the academy? Do they really need me? Xia Yu was still doubtful. Mo impatiently interrupted. You don't get it. The academy competition isn't about fighting. Without rules, no academy could match the demon suppression army. There are plenty of senior students who haven't graduated yet, even platinum-level experts. We can't just unleash them to bully others, can we? The competition's upper limit is gold level. Enough talk. Just go when you're told, or I'll throw you outside the city gates. Mo glared, pretending to be angry. Xia Yu shrugged helplessly. Do I really have to go? You have to go. Mo responded firmly. Seeing Mo's determination, Xia Yu could only silently accept the arrangement, though his heart was still filled with questions and uncertainty about the upcoming competition. All right, you're the instructor, you're the camp commander. Rank has its privileges. Xia Yu muttered to himself, careful not to show any dissatisfaction on his face. Mori snorted, his eyes sharp as a blade. Cut the crap. You're being sent on a mission, and you must succeed. Show those guys at the rear what our demon suppression army is made of. Don't let us lose face. He handed over a pass, a permit to use the spatial wormhole. Without this, it would be hard to explain to the guards outside. Take it, and find Sure Hao. You two are heading back together. Xia Yu took the pass, a bit puzzled. Sure Hao is going back too. Mori replied impatiently. Why would he stay here? Go back and process what you've gained during this time. You might even make it for the final battle to breach the undead realm. He spoke casually, as if conquering the undead realm was a trivial matter, something they might miss if they were late. All right, I'm on my way, Xia Yu responded. Mori waved him off, his attention already back on the documents on his desk. Get out of here. No need to report back to me. Just find Sure Hao and leave. Yes, sir. Xia Yu saluted and turned to leave. Watching Xia Yu's back, Mori murmured to himself, hope I get to see you soar one day. He closed the file, his gaze becoming resolute. Xia Yu quickly found Sure Hao in the 9th Squad. Since leaving Mori's personal guard, Sure Hao had joined Wang Mang's team in the 9th Squad. With Mori's help, he had also acquired the undead summoning beast he had long desired. Sure Hao's strength had skyrocketed, and he was now a frontline warrior in the 9th Squad, well liked by his comrades. Upon hearing about the withdrawal from the undead realm, Sure Hao was confused and displeased. I was all set for a tough fight, had my blade drawn, and now I'm being told to stand down. Such a sudden order was hard to accept. Wang Mang, with bandages on his arm, chuckled and reassured him. How? Don't be upset. There's a reason for orders from above. You and Xia Yu are still trainees. Who knows? Next time you come back, I might have to call you commander. Sure Hao preferred the camaraderie here. Fighting together, sharing hardships, and trusting one another like brothers was a feeling he had never experienced in his 20-plus years. Standing tall and fighting was a man's nature, especially when fighting alongside like-minded comrades. With the persuasion of Wang Mang and the 9th Squad, Sure Hao finally complied with the order and agreed to return with Xia Yu. Brothers, wait for me. Next time I'm back, drinks are on me, Sure Hao said reluctantly. All right, we'll be waiting for your treat, Wang Mang replied with a smile. At the rear gate of Skeleton City, Wang Mang and a few comrades from the 9th Squad personally bid farewell to Xia Yu and Sure Hao. Beyond the city lay conquered territory, with troops stationed along the way, but they couldn't leave their posts for long. The Thunder Eagle soared into the sky, and Sure Hao, on its back, waved goodbye to his comrades by the gate. A quarter of an hour later, two figures in military uniforms emerged from the spatial wormhole connecting the human realm and the undead realm. Ah! Xia Yu took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air. Outside, it was still covered in snow, but the sun shone brightly overhead, and the cool breeze on his face was invigorating. This is great. There's nothing like home. Even the air smells sweet. Sure Hao exclaimed excitedly. After being in the undead realm with its endless sandstorms, the snowy northern frontier seemed delightful. Xia Yu urged. All right, let's finish the paperwork and head back to the academy. Hold on. Let me enjoy a few more breaths of this fresh air, Sure Hao said, taking another deep breath. Xia Yu suddenly smirked and said, actually, I just farted. Outside the wormhole leading to the undead realm, a fledgling city had already risen from the ground. Its sturdy walls stood tall, housing at least 2 legions of troops, forming an impregnable defense line. At this moment, the real confrontation with the undead realm had not yet begun. Only the demon suppression army was present within the city, with no other personnel having set foot there. Xia Yu and Sure Hao arrived at the towering city gate, ready to pass through, when a captain-level beast master, bearing a moon emblem on his shoulder, approached them. His expression was stern, his gaze sharp, yet unexpectedly, he was the first to salute them with a standard military gesture. This sudden action left the two young men momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. In their fluster, they fumbled out the pass given by me.One and awkwardly returned the salute. The captain took the pass, examined it thoroughly, confirmed its authenticity, and handed it back. Welcome back. The captain's face broke into a warm smile as he patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Captain. But in the Demon Suppression Army, we don't have the custom of superiors saluting subordinates first. It caught us off guard. Having left the tension-filled undead realm, the two felt a sense of relief. The captain chuckled. There's no absolute rule for everything. Facing the undead realm, you were at the forefront, deserving of this salute. Go on, get some rest. With that, he stepped aside to let them through the gate. Goodbye, Captain. I hope we won't have to meet here again. Xia Yu waved farewell as he and Hao walked away. The thunderous giant eagle spread its wings and carried the two, who had been away for months, straight to the Demon Suppression Army Academy. The northern frontier remained unchanged, with snow covering the land, life teeming beneath the snow crust. The only difference was the absence of undead creatures in the snowy landscape, indicating that the perimeter had been cleared. On their way back, the two were in high spirits, capturing a couple of snow hares for an impromptu barbecue. In the undead realm, food was primarily supplied by the logistics troops from the outside, focusing on preservation. The long-missed fresh food allowed them to indulge and savor this rare moment of deliciousness. 2 days later, the thunderous giant eagle gently landed before the grand gates of the Demon Suppression Army Academy. After dismounting, they greeted the gatekeeper with a smile. Hello, Captain. The gatekeeper, who had long shed the aloofness of their first meeting, laughed warmly. You two rascals, you're quite capable now. You might qualify as captains yourselves, and one day I might have to salute you. Since the end of their training, his attitude towards new students had noticeably softened, with a smile often gracing his once stern face. Xia Yu quickly waved his hands. Oh no, we wouldn't dare accept your salute. If a high-ranking officer hears about it, he might give us a good scolding. As he spoke, he pulled out a silver-level undead creature's crystal core from his pocket. Here, we brought you a little souvenir. Keep it as a memento. You rascal, what do you take me for? Now hurry back inside and get some rest. The gatekeeper feigned annoyance, gesturing for them to go in. The gatekeeper chuckled and accepted the small gift from Xia Yu without protest, urging them to head back and rest. See you later, they called as they walked into the campus. By now, the school was no longer bustling as it was during registration. Occasionally, someone would pass by, riding their summoned beast in a hurry. In contrast, Xia Yu and Hao's leisurely pace made them stand out. As they opened the door to dormitory A515, a strange odor hit them like a blend of durian and moldy vinegar. Hao glanced around the empty room and shouted, Where's everyone? Daddy's back, come greet your daddy. Aren't you afraid Lang is here? Xia Yu reminded. Afraid? Hao straightened up. I, the jade-faced little dragon, fear no one. I'm a silver 8-star now, Lang doesn't stand a chance. He plopped down on the living room sofa with a swagger. Bang! The bedroom door opposite suddenly opened, and Me.One, wearing thick glasses, emerged looking exhausted. You two are back, he said, pushing up his glasses and managing a weak smile. How long have you been up? Xia Yu asked, eyeing the dark circles under Me.One's eyes that almost reached his chin. You look like you've been beaten up. I lost track. Me.One scratched his head, sending dandruff fluttering down like snowflakes. Hao, with a toothpick he found from somewhere, crossed his legs and asked, What have you been cooking in here? Where's little Lang? Oh, you mean Wu Lang. Me.One explained. He's been busy with tasks ever since he recovered, rarely comes back. What a pity, Hao shook his head. He won't get to hear my epic tale of battling undead creatures for 300 rounds. He took a sip from a cup on the table. Tastes like orange, not bad. He then downed it all. Xiao Fan, get me another one. Me.One froze for a moment, then dashed into the bedroom and returned with a notebook. Xia Yu looked at the smug Hao and shook his head in pity. You're quite the brave soul. Of course. Hao suddenly sensed something was off. What do you mean? Oh no. No way. Seeing Xia Yu's sympathetic look and Me.One's note-taking stance, he frantically started gagging. Gurgling noises from his stomach signaled it was too late. Me.One, I'm going to get you for this. We're not done. Hao clutched his rear, desperately searching for something to help. Here, paper. Me.One calmly handed over a roll of paper. Thanks. Hao, legs clamped together, stumbled towards the bathroom. Moments later, a pained scream echoed. Me.One, you owe me new pants. Sigh? Another failure. Me.One noted the experiment results in his notebook, full of frustration, as he headed back to his room. This guy has really gotten full of himself, forgetting the biggest taboo in the dorm. In this dorm where Me.One is the only permanent resident, Sure how dared to casually grab a water cup and drink from it, practically tempting fate. Xia Yu shook his head and chuckled to himself as he listened to the cries of distress coming from the bathroom. This roommate was indeed audacious. Xia Yu casually tossed his backpack into the bedroom, lightly knocked on the bathroom door, and said a few words to the suffering Sure how before leaving the dormitory. He walked along the leaf-strewn path of the dormitory area, heading purposefully towards the teaching building. Inside the teaching building, it was bustling with activity as various classes were in session. In the tactics class, the professor was passionately explaining key combat points. In the culture class, students were diligently studying. And in the pharmacology class, bottles and jars emitted peculiar scents. These courses were open to the entire academy, and anyone interested in learning could attend at any time. Unfortunately, Xia Yu had only studied diligently for a little over a month at the beginning of the semester and hadn't set foot in a classroom since. His visit to the teaching building today wasn't for classes, but to register for the upcoming competition. After inquiring with several instructors, he finally found out the specific location for registration. Coincidentally, the instructor in charge of registration was someone he knew, Mu, who had welcomed him at the start of the semester. Xia Yu stood at the office door, knocked lightly, and entered after hearing a response from inside. "Hello, Captain." Xia Yu stood at attention and saluted. Mu looked up, a hint of recognition and a smile appearing on his face. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Mu remembered Xia Yu quite well, thanks to Xia Hou's 800 military merit points. Such a unique student was unforgettable in Mu's memory. Xia Yu grinned and took 2 steps forward to Mu's desk. "Captain Mu, I'm here to sign up for this year's academy competition." "The academy competition?" Mu chuckled, sizing Xia Yu up. "You're well informed. If I'm not mistaken, you're a freshman, right? The minimum requirement for registration is a gold-level rank, and the competition is fierce." Although Mu didn't elaborate, the implication was clear. Reaching gold level was nearly an unattainable feat for a freshman. "I know that," Xia Yu replied confidently. "I'm already a gold-level beastmaster. But for verification, would need to go outside since this space is too small." "No need for that." Mu waved his hand and explained. "The gold level is just a recommendation, not a strict requirement. In 10 days, there will be a selection in the indoor training ground, where assessments will take place." Xia Yu was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. He had imagined the academy competition to be a formal and serious event, yet Mu spoke of it so casually, not even requiring basic registration. "If you want to participate, just head to the indoor training ground in 10 days, Mu added. "Oh, all right. Thank you, Captain." Xia Yu thanked Mu and turned to leave the office. After exiting the room, Xia Yu scratched the back of his head, looking a bit perplexed. How could something that sounded so important have such an informal registration process? But he quickly shrugged it off. Whatever. They'll find out when the time comes. He tossed his head back nonchalantly and left the teaching building. However, Xia Yu didn't head straight back to the dorm. Instead, he detoured to the merit building. After the intense battle in the necromancer realm, he realized his equipment was lacking. Needed 2 combat knives and some armor, preferably a close-fitting soft armor that offered protection without hindering movement. At the military merit exchange window, Xia Yu pulled out a badge from his pocket and handed it to the focused staff member inside. "Hello, could you please check my remaining merit points?" With 2,800 military merit points at his disposal, Xia Yu felt confident. Standing in the supply depot, he surveyed the array of equipment, contemplating how to best utilize this hard-earned wealth. His fingers brushed over 2 sharp battle blades, priced at 400 merit points, causing him to frown slightly before he let it go. He then turned his attention to a soft armor made from deep-sea dragon shark skin. The steep price of 800 merit points gave him pause, but knowing it could withstand a powerful strike from a platinum-level creature, he decided without hesitation to add it to his collection. As he was about to check out, a pair of unique wrist guards caught Xia Yu's eye. These guards not only protected the wrists and part of the forearms, but also concealed 3 sharp claws inside. Recalling the fearsome talons of the thunderous giant eagle, he promptly decided to purchase them for 200 merit points. With his gear complete, Xia Yu felt an unprecedented sense of security. Yet, he wasn't satisfied. He invested the remaining 1,400 merit points in 7 gold-level composite formations. These were custom-made for his array spirit, and Xia Yu believed that with these, advancing the array spirit to gold level would no longer be a challenge. Over the next 10 days, Xia Yu's life became busy and fulfilling. He conversed with Sure Hao and occasionally Lin Bufan in the dormitory, but spent most of his time cultivating his array spirit and studying formations. In his spare moments, he visited the academy's outdoor training grounds to spar with his Summon Night Warrior, testing out his new equipment and honing his combat skills. The Night Warrior's unique appearance drew the attention of many students, as undead-type summons were rare in Xia. 2 days before the major competition selection, Wu Lang returned, exuding a bloody aura and weariness. Surprisingly, his strength had reached Silver 8 star, matching the rapidly progressing Sure Hao. Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Wu Lang's progress, achieved without the supply depot's resources, a testament to his hard work. In contrast, Xia Yu's time at the academy had been relatively peaceful, but he had thoroughly prepared for the upcoming competition. Time flew by, and 10 days passed quickly. Today, the selection for the major competition finally commenced. A mix of nervousness and anticipation surged through Xia Yu, knowing that the real challenge was just beginning. The indoor training arena was bustling with noise as thousands of uniformed cadets filled the vast space. Some wore officer epaulets on their shoulders, indicating they had already gained experience in the military, while most had cadet epaulets, still studying at the academy. Although Xia Yu and Hao had participated in the dimensional battle, they were on private loan, so they still bore cadet epaulets. Suddenly, Mu on the platform picked up a loudspeaker, and his booming voice echoed throughout the hall. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. Due to overcrowding, all students are requested to move to the outdoor training field. After speaking, Mu turned and left, paying no attention to the cadets' reactions below. Xia Yu glanced helplessly at Hao and Wu Lang beside him and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Outside, the training ground was divided into 10 sections, with all training equipment removed. Besides Mu Yi, a few formidable instructors stood on the platform. Mu Yi spoke again. "Students, today's selection has 2 rules. First, do not seriously injure or endanger your opponent's life, or there will be no leniency. Second, the selection method has changed. In each of the 10 sections, there will be head-to-head matches, and the last 10 standing will earn spots." Xia Yu sighed inwardly. Simple and brutal. This seemingly gentle commander Mu Yi came up with such a harsh selection method. Mu Yi continued to explain the rules. Winners could rest for half an hour, while losers would lose their chance to compete again. To ensure safety, several platinum-level Beast Tamers had been invited to oversee the event. The academy competition begins now, Mu Yi announced, and the strong individuals each entered their designated sections. However, none of the cadets surrounding the sections dared to make the first move. Xia Yu stood among the crowd, frowning slightly, contemplating how to tackle this harsh selection process. When Xia Yu first joined the 9th squad, he dared to boast that he could handle everything himself because all the squad members were at the silver level. Now, standing among the crowd, he surveyed the many elite warriors on the platform, all gripping their weapons. He decided to watch and wait, not rushing to make a move. Up on the platform, Mu Yi stood silent and unmoving, like a statue, not urging anyone on. The atmosphere was tense, and silence hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, a bald man could no longer hold back and strode confidently into one of the areas. His arms were adorned with shiny gauntlets, and his eyes sparkled with battle intent. "Let's get this over with. Cowards should just go home and take care of the kids." His words acted like a spark, igniting the entire scene. In no time, all 10 areas were occupied, with challengers eager to fight. Xia Yu remained still below the platform, not waiting to pick up an easy win. There was a half-hour break between matches, so there was no chance of that. As a newcomer, he had limited knowledge about the academy and decided to observe a bit longer. After watching about 10 matches, Xia Yu decided to stop observing. It wasn't out of despair, but because he couldn't glean any useful information. Among the first 10 to go up, only the bald man managed to win 2 consecutive matches before taking a break. The other 9 were all defeated in their second match by challengers. In just an hour, each area hosted at least 3 or 4 intense battles. Those defending the platform were often swiftly defeated, with few able to fend off challengers. This meant that those daring to step up were confident in their strength, indicating that the truly skilled were still waiting. "Aren't you going up?" Hao asked, noticing Xia Yu's calm demeanor. "Not yet," Xia Yu replied. "Right now, it's everyone's showtime. The real experts haven't made their moves yet." As time went on, the competition heated up. Initially, there were occasional silver-level beastmasters challenging beyond their rank, but now the platform was almost exclusively hosting battles between gold-level opponents of 3 or 4 stars. The audience at the outdoor training ground only grew larger, with those defeated, researchers, and less skilled individuals gathering, creating an electrifying atmosphere. "What level are you now?" Wu Lang couldn't help but ask. Xia Yu replied vaguely, "Gold level, just a bit stronger than those on the platform." It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but he himself was unsure. If he claimed to be gold 5-star, the opponents on the platform might not agree. His Thunder Eagle was legendary, far surpassing those present, and could handle fights 1 or 2 stars above its level. However, given the current situation, even gold 6 or 7 stars might struggle to keep up. Hearing Xia Yu's answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Wu Lang's eyes. After missing the chance to enter the realm of the undead with Xia Yu due to an injury, he had been desperately taking on academy tasks to earn military points to exchange for resources, all to avoid being surpassed by Xia Yu and Hao. Yet, the reality was that Hao was at the same level as him, and Xia Yu had leapt to gold level, making him the weakest among the 3, despite once being the highest level. Xia Yu noticed the change in Wu Lang's mood and patted him on the shoulder, but said nothing more. It was an unavoidable reality not just for Wu Lang, but even me.One would eventually be surpassed. It was only a matter of time. Xia Yu thought to himself. After all, he's got a bit of a cheat advantage. After 3 to 4 hours of intense competition, the situation on stage had changed significantly. The challengers' ranks were thinning out, while the strength of the participants on stage had reached the level of a 5-star gold rank, with even a few 6-star gold rank standouts. The audience buzzed with excitement, discussing the thrilling contest. Xia Yu stood silently among the crowd, observing the changes on stage. He noticed that most participants ranged from 2-star to 4-star gold rank. This level was quite commendable for students of the Demon Suppression Military Academy. Progressing from 8 or 9-star bronze to 3 or 4-star gold in 4 years was an impressive leap. Of course, this progress paled in comparison to Xia Yu's own extraordinary pace. As the number of challengers dwindled, the competition seemed to enter its final stage. The crowd fell silent, all eyes focused on the stage. At that moment, a burly man in military uniform strode forward, bearing a moon-shaped major's insignia on his shoulder and wielding a heavy sword. "All right, everyone, no more holding back," he announced loudly. "Now that the juniors have had their turn, it's time for us." No sooner had he spoken than another voice rang out from the audience. "Heh, since Brother Ligong is stepping up, I might as well join in." The speaker was another major-level officer, who, though unarmed, had custom gauntlets extending up to his elbows. Just when everyone thought they had seen the strongest lineup, a third figure squeezed through the crowd. This was a giant of a man, standing over 2 meters tall, so massive that even an oversized military uniform appeared tight on him. His right hand was equipped with a special gauntlet featuring a rhino horn-like projection over 2 feet long. "You two are the most annoying," the giant grumbled in a coarse voice. "Why pretend to be scholarly when you're just warriors? It's so damn irritating." Then another voice chimed in. "Enough with the chatter. The juniors' performances are one thing, but this contest affects the Academy's reputation. If you've got the skills, don't hold back, show them now." This declaration sent the audience into an uproar. Some exclaimed, "Who is this guy so arrogant?" Others shouted angrily, "Exactly. To call it a performance when they're fighting so fiercely is too much." However, near Xia Yu, an older student spoke up. "You guys know nothing. Do you even know who these people are?" He pointed to the man with the heavy sword. "See him? That's Chun Ligong, a 4th-year senior. He broke through to the gold rank in his sophomore year and became a major in the army. He's probably close to reaching the platinum rank now, a true genius." He then indicated the man with the gauntlets. "And him, Zhao Di, another genius from the same class as Chun Ligong. While you were still figuring out how to become beastmasters, he was already fighting in other dimensions." With this explanation, the atmosphere grew even more electric, and everyone eagerly anticipated what would happen next. Looking at the prominent figures on stage, Xia Yu was secretly relieved that he hadn't revealed his strength prematurely. The supporters in the audience were flushed and animated, caught up in a frenzy akin to idol worship. One by one, the participants stepped forward, each a formidable contender in their own right. Zhang Liang, the burly man, although a year behind the other two in joining the academy, was renowned as a 3rd-year student for tearing apart creatures from other dimensions. The vivid descriptions from previous participants made Xia Yu realize that having a golden 5-star strength might not be enough to secure a place here. This left him puzzled. Why did me.One insist on him giving up his original position to join the competition? Didn't he know how fierce the competition would be? Xia Yu frowned slightly, but it was clearly not the time to delve into me.One's intentions. "Well, if I have to take the risk, so be it." Xia Yu decided silently. System, allocate points. The training in the Land of Tombstones had not only brought evolution points, but also accumulated over 900,000 experience points. This massive amount of experience was enough to raise his Thunder Giant Eagle from its current golden 5-star to 9-star. However, considering that the Thunder Giant Eagle had been seen by many in the necropolis of the undead plane, such a rapid advancement in just over 10 days would be too astounding. Even if he explained it as a result of exchanging military merits for resources, it would be hard to believe. After careful consideration, Xia Yu decided to enhance his Night Warrior, which had not yet been showcased publicly. The Night Warrior was currently at golden 4-star, 1 level below the Thunder Giant Eagle. He used up 700,000 experience points in one go, boosting the Night Warrior to golden 8-star. Securing a spot is enough, Xia Yu thought. There's no need to stand out too much, especially since I'm still a freshman who hasn't been here for a full year. On stage, about 10 participants had taken their turns, some challenging the previous winners, others competing among themselves. Without exception, their strengths were above golden 6-star, each demonstrating remarkable skills. The most noteworthy were the first 3 to take the stage: Chun Ligong, Zhao Di, and Zhang Liang. Their opponents were the rested victors, yet these 3 didn't even summon their beasts. With just skill sharing and their weapons, they managed to evenly match their opponents' 3 summoned beasts and ultimately won with ease. Chun Ligong wielded a heavy sword, his moves bold and expansive, the sword's momentum heavy, with a faint metallic whistle as it swung. Zhao Di, equipped with gauntlets and hidden arm blades, attacked swiftly and precisely, each strike aimed at vital points. Zhang Liang, true to his imposing figure, was aggressive and wild, his right arm seemingly containing immense power, delivering blow after powerful blow. Additionally, there was a rare female contestant, with a high ponytail, exuding heroic spirit. She overwhelmed her opponent's 3 summoned beasts with just one of her own, proving her formidable strength as well. In just 15 minutes, all 10 areas on stage had changed hands, and those who managed to hold their ground were all seasoned participants. Finally, Mu Yi spoke again. Is there anyone else? From now on, if no one challenges any area within 5 minutes, the participants in those areas will be considered qualified. What's meant to come will come, and what has to go, I can't hold back. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. It's my turn now. If I'm late, I won't qualify. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he pushed his way through the participants in front of him and stepped into the challenge area. Who is this guy, daring to step out so boldly? The atmosphere in the training ground instantly grew tense. People started to murmur, some speculating that he might be a skilled fighter from previous years who had remained in the shadows. Indeed, Xia Yu's move captured everyone's attention. He walked with steady steps, a faint smile on his face, exuding the aura of a master. The competition had reached a fever pitch, with every contestant on stage being a prominent figure. Anyone daring to challenge at this point must possess extraordinary strength. Xia Yu's unfamiliar face only fueled the speculations. Zhang Liang noticed someone entering his area and sneered, "Are you challenging me?" He crossed his arms, ready to take a stance. Unexpectedly, Xia Yu waved his hand repeatedly. No, brother, your strength is formidable. I'm just passing through to the other side." Laughter erupted from the audience below. Zhang Liang was taken aback. He had expected a formidable opponent, only to find someone just passing through. Awkwardly, he lowered his arms and stepped aside. All right, go ahead." Xia Yu slightly bowed with a smile. "Thanks, brother. You're generous." With that, he continued to walk forward. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and started to jeer. "If you can't do it, just step down. Stop pretending. If you keep it up, you'll get beaten." However, Xia Yu maintained his smile, moving steadily through one area after another. Eventually, he stopped in front of another young man. The young man was momentarily confused, then stepped aside. "Go on, the path is clear," the young man said. Suddenly, Xia Yu snapped his legs together and gave the young man a crisp, military salute. "Senior, please teach me." He then turned and retreated about 10 meters, standing firmly in the young man's area. The whole place was in uproar. Wow, this guy's got guts. He's really here to challenge. I can't believe it. After all my years of roaming the world, I got fooled today. The challenged young man was initially shocked, then his face turned red. Realizing Xia Yu was indeed there to challenge him, he wasted no time and summoned 3 creatures, showing no intention of holding back. A golden 7-star iron-armored bear, a golden 3-star ghost vine, and a golden 1-star blood demon leopard. Though their levels weren't the highest, they were well balanced in attack and defense. Xia Yu merely offered an apologetic smile, without further explanation. The more he explained, the more likely he would be misunderstood. He swiftly summoned his own companions. "Come forth, Thunder Eagle, Formation Spirit." As he spoke, 2 hexagrams appeared behind him. A large and a small summoned beast emerged, both exuding extraordinary presence. Xia Yu reached behind him and drew 2 battle swords, nodding at the man in front of him to indicate he was ready. This gesture caused a stir among the audience below, with discussions breaking out all around. "My goodness, this guy is fearless. He's only summoning silver-level creatures? That's a bold move. I think he's overestimating himself. What do you know? That's the aura of a master. Just look at those around him." On stage, Xia Yu's opponent wore a dark expression, his pale face almost turning purple with anger. It was clear he felt disrespected. Not only did Xia Yu summon just 2 beasts, but he also allowed him to make the first move. Such an insult was intolerable. Fuming, the man clenched his fists and charged at Xia Yu with his summoned beasts. Platinum-level experts on the sidelines frowned and focused their attention on the battle. Where did this hothead come from? They wondered. Look how he's riling up the veteran students. The fight erupted in an instant. A thunderous cry from the giant eagle filled the air as its wings spread wide, deftly dodging the first attack from the opponent's ghostly vine. Despite his anger, the opponent remained composed. The ghostly vine stood at the back, its dark tendrils rapidly growing across the ground, racing towards Xia Yu. The man advanced alongside his armored bear, with the golden 1-star blood-red demon leopard flanking from the side, aiming directly at the silver 9-star spirit. "Bring it on," Xia Yu shouted, his swords slashing in a cross, colliding fiercely with the rising vines. This was the full force of a golden 8-star Dark Warrior's attack. The Shadow Cross Slash. The blade sliced through the vines effortlessly, continuing its assault on the armored bear. Armor shield. The bear roared, rising on its hind legs as a shield materialized between its massive paws. The shadow cross slash struck the shield with a piercing crack, cutting through it. However, the remaining power wasn't enough to harm the armored bear, which blocked it with its thick paws. Swiftly, Xia Yu turned, launching a shadow slash at the approaching demon leopard while scooping the spirit onto his shoulder. Although this little creature was a valuable ally, its low level made it vulnerable to the demon leopard. Damn it! Xia Yu cursed under his breath. The armored bear was held back, but the man charged straight at Xia Yu. With his left fist guarding his chest, he unleashed a powerful punch with his right, his momentum unstoppable. Soul Devourer Shield. Xia Yu muttered. A mass of black energy appeared out of nowhere, forming a ghostly shield in front of him. Xia Yu stood firm behind the Soul Devourer shield, his battle sword slicing upward towards the man's side. Clang! The man's fist collided heavily with the shield, causing it to tremble but not break. As he prepared to strike again, he found Xia Yu's sword already at his face, forcing him to block with his left hand. The fight was intense and ever-changing, with both sides exchanging lethal blows. The audience watched with bated breath, eager not to miss a single thrilling moment. This showdown was far more intense than anyone had imagined. Step by step, the man retreated as the tide of battle shifted. Xia Yu's second sword struck like lightning from above, while the first rapidly withdrew for another attack. The blades flashed relentlessly, leaving no opening for his opponent, making it difficult even to retreat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the ironclad Song Bear was entangled with the Thunder Eagle. Though they were 2 levels apart, one a golden 7-star, and the other a golden 5-star, the ironclad Song Bear was only of epic quality, while the Thunder Eagle was legendary. The aerial advantage further narrowed the gap between them. Now, the gauntlet-wearing man had to rely on the Ghostwood Vine and the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard. The golden 3-star Ghostwood Vine extended several slender tendrils like living ropes. Some slithered along the ground towards Xia Yu's legs, while others lashed like whips at his upper body. Simultaneously, the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard charged from the side, its claws glowing with a dangerous red light, targeting Xia Yu's head. Ugh! With a sigh, Xia Yu had to give ground. In a flash of light beneath his feet, he suddenly appeared behind the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard. A glimmer passed between the array spirits on his shoulder, and a complex array materialized beneath the leopard. Bang! The airborne leopard was abruptly pulled to the ground by intensified gravity, roaring in frustration, unable to move. Dare you! In that instant, the gauntlet-wearing man roared, stamping the ground and launching himself like a shadow, a fierce punch aimed to disrupt Xia Yu's actions. Too late. The soul-devouring shield appeared again, blocking the path between them. Simultaneously, a burst of searing flames erupted from the ground, causing the Ghostwood Vine's tendrils to momentarily freeze. In that brief pause, Xia Yu's raised sword, imbued with dark, ghostly energy, slashed down fiercely, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard's abdomen, blood gushing out. It was a severe injury, but not fatal. Xia Yu would not go to the extreme with his comrades. Hiss! A wave of disapproval came from the audience, clearly dissatisfied with the matchup. The Crimson Blood Demon Leopard's golden 1-star strength was indeed lacking at this level. As a flash of light passed, the opponent, though frustrated, wisely recalled the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard without losing his temper. Now it's your turn. The gauntlet-wearing man clenched his fists, his fighting spirit undiminished. Even if I lose, I'll make sure you know I'm not an easy target. The man's aggressive demeanor gradually subsided. Although he had lost one of his summoned beasts, the Crimson Blood Demon Leopard, it was the weakest of his distraction units. The remaining combination of 1 strong attacker and 1 controller still left him with a chance to turn the tide. Behind him, the Ghost Vine spirit deftly extended 2 tendrils, one wrapping around his waist, the other around the ironclad bear. Seeing this flashy maneuver, Xia Yu smirked slightly, crossing his dual blades in front of his chest, striking what he considered a dashing combat pose. The man with the gauntlets paid no mind to Xia Yu's disdain. The vine around his waist snapped taut like a slingshot, propelling him towards Xia Yu. He launched a full-force double punch. Damn it! Xia Yu gritted his teeth, abandoning defense to strike directly at his opponent with both blades. At that critical moment, the spirit on his shoulder emitted a brilliant light, and a dark, ghostly shield materialized to block the man's fists. On the ground, familiar gravity array patterns began to emerge. One good move is all you need if it works. Xia Yu dropped down, slashing from above. However, the man remained unfazed, and the ghost vine instantly retracted, pulling him out of the gravity array's range. Before Xia Yu could raise his blades, a massive figure descended upon him, the ironclad bear's iron paw aimed directly at his face. This perilous moment left a platinum-ranked spectator on the sidelines feeling anxious. Why did I take on this task for such a small reward? This isn't a friendly match, it's a life-or-death duel. These little troublemakers better not give me a heart attack. He was ready to intervene at any moment, his hands glowing intermittently. Shadow flash. Xia Yu swiftly retreated, the iron paw narrowly missing his nose. No wonder he's an elite of the demon suppression army. His combat experience is impressive, and every move is the real deal. Though he had been prepared, their coordination almost caught him off guard. Xia Yu realized that while his opponent's vine-assisted speed boost was effective, the ghost vine itself was immobile. Taking a deep breath, he raised his blades to fight again. Meanwhile, the thunder eagle in the sky let out a piercing shriek, gathering lightning elements around it, and a cascade of purple lightning poured down towards the ghost vine's area. Iron Shield. A steel shield appeared just in time above the ghost vine, blocking all the lightning. Xia Yu stood in the center of the battle area, staring intently at the man with the armored fists. With a provocative tone, he said, "Do you dare to take my attack, Heathen? One strike and I'll shatter that metal shell of yours." The man with the armored fists retorted, unwilling to show weakness. "You think you're something just because you survived lightning strike? Show off then. Bring it on if you can." This challenge instantly ignited Xia Yu's fighting spirit. As a man, he couldn't back down. Xia Yu immediately sprang into action, holding a blade behind his back with his left hand while his right hand began gathering electrical energy. A purple lightning spear gradually formed in his palm, and simultaneously, the thunderous giant eagle in the sky mirrored his actions. Iron Armored Bear, attack! The armored fist man commanded, and both he and the iron armored bear charged towards Xia Yu. However, Xia Yu didn't meet their attack as they expected. Instead, he remained perfectly still, one hand holding the blade, the other supporting the lightning spear. Suddenly, the spirit on his shoulder sprang into action, waving its chubby little hands to lay down several formations: swamp, fire, binding, gravity, and earth spike. Flames, swamps, gravity, and elemental tendrils spread across the battlefield, creating barriers. With a cold snort, Xia Yu hurled the lightning spear directly at the ghostly vine behind the man and the bear. Iron Shield. Ghostly vine, move to the sides, the armored fist man ordered urgently. The iron shield crashed heavily onto the ground, sparks flying. The ghostly vine also quickly swayed away from its original position. Boom. The lightning spear easily pierced the seemingly sturdy iron shield, creating a deep crater in the ground. The armored fist man was relieved he had moved the ghostly vine in time, avoiding a disastrous outcome. However, Xia Yu's assault was far from over. A second lightning spear formed, once again targeting the ghostly vine. Ghostly vine net. Iron shield. The armored fist man frantically deployed all his defensive measures. Boom. Another thunderous explosion shook the ground violently. The ghostly vine is defeated. Please recall your ghostly vine. A platinum-level expert on the sidelines intervened just in time to stop the lightning spear that would have hit the ghostly vine, while making the appropriate judgment. The armored fist man gritted his teeth, reluctantly withdrawing the ghostly vine. Xia Yu coldly asked, "Want to go again?" His tone was filled with confidence, as if he could launch such attacks another 10 or 8 times. The armored fist man calculated in his mind. With 2 of his 3 summoned beasts already defeated, even the strongest remaining one couldn't match this unfathomable opponent. He finally lowered his proud head and reluctantly said, "I concede." With that, he recalled the iron armored bear and turned to leave the battle area, pushing through the crowd and disappearing from the outdoor training ground. Cheers erupted around them. "Well done. Awesome. That was incredible. Got me all fired up." Xia Yu turned and shouted at the excited onlookers behind him. "If you're so fired up, why don't you step up instead of just hanging around behind me? Are you kidding me? This is a freshman? He's full of it." A student scoffed, his voice dripping with skepticism and disdain. He looked around, seeking agreement from his peers. "Talk is cheap. I'd bet my 20-year single status that this guy is bluffing." On stage, Xia Yu had secured his spot, while down below, Sure Hao became the center of attention. Sure Hao puffed out his chest, a mischievous gleam in his eye, using Xia Yu's name to shamelessly promote himself. "What do you have that's worth lying for?" Sure Hao declared loudly, pride evident in his voice. "I'm Hao Gu, known as the Jade-Faced Little Dragon, feared across Nanjiang, Nanling, and parts of Tungwu. The guy on stage is my close buddy, and we're both freshmen this year." He continued to boast. "With our connection, a single intermediate raw stone is all it takes for a signature. Heck, I could even get his underwear for you." "Get out of here with your intermediate raw stone. You must be drunk," someone retorted dismissively. "Don't go." Sure Hao quickly amended. "Let's negotiate. Even a spare 100 or so military merit points would do." Though everyone was surprised by Xia Yu's freshman status, no one was foolish enough to pay for a signature. These geniuses might make some seem ordinary, but they wouldn't lower anyone's intelligence. They admired strength, not people. As Sure Hao started hawking his wares, the students laughed and turned away. Beside Sure Hao, the unassuming Wu Lang watched Xia Yu on stage with intense eyes. His hands clenched and unclenched as if trying to suppress some strong emotion. 2 minutes left. If no one challenges, the spot is his. Mu Yi announced seriously from the stage, his tone full of mockery. "A freshman is about to walk all over you. Have some dignity." Xia Yu's face darkened instantly. "Why drag me into this while you're insulting them? Are you trying to make enemies for me, or what?" "He's right. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. We can't let a freshman walk all over us. I'll go first and set an example. All right, you go first. I'll be right back after buying some snacks. Bring me some peanuts. 2 drinks. Thanks, man. Muye's taunt spurred someone from the crowd to step forward, pushing through to challenge Xia Yu. What did I do to deserve this? Xia Yu cursed inwardly. They all think I'm easy prey. Faced with the challenge, could Xia Yu back down? The answer was a definite yes. He casually waved his hand and opted to take a half-hour break. You guys can fight it out up there. I'll give it a while to cool down. It's disgraceful for seniors to gang up on a freshman, even more so to fight in rounds, someone commented disdainfully. Want to fight a freshman? I'll take on the seniors challenge. A voice suddenly rang out. As Xia Yu stepped down, the area opened up for the next battle. The senior who had pushed through the crowd stood on stage, expecting Xia Yu, but was met by another challenger, apparently also a freshman. This new freshman was tall and thin, his face not particularly fair, but with a certain chiseled determination. He held a short wooden staff topped with a green gem, resembling a mage's staff. Xia Yu had never seen such an outfit. While their team was known for its martial prowess, with more emphasis on direct confrontation, a mage-like role was rare. Xia Yu mused. Maybe I should get a staff and become a refined mage myself. Not only does Xia Yu have the formidable thunder giant eagle, but with his array spirit, his magical attack power is truly impressive. While wielding a complete staff is feasible, managing his numerous weapons, including both sword and staff, poses a significant challenge. At that moment, another new student stepped onto the stage, causing an uproar among the audience. A lively exchange of words ensued between the senior and new students, creating a vibrant atmosphere that seemed only to lack cheerleading squads. However, given the scarcity of female students at the Demon Suppression Military Academy, such a squad would likely consist of rugged men with stubbly beards, making for an interesting spectacle. The senior on stage felt the pressure and had to put on a brave face. He straightened up, buoyed by the support of his peers, and spoke with newfound confidence. Kid, it's not enough to be impulsive. This is a test of strength. The new student, maintaining his composure, held his staff before him and respectfully addressed the senior. Please, I seek your guidance. With a wave of his hand, 3 azure hexagrams appeared, summoning 3 creatures. A towering wooden warlord over 10 meters tall, with a golden 4-star, epic quality. A slender wooden elf, golden 7-star, epic quality. And a small but mighty azure-winged butterfly, golden 2-star, epic quality. This scene reignited excitement on the training ground. The fact that all 3 summoned creatures were of epic quality and had been cultivated to a golden level was truly astonishing. The crowd murmured, is this really a freshman? That's unbelievable. This isn't just blocking the seniors' path, it's completely obliterating it. With 2 prodigious freshmen surpassing most seniors, many felt a sense of shame. The senior on stage found himself in a difficult position but had no choice but to fight on. He summoned 3 beasts, a golden 6-star epic manticore, a golden 3-star elite furious ape king, and a less impressive golden 1-star elite wolfhead bat. The freshman politely said, after you, senior, while casting a lightness spell on himself and adding a greenwood element shield. This meticulous preparation prompted a disdainful remark from Sure How in the audience. Seriously, that's just shameless. Gritting his teeth, the senior charged forward, extending 3 sharp claws from his wrist guards. His summoned creatures were all formidable, embodying the demon suppression army's fighting spirit. However, when the freshman began casting green light, the battle turned challenging. The wooden warlord used its massive size and would attribute regeneration to transform its arms into shield-sized panels, absorbing the manticore and furious ape king's fierce attacks. Despite being battered, it successfully held off the 2 main threats. Perched in the warlord's treetop, the wood elf seized the opportunity, unleashing a wave of verdant light. Instantly, countless vines erupted from the ground, entangling the beasts and the senior. Though the vines were quickly torn apart, 3 massive wooden cages rose to trap them. Subsequently, numerous elemental spears pierced through the cage's gaps. The wood elf and the freshman acted like artillery, leveraging the warlord's defensive capabilities to achieve a coordinated assault, bombarding the opposition relentlessly. The training ground, already battered by Xia Yu, was left in ruins. Xia Yu thought to himself, I shouldn't be held responsible for this damage. It was all that kid's doing. From the outset, the freshman controlled the battle's pace. With a slightly superior setup, he quickly gained the upper hand. The golden 3-star furious ape king was ensnared by the dense vines, falling heroically amidst the barrage and withdrawing from the duel. As for the wolfhead bat, which should have dominated the skies, it never entered the fray, thoroughly outclassed by the higher quality and level of the azure-winged butterfly. 15 minutes later, the scene revealed 3 vine-wrapped spheres with only 3 embarrassed heads poking out. Someone in the audience couldn't help but comment, wow, that's brutal. They might as well have covered their heads too. The competition had reached a point where only 9 veteran students and 2 promising newcomers remained in the ring. The atmosphere grew tense until a young contender decisively defeated one of the veterans. Instead of challenging Xia Yu, he chose to step down for a brief rest before taking on another veteran, ultimately securing another hard-fought victory. Xia Yu returned to the stage, immediately drawing the crowd's attention. Many spectators gathered below, with numerous potential challengers among them. They whispered among themselves, seemingly plotting strategies. At that moment, Mu-Ye's voice boomed across the arena. Ahem. Put away your schemes. Strategy is for external foes. Here, I want to see healthy competition. From now on, only those below the golden 5-star level can be challenged. Anyone wishing to challenge must first defeat someone below that level, and only one person can earn the right to challenge. From his elevated position, Mu-Ye altered the rules as if he held the ultimate authority. The crowd erupted in murmurs and complaints, but to no avail. Mu-Ye reclined comfortably in his chair, occasionally sipping tea to moisten his lips. It was clear to the discerning that without strength above golden 5-star, advancing was unlikely. Mu-Ye had effectively closed any loopholes. Among the contestants, some had revealed all their summoned beasts, while others had shown none. The top contenders seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement to compete for the slots without clashing directly. Only Xia Yu had already displayed 2 of his summoned beasts, with his strongest, the Thunder Eagle, being merely a golden 5-star. This made him appear an easier target. Several challengers stepped forward, much to Xia Yu's frustration. Despite other beast masters with only golden 6-star levels standing nearby, the challengers focused their efforts on him, treating him as an easy target. After being challenged twice in a row, Xia Yu was infuriated. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the golden 8-star Dark Knight. Fighting these competitors offered no rewards or experience, just child's play. Since reasoning hadn't worked, Xia Yu resorted to showcasing his strength. The Dark Knight's imposing presence immediately captured everyone's attention, including Mu-Ye's on the platform. Internally, Mu-Ye was in turmoil. This is too much. It's one thing to be surpassed by old students. Given my humble beginnings and years of struggle in the Demon Suppression Army, to barely reach the golden level. But this kid? I remember personally welcoming him when he enrolled, and back then, his records showed him as a mere bronze-level nobody. Now, he has surpassed me in no time. Damn it, I can't stay at this academy any longer. Once this is over, even if I have to beg on my knees, I'll get the commander to transfer me back. Staying here could mean that one of these kids becomes my superior, and where would that leave my dignity? The formidable display of the golden 8-star Dark Knight warrior was like a powerful punch, dispersing those who still harbored malicious intent towards Xia Yu. Once considered an easy target, Xia Yu now appeared as a formidable opponent in the eyes of everyone, akin to a cactus too tough to handle. With a slight flex of his muscles, the restless glances around him quickly dissipated, shifting their focus to other targets. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly grew tense, with several golden 6-star students becoming the center of attention. The senior students and a new male student found themselves surrounded by 3 or 4 opponents, and any misstep could lead to their downfall. This scene undeniably showcased the deep-rooted strength of the Demon Suppression Military Academy. Just a voluntary competition attracted such a number of golden-level experts, not to mention those holding important positions or unable to participate due to other commitments. The competition lasted an entire day, and by the time the final spots were decided, a crescent moon had risen in the sky. Among the 10 selected, the new male student was the weakest, while the strongest was merely a golden 6-star. Except for Xia Yu, the other 9 were all senior students, each with a strength of at least golden 7-star. Surprisingly, a seemingly frail mage displayed remarkable resilience. He managed to fend off several challengers, including a golden 7-star fighter, and ultimately secured a spot with great difficulty, yet undeniable strength. The 10 selected individuals not only received cheers and applause, but also earned a reward of 200 military merit points from the academy. Although the amount was modest, as I mentioned, it served more as motivation and encouragement for everyone. Even as the crowd dispersed, the thrilling battles of this competition would remain a hot topic within the academy and the entire Demon Suppression Army for a long time. The next morning, Mike gathered the 10 winners at the indoor training ground. He announced succinctly, "In 2 weeks, everyone is to assemble in Kunwa City. You can choose to travel there on your own or depart with me in 10 days. I understand some of you hold important positions in the military, so please handle your affairs promptly. I will be waiting for everyone in Kunwa City before the official start." Despite his scholarly appearance, Mai's actions were swift and decisive, outlining all the arrangements in just a few words. Although everyone present was part of the Demon Suppression Army, due to differences in enrollment times, there was little familiarity among them. Especially Xia Yu. As a new student who had just enrolled, he was unfamiliar with anyone. As the crowd dispersed, Xia Yu turned to leave the venue, contemplating his travel plans to Kunwa City. Suddenly, he unexpectedly bumped into an obstacle, causing him to take several steps back. Regaining his composure, he looked up to see a young man standing a few steps away, the same slender young man who was also a new student. "Sorry, I was lost in thought, Xia Yu said with a faint smile, apologizing. No problem, I was waiting for you. The slender young man replied expressionlessly, his tone so neutral it was impossible to discern any emotion. Waiting for me? I don't think I know you, Xia Yu replied, slightly confused, as he scrutinized the young man to confirm they had never interacted before. You don't know me, but I know you. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Hong from the Zhang family of Xiaowu. The mention of the Zhang family of Xiaowu immediately brought to Xia Yu's mind the arrogant scion who once boasted, my father is Zhang Er. That guy's name was Zhang Wei, I think. What's your relationship with Zhang Wei? Xia Yu had little regard for these aristocratic offspring, especially those from the Zhang family of Xiaowu. The reputation painstakingly built by the elders was being squandered by these arrogant youngsters. Zhang Wei is my younger brother. So you're here to settle scores? Want to have a go? If they were in the undead realm, Xia Yu wouldn't dare challenge a golden 6-star beastmaster. But times had changed, and now he feared nothing. The Zhang family of Xiaowu isn't all pampered children like my brother. The family's reputation was forged by the lives of our predecessors. Engaging in a duel over this would make the Zhang family seem petty. I just want to tell you that not everyone from the Zhang family is talentless. Let's have a proper contest at the Academy's grand competition. Outside the Academy of the Demon Suppression Army, under the watchful gaze of old Li with his severed arm, a giant eagle with a wingspan of about 10 meters soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the blue horizon. On the back of the Thunder Eagle, Xia Yu was a different person from when he first arrived in the northern frontier. Back then, the biting cold wind forced him to frequently descend and walk to relieve his frozen limbs before continuing his journey. Now, as a golden-level beast tamer with enhanced physique thanks to his summoned creature, he faced the same frigid winds with a calm demeanor, showing no fear. The warm jade pendant was still tucked in his chest. Upon appraisal, it was found to have no special properties other than emitting heat, and wasn't considered a treasure. As the Thunder Eagle flew over a small mound, Xia Yu threw the pendant down from the sky. It was the place where he had personally ended the life of Bai Ming, the young master of the Bai family, the only compatriot he had truly killed. Even the member of the Holy Light sect he had captured was handed over to the Academy for punishment, without Xia Yu taking their life himself. A black speck swiftly crossed the blue sky, with a towering city in the distance. Mabe City. Gazing at the battle-scarred city walls, Xia Yu was filled with emotion. Mabe City had returned to its former state, with no signs of beast hordes, only bustling human activity. Endless caravans slowly passed through the city gates, while scattered hunters sold their hard-earned spoils nearby. Everything seemed ordinary, yet was alive with the essence of human life. Hello, is Captain Zhou here? Xia Yu presented his identification and asked the city guard standing at the gate. Captain Zhou? We don't have a Captain Zhou in the city guard, the guard replied, momentarily confused before shaking his head. How could there not be a Captain Zhou? Zhou Dingtian, Xia Yu said, puzzled, worried that in the less than a year since he left Mabe City, old Zhou might have sacrificed himself defending the city. He's not our city guard captain, he's the logistics captain. If you want to find him, head directly to the logistics department. Hurry up, there are many people behind you, the soldier urged, waving his hand as the line of people waiting to enter the city stretched long. With questions swirling in his mind, Xia Yu asked around until he finally found the so-called logistics department. Old Ma, what happened last night? You can't even lift 2 sacks, you're getting weak. Captain Zhou, I can't compare to you. I've been a porter all my life and never seen such a strong logistics leader. Xia Yu stood outside the courtyard of the logistics department, quietly observing the scene inside under the watchful eyes of the guards. Stacks of military supplies piled high as Zhou Dingtian moved them while chatting with his colleagues. What are the other logistics leaders like that you've seen? What are they like? You can tell they're leaders at a glance, eating well, drinking well, and wearing good clothes. Old Ma, mentioned by Zhou Dingtian, was a man around 50, with a wiry frame and prominent ribs. Sigh? Captain Zhou, look at that person, standing at the gate for quite a while now. Old Ma, busy transporting supplies in the yard, glanced occasionally at the solitary figure by the entrance, his tone tinged with curiosity. Hearing this, Zhou Dingtian looked up and followed Old Ma's pointing finger. He saw a familiar figure standing outside, none other than Xia Yu, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Hey! His eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. Old Ma, today I might just become that logistics leader you always talk about. This is my brother who has been through thick and thin with me. Xia Yu, seeing that Zhou Dingtian recognized him, also approached with a smile. The two quickly stood together, Zhou Dingtian looking over his long-lost comrade with joy in his eyes. You rascal, how did you find your way here? Don't mention it. It took me quite some effort. I even skipped lunch to find you, so you'll need to feed me. Xia Yu replied half-jokingly. Of course, I'll make sure you're well fed. Zhou Dingtian grabbed Xia Yu's arm and turned to shout to Old Ma. Old Ma, come have a drink later, but first, help move these supplies into the warehouse. The yard had 2 spacious storerooms on the left and a few dilapidated low houses lined up against the right wall. Zhou Dingtian led Xia Yu to one of the creaky doors, and a musty smell greeted them, contrasting sharply with the warm sunlight outside. The room was about 20 square meters, cluttered with miscellaneous items on one side. The remaining space held a wooden bed and two tablisa desks and a dining table. Zhou Dingtian busied himself by moving the dining table next to the bed and pushing the only chair at the desk towards Xia Yu. From a drawer, Zhou Dingtian pulled out a handful of federal currency and handed it to old Ma without counting. Run an errand for me, get some drinks and food. Good to see you came back to visit, Zhou Dingtian said, sitting cross-legged on the bed. I thought you might have ended up as some beast dung. Xia Yu looked at the man in front of him, wearing only a sweat-soaked undershirt, struggling to reconcile him with the memory of the armored, gallant officer he once knew. Brother Zhou, now you are. Now I'm doing well, mingling with the grassroots, experiencing life, Zhou Dingtian said with a self-deprecating wipe of his sweaty forehead, his eyes lacking some of the sharpness of the past. Before long, old Ma returned, panting, with a bag full of drinks and food, his face beaming. Old Ma, stay and have a drink with us. Captain Zhou, you all go ahead and drink, catch up a bit. I'll finish moving the goods and be back soon, Lao Ma said with a fawning smile, backing out of the room quietly and closing the door gently behind him. Come on, let's have a drink, Zhou Dingtian said, grabbing a bottle and pouring a full bowl of murky liquor for Xia Yu before downing his own in one gulp. The alcohol slid down his throat, and under the dim light, his cheeks quickly flushed red. Xia Yu picked up his bowl, the pungent smell of the liquor hitting him. He glanced at Zhou Dingtian, took a deep breath, and followed suit, finishing his bowl in one go. Ha ha ha, good. Let's have another. Zhou Dingtian's voice was heavy with intoxication. After several rounds, the dishes on the table remained mostly untouched as the drinking loosened Zhou Dingtian's tongue, though his speech began to slur. Through Zhou Dingtian's fragmented narrative, Xia Yu pieced together the events that had unfolded in his absence. The beast siege had surrounded the city for over a month before dispersing, and Xiahou Wu had led his troops away from Mabe City. However, the most infuriating part was that despite Zhou Dingtian leading the charge against the beasts, he received no recognition. Instead, the city lord's office, citing negligence in city guard patrols, had removed him from the city guard and relegated him to a desk job in the logistics department. To hell with it, they're all the same. Zhou Dingtian slammed his fist on the table. Mabe City will be ruined by these scheming bastards eventually. His voice was filled with anguish. It's such a shame for my brave brothers, all scattered into other units. He lifted his bowl again and took a large swig, the liquor spilling down his chin. Tell me, what use is the Bai family? Other than currying favor with the city lord and making dirty money, what do they know? Can they lead? And the city lord, betraying the trust from above for the Bai family's dirty money, they're all worthless. What was supposed to be a dinner to welcome Xia Yu turned into Zhou Dingtian's one-man show. Drunk not from the wine but from his frustrations, Zhou Dingtian finally collapsed onto the makeshift wooden bed, still muttering curses until his consciousness faded. The courtyard of the logistics department basked in the warm sunlight, with golden rays evenly spreading across every corner, as if it were the only impartial gift in the world. Inside, rows of sturdy canvas-covered stacks of military supplies, limited to ordinary clothing and shoes. Since Zhou Dingtian was reassigned from his important position, it was clear that he wouldn't be given any lucrative or critical roles. The truly essential resources, raw materials, potions, and other arms supplies remained tightly controlled by the Bai family, never reaching this courtyard. Rather than being a logistics official, he seemed more like an exile sent here. No matter how powerful the external enemy, it can't change the greed in human hearts. Zhou Dingtian, hungover from the previous night, leaned against the mottled wall, gazing out the window into the distance. You can face death unflinchingly on the battlefield, but you can't kill the greed within power, money, fame, strength. Each can drive a person mad. If it can't be changed, why not find a place where you can realize your value? Like the demon suppression army. Xia Yu turned to look at the slightly dejected man, a surge of pity rising within him. Such a stalwart man, yet crushed by schemes and greed, with no place to unleash his ambitions. I was born here, grew up here. Zhou Dingtian avoided Xia Yu's clear gaze, turning instead to watch the workers gradually entering the courtyard. The demon suppression army doesn't need a half-disabled gold-level beastmaster, but by staying here, I can save many lives. Perhaps your persistence is correct, but I still have my reservations. Zhou Dingtian stood up, opened the door, sunlight spilling over his broad shoulders. Bowing and compromising won't change everything you despise. The sun's up, time to get to work. He patted Xia Yu's shoulder, revealing a set of neat teeth. So, kid, you need to work hard. The future depends on you young people. When you succeed, come back and clean up this filthy environment, and I'll treat you to a drink. Deal. Xia Yu grinned. All morning, Xia Yu insisted on helping with the supplies, despite Zhou Dingtian's protests. When it was time to part, a sweaty Zhou Dingtian walked him to the gate. Off you go, take care on the road. Make sure to earn some honor when you get there. Absolutely, don't worry. Xia Yu patted his chest with a smile. I left you a gift in the house. Make do with it. Off you go. Xia Yu waved goodbye, turning to walk towards the other side of the city. Inside the courtyard, the frail old Ma gasped for breath, watching the two say their goodbyes. Our Captain Zhou's friend is a good man, just like our captain. A good guy indeed. Watching Xia Yu's figure disappear from sight, Zhou Dingtian turned back into the courtyard and pushed open the door to his own room. On the bed lay a pitch-black spear, its tip glowing with a faint red light. Xia Yu had exchanged 200 military points at the academy for it, intending to give it to Zhou Dingtian as a return gift. Remembering the golden-level magic crystal Zhou Dingtian had given him during their last meeting, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. He gazed at the spear, recalling Zhou Dingtian's heroic yet aging figure, feeling a mix of emotions. A golden-level powerhouse should be a dominant force, yet even they couldn't escape the constraints of the world. A thought arose in Xia Yu's mind. Either adapt to this corrupt environment or continuously improve his strength until he transcends it. To hell with the world, I refuse to believe this. Xia Yu shouted into the roaring wind, standing on the broad back of a thunder eagle. Meanwhile, at Giant Rock Academy within King Kong City, a mission was about to commence. As the city's only higher education institution, Giant Rock Academy, although not highly ranked, had become a prominent school specializing in rock-type magical beasts due to its location in a region rich in these creatures. Is everyone here? Let's move out. I'll explain the details on the way. On the Academy Square, 5 male students dressed in sturdy gear were ready to go, each wielding a weapon. These students were all robust, with heavy weapons. Particularly noticeable was a man nearly 2 meters tall holding a 3-meter-long halberd. The group left the school gates, summoning their beasts and speeding towards the city's outskirts. One of them rode a Silver-fanged elite-grade armored insect, taking the lead to scout ahead as per the leader's instructions. This mission is to eliminate heretics hiding in Qingping village, the leader explained while moving. Our primary task is to ensure the villagers' safety. As for the rewards, it depends on how many we can capture. The man with the halberd was Yang Wu, riding on the back of an iron-armored rhino, nodding as he listened. Thanks to a one-eyed giant, Yang Wu had successfully entered Giant Rock Academy. Although not as outstanding as Xia Yu, his admission had thrilled the Yang family patriarch. Upon enrolling, Yang's father sold their property, giving him 900,000, aside from tuition, to nurture the one-eyed giant. Within a semester, Yang Wu used ample resources to upgrade the giant to silver level, surpassing most of his peers. He actively took on academy missions, accumulating resources to further evolve the giant into an elite-quality mountain giant. Through various missions, he had also befriended the 4 senior students accompanying him now. Steel Bro, Qingping village is just ahead. The scout, known as Old 3, stopped at the foot of the mountain. Going in with such fanfare might alert them. All right, dismiss your beasts and prepare to proceed on foot. The leader dismounted, waving to retract his beast. We'll enter the village from the back of the mountain and consult the village chief about the situation first. Qingping village falls under the jurisdiction of Jingang City. It's neither too far nor too close to the city. During the day, traders and hunters often pass through, but few choose to stay overnight. Those who trade goods or hunt magical beasts are usually either wealthy or beast masters, and with only a few hours distance between Qingping village and Jingang City, most prefer not to endure the discomfort of staying in the village. About a week ago, 2 strangers rented a secluded courtyard at a high price, claiming they were there to hunt. Their behavior, choosing the most remote residence, aroused suspicion among the villagers, leading someone to report the matter to the city. The village chief of Qingping was a robust man in his 40s, with a square face, short stature, and a sun-darkened complexion, typical of someone who spent years working in the mountains. He stood in the courtyard, cautiously explaining the situation to the investigators sent from the city. The area is surrounded by mountains and wasteland. It's the most remote house in our village, with no one living nearby. The chief described the suspicious dwelling, frowning slightly. Lu Gang, the leader, was a 3rd-year student, experienced in handling various tasks with a calm and practiced demeanor. This reliability, aside from his strength, was why others followed his lead. He nodded slightly and turned to his companions. All right, Lao San, have the chief show you the location, but don't alert them, Lu Gang instructed, then gave the chief a reassuring smile. Sure, follow me. The chief hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lu Gang watched as the village chief and Lao San left the courtyard, cautiously heading northwest towards the house at the mountain's base, a frown forming on his face. What's up, gang? A companion asked, noticing Lu Gang's expression. Nothing, just feels a bit off. Stay alert, be careful, and don't act recklessly, Lu Gang replied, shaking his head, his thick eyebrows knitted into a small knot. Let's get this done early while it's still dark. If it feels wrong, we leave quickly, one of them suggested, sensing Lu Gang's concern. No way. The more off it feels, the more we need to keep calm. Let's think this through. Lu Gang firmly rejected the hasty plan. The 4 of them gathered around, discussing their strategy in detail, each of their faces marked with caution. The next morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, the sun had yet to rise over the mountains, and the sky was just starting to lighten. This was the time when night guards were most relaxed, confident that no one would strike at this hour. Yang Wu, Lao San, Xia Ming, Liang Zi, up and at him. Lu Gang called out, checking the dim light outside. The five quickly got out of bed, dressed, and armed themselves, their expressions serious and focused. Here's the plan. Xia Ming, Liang Zi, and I will charge in from 3 sides, leaving the west open. If it's really those cultists inside, they'll likely flee west, where there are no residents. Lu Gang laid out the task concisely. Lao San and Yang Wu, you cover the west. If you see anyone, grab them. How much we gain depends on you two. With that, the 5 were ready. They opened the door, nodded to each other, and silently headed towards the small house at the mountain's base. Meanwhile, inside the suspicious courtyard, a man was urgently shaking the person next to him. Hurry, hurry, you lazy woman, get up and pack. We need to leave while no one's around. A man in his 40s squinted his eyes as he watched several people leave from the window of the inner room. Once they were out of sight, he suddenly became alert and kicked awake his wife, who was snoring beside him. Get up! He urgently grabbed the bag from the bedside and began stuffing it with anything valuable from the room. His wife, still groggy, asked, What's going on, dear? Where are we going? Stop asking questions, just hurry up and leave, he whispered sharply. We're heading to the city. We're not staying in this poor place any longer. Once the bag was full, the man cautiously peered out the window one last time. Seeing no one around, he and his wife quietly slipped out of the house. They left the village and headed straight into the forest on the mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the quiet atmosphere of a small courtyard was about to be shattered. The tightly closed door, though unlocked, gave the impression that the place was unoccupied. Lu Gang crouched alone in the corner, silently calculating the time. Just 2 more minutes, he thought. Once Lao San and Xiao Wu are in position, they'll listen for my signal. As soon as I make a move, they'll charge in with their summoned beasts and catch them off guard. As each second ticked by, Lu Gang's nerves grew tighter. Finally, deciding the time was right, he sprang to his feet. He summoned 2 beasts simultaneously, a ground rhino and a sand warrior, and drew the steel whip from his back. Go! Lu Gang commanded. The massive ground rhino charged forward, smashing a large hole in the brick wall of the courtyard. The sand warrior and Lu Gang followed closely behind. Almost simultaneously, the walls from 2 other directions were also breached, and 4 more summoned beasts rushed in. The sudden commotion startled the people inside the courtyard. A man, wearing only shorts, flung open the door, his expression changing as he shouted back into the house. Damn it! We've got trouble. Hearing the shout, Lu Gang immediately identified the people inside. Even if they're not heretics, they're up to no good. Capture them first and ask questions later, he thought to himself. Charge straight into the inner rooms, Lu Gang ordered, and the 6 fierce summoned beasts stormed towards the ramshackle buildings, ready to bury anyone inside. However, the situation quickly turned. Roars erupted from within the house, loud and deafening. Before Lu Gang's beasts could reach the inner rooms, the occupants burst out first. The dilapidated structures were immediately riddled with holes and then collapsed, filling the courtyard with dust. Through the haze, Lu Gang quickly assessed the situation and realized it was bad. At least 10 figures emerged from the house, far exceeding the number of typical heretics. Xia Ming, Liangzi, charge. Break through them, Lu Gang shouted, mounting the ground rhino and charging towards the figures in the dust. Xia Ming and Liangzi also launched their attacks from different angles, their teamwork flawless from numerous past missions. After the initial charge, Lu Gang's steel whip crushed 2 skulls, while the ground rhino beneath him and the sand warrior behind efficiently dispatched 2 summoned beasts. As the strongest member of the team, at the peak of silver 9 stars, Lu Gang had earned the respect and admiration of his peers. Yet, the victory was short-lived as Liangzi's voice rang out. Brother Gang, there's a tough one inside, I'm injured. When the 3 regrouped, they saw Xia Ming had taken down one opponent, but Liangzi was clutching his right shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers onto his mount. An alarm went off in Lu Gang's mind. Something's wrong. Led them towards Lao San's position. We'll take them down together. The situation had spiraled beyond their expectations. The heretics they usually dealt with were small in number, with the strongest being a silver 9-star beastmaster, and the rest were just lackeys. But this group not only injured Liangzi but also showed no signs of retreat, instead choosing to counterattack. Move! Lu Gang made a swift decision, urging the ground rhino to break through the western courtyard wall. The 3 decisively abandoned their opponents and fled, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and advancing enemies. Sangu and Gangu were hesitant to make a move, which made Yang Wu and Lao San a bit anxious. After splitting up, they headed straight for the vast western wasteland. At the moment, they were crouched in a grass pit, carefully peering out to observe the distant commotion. Move over a bit, and keep your stick in check, it's poking me, Lao San grumbled, shifting his position. Yang Wu sighed and switched his Fang Tian Hua Ji to the other hand. Sengu, you know my strength. There's not much I can do about it. Enough chatter, it's starting. Lao San suddenly whispered urgently. A muffled sound echoed, causing the two to jolt and stare intently at the base of the distant mountain. The dull thuds came one after another, mixed with the roars of beasts, making the two preparing to intercept tense up instantly. They're coming, someone is coming. Yang Wu exclaimed, grabbing his Fang Tian Hua Ji and leaping out of the grass pit. Damn it, no one's getting past us today. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared before Yang Wu, and two summoned beasts emerged: a silver 2-star steel-armored rhinoceros and a silver 4-star mountain giant. The mountain giant stood over 8 meters tall, with dirt-colored skin and a striking single eye in the middle of its forehead. Yang Wu, holding his Fang Tian Hua Ji in one hand, flipped onto the back of the steel-armored rhinoceros and shouted boldly, Sengu, follow me and watch how I take down the enemy leader from amidst thousands of troops. Wait. Lao San squinted, trying to see the situation clearly. It looks like it's Gang Gu and Liangzi. Is it really Gang Gu? The situation's changed. Prepare to support. Yang Wu quickly adjusted his stance. Support my ass. If Gang Gu can't handle it, we should be ready to bolt. Despite his words, Yang Wu remained focused on the front, his brow furrowed. Stop talking and follow me. We'll flank them and prepare to intercept. Lao San ordered decisively. He took a crossbow from his back, mounted his heavy armored beetle, and flew into the air, circling around to approach from the side. In the distance, Lu Gang was riding on the back of a speeding earth rhino, calmly glancing back at the enemies in pursuit. Lao San, block them and create some space. Be careful, they're tough. Got it. Lao San responded loudly, his heavy armored beetle accelerating past the trio in a neat drift. His crossbow fired several arrows, disrupting the enemy's pursuit rhythm and buying Lu Gang and the others valuable breathing room. Xiao Wu, don't rush ahead, stay with me. Lu Gang grabbed the impulsive Yang Wu, pulling him back. The crossbow arrows not only disrupted the enemy's chase, but also gave Lu Gang and the others time to regroup. Change direction. Prepare to engage decisively. Lu Gang commanded, leading the group to turn and face their pursuers. At this point, Lu Gang finally saw their real target. There were 10 enemies, including 3 silver 9-star experts. Adding the 3 they had already dealt with at the courtyard, there were 12 in total. It was a tough situation, but within their capability to handle. Lu Gang quickly formulated a battle plan. I'll handle one, Sha Ming another, Lao San and Xiao will hold off one. Just stall them, don't worry about taking them out. Liangzi will handle the rest. Whoever finishes first, support the others. Despite facing 3 silver 9-star beastmasters, Lu Gang did not back down. Instead, he decisively issued the attack order. With a steel whip in hand and eyes sharp, he was ready for battle. No problem, watch me cut him down. Yang Wu shouted excitedly, his Fang Tian Hua Ji poised as he charged towards the enemy ranks. The battle was about to erupt. The two teamed up to face a silver 9-star opponent. Although slightly lacking in strength, they still had a chance to counterattack. After all, silver-level beast masters usually lack strong defenses and rely heavily on their summoned beasts in battle. Yang Wu gripped his Fang Tian halberd horizontally and struck down fiercely. This weapon was not only impressive in appearance, but also favored for its versatility in attack modes. With its ability to stab, thrust, sweep, chop, and smash, it was formidable even if one wasn't highly skilled. Above, the heavily armored bug dominated the sky, launching constant attacks. Lao San, perched on its back, skillfully maneuvered and occasionally shot arrows to assist Liangzi in slaying the heretics. Though the trio of the armored bug, steel-armored rhinoceros, and mountain giant struggled to gain the upper hand in a 3-against-1 fight, they managed a balanced exchange. Yang Wu, with newfound vigor, wielded his Fang Tian halberd like the wind, its nearly 3-meter length catching the silver 9-star opponent off guard. Contrary to rumors that academy students would flee when faced with stronger opponents, this group fought with reckless determination, displaying an astonishing momentum. The silver 9-star opponent, feeling the pressure, let out an angry shout and summoned a milky white light. In an instant, a single-handed sword emerged from the light, aiming directly at Yang Wu's face. Roar! The mountain giant, serving as the main attacker, let out a thunderous roar, and its toned glow intensified. Its soft skin hardened like rock in an instant, enduring the deadly blow. Though only a silver 4-star, its elite quality made it as strong as an angelic servant. The petrified skin skill left it unscathed. Yang Wu narrowly dodged and quickly retreated to create distance. This clash triggered a chain reaction, as the other 2 silver 9-star heretics revealed their true strength, summoning angelic servants. In a flash, 3 silver 9-star summoned beasts appeared on the battlefield. Watch out, these guys are tough, Lu Gang shouted to his companions, wiping sweat from his face. Clearly, this wasn't his first encounter with angelic servants. The briefly paused battle reignited with both sides going all out, each aiming to eliminate the other. Lu Gang and Sha Meng managed to hold their ground, facing the challenge heated. However, the pressure on Yang Wu increased significantly, even as Lao San summoned a second beast to shift attention. Third brother, use the armored bug to distract that priest. Focus the rest on the other one and aim to take it down in 2 rounds, Yang Wu shouted. The steel-armored rhinoceros and mountain giant lacked speed, struggling against the agile and sharp attacks of the angelic servants. Yang Wu turned his focus to the opponent's other summoned beast, seeking to break through from there. His straightforward attack strategy was quickly seen through by the opponent. Yang Wu launched several fierce charges, but was either forcefully blocked or thwarted by the timely intervention of angelic minions. After multiple attempts, not only did he fail to make any significant progress, but his comrade's heavy armored beetle fell into a predicament, getting pierced by multiple swords and significantly losing combat effectiveness. Even Yang Wu himself, in a moment of carelessness, received a deep wound on his left arm, down to the bone, with blood soaking his sleeve instantly. Damn it, I really underestimated you, Yang Wu muttered through gritted teeth. The intense battle had him panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. He quickly tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his shirt and used his teeth to crudely stop the bleeding on his left arm. I refuse to believe this. Bring it on, Yang Wu roared, brandishing his heavy Fangtian halberd as he charged again into the enemy ranks. However, now battered and bruised, he no longer carried the same imposing force. The wound on his left arm severely hampered his movements, turning it into his greatest vulnerability rather than a threat to his enemies. The armored rhinoceros and mountain giant were also struggling to launch effective attacks. Against the fierce assaults of the angelic minions, the summoned beasts could only do their utmost to protect their beastmaster. Although the situation in other areas of the battlefield was slightly better, it was far from optimistic, and there was no quick resolution in sight, let alone any support for Yang Wu. Don't lose focus, just buy us some time. A loud shout snapped Yang Wu out of his daze. He looked up to see Lao San straddling the back of the heavy armored beetle, with the sharp tip of a light sword protruding from its thick back armor. To block this fatal blow, Lao San used the beetle as a shield without hesitation. Brother San, Yang Wu exclaimed. The beetle, gravely wounded by the strike, instantly disintegrated into elemental particles and returned to the beast space. Yang Wu quickly reached out to catch Lao San as he fell from the air. Watch out! Before he could even catch his breath, another glint of cold light flashed by. The opponent clearly wouldn't stop after crippling one beetle. Their target was always the young students from the academy. They had invested heavily and spent much time, all to trade these youngsters' heads for valuable resources. The sharp single-handed sword drew closer in Yang Wu's eyes, with none of the 3 summoned beasts able to intercept in time. At this critical moment, an unprecedented fear surged in Yang Wu's heart. Just then, a furious roar tore through the sky. Who dares touch my brother? Following that, a purple lightning bolt suddenly split the dim sky, like the wrath of a god, striking down fiercely. After leaving Mabe City, Xia Yu headed straight for Jingang City. Although this route wasn't the shortest, he was eager to visit his good friend Yang Wu, so he decided to take a detour. However, fate is always full of surprises. Before he even reached the city gates, Xia Yu witnessed a fierce battle between Beast Tamers in the low mountains outside the city. Normally, Xia Yu wouldn't pay much attention to such scenes, but today, a striking aura of light caught his attention. It was an angel servant, whose presence stirred the dark knight warrior within Xia Yu's mind. Just as Xia Yu hesitated about whether to intervene, he recognized a familiar figure amidst the chaos. In a flash, a purple lightning bolt, like divine retribution, struck the white figure with precision. The thunderous eagle's attack easily pierced through the angel servant's body. The disparity in strength between the silver and gold levels, combined with elemental suppression, led to an instant conclusion of the battle. Yang Wu stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The angel servant that had threatened his life just a moment ago was reduced to ashes by a sudden bolt of lightning. Overwhelmed with the joy of survival, he hugged his companion Lao San tightly, his cheeks flushed with excitement. I told you I'm the child of fortune, didn't I, third brother? Even the heavens are helping me, Yang Wu exclaimed, shaking Lao San in his embrace, overjoyed. Lao San, embarrassed by this unexpected enthusiasm, quickly broke free. Get off me, man. Let me down first. He jumped off the armored rhino's back, but nearly stumbled due to the mental shock. Seeing this, Yang Wu couldn't resist teasing. Third brother, you need to work on your stamina. You're already going weak at the knees. Get lost, Lao San retorted irritably. While the two were horsing around, the others on the battlefield were stunned. A massive figure slowly descended from the sky, landing steadily in the center of the battlefield. Yang Wu, how's that? Did your old man arrive just in time? Xia Yu's voice rang out, with a hint of teasing. Although Xia Yu's soul was no longer the same, his friendship with Yang Wu remained unchanged. This was thanks to Yang Wu's sincere heart, always treating friends with open arms. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, they had formed a deep bond, which motivated Xia Yu's journey. Yang Wu rubbed his eyes, gazing at the person in disbelief. Oh my god. It's really you. I thought I was hearing things. He dashed over to Xia Yu and called Lao Sen over. Third brother, come here. I need to make sure I'm not dreaming. Saying this, Yang Wu swung his fist and gave Lao Sen a playful punch. Damn it, that hurts. Lao Sen cried out in pain. It's real. It's really you, Xia Yu. Yang Wu shouted excitedly, running over to the thunderous eagle with an even brighter smile. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? One more moment, and you might not have seen me at all. Xia Yu leaped down, a bright smile on his face, and wrapped Yang Wu in a bear hug. This embrace was no simple feat. Although Xia Yu's height of 1.80 meters was respectable, Yang Wu was over 1.90 meters tall. As a result, Xia Yu found himself almost suffocated in Yang Wu's arms, struggling to catch his breath. Old San watched their affectionate display, unable to resist covering his eyes and muttering under his breath. There's definitely something going on with those two. I knew Yang Wu wasn't normal. Xia Yu patted Yang Wu on the shoulder and turned to the group behind him, a confident smile playing on his lips. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me take care of your troubles first. He drew the battle knife from his back, wielding it with one hand as he turned to face the opposing cultists. He deliberately slowed his pace to create an intimidating presence, dragging the blade on the ground for effect. However, things didn't go as planned. The sharp blade got stuck in the mud repeatedly, failing to produce the cool effect Xia Yu envisioned. Instead, he struggled to pull it free each time, nearly cutting his own heel, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. But since he had committed to the act, he had no choice but to continue. On the other side, seeing a gold-level Beastmaster join the fray, the cultist leader shouted decisively, "Scatter and run." The remaining cultists immediately abandoned their opponents and fled into the surrounding forest. Seeing this, Lu Gang yelled, "What are you standing around for? Go catch them." He grabbed his steel whip and charged forward. Instantly, the previously quiet forest erupted into chaos, with people running and chasing in every direction. Yang Wu, mounted on his heavy steel-armored rhino, charged at the fleeing cultists. As he passed Xia Yu, he urged, "What are you doing standing there? Help catch them. They're worth more alive than dead." The sky gradually lightened, the clouds spreading evenly like fish scales. As the sun finally rose over the peaks, the capture operation was nearly complete. Across 2 battlefields, 5 cultists were killed and 6 captured. Among the 3 silver 9-star cultists, 1 managed to escape from the injured Liangzi. Although they didn't capture everyone, the operation was quite successful, thanks in large part to Xia Yu's timely support. After the capture, the group didn't immediately return but headed back to Qingping village. They intended to discuss compensation with the village chief, only to find him missing. The disordered bed inside and the cultists' unusual behavior suggested it might have been a trap, with the village chief likely bribed and on the run. Lu Gang made a quick decision. Let's talk to the other villagers and settle the compensation. As for the village chief, we'll report it truthfully when we return to the city. It's not our problem to deal with afterward. He left Lao San and Sha Meng to handle the compensation while he, Yang Wu, Xia Yu, and the injured Liangzi headed back. Yang Wu, once again looking imposing with his Fangtian halberd, kicked the prisoners squatting by the wall. "Get up, all of you. Line up. If anyone tries to run, I'll cut them down," he barked. With that, he and Xia Yu began escorting the line of prisoners back to King Kong City. Inside the bustling tavern of Jingang City, Xia Yu and Yang Wu sat across from each other, the table laden with aromatic dishes. The two clinked glasses and drank heartily. Having just completed their mission to escort heretics, they finally had a moment to relax. Lu Gang and the others had politely declined Yang Wu's invitation to celebrate and had taken on the follow-up tasks, giving Xia Yu and Yang Wu some time alone. Although Xia Yu had no ill feelings towards Yang Wu's friends and had even invited them before, Lu Gang's firm refusal made him relent. Yang Wu downed several glasses, his face flushed, and threw an arm around Xia Yu's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, "You're amazing. Are the resources at top academies really that abundant? In just a year, you've advanced to the gold level. With your skills, you could easily become a captain in the city guard back in me.One City." Xia Yu responded modestly, "You're not bad yourself. I can tell you've worked hard this past year." He noticed that Yang Wu's Cyclops had not only grown from bronze 3-star to silver 4-star, but had also evolved to the elite level. Yang Wu tilted his head back for another drink and chuckled bitterly. "It's all thanks to the old man's money. Now, I have to earn resources myself, risking my neck against those heretics." Xia Yu asked curiously, "Are there many heretics here? From what you said, it sounds like you've done these missions quite a few times." Yang Wu's expression turned serious, his voice filled with anger. "It's not just Jingang City. The surrounding towns have them too. These guys are like maggots in a pit, getting into everything. They're either harming civilians or plotting some scheme. They're despicable, and I'll root them out one day." Xia Yu nodded in agreement. They truly deserve it. The battles at the front are brutal, with soldiers sacrificing their lives every moment. These people not only avoid the front lines, but also cause trouble in the rear, which is utterly unforgivable. Yang Wu waved his hand, trying to change the subject. Let's not talk about these depressing things. When does your academy break for holidays? Let's go back together. Xia Yu paused, thought for a moment, and replied, holidays? The Demon Suppression Military Academy doesn't have fixed breaks or mandatory courses. You can return anytime as long as you stay there for 4 years to qualify for the Demon Suppression Army. However, the specific position you'll hold depends on your personal strength. You need to be at least silver level. In this place, everyone is considered a genius, and in 4 years, there's never been anyone at the Demon Suppression Academy who hasn't reached the silver level. This remark was particularly jarring under the dim lights of the tavern. 2 young men sat at the bar. One appeared smug, while the other seemed slightly embarrassed. You guys are really something. It's amazing how you managed to advance so quickly in such an environment. Yang Wu exclaimed, taking a swig of his drink, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Xia Yu shrugged. Have you ever been to an alternate dimension? Of course. Yang Wu's eyes lit up. I just got back from the undead plane, and there. They drank and chatted, occasionally bursting into laughter. The other patrons in the tavern glanced over curiously, but soon returned to their own worlds. As night fell, under the dim streetlights, the 2 young men staggered along, arms around each other's shoulders, their shadows stretching longer on the ground. Xia Yu stayed in King Kong City for 2 days. Under Yang Wu's guidance, he marveled at the city's unique landscape, towering metal buildings, various strange creatures roaming the streets, and the metallic scent permeating the air. Everything here spoke of its distinctiveness. Before departing, Xia Yu eagerly shared his knowledge on nurturing summoned beasts with Yang Wu. Listen up. When you upgrade the mountain giant, aim for the diamond giant path. You'll need a cubic meter of diamond, 3 cores from 100-year-old golden crown trees. His voice was filled with enthusiasm, as if revealing an exciting secret. And the steel armor rhino, Xia Yu continued, for its evolution towards the golden horn rhino, it needs to be fed metal elemental stones regularly. The evolution requires 300 milliliters of blood from a steel-winged snake of gold-level strength. And there's more. Though Yang Wu appeared impatient on the surface, he committed every word to memory. He trusted this advice from a true brother. All right, I've got it. Yang Wu interrupted. Let's get moving. Stop being so long-winded. Xia Yu chuckled, pulling out a few federal cards from his pocket. I don't have much left. I'll keep a little, and the rest is for you. He handed Yang Wu around 300,000 to 400,000 federal coins. Yang Wu refused without hesitation. What? Are you trying to keep me? I'm not interested in that kind of deal. Keep your money. I don't need your charity. They exchanged a knowing smile. No more words needed. Xia Yu understood Yang Wu's pride and knew that as summoners, they both required substantial funds. No, what I meant was. Xia Yu tried to explain, but quickly gave up. I don't have any designs on you. If you can grow to gold level on your own, so can I. Just wait. Next year I'll definitely compete in the National Academy competition. This year, you can have your moment. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news, Yang Wu said, patting Xia Yu on the shoulder. Standing at the gates of King Kong City, Xia Yu summoned his Thunder Eagle. I'm off. Take care of yourself. He grinned, soaring into the sky. Yang Wu watched Xia Yu disappear into the distance, the smile slowly fading from his face. Damn it, I've got to push myself harder. If I don't hurry, I won't even catch Xia Yu's tailwind, let alone be a worthy brother, he muttered, a determined look in his eyes. The once carefree days had turned into a significant gap, creating a sense of urgency for Yang Wu. Yet, instead of feeling envious, he took it as motivation to catch up. Different choices lead to different lives, and Yang Wu chose the path of relentless pursuit. Amidst the rolling mountains, Kunwa City has recently experienced an unprecedented boom. The streets are bustling with people, the cries of vendors echoing from all directions, and adventurers' armor gleaming in the sunlight. The city is filled with a lively atmosphere, with rare goods on display, adding an exotic touch to this once peaceful town. Amidst the clamor, a giant thunder eagle soared through the sky and landed steadily in the city. Xia Yu leaped off its back, meeting with Mentor Mai as planned. Although Mai is still the lead mentor for this competition, the Academy, anticipating any unforeseen events, has dispatched a diamond-level expert to accompany them. This expert will handle any unexpected incidents, while Mai continues to manage the daily affairs. On the eve of the competition, Mai gathered all the participants. Their accommodation, provided free by Kunwa City, consisted of modest houses within a district specially reserved for the competing teams. With the influx of merchants, the city's inns were already full, forcing Kunwa City to find alternative arrangements. Nevertheless, being one of the 5 top academies, the Jinma Military Academy received quite favorable treatment. A spacious courtyard. In this courtyard, surrounded by stone tables, the students either sat or stood, displaying various expressions. Mai surveyed the area, confirming everyone was present before speaking. I've just received the latest news. This competition not only affects next year's resource allocation, but will also directly influence your future. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed atmosphere turned tense. Even Xia Yu, who was leaning against a willow tree, straightened up. My continued, have any of you heard of the Land of the Stars? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Ligong, who bore a heavy sword, smiled and raised his hand. Captain Mu, I've heard of it. Despite wielding a massive sword, Chun Ligong's scholarly demeanor and the captain's insignia on his shoulder brought to mind the legendary scholar warriors. I nodded in acknowledgement. Then please, Captain Chun, enlighten everyone. Chun Ligong cleared his throat and began. The discovery of the Land of the Stars dates back over 300 years. It is located in the Sunset Sea and doesn't belong to any country. When first discovered, nations sent expeditions to investigate. It was like a massive treasure trove, not only harboring rare magical beasts, but also boasting an element concentration far exceeding that of the outside world, nurturing abundant rare resources. Initially, whenever the Land of the Stars opened, countries would send large contingents to capture magical beasts and gather resources. This rampant plundering led to several large-scale conflicts, and more critically, the overexploitation severely damaged the ecosystem there. For a long time, the resource output of the Land of the Stars significantly declined. Chun Ligong's words left the students deep in thought, as they began to realize the significance of this competition and the opportunities and challenges it might present. Chun Ligong stood with his arms crossed, speaking at a measured pace as he introduced information about the Land of Stars. He explained that regions such as Daxia, Western Europe, and Northern Europe had jointly signed a pact to limit the number of entrants and the strength level each time it opened. This approach allowed for resource acquisition while avoiding large-scale conflicts between countries, thus preserving humanity's defensive capabilities. I nodded slightly, acknowledging Chun Ligong's introduction. Zhang Liang, with his tall frame leaning slightly forward, asked in a deep, resonant voice, are you saying that this competition is tied to the allocation of spots for entering the Land of Stars? That's right, Chun Ligong replied. The elemental disturbances in the Land of Stars are a sign that it will soon open. This statement caused a stir among those present, as it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity, whether they had prior knowledge of it or not. Chun Ligong continued to explain that there were a total of 100 spots for the Land of Stars, and this competition would allocate 50 of them. Only those ranking in the top 50 would gain entry. He clarified that the distribution of spots considered not only the academies, but also major families, city guards, and the demon suppression army. I stood up and left, leaving behind a group of students whose spirits were ignited, engaging in heated discussions. Zhao Di and Chun Ligong were frequently conversing, catching Xia Yu's attention. He speculated on their relationship, suspecting either an intimate connection or some friction between them. Xia Yu walked alone to a room within the courtyard, choosing not to join the discussion. The courtyard had 7 rooms in total. The only female and a diamond-level expert each occupied one, leaving the remaining 10 individuals to share 5 rooms. After washing up, Xia Yu lay on his bed reading. Before long, Zhang Liang's large figure squeezed through the door. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Liang removed his gear, expressing disdain for Chun Ligong and Zhao Di. As Zhang Liang lay down, a strong odor of foot sweat filled the air. Xia Yu couldn't help but complain, but Zhang Liang nonchalantly laughed it off, saying, inherited sweaty feet, it just washed them. Just bear with it. With that, he pulled the blanket over his odor-emitting feet. The early morning light filtered through the window glass, casting a gentle glow into the room. Compared to the harsh climate of the northern frontier, the weather in Kunwa City was undoubtedly much milder. Nevertheless, Xia Yu hadn't managed to get a good night's sleep. He lay in bed with bloodshot eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Hey, wake up, Zhang Liang's voice broke the silence in the room. I have to hand it to you. You sleep like a log. Zhang Liang stretched comfortably and nudged Xia Yu, who was buried under the covers. Sharing a room with me, and still able to sleep so soundly, you're the first. Xia Yu sat up abruptly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. You've got to be kidding me. Go wherever you want tonight, but leave me out of it. Do you have any idea what I went through last night? Xia Yu was at his wit's end. He recounted the night's ordeal in detail. The room was filled with the stench of feet. Zhang Liang's snoring was deafening, and he kept muttering in his sleep things like, charge, and tonight's on him. Xia Yu hadn't slept a wink, and just as he managed to doze off at dawn, he was awakened. At this moment, Xia Yu didn't care about Zhang Liang's seniority. He was tempted to slam him into the wall. Zhang Liang, knowing he was at fault, chuckled sheepishly. Calm down, calm down. It's too early to be this fired up. There's nowhere to vent that energy here, he said, trying to soothe Xia Yu. Breakfast is on me this morning. Eat to your heart's content. Xia Yu shook his head in resignation and went to the courtyard to wash his face with cold water, which finally brought him some clarity. Before long, others joined him in the courtyard, including Mai and the diamond-level expert. Breakfast was provided by Kunwa City. The group quickly finished their meal, standing or sitting as they ate. For those who had experienced battle, having a meal and a bed to sleep in was a luxury compared to the front lines. After breakfast, the group of 12 headed directly to the venue for the academy competition, the Kunwu Academy. This prestigious institution, rich in history, was located in the heart of Kunwu City. It covered a vast area and exuded an ancient and solemn charm. Today, the entrance to Kunwu Academy was bustling with activity. A variety of summoned beasts and eclectic modes of transport, along with students in brightly colored uniforms, infused the old academy with vibrant energy. To maintain order, many armed soldiers were stationed inside and outside the academy. Although they hadn't summoned their beasts, the sharp weapons they carried were a formidable deterrent. The main gate and two side entrances of the academy were wide open, with 4 checkpoints set up to verify identities, jointly managed by Kunwu Academy and the City Guard. Please present your identification and competition credentials, the inspector's voices repeatedly called out. Kunwu City had been on high alert for months, preparing for the arrival of elite students from various academies. The safety of these promising individuals was a top priority, and thorough checks were conducted on everyone entering and leaving the city. The group passed through the inspection smoothly and, guided by volunteers from Kunwu Academy, entered the indoor training arena. Inside, the space was vividly divided into sections, each labeled with the name of the corresponding academy. The arrangement was quite deliberate. The 4 top academies, which consistently dominated the top 4 positions in the academy competitions, were placed directly opposite the elevated platform. Other academies were positioned according to their rankings, extending outwards on either side. Jinma Military Academy, which rarely participated in the competitions, was situated directly across from the platform. Xia Yu and his companions waited for a full hour before entering. Yet they weren't the first team to do so, indicating the vast scale of the competition and the stringent security measures in place. As more teams entered, several figures appeared on the platform, all of whom were diamond-level experts. In the center sat a man in his 40s, whose presence was even more commanding, suggesting his strength surpassed that of the diamond level. Curious, Xia Yu nudged Zhang Liang behind him, gesturing towards the platform. Who are these big shots? They're all so powerful. Zhang Liang scoffed. Do you even need to ask? They're all top-level officials. Xia Yu thought to himself that Zhang Liang was indeed all brawn and no brains, and asking him was pointless. Fortunately, Chun Ligong in front of them turned around to explain, these are the key figures in charge of education in Daxia, mostly deputies. The one in the center is the true authority, the Wyvern King. The Wyvern King, real name Zhang Haoyan, is a titled expert. He's considered outstanding even among king-level beast tamers, Chun Ligong added. Xia Yu pondered. His title must be because he has a king-level wyvern as a summoned beast, right? Chun Ligong nodded. That's correct, but that's not sufficient on its own. You need to have a dominant position in a specific field to earn a title. This title is popularized by the public, not officially granted. What about immortal-level experts? Xia Yu asked further. They have titles too, known as single-character kings. For example, Senior Li Chun is called the Dragon King. It's said these titles originate from ancient texts, Chun Ligong patiently explained. Xia Yu suddenly understood and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhang Liang behind him. Zhang Liang noticed and muttered under his breath, damn it. Silence. The cacophony abruptly ceased as the winged Dragon King, Zhang Haoyan, frowned and let out a low command. Despite the absence of any amplification device, his voice resonated like thunder, instantly silencing the entire venue. The imposing presence of a king-level beast tamer was unmistakably displayed at this moment. Zhang Haoyan maintained a stoic expression, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he looked ahead. After 10 minutes, no more people were entering or exiting the venue. He nodded slightly, and the person beside him understood immediately, standing up. That person scanned the elite students from various academies below with a piercing gaze. Today, we host the new Great Xia Academy competition, not only to assess the teaching standards of each institution, but also to test the strength of the new generation of Great Xia. I hope you all give it your best, showcase your talents, and uphold the honor of your academy. He continued. The results of this competition will determine the allocation of academy resources for the next year. Remember, you represent not just yourselves, but also your academy and the future students who will follow in your footsteps. Furthermore, the Land of Stars is about to open, and we will offer 50 spots as rewards to those who perform exceptionally. This could be your opportunity to embark on the path to greatness, so seize it. As he finished speaking, the winged dragon King Zhang Haoyan stood up. His gaze was fierce as he surveyed the crowd below. Since you are all the elite of your respective academies, there is no need for further words. The path to greatness requires not only hard training, but also the baptism of blood and fire. He continued, this time, the test is one I have chosen on the spot. In the Kunwu City area, there is a space wormhole leading to a medium-sized centaur dimension. The strongest there are only at the king level, and it is a dimension we've occupied. But recently, these beings have been restless, repeatedly attacking our wormhole defenses. I want you to show them who's in charge and crush their arrogance. I hope to see courage and confidence from you when facing these alien races. Do you have confidence? Yes. The young people below responded with fervor, their shouts echoing loudly, almost lifting the roof off the training ground. Zhang Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Distribute the equipment and explain the rules. Staff quickly handed out equipment, providing each participant with a badge and a day's worth of compressed food. The badge came with recording and positioning functions, and participants were required to carry it at all times. The number and strength of centaurs defeated would be accurately recorded by the badge. It's worth mentioning that the badge does not have a distress function, nor does it imply the issuance of rescue items. The Pterosaur King once said something thought-provoking. A gold-level Beastmaster, if they can't even protect their own life, then they have no qualification to protect others, and keeping them around is just a waste of resources. These words might usually stir dissatisfaction among the trainees, as it involves gambling with their lives. However, at this moment, the scene was unusually quiet. The previous passionate speech had already stirred the emotions of these young people, and surrounded by elites from various academies, no one wanted to show weakness in such a setting. The competitive spirit of youth was at play, and no one was willing to admit defeat in front of so many people. The Pterosaur King continued to announce the rules. Once you enter the Centaur plane, there are no restrictions on rules or methods. Whether you team up or go solo, I only look at the results. Even if you have the ability to gather all over 1,000 people together for a small-scale battle against the Centaur natives, that's fine. But remember, we will still record based on the number of centaurs each person eliminates. Ultimately, the academies will be ranked by the total count. His gaze swept over everyone present, his tone becoming serious. You all are the outstanding youth of this generation. I hope you can grow quickly in this iron-blooded trial, rather than waste your energy on hollow fame. I am looking forward to your performance. After distributing the items, the Pterosaur King gave a brief summary and encouragement. Then he announced, "All right, before you set off, let me say a few more words." He gave the participants an hour for rest and tactical arrangements. Discuss your specific tactics among yourselves. The Pterosaur King's voice echoed in the venue. I only have one request on behalf of the Academy. I don't care about the rankings, just don't tarnish the reputation of the Demon Suppression Army Academy. Our academy generally does not participate in such ranking competitions, but since we are participating now, let them see that it's because we disdain it, not because we fear it. Understood. Understood. The 10 participants responded in unison with solemn expressions. Check your personal equipment and prepare to depart. Yes. At this moment, although Mai's rank was not high, his prestige was exceptionally strong. This prestige did not come from strength or position, but from his passionate and steadfast heart. An hour passed quickly. With the Pterosaur King's command, assemble, the participating team members from over 100 academies formed neat lines and marched out of the city of Kunwu. The route was crowded with onlookers, as this was a rare grand event in Kunwu City. Over 1,000 gold-level Beastmasters advancing together created an awe-inspiring spectacle, leaving the city almost deserted. In the sky, a storm-winged pterosaur with a wingspan of 100 meters soared overhead, personally escorting them. On either side of the procession, there were no fewer than 24 diamond-level Beastmasters. The grand procession orderly passed through the city gates, heading towards the rolling hills outside the city. There, a military camp had been stationed for years. The Centaur Plain was one of the earlier discovered plains and had been conquered by force. Currently, its suppression is mainly handled by the City Defense Forces of Kunwu City and Kunwu Academy. For the king-level powerhouses within the Centaur Plain, Daxiao has also made targeted arrangements. Although it cannot station king-level powerhouses permanently, it can provide support in the shortest time possible. A month ago, Kunwu City issued a lockdown order to the outside world. Only exits were allowed, no entries, to prevent those with ulterior motives from entering en masse. Although verbally they claimed not to interfere, in reality, whether it was the Pterosaur King, Kunwu City, or the educational authorities, they were doing their utmost to protect the safety of these new generations. Enter one academy at a time. With the command, 2 massive doors slowly opened with a creaking sound. A giant light screen, 100 meters high, appeared before everyone. Compared to the violent elemental turbulence outside the Necromancer Plane's wormhole, the Centaur Plane's wormhole appeared much calmer, only occasionally flickering with a hint of elemental brilliance. Go ahead. Stay safe. Mai unusually offered a word of care, gesturing to Xia Yu and the others. Salute. The 10 of them straightened their bodies, gave Mai a standard military salute, and then turned to walk towards the wormhole entrance behind them. The Temple of the Centaur Realm stands proudly on this sacred ground, serving not only as the center of the Centaur race's faith, but also as the core of their power. Inside the Grand Hall, candlelight flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls and columns adorned with glorious historical myths. At this moment, only a few figures are present in the hall. Seated on the Centaur throne, symbolizing ultimate authority, are 2 imposing Centaur kings. Their bare torsos display solid muscle lines. Facing them are 3 mysterious figures cloaked in black, revealing only their faces hidden behind silver-white masks. Honored Centaur kings. One of the cloaked figures began, his voice steady. What I am about to say will advance our collaboration. One of the Centaur Kings responded coldly. It had better. Otherwise, your heads will become offerings to the great Centaur god. The cloaked figure, undaunted, maintained eye contact with the kings and continued. According to the latest intelligence, the Centaur realm is about to welcome a group of human prodigy students. This is an excellent opportunity for both of us. Previously, we underestimated the forces Kunwa City invested here, resulting in a failed offensive. But now, we can leverage these prodigy students. The human leadership values them highly. A Centaur king suddenly stood up, exuding a kingly aura that caused the candlelight to flicker violently. Fools, don't think of using the Centaur race again. Without tangible results, we will no longer cooperate with any of your actions. The cloaked figure remained composed. We have secured remote communication devices. As you wish, I can arrange for you to speak with the Orc realm immediately to demonstrate our sincerity. The atmosphere suddenly calmed, and the candlelight steadied. However, the other Centaur king, still kneeling, spoke. That's not enough. We need you to act alongside our warriors. The cloaked figure hesitated slightly. You know our position. We are dedicated to promoting inter-realm integration, which is taboo among humans. Appearing openly could provoke a large-scale siege and disrupt our overall plans. You don't need to appear personally, the Centaur King clarified, but your subordinates must participate. With their assistance, things will proceed more smoothly. The Centaur King knelt on the grass, his eyes glinting with a cold, determined light. His voice was deep and resolute. If the lives of these human trainees are in our hands, negotiations will become much easier. Then, I might consider offering you a place to stay. The man in the black robe looked troubled, but under the unwavering gaze of the Centaur King, he could only nod slightly. Respected Centaur King, as you wish. I will make the necessary arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast scene unfolded before them. An endless expanse of grassland stretched out, with lush grass swaying in the wind and a clear river winding along. Amidst this natural beauty, a towering city stood incongruously. In the center of the city square, a massive illuminated screen flickered continuously. With each flash of light, a group of people appeared out of thin air. Among them was Xia Yu, who stumbled slightly upon arrival but managed to stay upright. Seeing this, Zhang Liang seized the opportunity to tease. You can't handle it, huh? Even get dizzy passing through a stabilized wormhole. Better keep practicing. Indeed, other trainees from the Demon Suppression Academy, including the mage Zhang Hong from the Zhang family, stood firm and unaffected. In comparison, Xia Yu's performance was somewhat lacking. However, compared to trainees from other academies, Xia Yu fared better. Despite the support of summoned beasts, many of those trainees ended up falling. The loudspeakers in the square repeatedly broadcast an announcement. The assessment lasts 10 days. Each person can collect a basic map of the Centaur realm. Gather here in 10 days. You may depart after collecting your map. Chen Ligong, carrying a heavy sword, smiled at his fellow students. Let's go, everyone. Let's get the maps first, and then discuss our plans. As a fourth-year student, the top fighter in the team, and the captain, he naturally had the authority to speak. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed to the map distribution point. After obtaining the maps, the burly Zhang Liang couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, it really is a simple map." This so-called simple map was astonishingly basic. On an A4 sheet, apart from marking the distribution of cities in the Centaur realm, there were only a few mountains and rivers noted. There were no elevation markers, no distance indicators, not even main routes, just the most basic directional information. The group exchanged glances, shrugged, and left the map distribution point, heading toward the towering city walls. As they walked, Chen Ligong said, "Let's not worry about the map for now. Everyone, share your thoughts on this mission. We're here representing the Academy, and our priority should be the Academy's honor. Let's hear everyone's ideas on how to proceed." Zhao Di picked up the conversation. "Since Ligong has brought it up, I'll share my thoughts. Although the competition doesn't specify how we should act, everyone who's been in the military knows that teamwork is far more effective than going solo." Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "So you're suggesting we all stick together?" Zhao Di frowned at the interruption but continued. "However, this competition includes 50 slots for the star-chasing grounds, and the selection method isn't specified. Acting as a group of 10 might not showcase individual abilities effectively. We need to consider everyone's opinions because if we don't want to work together, forcing it won't yield the desired results." As soon as Zhao Di spoke, the meeting room became lively. Everyone eagerly shared their opinions, and the discussion was filled with voices. Some advocated for teamwork, believing it to be safer and more efficient, ensuring the Academy's place among the top ranks. Others insisted on individual efforts, emphasizing that success should depend solely on personal ability. Zhang Liang was unapologetically vocal about the latter viewpoint, drawing curious glances from the others. Amidst the heated discussion, Xia Yu and the new mage Zhang Hong seemed out of place. Despite advancing by defeating several opponents, they were still seen as inexperienced newcomers by the older students. Consequently, both were overlooked in tactical discussions and speaking opportunities. Xia Yu, however, was content to quietly observe the situation from the sidelines. After an intense debate, it was decided by majority vote to divide the 10 people into 2 groups of 5. This setup, akin to the smallest combat unit in the Demon Suppression Army, was intended to boost efficiency while ensuring maximum safety. As the group prepared to split, Xia Yu quietly nudged Zhang Liang beside him and asked in a low voice, "Which group are you choosing?" Zhang Liang, however, responded loudly and nonchalantly, "I don't want to choose any group. Those two are definitely not in the same group, so whichever group I join, I'll have to be with one of them." His voice was so loud that everyone in the meeting room, including Chun Ligong and Zhao Di, heard him clearly. Yet, the two seemed oblivious, not even glancing at Zhang Liang. Seeing this, Xia Yu subtly moved away, trying to distance himself from Zhang Liang. Just then, Chun Ligong approached with a smile, glancing between Xia Yu and Zhang Liang. "Since everyone agrees on the 2-group plan, let's go ahead with it," Chun Ligong said warmly. "I wonder if Brother Zhang and this young man would do me the honor of joining my team." Xia Yu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Chun Ligong. He was surprised by Chun Ligong's composure. Despite hearing Zhang Liang's earlier remark, he remained unfazed and even extended an invitation. However, Xia Yu felt like he was an afterthought in the proposal. "Captain Chun, if you're offering, I'd be happy to join. I just hope I won't hold you back," Xia Yu replied with a smile, thinking that being in a team with Chun Ligong would be advantageous given his strength. Chun Ligong nodded in satisfaction and turned to Zhang Liang. "And what about you, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Liang smirked, his tone still unfriendly. "Cut the pretentious talk. You've got decent skills, but can you drop the act a bit?" Although he didn't explicitly agree, he didn't outright refuse either. Chun Ligong laughed heartily, taking no offense. "All right, since Brother Zhang has spoken, I'll keep it real and bring out some of that battlefield spirit." He even used a bit of coarse language to match Zhang Liang's style. "Ah," Zhang Liang grinned. "That sounds much better." And so, amidst this mix of humor and exasperation, the first team was tentatively formed. Laughter echoed throughout the room as everyone was amused by Zhang Liang's unexpected preferences. With Chun Ligong taking the lead, forming teams became easier, and soon, people were inviting each other, quickly dividing into groups. One team was led by Chun Ligong and included Zhang Liang, Xia Yu, the only girl in the group, and another senior student. The other team was led by Zhao Di and Zhang Hong, along with the remaining 3 senior students. "All right, the teams are set. Let's move out separately," Chun Ligong said, pulling out a map and pointing at the routes. "We'll head out from here in 2 directions and meet at this point or this point." Although the map lacked a scale, they planned their paths based on approximate distances and decided on rendezvous points. The first meeting spot was set at Woi City and the second at Wudu City, with the exact location depending on the distance. The meeting time was set between the 4th and 6th days. This arrangement aimed to maximize results. A 5-person team might miss opportunities along the way, but after regrouping, they could accomplish more. This would ensure individual performance and enhance the academy's ranking. "Let's go and stay safe." After finalizing the details, the groups split into teams and exchanged salutes, each with a determined look to bring glory to their academy. At that moment, Zhang Hong approached Xia Yu solemnly, saying, "Xia Yu, due to the rules, I can't compete against you directly this time, but I'll surpass you in the enemy count to prove that the Zhang family is not without capable fighters." Xia Yu was puzzled by Zhang Hong's attitude, wondering why he was so determined to compete just because he had beaten up his brother. Chun Ligong shook his head and said to Xia Yu with a hint of helplessness, "You might be in trouble. Insulting a family's honor is like a public slap in the face. If you don't apologize, this won't end easily." Xia Yu didn't respond, simply mimicking Chun Ligong's head shake with a similarly helpless expression. "Seriously, you two?" Chun Ligong took a deep breath and said in exasperation, "One tells himself not to nitpick words, and the other to be a real man. What kind of people are you? Let's move out." With that, Chun Ligong summoned a sleek, black horse with a single-horn unicorn dragon steed. He mounted it, wielding a heavy sword, looking like a charismatic character from a comic, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Young, rich, strong, and handsome. "Damn, I admit you're right. This guy really knows how to show off." Xia Yu muttered to Zhang Liang. Before the words were barely out, Xia Yu summoned a thunder eagle. Wrapped in purple lightning, it carried him into the sky like a bolt, tracing a graceful arc before hovering above everyone. "You're no different, showing off like that," Zhang Liang retorted, rubbing his bald head and spitting on the ground before summoning his own mount. With a flash of light, a massive rhinoceros appeared, sporting 3 sharp horns and covered in dark scales etched with mysterious patterns. A dragon-patterned spirit rhino. Legendary quality, gold 8-star summoner beast. Xia Yu assessed Zhang Liang's summon with his system, impressed by the strength of this seemingly rough guy, understanding why he dared to challenge Chun Ligong and Zhao Di. The girl and the other senior student were also strong. The girl summoned a gold 3-star wind erosion mist bird, not her strongest summon. The senior student called forth a snow white lion, gold 6-star, of epic quality. Among their peers, these summons were quite impressive, though slightly outshone in this lineup. Xia Yu and Li Mingna, you're on scouting duty. Head northeast. With Chun Ligong's command, the two teams set off on their predetermined paths, embarking on an adventure filled with unknowns. Due to the differences in dimensions and races, the Centaur realm doesn't rely on cities for survival like the human and undead realms do. The Centaurs mostly live in dispersed tribes across this vast land. Although they have constructed some basic defensive structures, these pale in comparison to the fortified cities built by humans after taking over this realm. Majestic human cities like Woi City and Wutuwa City stand on the Centaurs' ancestral lands, housing large military forces. Even though humans have taken control of the realm by force, their goal isn't to enslave all Centaurs. After all, resource extraction requires local labor, and Centaurs themselves are considered a valuable resource. As part of the scouting unit, Xia Yu was the first to discover a Centaur encampment. It was surrounded by simple barricades and wooden walls, with tall watchtowers positioned at intervals. On the walls, Centaur warriors patrolled with spears in hand, while archers in the towers kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings. These Centaurs were all tall and robust, standing over 2 meters with strong, muscular builds. Crouching in the dense underbrush, Xia Yu quietly reported to his 3 teammates on the ground. There's an encampment 3 kilometers ahead, approximately 200 Centaurs with basic defenses. The strength of those above gold level is unknown. Zhang Liang frowned and interrupted. Are you even a scout? This intelligence is as good as useless. You need to include direction and distance, the environment, enemy numbers, strength ratios, and preferably a tactical suggestion. What you've given is too vague. In my squad, you wouldn't even qualify to clean the toilets. Seeing another argument brewing, Li Mingna stepped in just in time. Let me handle this. The encampment is directly ahead of our path. Aside from the young, nearly all are combat-ready. The defenses are negligible, but they have long-range archers. Judging by their aura, there are only 3 visible at the gold level. Due to lack of information, we don't have an accurate understanding of the Centaur's combat style and strength. I suggest a direct assault to gain experience. Despite her plain appearance, Li Mingna exuded an air of confidence, with decisive and straightforward actions. Zhang Liang stood up excitedly and rolled his shoulders. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's hit them hard. My fists have been itching for action. Chun Ligong nodded in agreement. I think that's the way to go. Let's start with a small tribe to get a feel for things and gather intel. He turned to Xia Yu and Jiang Ningchen. What do you two think? I have no objections, Xia Yu replied calmly, knowing he was outmatched in military expertise. Neither do I, Jiang Ningchen echoed. Chun Ligong surveyed the group and decisively ordered. All right. If there are no objections, let's get ready. Chun Ligong confidently laid out the strategy. Zhang Liang and I will be the main attackers, Xia Yu and Jiang Ningchen will take the flanks, and Li Mingna will handle aerial disruption. Let's finish this in one round. His words were filled with confidence. The 5 of them were all gold-level beast masters, each with at least 1 gold-level summoned beast. Combined with their own abilities, they had the strength of 10 gold-level fighters. Some of them even had more than 1 gold-level beast. Against a camp of only about 200 centaurs, this power imbalance was daunting. However, Li Mingna suddenly interrupted their preparations, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. I have a suggestion. The wind erosion mist bird is only a 3-star gold and not my strongest summon. It can't match the thunder giant eagle's ability to disrupt, so I request to switch positions with Xia Yu. Chun Ligong was taken aback. He had initially assigned Li Mingna to the aerial role to accommodate the only female team member, but she actively requested a change. He turned to Xia Yu. Xia Yu, what do you think? Xia Yu shrugged, unconcerned. I don't mind. Any position is fine with me. All right, then you two switch positions, Chun Ligong quickly decided. Zhang Liang, unable to contain his excitement, leapt onto his dragon-patterned rhinoceros, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Humph. With me here, we must finish this in one round. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, on the wooden walls of the camp, 2 centaur warriors were patrolling. Their hooves echoed distinctly in the silent night. The older Bazak sighed. Our tribe used to have more people, but recently the upper tribes have been making big moves, taking away many of our young warriors. The younger Thor said excitedly. I heard the upper tribes have launched attacks on human cities. The battles are intense. Bazak shook his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. Don't be too optimistic, Thors. Humans come from a large dimension, and what we see here is just the tip of the iceberg. The scenes from decades ago when they invaded still haunt me. Thors dismissed his concerns. Bazak, are you scared? I've personally killed human adventurers. If I get selected to fight, I'll definitely take down more. Their conversation highlighted their age difference. Thors was young and brash, filled with animosity towards humans, while Bazak, having lived through traumatic events, was more cautious. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps interrupted them. Both centaurs turned to the grasslands and saw several figures rapidly approaching. Enemy attack. It's humans. Bazak exclaimed. Quick, alert the tribe. Thors, however, gripped his spear eagerly. Those damned humans again. I'll show them what I'm made of. Charge forward. Chun Ligong and Zhang Liang rode side by side, leading the charge towards the wooden barricade. There mounts the unicorn by Long Foal, and the dragon-patterned rhinoceros pushed their speed to the limit, their hooves thundering on the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Though the unicorn by Long Foal was ranked at only 7 stars, its innate running ability allowed it to slightly surpass the 8-star dragon-patterned rhinoceros. However, a figure in the sky moved even faster than the riders on the ground. Xia Yu, riding the thunder giant eagle, reached the battlefield first. With a shout of lightning strike, he formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, covering a large area of the stockade wall. The wooden defenses crumbled under the thunderous assault, splinters flying everywhere. The centaur warriors reacted swiftly. Though they could not fly, their formidable arm strength allowed them to shoot arrows over 200 meters with their massive bows, with the strongest among them reaching even greater distances. Hundreds of centaur warriors simultaneously drew their bows and aimed at the massive figure with a wingspan of over 10 meters in the sky. Aim high and take him down, a centaur commander shouted. In a flash, a rain of arrows was unleashed. While most arrows lost their lethality as they neared the thunder giant eagle, the sheer volume of the arrow storm was intimidating. In just a few breaths, Xia Yu was engulfed by 3 volleys of arrows. This rate of fire far surpassed the legendary English longbowman, who could shoot at most 6 arrows per minute. Ascend higher. Xia Yu commanded the thunder giant eagle to climb after evading the 3 waves of arrows. While ordinary centaur arrows posed little threat, those shot by golden-ranked centaurs could reach distances of 300 to 400 meters, still presenting a considerable risk. On the ground, Chun Ligong and his companions seized the opportunity to advance quickly. Raise your shields. Stay alert, Chun Ligong ordered, and the 4 of them simultaneously deployed elemental shields, forming protective barriers of light before them. Seeing this, the centaur commander promptly adjusted their strategy. Concentrate fire. Target the ground. Immediately, a dense barrage of arrows rained down, clattering against the elemental shields. Faster. Push harder. Those arrows are powerful, Chun Ligong urged, watching the shields thinning quickly. The power and density of the centaur arrows far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Zhang Liang's dragon-patterned rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar. The dragon patterns on its dark armor suddenly glowed brightly, and with a burst of speed, it surged ahead, overtaking everyone and charging to the front. Follow me. Let's smash through these guys, Zhang Liang roared, flicking his arm as the horn on his gauntlet extended, glinting coldly. He charged forward with his dragon-marked rhinoceros, like a battering ram, towards the stockade wall. Seeing this, Xia Yu felt his blood boil with excitement. He deftly dodged the arrows coming from the ground, while purple lightning crackled in his palm. Watch my lightning strike. In perfect harmony with his thunder eagle, they unleashed bolts of lightning that struck the densest cluster of centaurs. Screams erupted as several centaur warriors were struck by the lightning, their bodies convulsing and collapsing, their glossy coats turning charred black. Launch the ranged attack and charge forward with full force. Xia Yu's lightning strike disrupted the centaur formation, and Chun Ligong seized the moment. He decisively dropped his shield and swung his heavy sword, sending out several arcs of green sword energy. By this time, Zhang Liang had driven his dragon-marked rhinoceros to the front of the encampment. Brutal charge, he bellowed as the creature beneath him lowered its head and roared, its 3 sharp horns crashing into the wooden stockade like a battering ram. With a loud crash, the stockade was breached, and a large section of the surrounding wooden wall collapsed. Release the second summoned beast, encircle them, and annihilate the enemy forces. The 3 of them charged through the breach into the centaur ranks. Chun Ligong roared, summoning his second beast, the Wind Vortex Sword King. This towering humanoid figure, standing 3 meters tall, wore a conical hat, with a left arm like a human's and a right arm that was a broad, heavy sword 1.5 meters long. Xia Yu immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this summoned beast. Its golden 9-star aura was highly unstable, as if it could break through to platinum level at any moment. Indeed, a seasoned elite student always has something up their sleeve, he marveled inwardly. The Wind Vortex Sword King leapt into action, targeting the golden-level centaurs. With a single swing of its heavy sword, it cleaved a golden-level centaur and its spear in half. As the wooden walls fell, centaurs poured out of the encampment. Their numbers matched Xia Yu's prior intelligence, but the high-level combatants were unexpectedly numerous. There were 8 golden-level centaurs. However, they were not facing an ordinary human expedition but elite students from a top academy. Though only 4 in number, each was exceptionally powerful. Xia Yu also summoned his night warrior, whose sharp bone blades sliced through centaur flesh with ease. Come on. All of you, come here. Zhang Liang leaped off the dragon-marked rhinoceros, unleashing havoc like a human beast. With the strength of a golden 8-star and the physical prowess of the dragon-marked rhinoceros, every punch he threw could easily crush a centaur warrior's skull. Even golden-level centaur warriors struggled to withstand him for more than a few rounds. The battle was fierce, but quickly decided. In less than 10 minutes, all 8 golden-level centaur warriors were dead. Over 200 remaining centaurs fled in panic after enduring a brutal slaughter. In just 15 minutes, the battle was over. Hurrah! That was exhilarating. Damn exhilarating. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, wiping the blood off his horn. These centaurs were nothing. Next time, we should take on a bigger tribe. The Thunder Eagle landed, and Xia Yu joked, "Why don't we go straight for the Centaur Temple? There should be plenty of centaur warriors there." Chun Ligong relaxed and joined in the banter. "That's a good idea, but who will take on the king of the centaur tribe?" "Pa, sooner or later, I'll storm the Centaur Temple, and then I'll have you 2 cleaning toilets in my team." Zhang Liang laughed. "Hurrah! The battle's over. Let's scour the area. See if there are any rare resources. I've heard centaur longbows fetch a good price outside." The battle was over in the blink of an eye, like leaves swept away by a fierce wind. The group quickly gathered the spoils, their eyes scanning every corner of the camp with keen precision. Apart from the piles of food, weapons, and the faintly glowing elemental stones, nothing else caught their interest. Centaur's longbows, though valuable in the outside world, were cumbersome and as heavy as lead, making their transport costs exceed their worth. Unanimously, they decided to leave behind this windfall. The food reserves in the camp drew their attention. Unlike the herbivorous magical beasts, centaurs were omnivorous. They not only consumed plants, but also hunted wild animals for sustenance. However, the condition of the food before them was appalling, mold growing rampantly and emitting a nauseating smell. No wonder these seemingly strong centaurs were so physically weak. Elemental stones, akin to raw stones in the human realm, contained immense energy. This mysterious mineral was not only useful for summoning creatures, but also utilized by centaurs to temper their bodies. However, their cultivation method was vastly different from that of beastmasters, focusing only on superficial strength. After breaching a camp, the group gained a direct understanding of centaurs, whether in ranged or melee combat. These creatures' strength was merely average, neither outstanding nor excessively weak. With their initial experience, the group's actions grew bolder. No camp they encountered along their path was spared, all forcibly broken through. Although unaware of how other teams dealt with the centaurs in the city, Xia Yu and his group had their own code of conduct. Any warrior of gold rank and above must be prioritized for elimination. Those below gold rank, regardless of age or gender, were not spared if they held a weapon. As members of the Demon Suppression Army, they understood the nature of creatures from other planes. If not thoroughly suppressed in their own realm, once they stepped into the human realm, they would inevitably bring disaster. At that time, these seemingly pitiable creatures would shed their disguises and become bloodthirsty executioners, slaughtering human compatriots. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Holding this belief, they showed no mercy to their enemies. As long as a weapon was in hand, they were unequivocally the enemy. Meanwhile, a tense meeting was underway inside the Centaur Temple. Honored King. A burly centaur prostrated himself, forelimbs flat against the ground, not daring to look directly at the 2 centaur kings on the throne. Latest reports. Since yesterday, many small settlements have been attacked by humans, causing severe casualties among our kin. Do we have detailed information on these humans? One of the centaur kings asked gravely. According to surviving tribesmen, these attackers, though outnumbered, are exceptionally powerful, at least gold rank. Often, just a few of them can easily breach a small settlement. The 2 centaur kings exchanged a significant glance. "It's them," one of them asserted. "Send the order to mobilize the temple guards, and the nearby settlements must fully cooperate. We must capture these humans who dare to slaughter our people." "As you command." The centaur on the ground respectfully bowed his head before exiting the temple. 15 minutes later, the area in front of the temple was bustling. Hundreds of burly centaur warriors were ready, clad in half-armor and wielding standardized weapons. This formidable force was all at least gold rank, with some platinum-ranked warriors among them. Most notably, the commander leading them was a diamond-ranked centaur elite. The elite force of the centaur clan, the final guardians of the temple and the king, were now surging like a tide across the plains. War and slaughter raged across the centaur realm. Due to the peculiar location of the wormholes, most of the captured encampments were concentrated around the plains entrance, with the invaders' offensive spreading like wildfire deeper into the territory. 200 miles directly west of Woi City, a rudimentary centaur encampment had just undergone a bloody ordeal. The blades of a 10-member squad still dripped with fresh blood as they stood amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, struggling to catch their breath. "Captain, something's not right here," a young man said, shaking the bloodstained sword in his hand, his brow furrowed with confusion. "What do you mean?" the captain asked, turning to pin him with a sharp gaze. The young man glanced around and explained, "Look, the closer we get to the city where our human forces are stationed, the fewer of them there should be. But this camp is quite large. There should be at least 200 centaurs here, yet there were at most 100. The numbers don't add up." It was the third day since they had entered the centaur realm, and even the most cautious teams had already clashed with the centaurs multiple times. Although not the elite from the 5 major academies, this squad had an average strength of gold 3 stars, and their teamwork was formidable. In just 3 days, they had swept through 5 centaur settlements and become well acquainted with the creature's habits. "What's there to think about?" Another team member interjected. "These guys probably got scared of us, packed up, and ran off." The young man shook his head thoughtfully. "I feel like they're regrouping with larger tribes. If this keeps up, we might not gain much." The captain pondered for a moment before decisively ordering, "Quickly clean up the battlefield. Take only the elemental crystals and leave the rest. We need to speed up and hit a couple more small groups before they fully retreat. If this continues as we suspect, we might have to collaborate with other teams in a couple of days." Everyone nodded in agreement and hastened their search for loot. In just a short time, the 10-member squad was back on the move, racing deeper into enemy territory. For their humble academy, the grand competition was crucial. The academy's resources largely depended on allocations from above, barely keeping things running. Even these outstanding gold-level students weren't as well off as one might imagine. Despite the academy's efforts to support them, the gap with top-tier academies remained vast. To secure a promising future for their academy and themselves, they had to achieve a favorable ranking in the competition. Thus, this team from an obscure academy couldn't afford even a brief rest. They rode their summoned beasts deeper into enemy lines. A few hours later, they discovered another centaur tribe and marked it as their next target. "Captain, this group looks to be at most 200 strong. We could score big," the scout reported excitedly after circling the tribe's perimeter. The captain nodded slightly, peering through the grass at the simple palisade. "Everyone rest for a quarter of an hour, then prepare to attack," he ordered. However, the streak of victories had inflated the team's confidence. "Do we really need to rest before hitting them? We can knock them down in one go and rest after cleaning up," one team member said eagerly. "Captain, let me fire the first shot, and we'll charge straight in." "Yeah, Captain, let's go. We should hit them hard now and take a break later when there's nothing left to do." "Exactly. We should seize as many resources as we can now. It'll be much harder to gather them once we're back." The team was buzzing with excitement, driven by the fact that the resources they acquired in this realm were theirs to keep, directly affecting their personal interests. Seeing the team's high morale, the captain relented, drawing his sword and mounting his beast. "Since everyone is eager, let's do it. I'll lead the charge. Find your positions, and make sure not to fall behind during the assault." "Don't worry, Captain. These guys are pushovers. Their arrows are weaker than a woman's slap and can't pierce our defenses." The team mounted their summoned beasts, weapons at the ready, full of confidence. The captain gave a final reminder. "It's always safer to be cautious. Everyone, follow me in the charge." On the vast grassland, a team of 10 humans formed a specific formation, charging towards a nearby centaur encampment like arrows released from a bow. On the crude wooden palisade, a few centaur warriors lazily patrolled back and forth, their weapons swinging idly. Suddenly, a centaur sentry shouted loudly, "Guardian Commander, those humans are coming." The thundering sound of 10 summoned beasts alerted the entire encampment. Below the palisade, 20 golden-ranked centaur guardians stood ready, led by their commander, a golden 9-star guardian who calmly ordered, "Instruct your kin to maintain normal defense and lure them closer." This guardian squad was an elite force dispatched from the centaur temple, tasked with guarding the various centaur settlements near the wormhole entrance. Though small in number, each member was a battle-hardened, golden-ranked warrior. The human team quickly adjusted their formation, and the captain decisively commanded, "Defend. Everyone, rally to me. Aerial units, harass them." Despite being only 10 strong, they coordinated seamlessly, moving with fluid precision. Seeing the centaur soldiers raise their longbows, the human captain promptly responded, "Damn, these guys only know 2 tricks: bows at a distance and spears up close. Once we get in there, I'm gonna shove their spears right up their backsides." Several shields swiftly rose, forming a curved defensive line in front of the team. The ground units tightened their formation, following the captain in a wedge formation charge. Judging by the arrow density, this encampment likely held only 200 to 300 centaurs, a size too small to be of much interest. Charge in one go. With the captain's command, the team pierced towards the encampment like a sharp blade. Their solid defense, combined with the harassment from aerial units, easily neutralized the centaur's rain of arrows. In a blink, the crude palisade was within reach. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. With a creaking sound, the wooden gate of the encampment slowly opened. A centaur shouted loudly, "Warriors of the Guardian, follow the will of the divine, charge." Behind the gate stood 20 centaur guardians, with at least 100 more centaur warriors ready to strike. The sight left the human team momentarily dumbfounded. "Captain, Look, a team member exclaimed. This scenario had never occurred in previous assaults, catching everyone off guard. What do we do? Someone hesitantly asked. An irate team member cursed. Damn, these guys have grown some brains and dare to countercharge. I'll chop them to pieces. He prepared to rush forward. Mengzi, get back. Something's not right, the captain barked sharply. The appearance of over 20 golden-ranked centaurs had instantly shifted the dynamics beyond expectations. Who would have thought that a centaur encampment with just over 200 could have so many golden-ranked warriors? This defied logic, placing the human team in a difficult position. There's no time. Charge with all your might. The captain's voice rose above the chaos. Break through their lines. Don't look back. Just run. On the battlefield, there was no room for retreat as the human squad faced the centaur army. The centaurs were charging fiercely, and stopping now would make them sitting ducks. The force of the oncoming charge could shatter their innards. Only by pressing forward might they find a slim chance of survival. CTM, they dare play tricks on us. Let's get them, roared Mengzi, his summoned beast suddenly accelerating, overtaking the captain to become the spearhead of the formation. His warblade was raised high, aimed at the centaur warrior leading the charge. However, the centaur guard, clad in leather armor, snorted disdainfully without slowing down. His spear swept out like lightning, and with a resounding bang, Mengzi and his summoned beast were sent flying. The beast vanished in a burst of light without a sound, and Mengzi somersaulted through the air, crashing to the ground 10 meters away, his fate uncertain. If not for the king's orders, that spear would have ended you. The centaur guard sneered, galloping into the fray with powerful strides. We can't break through, every man for himself, the captain shouted in despair. Knowing that even Mengzi, with his gold 4-star strength, couldn't withstand a single blow, he realized it was impossible for everyone to escape unscathed. Move, aerial units, get away from the battlefield, everyone else, go. I'll cover you, the captain commanded, wielding his warblade to push his battling teammates behind him, facing the centaurs alone. Captain, someone exclaimed in shock. Stop wasting time, just go. I can't hold them for long. The captain gritted his teeth, summoning all his beasts and holding his blade with both hands as he fought against the centaurs. Go, the captain roared again. In the face of the invincible centaur guards, none of you will escape. The centaur guard who defeated Mengzi scoffed. He planted his spear in the ground, took a longbow handed to him, and aimed sharp arrows at the fleeing human trainees in the sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the breached centaur camp, these bastards run too fast, Zhang Liang grumbled, kicking a dead centaur. We've come across several raided camps already. I told you we need to move faster. Now there's nothing left for us. This had been happening since the afternoon before. Nearly 200 teams were deployed at the same location, and despite spreading out, some were quicker to act. This was the second camp Xia Yu's team found already looted. This approach will cause problems, Chun Ligong remarked, frowning deeply. Stop acting so profound, Zhang Liang snorted. What's the problem? It's just a matter of time before a large-scale centaur campaign happens, whether sooner or later. Won't the station troops intervene? Asked Li Mingna, the team's only female member, holding a crimson spear with her high ponytail swaying. They will, but they can't monitor everything. Zhang Liang replied. Even this realm can't avoid heretics, let alone here in the centaur realm. As they rested and chatted on the battlefield's remnants, Li Mingna raised a finger. Shoo, there's movement. Her gaze swept the surroundings warily, her spear already in hand. Her nose twitched, and she frowned slightly. I smell blood. With her spear poised, Li Mingna moved cautiously toward the scent. Her teammates immediately went on alert, spreading out to encircle the area. Come out, Li Mingna shouted, dashing forward, her 4 companions moving in unison. A low growl stopped them in their tracks. Inside their circle, a severely injured summoned beast lay covered in wounds, with blood still oozing from the worst ones. Beside the beast lay a young trainee, unconscious. Judging by the badge on his clothing, he was a student from one of the academies that had entered the centaur realm. Although Xia Yu and his companions couldn't figure out the specifics, they couldn't ignore someone in need of help. Zhang Liang quickly intervened, forcibly subduing the student's protective summoned beast. Then, the group took out medication from their portable medical kit and administered basic first aid to the unconscious student. Perhaps due to the student's strong will to survive, he regained consciousness that same evening after their care. Upon waking, the student saw the group and immediately fell to the ground, pleading with a trembling voice. Please, lend a hand and save my teammates. Zhang Liang crouched down, reassuring him. Hey, don't worry. We're from the Demon Suppression Academy. Just tell us what's going on, and we'll help as much as we can. As night fell, the campfire flickered. Zhang Liang roasted some game over the fire, occasionally turning it. Despite his rough demeanor, he had a knack for cooking, and after a few meals, the task of cooking fell entirely to him. Leaning against the group's backpacks, the newly awakened student tried to recall his ordeal. In a weak voice, he said, My name is Xia Yu, and I'm a student from the Northern Mongol Academy. Our team was ambushed while attacking a centaur encampment. I got injured during the escape, but managed to break free. When I came to, I found myself here. An ambush? Xia Yu frowned. Did a large number of centaurs appear? Xia Wei shook his head, a hint of fear in his voice. No, there weren't many of them, but they were incredibly strong. A centaur tribe of just 200 had over 20 with gold level strength. The leader was at a gold 9-star level and shot me down from the sky with a single arrow before I could even react. Recalling the scene, Xia Wei was still shaken. He continued, that centaur warrior in beast-hide armor fired arrows faster than I could comprehend. I tried desperately to maneuver my mount to dodge, but the arrow reached me in the blink of an eye. My summoned beast was hit in the wing, and despite its determination to protect me, it managed to glide a few hundred meters before crashing. After landing, I summoned my ground beast, but was quickly surrounded by a few centaurs. It was a fight to the death, but I managed to break through and escape. After hearing Xia Wei's account, the group exchanged glances, and Xia Yu said gravely, there's no doubt, a strong force from the centaur realm has intervened. However, Xia Yu's brow furrowed. Isn't this news spreading a bit too quickly? It's only been a few days. We knew this situation was coming, but the speed is alarming. A sense of foreboding filled him. The response is indeed fast, another person agreed, but it doesn't seem like they knew in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us rampage for 2 or 3 days. As the group discussed fervently, Zhang Liang tore a piece of roasted meat from the fire and remarked sarcastically, aren't we getting off topic? This is something for those above us to worry about. We're just the grunts here, so why bother with things beyond our control? With that, he tossed the meat into his mouth, chewed for a moment, and commented, not bad, just missing a bit of chili powder. Damn, you didn't call us when it was ready. Xia Yu glanced at Zhang Liang, who looked like a brute, and silently mocked him. This guy always pretended to be the sensible one, jumping in occasionally to make sarcastic remarks. However, considering his excellent grilling skills, Xia Yu just cursed once before eagerly tearing off a large, fragrant piece of roasted meat. Damn it, you bunch of starving wolves. Save some for me. Xia Yu shouted while chewing, but before he could finish, the others pounced like hungry wolves. Hey, you're a girl eating so much, watch your figure. Xia Yu exclaimed, wide-eyed, as Li Mengna unceremoniously grabbed an entire roasted animal and devoured it under Zhang Liang's resentful gaze. Everyone had been starving for hours, and now that the barbecue was finally ready, nobody cared about appearances or manners. The sound of tearing meat and satisfied groans filled the air around the campfire. Once their hunger was satisfied, they turned their attention back to their current situation. After a heated discussion, they finally decided on their next course of action. Given that the Centaur realm had already launched a counterattack, their previous reckless rampage was no longer feasible. Moreover, they had to be wary of possible pursuit. After weighing their options, they unanimously decided to abandon the siege and adopt guerrilla tactics instead. As for the students of Beiming Academy, although they had fallen into the hands of the centaurs and their fate was uncertain, as fellow humans, they decided to investigate the scene in person. If there was any chance of saving them, they would lend a hand. Xia Wei, who was rescued but still recovering from his injuries and with his teammates' fate unknown, was unable to continue participating in the competition or fight. After some deliberation, the group decided he should rest for the night and ride his summoned beast back to the realm's entrance the next day, effectively withdrawing from the competition. The following morning, Xia Wei, slightly recovered, summoned his only intact beast. After receiving promises from the others that they would check for any survivors from Beiming Academy, he chose to withdraw from the competition and began his journey back to the realm's entrance. Although danger lurked ahead, the area behind had been thoroughly cleared, so even with his injuries, Xia Wei shouldn't face too much trouble. As they watched Xia Wei depart, Xia Yu and the other 5, still in full strength, set off towards the centaur camp based on his rough description. However, for safety reasons, they abandoned any flying units and opted for a ground assault. This left Xia Yu in an awkward position, could either be carried by the night warrior or run on foot. My dear seniors, would anyone be kind enough to share a ride with me? Xia Yu asked with a smile, his eyes darting among the group. Dear brother Liang, your dragon-patterned rhinoceros looks quite spacious. Is there room for a little brother? He chuckled, looking hopefully at Zhang Liang. Get lost. You only call me brother Liang when you need something, otherwise it's just Baldy, huh? Get as far away as you can. Zhang Liang shivered, feeling a chill down his spine, and spurred the dragon-patterned rhinoceros away. Lovely lady, Xia Yu began, but she was already gone. Senior. Another turned and left. With no other options, Xia Yu turned to Jiang Ningchen. Before he could speak, Xia Yu darted forward and leaped onto the back of the ice-white lion. Brother Chun, you wouldn't be so heartless as to abandon me too, right? Xia Yu feigned a pitiful expression. Jiang Ningchen sighed and shifted forward a bit. Just sit down and stop being so melodramatic. You're making me nervous. With that, he urged the ice-white lion to follow the others. Meanwhile, not far away, another clash was unfolding. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.